Chapter 270. The fusion of twin cauldrons. Beside them, a middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe summoned a protective shield of black ice flames. His long hair flowing without wind, hands clasped behind his back. Lady Long held a yellow staff, upon which yellow ice flames flickered, taking refuge behind it. Master Mojiao, with hands joined in prayer, was encircled by a green dragon, which exhaled green ice flames, forming a pale green barrier to fend off the biting white winds. Bai Yao, Yi, and a dozen other cultivators utilized their spiritual treasures to resist the cold gusts, their bodies flickering erratically, faces paling, clearly struggling against the onslaught. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from within the stone door, causing the white winds to gradually subside and then vanish altogether. Lin Mo, with a hand gesture, retracted the blue ice flames into his body and peered beyond the stone door. The portal revealed a scene of pristine whiteness, with thick, towering ice pillars rising densely, an uncountable number descending into the depths. As he gazed for an extended period, his consciousness emitted a warning chime. It appeared that this place was also ensnared by a restriction, possessing hallucinatory effects. Prolonged exposure would bewilder those of lesser cultivation, akin to wandering in a labyrinth. Lin Mo extended his consciousness, attempting to penetrate the stone door. However, as he crossed the threshold, his mind was entirely constrained, with faint signs of backlash emerging. Several other cultivators experienced the same phenomenon. He observed Lady Long and Master Mojiao's expressions shift, indicating that they too had perceived the unsettling conditions behind the door. With a deep exhale, Master Hanli solemnly addressed Lin Mo and the others, cautioning, "Dear friends, tread carefully. This is my first venture into the Void Spirit Palace, which is rife with restrictions. While I can manage most of them, there are some I do not comprehend. Therefore, you must stay close and not stray, otherwise, you may inadvertently trigger a restriction that even I cannot bear, leading to peril." Having spoken, he turned and proceeded into the depths. Upon hearing Master Hanli's warning, Lady Long replied coolly, "Rest assured, Hanli, we shall not recklessly intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the minor extreme palace." She then cast a fleeting glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo shot a sidelong glance at Lady Long, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He was not one to instigate trouble, yet he had no fear of it either. However, Lady Long's unwavering gaze was indeed irksome. He chose not to respond, merely nodding to Master Hanli in agreement, a sentiment echoed by Master Mojiao. Satisfied by the affirmations from his companions, Master Hanli nodded approvingly and turned to Bai Yao, Yi, and the elder members of the minor extreme palace, instructing, "I shall attempt to break through my bottleneck, which may take as few as 3 to 5 days, or as long as a month. Should those beasts assault the minor extreme palace during my seclusion, follow the previously established strategies. If unforeseen circumstances arise and I am not out within a month, execute the emergency plan." Bai Yao, Yi, and the dozen elders responded solemnly, "Yes, Grand Elder." After imparting his instructions, Master Hanli turned to Lin Mo and the other cultivators, saying, "Let us proceed." With a flick of his sleeve, he conjured a palm-sized array plate, holding it aloft with one hand, and advanced toward the stone door, with Lin Mo and the others closely following. After a group of individuals entered, Master Hanli executed a spiritual incantation upon the array plate in his hand. The massive stone door, which had just been ajar, resonated with a thunderous sound as it sealed shut once more, and the runes that had recently vanished began to reawaken, swirling with a mesmerizing motion. Lady Long and Master Mojiao exchanged glances, their eyes betraying an unmistakable concern. Lin Mo felt a flicker of confusion, pondering the seemingly unusual connection between Lady Long and Master Mojiao. Yet this was not the moment for such musings. He followed Master Hanli deeper into the chamber. Sensing the unease of Lady Long and Master Mojiao, Master Hanli reassured them, "Fret not, my friends. The Void Spirit Palace is merely challenging to access from the outside. Within, it is quite easy to navigate. The closure during meditation is merely a precaution to prevent disturbances." Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, untroubled, as he reasoned that if Master Hanli could permit their entrance, he could certainly facilitate their exit. Although Lady Long and Master Mojiao remained silent, the slight awkwardness etched on their faces revealed their lingering trepidation. The group followed Master Hanli for several dozen paces until they arrived before a cluster of ice pillars. It was only then that Lin Mo noticed the white spiritual light within the pillars, rolling in chaotic patterns, while some of them flickered with crystalline brilliance, creating a dizzying spectacle over time. Master Hanli then introduced these as the 10,000-year profound ice pillars, totaling 1,008 in number. These pillars had been refined by ancient cultivators, forming the Ice Soul Cold Array from the primordial era. Upon hearing the term Ice Soul Cold Array, Lin Mo recalled having encountered it in ancient texts, though this was his first visual experience. Master Hanli elaborated that without a magical artifact to enter the array, one would soon find themselves encased in the frigid energies of the formation. It appeared that the white chill they had sensed earlier was indeed the profound cold energy. Rumor had it that this energy had existed for millennia, deriving from the naturally occurring cold of the 10,000-year ice. Master Hanli, glancing at the white array plate in his hand, subtly cautioned, "Without the array plate, even with our mastery over the extreme cold flame, we would not survive within this formation." Lady Long and Master Mojiao regarded the profound ice pillars with deepening curiosity, their expressions revealing a growing uncertainty. As if the situation diverged from what had been previously conveyed, filled with too many unknowns that had not been disclosed before their entry. Lin Mo offered a gentle smile, assuring Master Hanli, "Rest assured, my friend, we have no intention of truly experiencing the array's power." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Master Hanli let out a hearty laugh, brandishing the array plate towards the cluster of ice pillars. Suddenly, a stream of white light surged forth from the plate, and the ice pillars shimmered, revealing a passageway wide. The Grand Elder grasped the array plate with one hand and proceeded down the corridor. Lin Mo lingered at the rear, his gaze wandering to observe the remarkably robust ice pillars, each exhibiting an unusually smooth surface. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned faintly rolling runes within the pillars, only for them to vanish in the blink of an eye, rendering the phenomenon extraordinarily exquisite. As I walked and observed, I raised my gaze to discover a thick layer of pale, white mist hovering at a height of 50 or 60 zhang above the hall. The icicles were entirely engulfed within this mist, obscuring their true height from view. What lay beyond the cold fog remained a mystery. Yet, it was evident that these icicles harbored a terrifying chill. Even from several zhang away, one could sense the emanation of a subtle coldness. Although it did not compare to the extreme cold flames, the icy power contained within was unparalleled by ordinary chill. While Lin Mo hesitated, several figures of the coldly master had already traversed a distance of over 100 zhang. These endless, unyielding icicles stood in tight formation on either side, numbering at least 1,000. Lady Long and Master Mojiao were equally astonished, having discerned the profound intricacies of this grand formation, and they could not help but marvel at the formidable powers of ancient cultivators. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, their path was suddenly illuminated. Before them stood a high platform exceeding 20 zhang in height. The platform was entirely white as jade, enveloped in a faint blue luminescent veil, with a pair of side doors on either side, each standing 7 or 8 zhang tall. Several talismans were affixed upon its surface. Upon examining the ancient script on the talismans, Lin Mo realized they were indeed from the ancient era. It dawned on him that this array of ice pillars must have been constructed by ancient cultivators, making the presence of ancient talismans unsurprising. However, he pondered what was sealed within the confines of these ancient talismans, and where the passage beyond might lead remained unknown. Upon seeing the luminescent veil, the coldly master held the array plate firmly and strode confidently toward the high platform. He raised his hands, forming intricate seals, as blue light flickered from his palms. Suddenly, the azure ice flames ignited, enveloping his hands entirely. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder pressed his palms against the faint blue veil. The azure ice flames intertwined with the veil, causing it to emit a resonating hum. The veil began to tremble, and dazzling rays of light erupted from it. With a resounding crack, the veil shattered like glass, disintegrating into nothingness. Without the slightest hesitation, the coldly master advanced toward the high platform, transforming into a streak of light as he ascended. Lin Mo then realized that this platform was, in fact, an altar. Lin Mo and the others followed suit, transforming into fleeting beams of light and quickly standing beside the coldly master. The coldly master gazed down at the ground, prompting Lin Mo to look as well. In the center of the altar, he noticed a peculiar array, spanning over 20 zhang in width. At the heart of the array stood a colossal cauldron, its design identical to that of the void sky cauldron within Lin Mo's storage bag. Upon seeing this immense cauldron's emblem, Lin Mo's expression shifted, his pupils contracting sharply, and he maintained a calm facade while awaiting the next steps. Have you encountered a similar array before, Lin Daoist? The coldly master seemed to have noticed Lin Mo's reaction, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Lin Mo's expression as if he could discern something from his countenance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the coldly master, his expression unchanged, yet internally he was profoundly unsettled. Without a trace of hesitation, he admitted that he had indeed seen a similar formation, once within an ancient cave, though upon closer inspection, he realized it had merely been an illusion. The Grand Elder regarded Lin Mo with a knowing smile, inquiring, "Is that so?" It appears Lin Mo possesses considerable insight. It remains uncertain whether Lin Mo truly believes the words spoken or not. However, these thoughts are not his own. The Elder did not pursue further inquiries. Suddenly, with a flick of his sleeve, Master Hanli released a small cauldron emanating azure blue frost flames, which soared into the air before hovering in the center of the formation. He then gently pointed at the cauldron, and a resounding boom echoed as its size began to expand. The azure blue frost flames within the cauldron ignited fiercely, gradually spreading throughout its entirety. In the blink of an eye, the small cauldron transformed into a colossal vessel reminiscent of the one previously seen in the Hall of Eternal Ice. At this moment, Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged cultivator in a green robe approached simultaneously, raising their hands. Bai Mingxin unleashed a stream of white frost flames, while the green-clad man released a plume of black frost flames. Both struck the sides of the formation on the ground. A tremendous roar reverberated as the spiritual light on the formation flickered, and a blinding blue light materialized into a luminous cauldron. The colossal vessel, which had been suspended in midair, descended rapidly under Master Hanli's control, and in a dazzling display, the two cauldrons merged into one, landing solidly in the center of the formation. Master Hanli then recited an unusual incantation, and the combined cauldron erupted with azure blue frost flames, which cascaded forth like a volcanic eruption, enveloping the entire formation. Upon contact, the frost flames caused the spiritual light to surge, and even the altar of the white jade platform began to tremble violently. Gradually, the formation began to fracture from the center outward, initially forming small cracks that swiftly expanded into a gaping fissure. Lin Mo and the others ascended into the air, gazing downward to see the colossal cauldron spewing azure blue frost flames, now suspended at a distance. Below, the fissure began to emit bright streams of white light, illuminating the surroundings. It appeared to be the Xian Jade Cave that Elder Yi had previously mentioned, one of the 3 treasured sanctuaries of the Void Spirit Palace. Lin Mo pondered that while the cave did not seem vast from above, its significance as a treasure to the North Night Minor Palace suggested profound depths within. Master Hanli affirmed Lin Mo's thoughts, explaining that the Xian Jade Cave had existed since ancient times, created by the ancestors of the Minor Palace using immense magical power to transform an entire jade vein into a cavern. He boasted that one would not find 10,000-year-old Xian Jade throughout the northern lands. Lin Mo was astonished to learn that the jade within the cave was indeed 10,000-year-old Xian Jade. If it were an entire vein, it would be a monumental discovery. It is said that a piece the size of a fist, when used in the crafting of magical artifacts, imbues them with the ability to unleash icy coldness that can harm enemies from 1,000 miles away. Although this may seem exaggerated, 10,000-year-old Xian Ice cannot compare to 10,000-year-old Xian Jade. Madame Long gazed intently at the fissure beneath her feet, though its interior remained unclear. Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Master Hanli's introduction. Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe also wore expressions of pride and exhilaration, their excitement unabashedly evident. Master Mojiao, standing alongside Lady Long, remarked with a sense of nostalgia that the difference between the eternal Xian Jade and the eternal Xian Ice is but a hair's breadth, yet it could lead one astray by thousands of miles. Had it not been for the timely words of Taoist Hanli, who mentioned the existence of the Xian Jade Cave, it would have been hard to believe that the Ziyajigong harbored such a treasure. Lin Mo chose to remain silent, merely smiling faintly while his hand discreetly caressed a small golden sword concealed within his sleeve. Taoist Hanli silently observed the expressions of Lin Mo and the other two. After Master Mojiao finished speaking, he smiled gently and said that he had already discussed his intentions with junior sister Bai and junior brother Ouyang. Regardless of whether the three could assist him in surmounting the bottleneck of the transformation stage, he would bestow upon them a piece of eternal Xian Jade. Chapter 271. The depths of the Xian Jade cave upon hearing Taoist Hanli's promise. The excitement in Lady Long and Master Mojiao's eyes was unmistakable. Lin Mo, however, maintained a composed demeanor, his expression tranquil. Taoist Hanli took note of the trio's reactions. Is what you say truly sincere, Taoist Hanli? Lady Long, usually so composed, could not help but express her overwhelming joy. Taoist Hanli slightly puffed out his chest and responded with pride, stating that as the Grand Elder of the North Night Zhejiang, he possessed the authority to make such promises. Master Mojiao, hearing Taoist Hanli reiterate his assurance, could hardly conceal his elation. Though his expression remained measured, the delight in his brows was evident. It is known that these eternal Xian Jades are extraordinarily rare materials, valued, yet virtually unobtainable in the outside world. Even with spirit stones, one has no means to procure them. Incorporating them into one's innate magical treasure could enhance its power by a significant margin. Lin Mo perceived that Taoist Hanli was no ordinary individual, adept at discerning the hearts of others. By enticing them with a taste of sweetness before employing his secret techniques, he ensured that they would be compelled to exert their utmost efforts, as it would be quite unbecoming to refuse the gift of eternal Xian Jade thereafter. Observing the expressions of the three, Taoist Hanli then spoke, "Ha, my friends, let us now enter the Xian Jade cave. However, I must first caution you that the chill within is exceptionally fierce. Upon entering, you must envelop yourselves with the extreme cold flame, or you will be unable to withstand the frigid air." Lin Mo regarded Taoist Hanli's cautious demeanor and responded, "Yet worry not, for within the cave, there exists a designated area that can shield us from the icy onslaught of the Xian Jade. There we may restore our magical energy. Otherwise, even I would find it difficult to remain there for long." With that, Taoist Hanli opened his mouth, and a sphere of blue flame erupted forth, transforming into a magnificent blue bird that soared upwards. After a brief moment of circling in the air, it descended upon Taoist Hanli. As the blue firebird struck him, a clear, resonant cry echoed, and a phantom of the great bird appeared upon his back, vanishing almost instantly, yet enveloping Taoist Hanli in a layer of azure ice flame. With his hands forming a seal, Taoist Hanli's body floated gently toward the crack. Without waiting for the others to act, Bai Mengxin summoned her spiritual power to unleash her own white ice flame and flew towards the fissure. Then, Lady Long and Master Moji simultaneously unleashed their respective frigid flames, which surged into the rift. Lin Mo observed as the individuals entered the fissure, his brow furrowing slightly. He glanced at the azure golden side doors on either side of the high platform, and then at the massive cauldron hovering above the rift. Although he hesitated momentarily, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he smiled wryly. He then cast a spell that enveloped him in a layer of pale blue cold flame, following suit into the rift. This pale blue flame was something Lin Mo had never used in front of others. Considering his own safety, he felt it unnecessary to ponder too deeply. Fortunately, the pale blue flame resonated with the previously employed Qian blue cold flame. Upon entering the rift, a layer of milky white cold light enveloped him. As the pale blue flame he conjured came into contact with the white cold light, it emitted a hissing sound, as if the two were fundamentally incompatible, causing the pale blue flame surrounding him to flicker unsteadily. Lin Mo felt a tinge of surprise and swiftly formed hand seals to release a surge of purple extreme fire for additional protection. During these actions, he was not in haste to examine his surroundings. The Qian blue ice flame and purple extreme fire intertwined beautifully, with blue tinged with purple and purple laced with blue, creating an enchanting spectacle. With the reinforcement of the purple extreme fire, the freshly conjured pale blue flame stabilized once more. Once his protective cold flame was secured, Lin Mo turned his attention to his surroundings. The so-called Xianyu cave was merely an underground cavern, encircled by veins of Xianyu ore. This ancient Xianyu, aged for millennia, was a far rarer material, possessing a coldness several times greater than that of the ancient Xian ice. It resembled a cavern, albeit smaller, with clusters resembling grains of rice densely populating both sides of the subterranean chamber. The ancient Xianyu emitted a brilliant white cold light, which intensified as one descended deeper, resembling tangible entities that danced upon the blue-purple cold flames. A sound akin to raindrops falling could be faintly heard, Lin Mo increasingly sensed a dissonance between this place and his expectations, and his brow knitted into a frown. The cultivators ahead of him seemed oblivious to the anomalies, proceeding on their own path. Lin Mo would never place himself in a situation beyond his control. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the tangible cold glimmers. Utilizing his formidable spiritual power to grasp a strand of cold light in his hand, enveloping it in blue-purple flames while scrutinizing the cold light within. At first glance, there appeared to be no distinction. Yet, Lin Mo felt he had overlooked something crucial. Infusing his eyes with spiritual power, blue light erupted from his gaze as he examined the phenomena within the blue-purple cold flames, astonishment flickering across his face. The cold light within the blue-purple flames continuously oscillated without any discernible pattern, seemingly alive and unperturbed by the amalgamation of Qin blue ice flame and purple extreme fire. What he had initially perceived as a solid entity now appeared to be a truly animated milky white cold light, ceaselessly writhing. The milky white cold light could not merge with the blue-purple flames, and the blue-purple flames could not dissolve the cold light. The two entities remained insulated from one another, unable to penetrate each other's essence. Lin Mo was engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment, an ineffable feeling that compelled him to murmur, "What is this? Could it be the manifestation of cold energy?" Yet it felt somewhat different. What exactly was it, and how had it come to be? If this milky white chill could be harnessed and concentrated for an attack, it would surely be beyond the capacity of any cultivator's extreme cold flames to withstand. Even his own fusion of the Qianlong cold flame and the Ziluo extreme fire would likely falter before it. Fortunately, this chill seemed to act autonomously. As Lin Mo contemplated the milky white aura, a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. With a swift motion, he began to rub his hands together, transforming the blue-purple cold flame into a slender ribbon of crimson fire. He then intertwined the milky white cold light with the red flame, witnessing the latter absorb the former seamlessly, as if they were merging into one. Elated by this discovery, Lin Mo's excitement flickered across his face for a brief moment as he glanced at his fellow cultivators ahead. Relieved to find that none had noticed his actions, he suppressed his exhilaration. The crimson flame he had conjured was the true Yin fire, one of the three great spiritual fires. Though he possessed only a fragment of it, its power was not to be underestimated, especially considering its remarkable compatibility. During the refinement of the true Yin fire, he had successfully integrated a portion of the Ziluo extreme fire, which posed no issue. However, fully transforming the Ziluo extreme fire into true Yin fire would require decades of effort. Once, he had envisioned converting all of the Ziluo extreme fire into true Yin fire. But such aspirations were often lofty, and reality proved more challenging. Nevertheless, Lin Mo remained undeterred. As the saying goes, Rome was not built in a day. After all, the true Yin fire possessed a sentience that elevated it above the extreme cold flames. Realizing that the true Yin fire could counter the chilling light within the Xuanyudong brought Lin Mo considerable relief. The cultivators ahead, including the enigmatic Bei from the Ziyajigong, remained oblivious to Lin Mo's actions. Seizing the moment while their attention wavered, he discreetly formed a seal and launched a streak of crimson flame towards the cold light of the Xuanyudong, which vanished in an instant. Surprisingly, it was the usually taciturn middle-aged cultivator in the green robe who first sensed the disturbance. As Lin Mo unleashed the crimson flame, the cultivator turned sharply to fixate on him, his eyes reflecting clear curiosity. Though Lin Mo maintained a calm facade, his heart raced at the unexpected sensitivity of this practitioner. Attempting to appear nonchalant, he inquired, "Is there something amiss, my friend?" The green-robed cultivator scrutinized Lin Mo closely before shifting his gaze to the cave walls of Xuanyudong. Finding no irregularities, "There is nothing to concern yourself with," he replied. "I merely noticed that Brother Lin had fallen behind. The restrictions within the Hall of Void Spirits prevent the use of divine sense, imposing a significant limitation on our awareness, which has left me somewhat disoriented." The middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue robe, bearing the surname Ouyang, is one of the rare cultivators with a compound surname in the northern regions. He holds a profound respect for Lin Mo's formidable prowess. Although he refrains from voicing his opinions, he has been attentively observing Lin Mo, well aware of his extraordinary abilities. Despite harboring some doubts, he shows no sign of negligence. Lin Mo, astonished, discreetly glanced at the azure and violet protective flames enveloping him, which were being incessantly assailed by a brilliant white cold light. He calmly reassured his companion. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, I have been trailing behind you all along. How could I possibly not follow? However, upon my descent, I perceive that the chill within this Xianyu cave appears rather peculiar. The blue-robed middle-aged cultivator maintained his previously composed demeanor, explaining, this Xianyu cave has been a repository of Xianyu, or since ancient times, persisting for over 10,000 years. Such an extensive duration may have induced subtle transformations within the cold air, suggesting that the chill here possesses a unique sentience, rendering your observations entirely justifiable. As he elucidated, the black ice flames surrounding him crackled and hissed in response to the cold light. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator finally took note of the unusual appearance of the chilling radiance. Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, ready to speak, when suddenly his expression shifted. He realized that, in mere moments, they had descended to the cave's lower level. The blue-robed cultivator's gaze flickered, following Lin Mo's line of sight, and discovered a chaotic pile of stones sprawling across an area of nearly several hundred feet. Amidst the rubble, he spotted a stone dwelling adorned in fiery hues, and countless openings dotted the cave walls, suggesting this was not the sole chamber of the cave. Lin Mo observed that the Xianyu cold air at the cave's base was several times denser than when they first entered. The crackling of his azure and violet protective flames grew even more pronounced, yet there was no sign of instability. At that moment, Lin Mo noticed a colossal stone rising skyward from the center of the rubble. This monolith appeared to be a natural formation, with a large milky white sphere of light coalescing at its peak, measuring several yards in width. It was unclear what force could draw together these frosty white rays of light, yet the vast sphere seemed restless, bouncing erratically atop the stone and radiating a dazzling white brilliance. The Xianyu at the cave's base differed from that at the entrance. Here, the Xianyu was thumb-sized and flickered with ethereal light, far surpassing the quality of the scattered or at the entrance. The celestial Master Hanli, confronted by the towering stone akin to a narrow sky, was particularly captivated by the luminous sphere at its apex, his face alight with exhilaration. Lin Mo was filled with questions, but understood that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Upon landing at the base with the other cultivators, he then heard the jubilant laughter of celestial Master Hanli. This is splendid, truly splendid. It is as if the heavens themselves have aided me. Before entering, I was troubled about how to gather all the cold energy within the mystic jade cave. To my surprise, there exists a natural convergence of frigid air here, which has indeed saved us considerable effort. Soon, I witnessed the celestial master of coldly raise a hand, conjuring a blue ice spear in his palm, which he then launched without hesitation towards the milky white sphere of light atop the colossal stone. A resounding boom echoed as the blue ice spear collided with the pearlescent cold sphere, producing an extraordinary metallic clanging sound that was both peculiar and striking. The sudden strike from the celestial master of coldly took all the cultivators by surprise, including Lin Mo. However, as he observed the subsequent scene, Lin Mo began to comprehend the unfolding events. The once resilient blue ice spear shattered into fragments like tofu curds, disintegrating midair before being absorbed by the cold light without leaving a trace. The celestial master of coldly, beaming with satisfaction, remarked that this indeed saved us many steps. After conducting a thorough examination, the elder's smile slightly waned as he addressed the accompanying cultivators, saying, "Dear friends, do you see that stone house over there?" He pointed to a red stone dwelling. The group glanced in the indicated direction, then turned back to the celestial master, awaiting his further remarks. That dwelling is constructed from solar essence stones, the only place impervious to the corrosive cold of the mystic jade. Chapter 272. The solar essence stone chamber. Lady Long furrowed her brow as she regarded the celestial master of coldly, perplexed by the elder's intentions. The celestial master continued, "We can take a moment to rest within that stone house. During our respite, I have a few words of caution for you all. Otherwise, we may inadvertently attract significant trouble." Master Mojiao also frowned, listening intently to the elder's words. However, Lady Long, known for her fiery temperament, could hardly contain herself and, suppressing her anger, questioned, "What do you mean by this, elder? How could we possibly stir up trouble?" Her voice was cold, and she punctuated her words by forcefully striking the ground with her yellow staff, producing a cracking sound. The middle-aged cultivator in blue robes interjected, "The elder wishes to explain the major taboos of activity within the mystic jade cave." There are certain formations that even the elders of the minor extreme palace cannot decipher. To put it plainly, the mystic jade cave harbors profound mysteries that are beyond our comprehension. A moment's carelessness could lead to our demise here. Lin Mo had remained silent since hearing about the solar essence stones, feeling an indescribable shock within. Meanwhile, the blue-robed cultivator added, in addition to the cold energy, there are other matters to be wary of in this mystic jade cave. Lady Long, who found the situation increasingly intolerable, appeared to lack the patience to listen further and impatiently urged, "What else is there? Speak quickly." The middle-aged man in a blue robe merely lifted his gaze to glance at Lady Long before continuing to expound upon the ancient jade of 1,000,000 years, which appeared to be easily extractable. However, what the fellow cultivator did not realize was that each piece of this ancient jade had been fused together by ancient practitioners through secretive methods. Furthermore, these jades had long been formed in this cavern, steeped in the chilling essence of the jade cave, rendering them impossible to separate or extract. Any attempt to forcibly extract them would lead to unforeseen consequences. Lady Long's expression instantly darkened, and with a tone of icy resolve, she inquired, "Are you suggesting that these ancient jades cannot be retrieved? If indeed they cannot be taken, does that mean the promise made by Master Hanli before entering the cave was merely a deception?" Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought, believing that Master Hanli would not resort to such trickery. The middle-aged man in blue nodded, stating, "No matter how tyrannical your spiritual treasures may be, you cannot extract a single piece of this ancient jade. If it were otherwise, with so much jade here, how could the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace fail to exploit it? Should all of these ancient jades be extracted to forge spiritual treasures, even the combined might of the Tai Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect would struggle to withstand it." After hearing this, Lin Mo mentally shook his head. He did not doubt the words of the young practitioner, but the quest for unity was far from simple. The Little Extreme Palace, no matter how powerful, was merely one sect amidst countless others in the Great Gene. Lin Mo held a stronger belief in the adage that a man who bears riches may find himself in peril. Lady Long gazed at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Unable to accept his words, she looked at the thumb-sized jade embedded in the cave wall, her unyielding desire barely concealed. If she remained skeptical, she could simply attempt to extract it and discover the truth behind Master Ouyang's claims. The previously silent Master Hanli, wearing a smile, addressed Lady Long. Observing the silver strands in her hair, he noted a fleeting change in her expression upon hearing his words. Then, with a peculiar smile, she remarked, "Such miraculous circumstances truly warrant a test." Without waiting for the others to react, Lady Long suddenly raised her staff, which was infused with a yellow spiritual energy, particularly concentrated at its base. A yellow orb of light formed as she forcefully struck the milky white jade resting upon the rocky ground. The jade was merely the size of a fingernail. Upon the collision of the staff's spiritual energy with the ancient jade, a dull thud echoed, and the jade flickered with a milky radiance before extinguishing without further change. Witnessing this, Lady Long's face grew increasingly grim, as though she had consumed something disagreeable, her expression reflecting profound frustration. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly flicked her sleeve, and a small azure hammer materialized in her hand. Her lips moved slightly as she hurled the azure hammer towards the jade. A resounding crash ensued, and the previously unyielding ancient jade was struck by the hammer, transforming into a cloud of white mist that vanished into the chilling wind in an instant. Lin Mo, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Could this be the unforeseen consequence the middle-aged man in blue had spoken of? The esteemed elder Hanli chuckled and remarked, "This eternal Xian jade, indeed, behaves in such a manner. When the power of a spiritual treasure is feeble, it cannot inflict even the slightest harm. Conversely, when it is potent, it is rendered utterly destroyed, dissipating into a cloud of white mist, making it impossible to retrieve." His explanation left Lady Long's expression increasingly grim. As she struggled to believe it, her eyes wide in disbelief at the now vanished eternal Xian jade. "Dear Taoist Hanli, if that is the case, then the eternal Xian jade of the Little Extreme Palace must be quite scarce. Your earlier generosity has left this humble monk somewhat perplexed," interjected Master Mojiao. Upon hearing his words, Lady Long turned to regard Elder Hanli, her face still troubled, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of curiosity. Elder Hanli then burst into laughter, proclaiming, Master Mojiao, you worry too much. Although the eternal Xian jade within the Xian jade cave cannot all be extracted, There are indeed methods to obtain a small quantity from the little extreme palace. Everyone regarded Elder Hanli with puzzled expressions as he turned to Bai Mengxin and instructed, "Junior Sister Bai, retrieve a piece for our esteemed guests to observe." Hearing Elder Hanli's command, Bai Mengxin, maintaining her usual impassive demeanor, approached the pile of rocks under the gaze of the onlookers. She produced a small white vial from her storage pouch, uncorked it, and channeled her spiritual energy. Suddenly, a beam of white light emerged, and a droplet of liquid as dark as ink fell from the vial. As the droplet descended, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Though he quickly masked his surprise, his pupils constricting in an undeniable display of alarm. The droplet landed among the stones, and as it made contact, a faint gray mist began to swirl around it. Upon entering the Xian Jade, the droplet elicited no reaction and vanished as if it had never existed. Lady Long and Master Mojiao scrutinized the Xian Jade intently. Just as Lady Long's disdain began to surface, the eternal Xian Jade suddenly became enveloped in a layer of gray mist. With a crisp crack, the piece encased in mist detached and fell away, which Bai Mengxin swiftly grasped in her hand. Lady Long and Master Mojiao wore expressions of astonishment, while Lin Mo's face mirrored their surprise. Fortunately, the attention of the cultivators had been focused on Bai Mengxin, thus failing to notice Lin Mo's earlier anomaly. Elder Hanli, wearing a proud smile, elaborated, "This is indeed a treasure left behind by the founding ancestor of the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace. However, due to the ancient origins of this water, only a minuscule amount can be extracted each time." The middle-aged cultivator in a green robe added, "It takes a decade for just a single drop of this water to coalesce, specifically for the purpose of petrifying stones into gold. This explains why the Xian Jade Cave opens only once every few centuries. While there are 3 halls of the Void Spirit Palace, this one is undoubtedly the most significant." Lin Mo was preoccupied with the white jade vial that Bai Mengxin had just stowed back into her storage pouch. Thus, he remained oblivious to the exchange of glances between Master Mojiao and Lady Long. "Ah, I see now," Master Mojiao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Meanwhile, Lady Long scanned her surroundings once more, casting a lingering glance at Bai Mengxin, her eyes filled with regret and a fleeting glimmer of intrigue. At this moment, Lin Mo felt an exhilarating excitement within, akin to a restless insect gnawing at his insides, leaving him in a state of eager anticipation. Observing the expressions on the faces of Master Mojiao and his companions, the venerable Hanli smiled and suggested, "Let us first proceed to the Sun Essence Stone Chamber. As for the rest, I assure you, once I attain a breakthrough, I shall share everything without reservation." With that, he led the way toward the Crimson Stone Edifice. And though they had lingered here for a while, the time was not excessive. All the cultivators understood the purpose of their visit, and without any dissent, they followed Han Li into the Redstone Chamber. Lin Mo trailed behind, but before entering the chamber, he unconsciously cast a glance at the chaotic heap of 10,000-year-old black jade that had just been marked with water before stepping into the stone chamber. Inside the Sun Essence Stone Chamber, there was nothing but a half-translucent space emanating a flickering red glow, growing increasingly intense as one approached, imbued with a palpable heat. Upon entering, the earlier chill of the black jade was entirely absent. Indeed, this place could withstand the cold. The radiance emanating from within could only be attributed to the Fire Spirit Stone, a treasure of such magnitude that it surpassed the capabilities of ordinary sections. Previously, Hanli had mentioned the Sun Essence Stone Chamber, and Lin Mo suddenly recalled the Sun Essence Fire, pondering whether there was a connection between the two. Upon entering the chamber and feeling the absence of the cold, everyone sheathed their protective cold flames and found suitable positions to sit cross-legged. Just as they settled, Master Mojiao turned to Han Li with a smile, exclaiming, "I never expected that the Bei Yi Small Extreme Palace not only possesses 10,000-year-old black jade, but also this Sun Essence Stone. To my knowledge, the Sun Essence Stone can only be refined from the Sun Essence Fire, and it is astonishing that such a stone chamber could be constructed here. I wonder how the Small Extreme Palace managed to acquire so many Essence Stones." Upon hearing Master Mojiao's introduction, Lady Long seemed to receive a subtle hint and interjected, "Indeed, I once read in a tome that these Essence Stones are said to be found deep within the Earth's fire." After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Hanli, eager to glean some useful information from the elder. When the words Sun Essence Fire were mentioned, Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, Yet his mind began to churn with thoughts, discreetly observing Hanli, hoping to extract more valuable insights. However, Hanli, with an awkward smile, remarked, "I did not anticipate that both Master Mojiao and Lady Long were aware of the Sun Essence Stone. It is somewhat unexpected. Nonetheless, these materials were gathered by our ancestors, and we, the descendants, merely enjoy the fruits of their labor." He then chuckled awkwardly. The middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe then spoke. "Elder, we should first inform our esteemed guests about the taboos concerning the Black Jade Cave." Lin Mo understood that neither Hanli nor the blue-robed cultivator would divulge the sect's secrets to them, and the emphasis on esteemed guests was telling. Lady Long's expression shifted slightly, but she refrained from further comment, instead looking toward Hanli, awaiting their introduction. Master Mojiao, too, ceased to speak further, only uttering a few words of Buddhist scripture before falling silent. "I shall first outline the taboos, and then we will discuss the specific steps for shattering the mirror," Hanli said, his expression turning serious. Upon hearing the mention of the sunfire, Lin Mo felt a surge of delight in his heart, realizing he had indeed made the right choice in coming here. However, he was interrupted by a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe, who merely cast a glance in Lin Mo's direction before turning his attention back to the revered Hanli. At that moment, a striking middle-aged woman in white appeared on the ground of the Bei Zaijigang. The woman was seated at the pinnacle of the highest pavilion within the Zaijigang. Before her, two cultivators, one male and one female, were seated, both of whom were none other than Bai Yao Yi and the elderly gray-haired Elder Yi. The two wore solemn expressions as they gazed attentively at the middle-aged woman, showing her utmost respect. "Are you saying that Elder Hanli has activated the Zuling Hall's Xinyu Cave, and he has brought 3 external cultivators along into it?" The middle-aged woman inquired calmly after listening to Elder Ye's report. Bai Yao Yi respectfully replied, "Indeed, Palace Master. However, the elder has already arranged subsequent measures." "What subsequent measures?" the middle-aged woman questioned. "Is it not the same as before? If those demonic beasts attack, we first resist. If they prove too formidable, we then allow the elite disciples to enter the Zuling Hall to take refuge. Yet now, Elder Hanli has occupied the most crucial Zuling Hall. If it truly comes to the point where we must enter, we could lose over 30% of our disciples." Elder Yi interjected with a cold snort. Raising an eyebrow, the middle-aged woman responded, "Not necessarily. If Brother Hanli advances to the transformation stage, then this wave of invading demonic beasts may well be met with utter annihilation. However, the outcome remains uncertain, so I suggest we adhere to Brother Hanli's arrangements for now. I have heard that 8th-tier demonic beasts have appeared around Biming Island." The middle-aged woman addressed by Yao Yi, who stood and bowed, saying, "Yes, I have encountered 2 such beasts, and fortunately, I was rescued by Lin Daoyu. These high-level demonic beasts have claimed many probing disciples around Biming Island. They are shape-shifting demonic beasts," the middle-aged woman murmured softly. Elder Ye's expression turned grave. "Indeed, it seems they intend to cleanse the periphery before launching a full-scale assault on the Bei Zaijigang." Chapter 273. The journey of the shattered mirror commences yet. Elder Ye's countenance had shifted from merely serious to rather grim. Observing Elder Ye's sudden pause, the middle-aged woman said, "Elder Yi, if there is something on your mind, please express it freely." With a tone of uncertainty, Elder Yi replied, "If this situation mirrors the past, we might manage. However, there are certain matters that weigh heavily on my mind. According to reports from our spies in the Wanyao Valley, it is not just the greenback old wolf mobilizing this time. There are indications that the chariot old demon may also take action." "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible," the middle-aged woman declared emphatically, refusing to even entertain the thought. With a sigh, Elder Yi continued, "Sister Lu, I too hope this news is false. Yet our spies from the Wanyao Valley have relayed multiple reports indicating that the chariot old demon is preparing to strike. Moreover, this siege appears to have been negotiated between the deputy master of the IC and the Wanyao Valley. However, without the approval of the Valley Master. How could the deputy master dare to issue such commands?" The middle-aged beauty, seated at the head of the table, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the words of the gray-haired elder. Meanwhile, Bai Yao Yi, who had just risen, expressed her disbelief, stating that the old demon Che was a creature of the human realm from ancient times and must have long reached the transformation stage. If he truly intended to strike against the Bei Yishaoji Palace, he would not have waited until now. Junior Sister Bai, do not forget the sealing incident at Kunwa Mountain a decade ago. It is said that not only did the ancient demon realm's Yuan Sha Saint ancestor appear, but even the demon queen from the upper realm made her presence known. How can you be certain that the old demon Che will not mobilize against our Shaoji palace? The gray-haired elder remarked, gazing intently at Bai Yaoyi. With a furrowed brow, Bai Yaoyi expressed her reluctance to believe such dire circumstances. Though I participated in the events 10 years ago, I was gravely injured and had to withdraw midway, making it impossible for me to ascertain the truth. Moreover, the tales of the Yuan Sha Saint ancestor and the demon queen are merely rumors spread by various sects. They cannot be taken as fact. Furthermore, does junior brother Yi not think that those who spread such news may have ulterior motives? If junior sister Bai cannot confirm the truth, how can we dismiss it as false? As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety, the gray-haired elder admonished. The thought that one of the foreign cultivators had been invited by Bai Yao Yi left a bitter taste in his mouth. Bai Yao Yi's frown deepened as she silently regarded Elder Yi, puzzled by his pessimism. Regardless of whether the ancient demon and demon queen had indeed appeared, there was one person Bai Yao Yi could inquire with. However, that individual remained in the Xianyu cave, and she would have to wait for their emergence to pose her questions. Seeing Bai Yao Yi's silence, the gray-haired elder continued, Junior sister Bai, do not forget that Lin Daoyu emerged from Kunwu Mountain a decade ago. Many Yuanian cultivators perished in that battle, yet Lin Daoyu managed to escape unscathed. As far as I know, the entire Yi clan of the Great Jin was annihilated. The elder spoke with barely concealed frustration. Oh, is the Lin Daoyu you mentioned the very gentleman whom junior sister Bai invited this time? The middle-aged beauty inquired suddenly, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in her eyes. Unnoticed by the gray-haired elder and Bai Yaoyi, Bai Yaoyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is him. Fearing that the middle-aged beauty might inquire further into matters she could not divulge, Bai Yaoyi hesitated. Just then, the middle-aged beauty interjected. Now is not the time for such discussions. Regardless of what transpired at Kunwu Mountain a decade ago, the invasion of the Wan Yao Valley and sea beasts upon our Shaoji palace cannot be altered. Yes, both the gray-haired elder and Bai Yaoyi promptly acknowledged. It seems that the old demon Che would not personally leave the Wan Yao Valley. He would likely send forth only his avatar. The middle-aged beauty possessed a deeper understanding of cultivators and beasts at the transformation stage. Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder exhaled in relief upon hearing the middle-aged woman's words. It seemed that beings at the divine transformation stage, whether cultivators or demonic beasts, were currently beyond their reach, and the specifics remained uncertain. Once the middle-aged woman had finished her arrangements, the gray-haired elder remarked that if it were merely a doppelganger, it was not insurmountable. They could activate all the cold prohibitions on Baiming Island. The low-tier demonic beasts of the myriad demon valley would be utterly unprepared and would freeze into ice sculptures upon their ascent. However, the demonic beasts residing in the ICC were unfazed by these restrictions, as most of them cultivated ice attributes. They needed to retrieve the treasured item left by the sect's founder, which had been preserved precisely for such a day. He cautioned the elders to be wary of demonic beasts above level 8. After the middle-aged woman spoke, she closed her eyes, leaving her intentions unclear, whether in meditation or rest. Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise followed by a dawning realization. After countless millennia, the Ziyajigong had never employed that artifact, and now they found themselves compelled to do so. Just as Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder were preparing to descend, the middle-aged woman opened her eyes again and instructed that the lower-tier disciples of Ziyajigong should evacuate promptly, retaining only those capable of enduring to prevent unnecessary casualties. Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder bowed respectfully in response, affirming, "Yes, Palace Master." They then proceeded to prepare for the impending confrontation. As Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder organized their plans, Ziyajigong entered an unprecedented state of emergency. All prohibitions were activated, and the lower-tier disciples had been fully arranged for evacuation, resulting in nearly 70% of the Sect's cultivators being absent, their specific assignments unknown. Meanwhile, in the Zuling Hall's Xuanyu cave, within the Sun Crystal Chamber, the seated Hanli suddenly opened his eyes after a period of meditation. He surveyed the gathered practitioners in a lotus position and inquired, "Have the few friends I notified of the mirror-breaking secret comprehended it by now? 2 days have passed, which should be ample time for each of you." In response, Master Mojiao was the first to open his eyes and declared, "This humble monk has already grasped the technique. and there are no issues. Following him, Lady Long asserted, I too fully comprehended its essence half a day ago. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly, I too have no problems with it. Meanwhile, Bai Ming Xin and the middle-aged cultivator in a green robe, originally from Ziyajigong, merely nodded in silence, likely having understood the secret arts even earlier than the three. With a grave expression, Hanli stated, Since all of you have comprehended it, we need not delay further. Let us commence the casting of the spell now, in a few days at most, or perhaps even a month, regardless of success or failure. I hope to complete the secret technique in one vigorous effort. Without waiting for their reactions, he stepped out of the sun crystal chamber. Although Hanli was not on the surface, he was acutely aware of Ziyajigong's current state. All prohibitions had been activated. It appeared that the assault on Ziyajigong was unavoidable. Exiting the stone chamber, Hanli retrieved a stack of pre-prepared array flags and discs from his storage pouch and began to set them up. Bai Mingxin, accompanied by the middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe, followed the footsteps of Master Hanli to arrange an intricate formation. Such an exquisite array and arcane techniques were too remarkable to overlook, prompting several individuals to activate their protective cold flames, which accompanied them out of the stone chamber. Observing the movements of the three figures led by Master Hanli, in roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the trio from the Ziyajigong had successfully set up the formation, with the chaotic stones at its core emanating a chilling aura. Above the array, Lin Mo discerned faint runes swirling in the void. Once the formation was complete, Master Hanli pressed his palms together and recited an incantation. Gradually elevating himself into the air, he unleashed dozens of streams of spiritual light towards the surroundings, causing the formation below to hum gently, revealing a myriad of ethereal glows. Within the cavern, the mysterious jade seemed startled as the air began to surge chaotically, lacking any discernible pattern. Yet, the slender shaft of light and the milky white sphere at the apex remained untouched by the formation's influence, remaining still. Observing the unperturbed sphere, a smile graced Master Hanli's face. Suddenly, 5 colored pillars emerged from the chaotic stones, purple, red, white, black, and yellow, each appearing to be formed from pure energy. These pillars were intertwined with strands of radiant light, evoking a sense of tenuous connection, while Lin Mo noticed that the luminous threads flowed like a vow. Without further delay, Lin Mo followed the method taught by Master Hanli, his entire being shimmering with azure light as he projected a stream of blue-violet spiritual energy towards the purple pillar. The purple glow of the pillar flared magnificently, and Lin Mo leaped, landing atop the purple column. Dragon Lady and Master Mojiao were not to be outdone, each taking their place atop their respective pillars. After exchanging glances, they settled into meditative postures. Employing the previously learned arcane techniques, the purple pillar beneath them radiated brilliantly, while the exterior flames of the purple fire and the cold azure flames combined in a dazzling display, surpassing any previous manifestations. This was Lin Mo's first application of such a secret technique, and he marveled at the elder's ability to devise such profound methods. However, as the purple fire surged, he quickly realized that the consumption of spiritual energy was accelerating at an alarming rate, revealing a flaw in the elder's technique. Beneath Lin Mo, a sphere of purple light materialized, transforming into a delicate purple lotus, gossamer thin like a cicada's wing, a stunning spectacle of spiritual radiance. The others experienced similar phenomena, each blossoming with vibrant lotuses beneath them, while the other cultivators closed their eyes to savor the surge of spiritual energy. Lin Mo opened his eyes to glance at the milky white cold light, noticing that the strand of spiritual fire he had released continued to silently absorb the coldness within the mysterious jade cavern. Strangely, none of the cultivators seemed to notice the ethereal fire, perhaps absorbed in their own incantations. Fortunately, the illusory spirit hall was laden with numerous restrictions. Otherwise, Lin Mo would have hesitated to unleash that strand of spiritual fire. Before Lin Mo could retract, he heard Master Hanli remark that he had observed several fellow practitioners refine their extreme cold flame to a certain level, allowing it to endure for a considerable duration. With this in mind, he felt reassured. The old man was about to enter the realm of Xianyu's coldness, and he instructed his companions to activate the cold flames as previously discussed. Suddenly, the azure cold flames surrounding Master Hanli flickered, and then a milky white orb of light hovered above before gently descending. A thunderous cacophony erupted as the blue flames intertwined with the milky cold light, and soon, Master Hanli's diminutive form was engulfed by the cold mass. Lin Mo had previously attempted to merge the purple lotus true fire with the white coldness. Yet no matter how he tried to blend them, he could not achieve harmony. It seemed that the true fire of communication was indeed incapable of such fusion. However, Master Hanli successfully combined the blue flame with the white radiance, the method of which remained a mystery to Lin Mo. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe and Bai Mengxin simultaneously gestured, each producing a pale blue array plate. They skillfully activated a series of intricate patterns upon the plates, causing a 5-colored light barrier to suddenly rise, enveloping Lin Mo, Master Mojiao, and the others within. Outside the barrier, the wind began to stir of its own accord, escalating into a fierce gale, while a layer of misty coldness enveloped the periphery of the 5-colored barrier, obscuring the situation within. As the tempest surged, the other cold energies within the Xianyu cave subsided, save for a solitary red flame in the corner, leisurely devouring the surrounding cold light. After the journey through the shattered mirror had commenced for 7 or 8 days, numerous demonic beasts appeared outside Baiming Island, brazenly encroaching upon it. These beasts split into 2 factions, one advancing from the inland and the other from the icy sea, launching a 2-pronged assault. The air was thick with demonic energy, and the atmosphere was charged with malevolence. The smaller clans residing on Baiming Island were thrown into chaos by this overwhelming aura. In response to such a formidable display, the Little Extreme Palace swiftly received the news and implemented emergency measures, activating all prohibitions along the cold veins. Instantly, a layer of white frost enveloped the structures of the Little Extreme Palace, and the temperature plummeted several degrees, accompanied by a flurry of snow. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts from Wanyao Valley promptly stationed lower-tier beasts around the periphery of Baiming Island to prevent any harm from the cold energy. To further deplete the coldness on the island, high-ranking demonic beasts of level 7 and above formed small squads to assault Baiming Island. The beasts from the icy sea, undeterred by the cold and snow, charged directly onto the island, with thousands of icy sea beasts making their way toward the Little Extreme Palace. However, what the icy sea beasts did not anticipate was that upon reaching the Little Extreme Palace, they would vanish as if a cow had sunk into the sea, dissolving into the frigid landscape. Before they even realized the peril they faced, they were already transformed. The remaining high-ranking cultivators within the Little Extreme Palace would not allow them to approach the Ice City so easily. Chapter 274. Attack on the Little Extreme Palace. The assault on the Little Extreme Palace commenced, as all remaining high-ranking cultivators utilized the array's prohibitions to release the cold energy, unleashing a cacophony of slaughter upon the island. Countless translucent ice sea beasts, resembling jellyfish, crawled across the snowy terrain, their almost transparent bodies making them difficult to discern. Among them, a high-ranking disciple from the Minor Extreme Palace cautioned about the presence of the cold charm. Although this beast only possessed a rank of 5 or 6, it was unfazed by the blizzard. Upon receiving this warning, the cultivators realized that the so-called cold charm not only withstood the storm, but thrived in it. As soon as the words were spoken, a 6th-level cold charm suddenly paused, its body adorned with several pairs of eyes on either side, now glimmering with a crimson hue as it curiously gazed towards the gathering storm at North Underworld Island, joined by several 5th-level cold charms that also focused on the same location. With a swift whoosh, a piercing sound cut through the air before the cold charms could react. In an instant, their bodies were severed, the lower half separating from the upper, even their demon cores split in twain. Thuds echoed as the previously watchful cold charms were silently dismantled, their remains freezing instantly before cascading to the ground, shattering into pieces. After the bodies of the cold charms fell, a figure emerged from the very storm they had been observing, cloaked in white and shrouded by a hood. The features of this slender woman remained indistinct. With remarkable speed, she wove through the cold charms and vanished into the blizzard. Meanwhile, a bull-headed beast, towering approximately 10 feet tall, traversed the icy surface of a lake situated 100 miles from the Minor Extreme Palace. The beast's most striking features were its 2 jet-black, curved horns atop its head, along with a layer of leather skirt draping its lower body, the upper adorned with thick brown fur. The bull-headed entity emanated a blue ethereal glow, wielding a curved blade akin to a wheel upon its shoulder, ambling towards North Underworld Island at a steady pace. its cumbersome form appearing somewhat comical. Should the disciples of the minor extreme palace behold this bull-headed beast, terror would surely adorn their faces. For such a creature bore human-like features, indicating it was on the cusp of transformation, having reached the 7th rank and soon to enter the 8th. The North Underworld Island was shrouded in a prohibition against flight, allowing only beasts of the 8th rank or higher to breach this restriction and soar forth. Consequently, those not meeting this threshold were compelled to traverse the storm and hail on foot to enter the minor extreme palace's domain. Although the bull-headed beast had partially transformed, it was evident it had yet to attain the 8th rank, hence it could only proceed on foot. However, as it ambled across the icy lake, it suddenly swung its massive weapon, delivering a swift strike to the ice. A piercing scream resounded as a fissure several feet wide split the surface, from which blood began to bubble and seep out, soon freezing over. The enormous curved blade bore the remnants of the now frozen crimson liquid. Observing the bloodstains upon the ice, the bull-headed beast lazily grasped with its enormous claws, extracting a half-severed body, revealing attire unmistakably belonging to a disciple of the minor extreme palace. It appears that the disciples of the minor extreme palace are attempting to conceal themselves beneath the icy surface, poised to ambush the passing demonic beasts above. However, this seemingly foolish minotaur-like creature has discerned their scheme in advance, swiftly bringing an end to the cultivator's life. Glaring with crimson eyes at the frozen blood and the half-frozen body of the cultivator, the beast extended its massive hand and forcefully grasped the remnants of the fallen disciple, drawing them into its grasp. Without hesitation, the creature devoured the remnants, and within the span of a tea ceremony, the remains were consumed entirely. Satisfied, the minotaur-like beast patted its swollen belly and continued onward with its colossal curved blade. Such scenes have been recurrent over the past week. Either the concealed disciples of the minor extreme palace succeeded in their ambush, or the ground-level demonic beasts above detected and slaughtered the cultivators before consuming them. Each day on Biming Island, various horrific spectacles unfold, painting the surrounding icy seas a pale red, akin to purgatory. However, these occurrences are limited to the periphery of Biming Island, primarily involving low-tier demonic beasts and cultivators below the core formation stage, which predominantly includes outer palace disciples. In contrast, the inner palace disciples of the minor extreme palace are generally above the core formation stage. Those who have not attained the nascent soul stage are sheltered within the Void Spirit Hall, while those who have reached the nascent soul stage await directives from the Grand Elder within the Ice City to confront the higher-tier demonic beasts. At this moment, the high-tier demonic beasts from the icy seas and the myriad demon valleys are soaring above the ice lake, hastening towards the ice city of the minor extreme palace. Although they observe the plight of the low-tier beasts and cultivators below, they show no inclination to descend and assist. The sheer number of low-tier cultivators renders any intervention unnecessary. Even if they were to assist, it would not significantly harm the minor extreme palace, but would squander their own spiritual energy. It is far more prudent to conserve their strength for encounters with higher-tier cultivators upon reaching the minor extreme palace. Moreover, these low-tier cultivators are all concealed beneath the ice, necessitating a considerable investment of time and effort to locate them. Coupled with the various concealment techniques employed by these cultivators, the difficulty of the search is exacerbated. Thus, numerous high-tier demonic beasts refrain from wasting time and energy in pursuit of low-tier cultivators. At that moment, as the high-tier demonic beasts traversed through the wind and hail barriers, within the highest pavilion of the minor extreme palace, the previously referred to matriarch, a beautiful woman of the Liu family, sat regally upon a jade chair at the head of the hall. Flanking her on either side were the elders of the minor extreme palace, all of whom were nascent soul cultivators. The middle-aged beauty and the elders were attentively observing a disciple of the minor extreme palace standing in the center of the hall, reporting the current situation. The first batch of 100 high-tier disciples had been dispatched, of which 37 life tablets had already extinguished. Reports indicated an assembly of 128 demonic beasts of varying tiers approaching, predominantly from the icy seas. A second wave of disciples had been organized and should now be converging with the first batch, likely engaging with those demonic beasts. The white-clad disciple respectfully reported to the middle-aged beauty at the head of the hall. It seemed the time was drawing near. The demonic beasts were likely within a 10-mile radius of the ice city. She instructed to notify Elder Yi that the sea suppression bell would be activated in an hour. This time, it is imperative to deliver a severe blow to the low-level beasts of the Ice Sea. Otherwise, when they assault the Zaijigang, it will pose a significant predicament for us. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman made subsequent arrangements, her expression remaining as impassive as ever, betraying no emotions. An elder with silvery hair promptly stood and bowed in response to the woman's orders, addressing her as Palace Master. He then formed a hand seal, conjuring a red light in his palm, which he waved to dispatch a sound transmission talisman. The glimmer vanished in an instant. Observing the disappearance of the light, the middle-aged woman turned to another elder, saying, "Disciple Ding, the protective formation has been fully activated. Let us also initiate the promised treasures." It seems the high-level beasts of the Ice Sea are about to go into a frenzy. The elder referred to as Ding also stood, affirming her words. He then transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed. After organizing these arrangements, the middle-aged woman addressed the remaining elders, instructing them to relay word that the disciples exiting the city should exercise caution. The Jinhai bell can only be utilized for the duration of a single incense stick, and once employed, it will require centuries of slumber before it can be used again. Notify our disciples that when the time arrives, they must return to the city immediately and seal all secret teleportation arrays to prevent exploitation by the beasts, thus safeguarding the North Night Zaijigang. The remaining cultivators wore expressions of unspoken tension, rising one after another to salute and comply. As the middle-aged woman's orders were issued, the Yuanying elders departed one by one. Simultaneously, hundreds of miles away in various directions from the Ice City, large groups of high-level beasts converged at a single location. Appearing at the midsection of a modest ice mountain, their escape lights flickering down. From this vantage point, one could discern the grand formation enveloping the Zaijigang, shrouded in a veil of white mist, rendering it indistinct. These high-level beasts had all entered their transformation phase, their expressions grave, far removed from their prior expectations. However, the lesser beasts showed no inclination to retreat, as their plans contained elements beyond anyone's anticipation. At this moment, the group of transformation phase beasts divided into two factions. One faction consisted of a dozen members, featuring an elder and a child at the center. Each transformed beast was uniformly dressed, despite their slight differences from humans in appearance. Their movements mirrored those of human cultivators. The other faction comprised over 20 members, with a tall, silver-clad woman at the center. Although this faction had also taken on human forms, they donned simple garments made from various furs, some even bearing bare torsos. Their expressions were malevolent, unmistakably indicating their nefarious nature. This faction brandished weapons, swords, axes, and more, either slung over their backs or held aloft, with leather storage pouches at their waists. Though the rationale behind not storing their weapons within these pouches remained unclear, despite their human forms, even those of some cultivation level could easily discern their true nature as transformation phase beasts, their ferocity evident. The faction with fewer beasts cast unabashed, disdainful glances at the larger group, while the latter reciprocated with hostile glares. All were beasts of grade 8 or higher. Most astonishing of all was the presence of 3 grade 10 beasts among these two factions. In the midst of 2 teams of monstrous beasts stood an elderly man, a young child, and a woman of silver fur. The formidable might of 3 10th-level beasts could rival even the most powerful sects among the righteous and demonic factions. Coupled with the presence of dozens of higher-order beasts, their strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators by an immeasurable margin. The elder, clad in a dark robe, possessed a square visage and piercing eyes that shone with vitality, his gray hair tinged with a hint of azure, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. The child, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, had cherubic cheeks and a handsome face, yet his eyes resembled blood-red orbs, seemingly capable of dripping crimson, with a faint smile gracing his lips, rendering his countenance particularly eerie. The silver fur woman, on the other hand, exuded an elegant beauty, her skin as pristine as snow, a true paragon of allure that starkly contrasted with the grotesque visages of the surrounding higher-order beasts. Yet, upon encountering such a captivating figure, the fearsome beasts lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze, their expressions betraying a sense of trepidation. The elder in the dark robe, observing the unhidden smile on the beauty's face, spoke, "Fair Phoenix, it is a pleasure to see you well. Little did he expect that the disciples of the Northern Knight's minor extreme palace would be so willing to unleash the accumulated chill of millennia all at once. In the face of future formidable foes, one could only wonder how they would manage. While his words implied concern, a triumphant smile played upon his lips, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The silver fur woman retorted with a cold laugh. Ah, dear Qing, your hypocrisy remains unchanged. Since you are aware of our purpose here, why feign ignorance? We did not come for the cold essence, but the human cultivators of the minor extreme palace are oblivious to this fact, and thus, they will resist fiercely. It is said they have exhausted all the resources left by their ancestral founder, revealing their deep-seated fear. If they do not resist with all their might, once we breach their defenses, what use will the accumulated chill serve? It is clearly for their defense, the child interjected, his youthful visage belying a voice that resonated with the gravitas of an ancient sage. The elder shook his head and continued, however, I did not anticipate that fair Phoenix would personally take action. I must admit, I am somewhat astonished. Before the silver fur woman could respond, the child chimed in again. It is said that Phoenix has been in seclusion for 2 millennia, never departing from Abyss Island. The fact that we could summon her is indeed surprising. What is there to be so astonished about? It is an overreaction. If it were any other matter, I would not be moved. But concerning the ascension to the spirit realm, how could this island lord entrust such a matter to subordinates? You too have taken personal action, have you not? The silver fur woman replied with a cool demeanor, casting only a fleeting glance at the child. The child's face broke into a grin, his blood-red eyes narrowing as he burst into laughter. Ah, I did not expect that upon mentioning this matter to fair Phoenix, she would so readily agree. This is indeed beyond my expectations. It seems that the Northern Knight's minor extreme palace has angered not just the beasts of our myriad demon valley. The silver fur woman merely curled her lips slightly, and then she heard the young child continue. It seems that Taoist Feng has long desired to eradicate the lineage of the Ice Soul Fairy from the human realm. Apparently, this time, it is Wan Yao Valley that has provided Taoist Feng with a fitting garment. The silver fur woman snorted coldly, saying, had it not been for the Ice Soul Fairy back in the day, how could Abyss Island have remained frozen for a century? Chapter 275, Spatial Node. In all these years concerning ascension to the spirit realm, perhaps this is the only opportunity. The body that Brother Che has cultivated has consumed considerable effort. If it were to sustain damage, it would be a great loss. The silver fur woman cast a sidelong glance at the child, her expression remaining indifferent. The child wore a peculiar smile on his face and remarked, Taoist Feng is well aware that this may indeed be the sole chance. No matter the cost, I would willingly accept the loss. He continued, however, I never anticipated that the spatial node in the human realm would be located within the rift of the void spirit hall of the Little Extreme Palace. Had I not sent people to investigate multiple times and confirm the findings, I would not have acted so rashly. He added, moreover, the North Night Little Extreme Palace is the foremost sect in the north, founded by ancient cultivators whose power should not be underestimated. They cannot be easily eradicated. The child squinted his eyes and stated. The silver fur woman, her gaze flickering, replied, only a spatial rift capable of accommodating such a colossal entity as the Void Spirit Hall can maintain a stable existence for over 1,000 years. Since Brother Che has already searched the other locations and heard no fruitful results, I wonder how he plans to proceed if this time yields nothing. There is no room for doubt. We shall continue searching for the spatial node. If ancient cultivators could find it, why can't we? It is merely a matter of longevity, the child sneered. Our time is limited. It is said that you are a descendant of a certain ancient demon from the spirit realm, possessing remarkable abilities. And your lifespan is reportedly much longer than that of ordinary beasts. Over the years, Brother Che has likely begun to seal his true form using secret techniques to extend his lifespan, much like myself. The silver fur woman said, gazing enigmatically at the child. What of it? Since you are aware, why should the fairy Feng inquire further? The child's expression turned cold, as if he had been reminded of a taboo, darkening significantly. Yet, this method cannot be sustained for long. A few days ago, I received news from the Five Dragon Sea that the old monster by Lu has passed away. He too was a descendant of ancient spiritual beasts, having achieved mastery during the ancient wars. Usually, he would not need to reveal his true form unless his life was in peril. However, what meaning is there in living such a meager existence, when one ultimately cannot escape the cycle of heavenly retribution? The silver fur woman sighed. glancing at the imposing formation of the little extreme palace, sensing something amiss. Thus, we must locate the position of the spatial node. No matter the danger, we must take the risk. If Taoist Feng is willing, let us join forces and venture forth. The child said, his face brimming with ambition as he regarded the silver fur woman. Let us first assess the North Night Little Extreme Palace. If indeed the true spatial node lies within the rift of the Void Spirit Hall, it is worth pursuing, the silver fur woman replied calmly. The elder in the soapy robe, who had remained silent until now, spoke, assuring Feng Xianzi that the Valley of 10,000 Demons had commenced a solo assault on the Lesser Extreme Palace. There had been several instances of breaching the Ice City, forcing the cultivators of the Lesser Extreme Palace to seek refuge within the Hall of Void Spirits. With the assistance of fellow Taoists, success was inevitable. Moreover, they had succeeded in compelling their adversaries to resort to the Hall of Void Spirits, tearing through the fabric of space to escape. This would require the aid of their companions' divine abilities. The Icewind clan inherently possessed a certain aptitude for rending space, and the companions need not worry. They would not be let down. The silver fur woman spoke with great pride. The 3 level 10 demon beasts continued to discuss these matters, unperturbed by the presence of other demon beasts around them. However, the others dared not interject, their expressions betraying an extraordinary tension, fearing that their noise might incite the ire of the 3. Upon hearing the silver fur woman's words, the previously sullen expression of the young child transformed. And just as he was about to speak, his countenance shifted again as he lifted his gaze into the distance. Simultaneously, the elder in the soapy robe and the silver fur woman sensed something amiss, their astonished faces directed toward the same horizon. Within the ice city of the Lesser Extreme Palace, amidst the vast expanse of white, a tremendous spiritual pressure surged forth, breaking through the heavens and rapidly expanding in all directions. A resonant sound akin to the roaring of dragons and the howling of tigers echoed from the distant sky. The ice sea demon beasts of levels 7 and 8 heard this sound and were visibly affected, struggling to maintain their stance as they yearned to prostrate in submission. In contrast, the shape-shifting demon beasts from the Valley of 10,000 Demons remained unscathed, looking toward the ice sea beasts with puzzled expressions. The silver fur woman, however, remained unfazed by the chime. For being a level 10 demon beast, she was not easily intimidated by ordinary treasures. Yet, upon hearing the tolling, her face reflected confusion, soon transforming into an expression of intense fury as she shouted, "The sea calming bell. It is the ancestral treasure of our Ice Sea clan. I cannot believe that it was indeed demanded by the Ice Soul Fairy all those years ago. Such audacity." As she bellowed, her amber eyes shifted to a frigid azure, a clear indication of her profound wrath. Upon hearing her words, the elder in the soapy robe and the young child exchanged a glance, both displaying a hint of surprise. They had not anticipated that the sea calming bell would exert such an influence over the ice sea demon beasts. Yet, they pondered whether the cultivator or demon beast that forged the bell intended to conquer the ice sea or to safeguard its denizens. If Lin Mo were present, he would likely lean towards the former. Otherwise, why would the ice sea's people create a treasure that could restrain their own kin? If he heard the silver fur woman refer to it as an ancestral treasure, he would certainly scoff and retort, questioning how they had offended their ancestors to warrant the creation of such a device against themselves. Alas, Lin Mo was absent, leaving no one to inquire into this matter. As the elder in the soapy robe and the young child were still engaged in their contemplations, they noticed that the previously unsteady ice sea demon beasts had regained their composure. It appeared the effect had lasted but a moment. The affected ice sea demon beasts began to release their demonic aura, some summoning their protective spirit treasures. Once the influence of the sea calming bell diminished to its lowest point, aside from a lingering dizziness, they exhibited no other symptoms. After the ice sea beasts of levels 7 and 8 nearly fully recovered, the complexion of the silver fur maiden improved somewhat, her azure eyes reverting to their original amber hue. Just as all the beasts were still in a state of bewilderment, the silver fur maiden suddenly shimmered and transformed into a radiant orb, soaring into the heavens without allowing any of the beasts a moment to react. Instinctively, all the beasts, whether from the ice sea or the myriad demon valley, lifted their gazes towards the luminous orb that had shot upwards, only to witness it abruptly explode in the air, dispersing into countless delicate crystal threads that spread out in all directions before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, The ice sea beasts below shifted their expressions in alarm. And before they could take any action, the very orb they had just seen reappeared in the sky, revealing not a mere light, but the ethereal figure of a woman descending upon an ice mountain. It was none other than the Silver Fur Maiden. At this moment, her face was ashen, her demeanor reflecting deep contemplation. Observing this, the elderly man in a dark robe furrowed his brow and gently inquired why the Phoenix Fairy had expended such considerable mental energy, suggesting that if any issues had arisen, it would be prudent to discuss them openly for the sake of collaboration. Upon hearing his question, the Silver Fur Maiden felt breathless with indignation, coldly retorting that the cultivators from the North Night Minor Palace were indeed excessively arrogant, having not only employed the treasure of their Ice Sea clan, the sea-suppressing bell, but also dispatched numerous cultivators to slaughter the lower-tier beasts of their Ice Sea kin. The elderly man in the dark robe exchanged a glance with the young child, pondering whether the Silver Fur Maiden might be overly cautious. The maiden, with her icy gaze, continued, stating that she had only sensed a small area. Yet many earth-tier beasts had already fallen victim to treachery. The young child, contemplating this revelation, remarked on the existence of such a situation. While he had previously heard of a unique treasure from the Ice Sea that could render ice attribute beasts immobile with only a mere bone, he did not anticipate it being in the possession of the Minor Palace. Could it be the sea-suppressing bell that the Phoenix Fairy mentioned? If it were indeed a clan treasure, how had it come to be in the hands of human cultivators? The young child harbored doubts, realizing that in forming an alliance, it was essential to ascertain the value of the other party. If they were of no use, it could adversely impact his own aspirations. The Silver Fur Maiden took a deep breath, closing her eyes, and clarified that the sea-suppressing bell was not as formidable as rumored, merely a replica of a spiritual treasure, with ice sea beasts of level 8 and above largely unaffected, as their magical powers were nearly sufficient to counter it. In other words, those below level 8 would face significant repercussions. The young child understood that the Silver Fur Maiden had more to say, but chose not to interrupt, listening intently as she continued, remarking that when the Ice Soul Fairy had sealed her Ice Abyss Island, she had inexplicably vanished, wielding a tremendous deterrent effect on ice sea beasts below level 8. Yet, this deterrent only lasted for a mere quarter of an hour, and it required a century to recover before it could be activated again. The elderly man in the dark robe stroked his chin thoughtfully, commenting that it seemed this was a treasure left behind by the Ice Soul Fairy to suppress the Ice Sea kin. He pondered whether it was necessary to dispatch someone to rescue the earth-tier beasts of the Ice Sea, and the Phoenix Fairy's intentions were, "There is no need for that. By the time we arrive, the practitioners of the Minor Extreme Palace will have deliberately withdrawn. Even if all the Earth-level Ice Sea beasts are annihilated, it matters not to us. It is trivial in the grand scheme of things." It seems the Minor Extreme Palace believes this would undermine the foundational essence of our Ice Sea, which is nothing short of laughable. The Silver Fur Woman remarked with a cold smirk. The Ice Sea is teeming with countless beasts. Surely, the Minor Extreme Palace cannot slay them all. The young child mused with a glint in his eye. Such delusions are laughable. The essence of my Ice Sea cannot be harmed by a mere Minor Extreme Palace. Those who dared to employ the sea-suppressing bell to slay our beasts shall find this grudge noted. Listen well, once we breach the Minor Extreme Palace, not a single low-level practitioner who has not entered the ethereal spirit hall shall be spared. We shall eradicate them all. A fleeting glimpse of brutality crossed the Silver Fur Woman's face. The ice sea beasts surrounding her glowed with crimson eyes, not from anger at the slaughter of their kin, but from the exhilaration of impending carnage, as they echoed their agreement in unison. The young child, witnessing this, chuckled and said, "If that is the case, shall we not begin to dismantle the formation? Though we may not arrive in time, our low-level beasts from the Myriad Beasts Valley remain unscathed. Once the chill within the Ice City dissipates, we shall surge forth, and the Myriad Beasts Valley will undoubtedly assist Lady Foam. Yet, before that, we must first dismantle this grand formation." Without waiting for the Silver Fur Woman to respond, he formed a hand seal, palms upwards, summoning a mass of black mist that he cast into the air, transforming it into a flag. The flag, gray and diminutive, bore the semblance of countless beasts, their wails echoing, yet it remained eerily silent, devoid of any unusual sounds. The Silver Fur Woman observed the flag intently, and after a moment, she gasped, retracting her gaze with incredulity, and inquired of the young child, "Is this truly the fabled Myriad Beast banner of the Myriad Beasts Valley?" The child, brimming with pride, nodded affirmatively, declaring it indeed the treasured myriad banner of the Myriad Beasts Valley, and Lady Feng's insight is truly remarkable. This banner has been forged from years of essence steeped in the aura of countless beasts. Its power is unfathomable, and this is merely a fragment of the banner, unable to unleash its full might. Yet, even so, with the cooperation of all present allies, within a few days, the beastly essence within the banner shall render the current restrictions null and void. Then, the young child rubbed his hands together, casting a gray spell upon the myriad banner, causing it to shimmer with light. The 5 to 6-inch banner began to whirl autonomously, and the beasts depicted upon it shifted and danced in a chaotic display. An overwhelming multitude. Observing this, the silver fur woman's expression softened as she summoned the icy beasts, all of them leaping into the air, calling forth their own magical artifacts, awaiting the final command. The elder in the black robe also withdrew his smile, adopting a grave demeanor as he issued a similar command. The beasts of the Myriad Beasts Valley transformed into radiant beams of light, shooting into the heavens, summoning their innate treasures in anticipation of orders. At this moment, the mountain was swept by a fierce demonic wind, nearly obscuring half the sky. Upon witnessing this, the young child erupted into a fit of laughter, only for the joy upon his visage to swiftly dissipate. His lips quivered as he uttered a cryptic and esoteric incantation, and at that moment, the ethereal banner of myriad demons began to swell and expand. In the span of a mere tea time, what had once been a modest 5 or 6 inches transformed into a colossal banner, reaching hundreds of zhang and nearly enveloping the entire summit of the ice mountain. The pole supporting this immense banner was as thick as a water vat, and upon the banner's surface, the demonic beasts appeared almost alive, each displaying a myriad of expressions, fluttering and poised to spring into action. The young child, witnessing this spectacle, commanded forth with a voice like thunder. From the gigantic banner erupted the wild roars of countless demonic creatures, and the flag's surface began to spew forth an array of demonic energy, surrounding the banner in a torrent that surged forth like a floodgate unleashed. The vibrant, demonic energies cascaded from the banner, pouring forth into the misty cold, and the myriad demons upon the ice mountain, unwilling to be outdone, surged downwards in unison. Amidst the frigid air, figures of varying statures emerged, radiating diverse glimmers of light. Chapter 276. The imminent battle. The battle was at hand. Several cultivators had long concealed themselves within the white mist, and now, seeing the advancing demonic beasts show no intent of retreat, they boldly charged forth to meet the oncoming horde. Centuries of saturated peace began to tilt and ultimately shatter, heralding the commencement of a cataclysmic clash between the cultivators of the human realm and the demonic beasts on the icy expanse of the North Ming Island's lesser extreme palace. Meanwhile, within the ethereal temple's Xianyu cave, the massive sphere of light contained not only Lin Mo's azure and violet cold flames, but also 4 other hues: black, white, yellow, and green, projecting into the pearlescent sphere of cold mist above. These were the extreme cold flames unleashed by Master Mojiao and others. At this moment, the 5 cultivators, including Lin Mo, appeared utterly drained, their faces ghastly pale. In particular, Elder Bai Mengxin of the Lesser Extreme Palace looked even worse, her pallor transcending mere whiteness, approaching a near transparency, with strands of white woven into her inky black hair. Observing the surface of the central light sphere, the flames of various hues danced erratically, while the figure of the coldly immortal within the sphere underwent the most striking transformation. He was no longer the diminutive form of an elder. He now appeared to have grown to a height of roughly 10 feet. His previously aged visage had transformed, with white hair reverting to black, and his once deeply creased face now smooth and youthful, resembling that of a robust man in his 30s. It seemed to be a reflection of the coldly immortal's youthful self. At this moment, the coldly immortal had his eyes firmly shut, his bare upper body revealing a remarkable physique. However, several silver blades glimmered ominously, embedded in critical areas such as his chest, neck, and abdomen. Though the wounds were not deep, the lower halves of the blades protruded ominously, and strikingly, there was not a single drop of blood to be seen, rendering the scene exceedingly eerie. What was even more unsettling than the blades were the several inch-long luminous worms on his body, pulsating with different colors of light, seemingly emitting their own illumination. These worms writhed into his flesh, only to emerge again, creating a grotesque and alarming sight. If Lin Mo were to open his eyes and gaze upon this scene, he would undoubtedly be seized by a chilling dread. Each time the luminous insect burrows into the flesh of the cold Li, a tremor courses through the body of the venerable figure, and a look of agony quickly manifests upon the youthful visage, as if enduring some immense torment. Only those possessing a certain level of cultivation can perceive these radiant insects, for they are not of this world, but rather illusions conjured from various frigid flames. With each passage into the body of cold Li, the insects diminish in size, shrinking incrementally. Once they reach a certain diminutive state, they vanish with a soft pop. When one of these insects dissipates, a new one is torn from the milky sphere to replace it, identical to its predecessor. This ceaseless cycle continues in an endless loop. Within cold Li's dantian resides a small, robust primordial infant, resembling a miniature version of a strong adult. At this moment, the infant is forming seals with its hands, enveloped in a layer of blue ice flames. The luminous insects penetrate the body, traversing through the blue flames, inhaled through the nostrils of the primordial infant, and subsequently emerge from its mouth, re-entering the sturdy form of cold Li. The infant appears unperturbed by this intrusion, its blue flames merely flickering in intensity. In this state, time seems to stretch indefinitely until cold Li's body convulses violently, followed by the opening of his eyes. The 5 surrounding cultivators, seemingly receiving a signal, simultaneously adjust their hand seals, while the myriad colors of light from the sphere begin to reverse, and the lotus beneath them dissipates entirely. Subsequently, Lin Mo and the other 4 cultivators retrieve pills from their waists to consume, then extract spirit stones and close their eyes to meditate. This scene has not transpired just once or twice. Over the past fortnight, such adjustments have been required periodically, each time depleting their internal spiritual energy. Fortunately, their substantial wealth allows them to recover swiftly with the aid of various spirit stones and pills. Lin Mo's storage bag still contains a vial of universal liquid from Hanli, though it is not the right moment to utilize it. Observing that Lin Mo and the others have retracted their extreme cold aura, cold Li once again enters a meditative state. As time passes gradually, Lady Long suddenly opens her eyes, gazing at the refined figure of cold Li within the sphere. With a profound sigh, she remarks on cold Li's remarkable ability to endure the excruciating pain of the 5 flames cleansing, an endurance that commands respect. Such torment is not something the average person could withstand, akin to a fate worse than death. It is evident that cold Li must have practiced a unique secret technique. Otherwise, his body would have long succumbed to collapse. No matter how strong one's willpower, the flesh cannot withstand such trials. The middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe, upon hearing her words, opens his eyes and smiles faintly at Lady Long, acknowledging her vast experience. He explains that cold Li had practiced a body-forging secret technique in his early years, endowing him with physical capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary cultivators. Master Mojiao also opens his eyes, realizing, so that is the case. We have subjected cold Li to the extreme cold flames for cleansing dozens of times, fully unleashing his potential. It seems that both his body and primordial infant have reached their limits, and only the final breakthrough remains. At this critical juncture, it is likely that the decisive moment is merely a couple of days away. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly, opening his eyes to address the group, stating that the mysterious cold energy within the magic array was insufficient and that they needed to halt the formation to replenish it from the outside. Cold Li, who had just closed his eyes, opened them once more within the luminous sphere, gazing at Lin Mo with a profound expression and remarking with vigor that he had not anticipated Lin's understanding of this secret technique to such an extent, capable of perceiving such nuances. Indeed, it was necessary to regather the surrounding mysterious cold energy for the final breakthrough. Although Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, he felt a wave of astonishment as he looked into the glowing sphere. Cold Li then rose to his feet, emerging from the milky white sphere, and the 5 short blades that had been embedded in his body fell away. Strangely, there were no scars where the blades had pierced him, and the smile on his face sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. He could not shake the feeling that something about this expression was not characteristic of a typical cultivator, as if it radiated an otherworldly aura. Cold Li hovered in the air, and Lin Mo suppressed his unease, offering a feigned smile as he replied that there was nothing much, merely a speculation. Yet Cold Li continued to gaze meaningfully at Lin Mo and, Retrieving a blue robe from his waist pouch, donned it before asking Lin Mo, who had been observing for several dozen days, how many opportunities he thought the old man had for breaking through his current bottleneck. Lin Mo's smile gradually faded as he addressed coldly, saying that the secret technique of the shattered mirror was entirely of the old man's own creation, and he presumed that Coldly must already have his own conclusions. Thus, it would be inappropriate for Lin Mo to show off his skills before him. However, Coldly was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, insisting that while he indeed had his own conclusions, he was still eager to hear Lin Mo's thoughts. Since Lin Mo had such profound insights regarding this secret technique, they might as well engage in a discussion. Lin Mo, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied that he could not possibly predict better than Coldly. He cast a discreet glance. Coldly merely laughed heartily, not dwelling on the matter further. In the void, he flicked his fingers, unleashing dozens of magical techniques that swiftly merged into the surrounding light curtain, only to vanish moments later. The magic array emitted a resounding roar, and in an instant, it too disappeared. Meanwhile, the 5 luminous pillars where the unperturbed cultivators had sat also vanished, causing the 5 cultivators to gently descend from the void. At this moment, the surrounding light curtain completely dissipated, and the external tempest seemed to finally subside. The pearlescent sphere in the sky cast a chilling light upon the 5 cultivators, who simultaneously activated their extreme cold flames for protection. Lin Mo, Madame Long, and Master Mojiao wore expressions of confusion, their unsettling feelings deepening. In contrast, the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe and Bai Mengxin appeared to be already aware, showing no signs of surprise. Before Lin Mo and the other 3 could voice their inquiries, they heard Coldly extend his already towering form, stating that he had made slight adjustments to the magic array and would regather some cold energy over the next day. He encouraged his fellow cultivators to take this time to rest adequately, hoping that they would assist him once more in breaking through his bottleneck on the following day. If successful, I assure you, esteemed fellow cultivators, that I shall not go back on my word. The sincerity etched upon Master Hanli's brow was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Lady Long, moved by Master Hanli's earnest expression, promptly replied, "Rest assured, my friend Hanli, for we, having pledged ourselves to this endeavor, shall not falter. We shall exert every effort to assist you in shattering the mirror. Moreover, should this secret technique prove successful, it would hold significant meaning for me as well. There may come a day when I might find it useful." Master Mojiao, equally undeterred, calmly added, "If fortune allows me to reach the later stages of the nascent soul, I too may find it beneficial." Lin Mo had remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Although Master Hanli uttered no words, he was evidently pleased with the responses of the 3 external cultivators. After expressing his gratitude, he began to manipulate the formation. Lin Mo, Master Mojiao, and Lady Long retreated to the Sun Essence Chamber to rest. While their spiritual energies had been replenished, the relentless tribulations they had endured left them considerably fatigued, necessitating a period of recuperation. Thus, a day passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Mo and the others emerged from the Sun Essence Chamber once more, they found Master Hanli once again seated within the pearlescent orb of light suspended in the sky. Notably, this orb appeared to have expanded significantly compared to before. The middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe and Bai Mengxin had also taken the opportunity to rest within the chamber, while Master Hanli remained outside. Observing the enlarged orb with a sense of unease, Lin Mo was preparing to examine the altered formation when he heard Master Mojiao exclaim in surprise, his expression tinged with an oddity. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, glancing at Master Mojiao. Following his gaze, he noticed that the previously discernible entrance had vanished, along with the enormous cauldron that had initiated the Xianyu cave. Lady Long, unable to contain her impatience, cast a displeased look at Master Hanli and inquired, "What does this mean, friend Hanli?" To this, Master Hanli responded with a beaming smile, "Dear friends, do not be alarmed. Today's breakthrough is of utmost importance to me, and I wish to avoid any unforeseen interruptions during my shattering of the mirror. Therefore, I have temporarily sealed all entrances, as my forthcoming breakthrough requires the might of the Qianlong cauldron." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, having previously only half-trusted Master Hanli's words. He now found the Master's demeanor to be exceedingly peculiar. This sentiment was not exclusive to Lin Mo. Even Lady Long and Master Mojiao bore expressions of confusion, their hesitation palpable as they gazed at Master Hanli in the void, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, The atmosphere within the Xian Yu cave grew palpably tense. The middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe and Bai Mengxin emerged together, yet they spoke not a word. Noticing their silence, Master Hanli, with a warm demeanor, addressed them. It is my oversight for not clarifying earlier, which has caused unease among you. It is not essential for me to rely on the Qianlong cauldron. However, the entrance cannot be opened for the time being and must remain closed. In this case, how about I place the Qianlong ding at the entrance? Without waiting for the three to respond, he waved his sleeve, and a swirl of blue spiritual light enveloped the shrunken ding, lifting it into the air before it settled below the entrance. The three, seeing this, though still puzzled, felt a sense of relief now that the ding was several hundred feet away from Hanli. Then, Lady Long chuckled dryly and said, "Dear friend Hanli, you are overthinking it. We three friends are merely curious." Without waiting for Hanli's reminder, they stepped directly into the formation. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Sensing that Hanli's entire demeanor had shifted, it was no longer that of a cultivator, but carried an eerie quality. The Grand Elder must certainly be concealing something from the cultivators assisting him in breaking the mirror. Just as Lin Mo was deep in thought, he suddenly received a transmission from Master Mojiao. "Friend Lin, what Hanli said makes a great deal of sense, yet I still harbor some doubts. For the sake of caution, shall we advance and retreat together?" Lin Mo's heart sank, and he discreetly glanced at Master Mojiao, who smiled faintly in return. Soon after, he received another transmission from the Master. "Lady Long has some connections with the Little Extreme Palace. We should exercise caution." Unsure of the veracity of Master Mojiao's words, Lin Mo pondered how to respond when a tremendous rumble suddenly erupted from the ethereal hall above the Xianyu cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble as if it had sustained a severe blow. Lin Mo's expression changed immediately. Chapter 277. The final round of breaking the mirror. At this moment, atop the summit of the Little Extreme Palace, a snow-white phoenix, several yards in size, was circling above the activated barrier. As it unfurled its wings, a chilling wind swept past, condensing frost beneath its body, and in an instant, a massive iceberg over 100 feet tall formed below. After circling once in the air, it released its claws. The iceberg plummeted with a thunderous crash, striking the barrier with a sound akin to a mountain collapsing. A multitude of white rays exploded forth, and the once solid barrier twisted violently. Onlookers would have thought it shattered. Yet, the barrier of the Little Extreme Palace, after a violent tremor, restored itself to its original state, remaining unbroken. However, the immense mountain quaked under such a tremendous impact, causing some unstable structures within the palace to topple and even collapse entirely. The orchestrator of this chaos was none other than the Ice Sea 10th level demon beast, the Phoenix, who was the Silver Fur Woman. Previously, the Little Extreme Palace had activated the Sea Settling Bell, resulting in the annihilation of many lower-tier demon beasts from the Ice Sea. While this did not threaten the Ice Sea's foundation, vengeance was still to be had. Moreover, to use treasures from the Ice Sea to slay its own beasts was an affront too great to bear. Consumed by rage, the ancient spirit beast, imbued with ice attributes, disregarded the outer ice-cold barrier formation, tearing through space to invade the skies above the Ice City, where it unleashed its divine powers to assault the protective barrier of the Little Extreme Palace. A sudden and stealthy strike succeeded, causing chaos among the cultivators within the towering mountains. The high-ranking practitioners of the Xiaoji Palace below would not allow the demonic beasts to strike unchallenged. The Ice Phoenix shimmered with a flash of white light, beginning to coalesce a massive iceberg of several hundred feet. A silvery beam and a white light emerged from the protective barrier, revealing the figures of Bai Yaoi and the gray-haired Elder Yi. Bai Yaoi issued a sharp command, summoning two silver flying swords that soared upward. Meanwhile, Elder Yi's expression darkened. He rubbed his hands together, conjuring a treasure that shot forth from his sleeve. Unleashing a fierce gale, in his hand appeared a translucent jade vial, radiating an enigmatic brilliance, the mouth of the vial erupting with a thunderous sound. Upon seeing this, the Ice Phoenix's eyes transformed to a pale green, its radiance swirling as its wings unfurled violently. The feathers on its wings, akin to ice spears, shot forth a dozen elongated projectiles towards Bai Yaoi and Elder Yi within the barrier. Noticing this, Elder Yi let out a cold snort, executing a hand seal over the jade vial and unleashing a series of incantations. The vial trembled, emitting a surge of black and white radiance that swiftly intertwined with the ice spears. Upon contact, the ice spears shuddered, rapidly diminishing in size until they were reduced to the length of chopsticks, subsequently drawn into the jade vial by the two-colored light. The ice phoenix, a flicker of confusion in its gaze, transformed into an overwhelming blizzard, sweeping toward Bai Yaoi and Elder Yi. Elder Yi huffed again, engaging in no dialogue with Bai Yaoi. Yet their movements suggested a deep-seated synergy from countless past encounters, as they became two streams of light that boldly charged forward against the black and white radiance. From the summit of the Xiaoji Palace, a series of explosive booms resonated, as the tempest of wind and snow intensified, the spiritual light flickering in the obscured view. At this moment, apart from the two elders of Xiaoji Palace and a demonic beast from the icy seas, no other elders or beasts joined the fray. Within the Suling Hall, in the Xianyu Cave, Lin Mo and the others felt the ripples of the fierce battle, exchanging glances of concern. Their eyes turned instinctively towards the figure of the coldly master within the luminous sphere. The coldly master opened his eyes and glanced toward the cave entrance. His previously maintained smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of solemnity. In a grave tone, he remarked, "It seems those demons have begun their assault on the North Night Xiaoji Palace. Thus, we cannot easily open this cave entrance. Otherwise, any disturbance during this critical juncture could render our previous efforts futile. I intend to rely on the strength of my fellow Taoists to withstand the horde of demons, ensuring no harm befalls the three of you." He gazed earnestly at Master Mojiao and the other cultivators. Upon hearing the coldly master's words, Lin Mo's brow furrowed even tighter, sensing an underlying resoluteness in the elder's tone that left him pondering its implications. Master Mojiao, noticing the coldly master's gaze upon him, rarely furrowing his brow, slowly replied, "We can all comprehend the sentiments expressed by our esteemed coldly Taoist. However, as we assist our fellow cultivator in breaking through their bottleneck, should they succeed and ascend to the stage of transformation, their power would surge, while our own vitality would be severely depleted. At such a moment, if our companion were to seal the cave, it would indeed cause us great unease." Upon hearing Master Mojiao's words, the gaze of the transcendent Hanli flickered swiftly, revealing a sense of strangeness to Lin Mo. The usually reticent Master Mojiao continued, stating that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and while one should harbor no ill will, one must also remain vigilant against the intentions of others. Even if this humble monk has some reservations about the Ziyajigong, it would be unwise to entrust one's life solely based on a few words from fellow cultivator Hanli. After speaking, he uttered a Buddhist chant. Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Hanli displayed an expression of resignation. Remarking that it was no surprise that the several cultivators were being so cautious. Were the roles reversed, he too would not place himself in such a predicament. However, given the circumstances, did Master Mojiao possess a plan that could satisfy all parties? Hanli's gaze remained fixed on Master Mojiao, who, upon hearing Hanli's inquiry, exhibited a glimmer of insight in his eyes, revealing that he had already devised a scheme. Master Mojiao then stated, "Since fellow cultivator Hanli has posed this inquiry, I shall share my thoughts. If fellow cultivator Hanli harbors no ulterior motives, why not temporarily entrust the Qianlong Ding to us three for safekeeping? Once this matter is resolved, we shall promptly return the Qianlong Ding to you. In this way, we three can assist fellow cultivator Hanli in breaking through the bottleneck with peace of mind." Upon hearing Master Mojiao's suggestion, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Glancing towards the Lady Long, who stood amidst the light beam, her expression one of confusion. Suddenly, Lin Mo had a realization and concurred, acknowledging that this indeed seemed like a mutually beneficial solution. The Lady Long cast her gaze between Master Mojiao and Lin Mo, furrowing her brow briefly before nodding in agreement, affirming the practicality of the proposal. However, the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe, upon hearing Master Mojiao's words, changed color and could no longer contain himself, stating, "Master Mojiao, I believe this is unwise. You are surely aware of the origins of the Qianlong Ding. It is a specialized artifact for cultivating the Qianlong ice flame of the Ziyajigong, and should not easily fall into the hands of others." He shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. Master Mojiao, known for his amiable demeanor, now regarded Hanli and the middle-aged cultivator with a cautious expression, asserting that the three of us would only be temporarily safeguarding the artifact and would not leave this place. Moreover, before departing, we would certainly return it in its entirety, with no intention of claiming it for ourselves. What could possibly be wrong with this? He questioned, as Ouyang, the middle-aged cultivator, appeared somewhat unconvinced. Before the middle-aged cultivator could voice further objections, he was interrupted by Hanli, who declared, "Enough, Ouyang. Master Mojiao's reasoning is not without merit. Since he believes this arrangement will bring peace of mind, I shall take it upon myself to agree to this. However, to whom among the three of you shall the Qianlong Ding be entrusted?" Lin Mo hesitated, realizing that Hanli was astute. Upon posing this question, Master Mojiao and Lady Long fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Lady Long, her expression shifting, stated, "Since it was Master Mojiao who proposed this, let us entrust the Qianlong Ding to him. I have considerable trust in Master Mojiao's character." Lin Mo's thoughts raced like lightning. After a brief contemplation, she narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded in an unintentional manner. Master Mojiao did not decline, responding solemnly, "Since both of you trust this humble monk so, I shall temporarily safeguard the Qianlong Ding." Master Hanli did not waste time either, seeing that Master Mojiao and the others had reached a decision. He pointed at the Qianlong Ding high in the sky. The ding spun a few times before the blue flames atop it receded, allowing it to descend slowly. Master Mojiao, not daring to be negligent, waved his sleeve, and a stream of green light flew out from his cuff, enveloping the shrinking Qianlong Ding and temporarily confining it. Master Hanli felt no concern, as Master Mojiao's cultivation of the extreme cold flame had no relation to the Qianlong ice flame, thus he feared no oversight. Seeing this, Lin Mo chose not to speak further, transforming instead into a streak of blue-purple light that struck the violet light pillar. Through her observations over the past few days, Lin Mo had gained a considerable understanding of this mirror-breaking secret technique. However, during this final phase of breaking the mirror, it was crucial for her to witness the ultimate synthesis with her own eyes. Although the cave's confinement stirred some unease within her, Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities left her with little apprehension regarding other matters. She thought to herself that even if Master Hanli succeeded in breaking through to the transformation stage, it would matter not. Cultivators at the transformation stage faced numerous constraints in the mortal realm. The jade slip left to her by Ling Long a decade ago contained records of certain prohibitions, which upon her understanding, had alleviated much of her trepidation. For safety's sake, Lin Mo summoned the tiny true fire she had released back into the formation, positioning it beneath the scattered stones, ensuring that it went unnoticed by the others. After securing the Qianlong Ding, Master Mojiao smiled knowingly and soared upward, followed by the remaining middle-aged cultivator in green robes and by Mingxin, both of whom entered the formation. Master Hanli did not hesitate either. He executed a hand seal, reigniting the formation. Radiant light surged around them, and the luminous barrier reappeared, enveloping Lin Mo and the others once more as a whirlwind arose, wrapping the barrier within. Lin Mo had already closed her eyes, and upon sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, she leisurely opened them again to survey her surroundings. The activated prohibitions were the same as before, yet based on her understanding of the formation, she discerned the intricacies within it. She remained silent, but her mind was busy analyzing the situation. Once all 5 cultivators had settled within the light pillar, Master Hanli, amidst the milky white cold light above, declared, "Let us begin. Should I succeed this time, I shall not forget the assistance of my esteemed friends." With that, he casually formed a seal, and the blue ice flames around him flickered urgently, transforming into a deep azure hue, reminiscent of a boundless ocean. Madame Long gazed at the azure ice flames conjured by Master Hanli with envy, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that Taoist Hanli's Qianlong ice flame has been refined to such an extent? In the mortal realm, I doubt anyone could achieve such a level of refinement." Lin Mo felt a tinge of surprise as well, casting a discreet glance at Master Hanli, pondering if this was indeed the fully refined Qianlong ice flame. All 6 cultivators sat cross-legged, and beneath Lin Mo and the other 5 cultivators, enormous luminous lotuses blossomed. Lin Mo subtly curled her lips and formed hand seals to activate the formation's techniques. Various hues of icy flames gradually emerged around several individuals, yet this time, Lin Mo and the others refrained from immediate action. Instead, they moved their lips slightly, quietly reciting incantations. Beneath them, the luminous lotus gradually expanded with the cadence of the incantations, transforming into several times its original size. Enhanced by the icy flames, the lotus radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light. Lin Mo felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, as if he were ensconced within a blazing sun. The Qianlan ice flame and the Ziluo extreme fire within him were entirely awakened. In the midst of the light orb in the sky, the Master Hanli, surrounded by various icy flames, suddenly struck his own crown with a single hand. The sound echoed ominously, and from his dantian, a small golden infant, several inches in size, erupted from his flesh. This tiny golden infant sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, adorned with a thumb-sized jade talisman that glimmered with a faint silver light, an appearance never seen before. The golden infant ascended to a height of about a zhang, then inhaled deeply before exhaling forcefully, releasing a sphere of blue, icy flames. The flames were a deep azure, undoubtedly the Qianlan ice flame refined by Master Hanli himself. Subsequently, a ring of blue light encircled the golden infant, spinning vigorously as it slowly ascended, gradually emerging from the milky white, icy mist. Upon witnessing the golden infant of Master Hanli drift away from his body, Lin Mo and the others wasted no time in directing their attacks toward the distant light orb, striking the shimmering barrier with their various icy flames. Instantly, a flurry of extreme cold flames surged forth. As the icy flames made contact with the golden infant, the surrounding light ring whirled rapidly, generating an immense suction force. The icy flames trembled, their direction shifting, and were swiftly drawn into the ring, where all hues of icy flames were consumed. The light ring, a dazzling spectrum of colors, was utterly breathtaking. If the 5 cultivators were to open their eyes and gaze upon it, they would surely be overwhelmed. As the icy flames were drawn in, the golden infant let out a low shout, unleashing a series of incantations that struck the light ring. A resounding roar echoed forth, causing the icy flames to quiver and subsequently detonate. The incantations in their hands grew increasingly frantic, one after another, as if striving to exhaust every last vestige of icy flames in a single breath. Chapter 278. The Beasts Concealed Within the Small Extreme Palace Upon the Explosion. Various spiritual lights intertwined and fused, quickly coalescing into a magnificent lotus. This colossal lotus differed significantly from the ones beneath Lin Mo and the other 5 cultivators. Their lotuses mirrored the colors of the extreme cold flames they had cultivated. Yet this giant lotus harbored a blend of black, white, red, yellow, green, and blue, with each hue occupying its own space, appearing distinctly defined while truly merging into one, a marvel of complexity. The 6-colored giant lotus was at least 5 or 6 times larger than the other 5 cultivators' lotuses, spanning an impressive 3 zhang in diameter. The golden infant, now outside its host, appeared exceedingly diminutive within its confines. At this moment, the golden infant's tiny mouth moved slightly. If one were to listen closely, they would hear a low buzzing sound. By channeling spiritual power into their ears, they could discern a series of profound incantations. As the 6-colored colossal lotus responded to the incantation, its radiant hues flickered, gradually diminishing in size. With each inch of contraction, the brilliance of the immense lotus intensified. Within the span of a few moments, the colossal lotus had shrunk to the size of a foot, its fragmented petals taking on a tangible form, exuding an extraordinary density, while the 6-colored flames above danced like ethereal fire. At this moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes to behold this spectacle, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his face. Yet it did not impede his actions. Like the other 4 cultivators, Lin Mo's palms emitted increasingly robust streams of frigid flames, their colors growing ever more vibrant. As the stout and resplendent flames merged into the lotus, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Above the pearlescent sphere, the primordial infant suddenly opened its previously closed eyes, revealing an eerie golden hue. One hand assumed the shape of a lotus flower, producing 2 crisp sounds as countless slender blue threads erupted from its fingertips. These threads connected to the nearby lotus petals, emitting dazzling spiritual light upon contact, merging seamlessly with the petals in the blink of an eye. The expression on the infant's countenance was unusually grave, as if the unfolding events were not aligning with expectations. Subsequently, the primordial infant began to recite incantations, hastening in speed. The incantations flowed rapidly, contrasting with the gradual movements of the lotus fingers, which began to close slowly. As the fingers drew together, The blue threads at their tips became increasingly radiant, almost blinding. Even the 5 cultivators with closed eyes could sense this piercing brilliance, which soon turned into a sensation of pain. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, recognizing this sensation as something unmentioned in the secret techniques. Just as he contemplated shielding his eyes with his consciousness, the primordial infant in midair began to tremble violently. With the infant's intense quaking, the blinding sensation faded, replaced by the sound of blooming flowers. At this moment, all 5 cultivators had their eyes firmly shut. Yet, the lotus beneath Lin Mo gradually opened, striving to reach its fullest bloom. The sound was faint, yet the infant cultivators could perceive it. When the lotus reached a certain degree of openness, the blooming sound ceased. At this juncture, the lotus before the primordial infant began to emit sounds of unfolding, as the petals, guided by the blue threads from the infant's fingertips, began to close once more, producing a rustling sound akin to layers of petals folding over one another. Soon, the multicolored lotus reverted to a budding flower. Just before it fully formed into a bud, the primordial infant became enveloped in azure spiritual light, gradually descending into the heart of the flower bud. As the bud took shape, the primordial infant completely nestled within its core. The 6 colored flames atop the bud flowed rhythmically, radiating brilliance. At this moment, Lin Mo and the others unleashed their techniques towards the bud, temporarily severing their control over the frigid flames. As the 6 colored cold flames danced upon the flower bud, severing the frigid flames, the bud gradually descended into the milky white orb of light. A flicker of spiritual radiance flashed, and just as it vanished into the orb, it disappeared without a trace. Astonishingly, the flower bud reappeared, momentarily shimmering at the center of the cold master's forehead, only to vanish again. At that moment, Lin Mo and his companions unleashed a barrage of various cold flames, striking the milky orb, which instantly emanated strands of icy brilliance. This energy transformed into spiritual power, coursing into the cold master's body, stimulating it with an array of extreme cold flames to aid in breaking through his bottleneck. Amidst this series of actions, the only sound that resonated was the hissing of cold flames striking the barrier, devoid of any other noise. Meanwhile, outside the ethereal spirit hall of Shenyu Cave, on a secluded street within Ice City, 2 young male disciples of the minor extreme palace clad in white garments walked side by side. Their expressions remained impassive as they scanned their surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Perhaps it was due to the recent attack by demonic beasts on their sect that they exhibited such caution even within their own domain. The ice phoenix that had previously assaulted the city was now nowhere to be found, possibly repelled by Yao Yi and the gray-haired elder. Or perhaps it had sought other avenues of attack, its whereabouts shrouded in mystery. These 2 disciples had previously learned that the area was once inhabited by the lower-ranked disciples of the North Night Minor Extreme Palace, who had evacuated Ice City prior to the onslaught from the Myriad Beast Valley and the Ice Sea. The place now resembled a ghost town. Nonetheless, the disciples remained vigilant, their senses attuned to the environment, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. After an indeterminate period of walking, one of the disciples suddenly exclaimed, "This is the place." His gaze flickered ahead, and, having spoken, he led the other into an alley behind an ice house. Upon entering, they discovered a hidden realm. This space unfolded into an open area over 30 zhang wide, where a man and a woman awaited their arrival. Before the 2 disciples could utter a word, the woman, appearing to be in her 30s with slightly furrowed brows, expressed her mild dissatisfaction, saying, "You 2 have arrived rather late. If you had delayed any longer, we would have commenced without you." The man beside her, with a dark visage and a robust frame, towered over most, his build surpassing that of an ordinary strongman. Standing bare-armed in the garb of a lower-ranked disciple of the minor extreme palace, he remained silent, bowing his head behind the woman. "The comrades outside have breached several layers of the outer formation, and we are now less than 100 miles from this city. The human cultivators are patrolling with great vigilance. It has taken considerable effort for us to concoct a suitable excuse to come here," said the disciple who had just arrived, revealing his underlying dissatisfaction with the woman's remarks through a cold scoff, his displeasure unmistakable. To echo the sentiments of the human cultivators, he felt it was easy for her to speak without understanding the strain they faced. As the woman raised an eyebrow, poised to retort, she was interrupted by the impatient shout of the dark-faced man behind her, urging, "Hurry up, there's too much unnecessary chatter. Act swiftly." for even a moment of distraction could lead to a grievous loss. Upon hearing the bellow of the dark-faced man, the woman immediately fell silent, refraining from further utterances, while the two newly arrived men exhibited a momentary pallor, their fleeting fear evident. The trio displayed a remarkable reverence towards the imposing figure. A few of them patted their waist pouches, which, upon closer inspection, differed from the typical storage bags utilized by the junior practitioners of the sect. Their pouches were crafted from beast hide, though similar in hue. A discerning eye would readily perceive the distinctions. From their pouches, they extracted stacks of array discs and a collection of spirit stones, and with hushed murmurs, they began to arrange the necessary formations upon the vacant ground. Their movements were exceptionally adept. Within the span of a single tease brewing, a diminutive array had been established, which, if Lin Mo were present, he would recognize as a makeshift teleportation array. While rudimentary, it was impressive to conjure such a formation in such a brief time. Of course, this was merely a unidirectional teleportation array, permitting ingress but forbidding egress. The dark-faced man surveyed the rudimentary teleportation array and placed spirit stones in their designated spots, when suddenly the array emitted a resounding roar, and the ice houses flanking the street collapsed without warning. Except for the dark-faced man, the remaining three believed their task was finally complete, their expressions still devoid of joy. The dark-faced man, however, turned his gaze elsewhere, the flesh on his face quivering with intensity. Then, an aged voice resonated, mocking the audacity of a mere handful of demonic souls daring to stir trouble beneath the very eyes of our sect, showing a blatant disregard for us old-timers. The two men and the woman, upon hearing this voice, instinctively summoned their magical instruments to shield themselves, soon feeling an icy chill envelop them, followed by a blinding whiteness. From within this chill emerged two ethereal figures, their garments billowing gracefully. One bore long, drooping eyebrows and a white beard, exuding an aura of celestial wisdom, while the other, with a ruddy complexion and fierce brows, appeared to be around 40, carrying a long sword upon his back. At this moment, the woman finally discerned the visages of the two and gasped in horror, urgently warning her companions to flee. These two were the law elders of the sect. Before her warning could fully dissipate, they shot forth like crimson beams into the sky. The remaining trio, realizing the teleportation array had yet to be activated, hastily drew the attention of the law elders, and without a moment's hesitation, they transformed into 3 streaks of light, dispersing in different directions without any exchange of words. The middle-aged cultivator with the crimson visage snorted disdainfully, exclaiming, "A few demonic souls think they can escape our grasp? Such folly! If you were to evade us, it would be a monumental jest." With that, he flicked his fingers toward the air. Instantly, 4 strands of sword chi manifested from the void, and with a precise point into the emptiness, those strands of sword chi surged forth in 4 directions, followed by 3 anguished cries, as the woman and the 2 men were pierced through the chest by the lethal blades of energy. With no chance to struggle, 3 corpses plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and spilling a viscous crimson liquid. It appeared that shape-shifting demonic beasts had infiltrated. The blood of these beasts was also red, yet considerably darker than that of humans, resembling a deep, sauce-like hue. Furthermore, the density of their blood surpassed that of human blood, resulting in a faint, fishy odor that lingered even when in human form, often undetectable to those with less sensitive noses. The remaining black-faced man's azure escape, light, staggered momentarily, but was not struck down by the falling bodies. The crimson-faced cultivator, intrigued, exclaimed softly, finding the situation rather interesting. With a swift hand gesture, he unleashed a blinding beam of white light towards the black-faced man's azure glow, swiftly catching up to it. The intertwining colors of light collided, and the azure glow was cleaved in 2 by the white beam. At that moment, the elder with drooping brows flicked his sleeve, releasing 4 jade-green, willow-shaped artifacts that vanished in an instant. In the next moment, 4 green flowers that had hastily emerged from the corpses were struck by these willow leaves, accompanied by strange, high-pitched screams, before transforming into wisps of azure smoke that dissipated into the void. The crimson-faced middle-aged cultivator frowned as he observed the teleportation array about to activate. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword aura the width of a bowl towards the forming array, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left a vast pit where the array once stood. The elder with drooping brows stroked his beard and said, "Let us depart." The distraction has been destroyed, while it may not inflict true harm upon these beasts. The experience is certainly unpleasant. Without waiting for the crimson-faced cultivator to respond, he enveloped himself in spiritual light and transformed into a white beam, vanishing into the sky. The crimson-faced cultivator merely shook his head with a smile, no longer troubled, and followed suit as a streak of light. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded across other locations within the Ice City, as several puppet disciples possessed by high-ranking demonic beasts were also eradicated by other elders of the Xiaoji Palace. In a hall within the true cold secret realm of Xiaoji Palace, the previously mentioned middle-aged beauty and 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators bore grave expressions as they engaged in urgent discussion. The middle-aged beauty, known as the Palace Master, appeared pale, alongside 2 other similarly afflicted cultivators, seemingly gravely injured, their essence severely affected. The Palace Master, supporting herself with one hand on her chest and furrowing her brow, leaned against the throne at the head of the hall, her face a mix of shock and anger as she remarked, "I cannot believe that the Valley of 10,000 Beasts has even brought the 10,000 Beast banner. I had thought it merely an ordinary imitation spiritual treasure. Yet its power is astonishing." The other elders frowned upon hearing this, and the Palace Master continued, "Had it not been for Elder Fong and Elder Huang's assistance, I fear I alone would not have been able to repel that old demon's avatar. Moreover, without the aid of the Great Array's restrictions, it would have been impossible. However, the old demon's avatar is not severely injured. With just a couple of days of rest, the Valley of 10,000 Beasts will surely return. It seems we must take this opportunity to withdraw." Chapter 279. The final barrier of the Little Extreme Palace. Although the middle-aged beauty did not articulate her subsequent thoughts, the remaining elders discerned the Palace Master's intentions. One elder, a burly man with curly hair, furrowed his brow and expressed his reluctance to depart so soon, questioning whether it was indeed too early. "All of this is merely conjecture on our part. It seems premature to voice such concerns now. We could wait until the beast from the Valley of 10,000 Demons and the IC arrive at Ice City before making any moves," he asserted, his discontent palpable. In response to the curly-haired elder's words, another elder, whose vitality had recently been compromised, appeared pale and frail, indicating his severe injuries. "By that time, it may be too late to leave," he cautioned. The injured elder held a firm belief that only those who had truly encountered the banner of 10,000 demons could comprehend the terrifying power of such treasures. A practitioner of the Palace Master's caliber could hardly hope to retreat to the Little Extreme Palace without the aid of another elder. The curly-haired elder, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, retorted with a disdainful huff, "Is it not a sign of cowardice to retreat so quickly after merely facing those beasts? Have you been so frightened that you now resemble a startled bird?" His face bore an unmistakable mockery. The injured elder cast a composed glance at the curly-haired one and replied, "Brother Tong, do you truly understand the might of the banner of 10,000 demons? Without first-hand experience, how can you be so certain of your judgments? If all goes awry, will you take responsibility for the consequences? Can you bear that burden?" The curly-haired elder scoffed again, but the injured elder continued, "We have witnessed its power. Although the banner is a replica of a spiritual treasure, its might rivals that of the ancient heavenly demon banner. Fortunately, we are only contending with a mere avatar of the old demon Che. Otherwise, even with the Palace Masters and our combined efforts, we would stand no chance against it." The injured elder's words sowed seeds of doubt in the heart of the curly-haired elder. Was it truly that formidable? Yet even so, breaching the final layers of the Little Extreme Palace's barriers would not be an easy feat for the beasts of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, as these barriers were remnants from the founding ancestors and not easily overcome. Thus, the curly-haired elder wished to seize the moment and deal with the beasts, while the injured elder felt it unwise to hurry their departure. After expressing his thoughts, the curly-haired man shook his head, his expression one of skepticism. The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brow, surveying the 5 or 6 cultivators below her. Slowly, she spoke, "Elders, let us not forget that the beast from the Valley of 10,000 Demons and the IC are now outside the gates of our Little Extreme Palace. Were it not for the combined efforts of Sister Bai and Brother Yi in luring the Ice Phoenix into the illusory light profound heaven array, we might have already been besieged by its avatar, an old demon Che." Upon hearing the Palace Master's words, the faces of the elders reflected concern. The middle-aged beauty, visibly displeased, added, If we had not utilized the profound heaven array to trap the ice phoenix, do you believe we would be sitting here deliberating whether to flee? Would we be able to engage in such calm discussions? Let us not forget that the ice phoenix is a pure descendant of the spirit beasts of heaven and earth. Although it is merely a level 10 demon beast, it has already 1 foot in the threshold of the transformation stage. Do you truly believe that our late-stage nascent soul cultivators from the minor extreme palace can withstand such a force? With barely contained fury, I cast a fierce glance at Elder Curly and inquired, "Is it you, Junior Brother Tong, or perhaps someone else?" Then, I surveyed the faces of the other cultivators, asking, "Or is it any of you?" The elders, witnessing the anger of the palace master, fell silent. The middle-aged woman continued, "Though 2 elders are currently managing the formation, how long does Junior Brother Tong think they can contain that ice phoenix? Given this situation, is it not prudent to prepare for an immediate retreat? What is your intention? Elder Tong, do you possess some extraordinary power that will ensure our safety?" Elder Tong sat there, his face flushed, gasping for breath, utterly speechless. The middle-aged woman, with a glint of determination in her eyes, proposed, "Let the lower-ranking disciples first take refuge in the Void Spirit Palace. Meanwhile, we and the higher-ranking disciples will utilize the final layer of defenses to launch a fierce counterattack against those demon beasts. We should eliminate as many as possible, but we must resolutely avoid lingering in battle and retreat promptly to the Void Spirit Palace. Do you all remember this?" The elders, including Elder Tong, nodded in agreement. The palace master sighed, stating, "Our primary objective is to preserve the minor extreme palace's dignity, not to eradicate the demon beasts." After speaking, the middle-aged woman began to cough violently. The elders, witnessing this, rose to their feet, but she gestured for them to refrain from unnecessary words. They bowed and left to summon the disciples for the final preparations. Alone in the grand hall, the middle-aged woman pressed her forehead, her expression marred with worry. Suddenly, a voice from an unfamiliar woman echoed in her consciousness. "It seems you have also sensed something amiss." The middle-aged woman, her anger intensifying, retorted coldly, "Huangquan Ghost Mother, it would be wise for you to keep silent and not provoke me, or you shall experience the agony of soul-piercing." The unfamiliar woman appeared unfazed by the threat. Chuckling, "If you find the myriad demon banner troublesome, let me take action. Just lift the restrictions on me, and together, we can easily handle that mere banner." Another round of laughter followed. The middle-aged woman replied with a scoff, "Release your restrictions? Dream on. Everything is possible in dreams. Dreaming is much quicker." The strange woman ominously stated, "I am only looking out for you. If you refuse to appreciate my advice, so be it. Those demon beasts are clearly here for ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would they mobilize such forces? Moreover, this time, the myriad demon valley and the ice sea have joined hands. When was the last time they collaborated? Let me think. It was a millennium ago, wasn't it?" The middle-aged woman was not easily swayed. Yet she could not dismiss the implications of the Huangquan Ghost Mother's words. The voice returned, "Hiding in the Void Spirit Palace may not be a foolproof strategy. It seems that your minor extreme palace is facing a calamity that will be difficult to evade." There was a distinct undertone of mockery in her tone. The middle-aged beauty was well aware of the ill intentions of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, and thus remained unmoved. "Even if you were to tear the heavens apart, I would not grant you access to the restrictions. A ghost cultivator of your caliber, if unleashed, could bring about calamities far beyond mere trouble. You are better off remaining in the mystical ghost forest." Perhaps sensing her intentions had been uncovered, the voice of the previously delicate and gentle stranger now resonated with the harshness of an old crone. "Humph, ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten that without my assistance, with your mere 500 or 600 years of cultivation, you could never aspire to reach the late unease stage? Humph, you are blind to your own fortune. If I had not intervened at critical junctures over the years, you would have perished countless times. How could you have possibly become the master of this minor palace?" The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother seethed with indignation. The middle-aged beauty, seemingly unfazed by the tirade, responded calmly, "You speak the truth. It is indeed a fact that you have saved me. But let us not forget, had I not retrieved the mystical ghost forest from the depths of the 10,000-year ice, you would still be asleep for countless more years." With an air of reminiscence, she continued, "Your initial assistance in helping me reach the unease stage was motivated by your desire for me to break the life bond curse, was it not? Your actions were less about my salvation and more about your own self-preservation." The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, trembling with rage, would have lunged at her if given the chance. "Do not forget, You once promised to release me. The air crackled with tension, and had it not been for the mental barrier, the middle-aged beauty might have been severely shaken. I did promise you that. But let us not forget that you led me to a secret technique that allows me to harness your ghostly energies for my own cultivation. As long as you assist me in reaching the transformation stage, the life bond curse will soon dissolve, and you will be free to depart. The middle-aged beauty spoke with a calm demeanor, as though she felt no urgency. Furious, the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother retorted, "Assist you in reaching the transformation stage? Do you think I am a true immortal or a reincarnated supreme being from the spirit realm? Do you believe I came to the human realm to undergo tribulations? If I could reach the transformation stage, would I still need to cultivate as a ghost?" The middle-aged beauty continued, "Since you cannot aid me in reaching the transformation stage, you should prepare for the possibility that I will seal you once more before my passing. You dare threaten me? How audacious!" The Yellow Spring Ghost Mother, initially furious, seemed to regain her composure and coldly remarked, "First, you should focus on overcoming your current predicament in the Minor Palace. I assume you have exhausted all your soul stones by now. Without them, do you expect me to assist you? Dream on." Indeed, the soul stones were depleted. But that had merely been conjecture. Do you truly believe those beasts could pose a threat to the ethereal spirit hall? If you take action, our Minor Palace can handle it with ease, the middle-aged beauty replied, her expression darkening. With that, she formed a hand seal and pointed to a specific location on her body. The voice of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mother ceased immediately. After completing this, the middle-aged beauty strode towards the hall's exit. 2 days later, the majority of the low-ranking disciples within the Little Extreme Palace had completely evacuated, while the ferocious beasts outside the Ice City swiftly advanced beneath its defenses. The remaining high-ranking cultivators within the palace prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the beasts, utilizing the last layers of the palace's protective formations. The child previously seen on the ice mountain was but a manifestation of the ancient demon, Lao. Having sustained some injuries during his confrontation with the palace lord, he had now fully recovered. At this moment, the child and the elder, accompanied by a multitude of shape-shifting beasts, launched a relentless assault on the Little Extreme Palace. After a series of fierce skirmishes, the child, wielding the banner of myriad beasts, succeeded in devouring 2 of the palace's elders, forcing a middle-aged woman to abandon the fight and retreat with the remaining cultivators. Fortunately, the last few layers of the protective formations provided cover. Otherwise, the annihilation of the Little Extreme Palace would have been a distinct possibility. Witnessing the high-ranking cultivators of the palace fleeing, the child was unwilling to relent. He unfurled the full power of the banner of myriad beasts, as countless beast avatars surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the palace's final defenses. The middle-aged woman led the remaining cultivators into the cold essence secret realm, hastily entering the Hall of Ethereal Spirits. Immediately, she activated all the formations within the secret realm. As the formations took effect, the 3 halls of ethereal spirits trembled violently, and the ground began to crack, slowly revealing a grand array. Positioned at the center of this array were the 3 halls themselves. It was uncertain how many spirit stones would be required to activate the array, but the cliff at its focal point was densely adorned with spirit stones, predominantly of mid-tier quality, with 10 rare high-tier spirit stones located at its core. Once the array was activated, the shimmering surface revealed swirling runes that appeared and disappeared. Gradually, various spiritual lights intertwined and coalesced, forming a resplendent rainbow glow that nearly enveloped the entire cold essence secret realm. Suddenly, the rooftops of the 3 halls of ethereal spirits emitted 3 robust beams of light, which directly penetrated the array's shimmering surface before vanishing from sight. This was followed by a thunderous roar, as a fierce gale swept through, accompanied by the faint sound of tinkling bells. Observant individuals would have noticed that, aside from the 3 halls of ethereal spirits standing firm, the other structures outside had been shattered and collapsed. Inside the Hall of Ethereal Spirits, the shimmering surface seemed to be struck by continuous lightning, producing resounding cracks. The cultivators taking refuge here activated their protective treasures to shield themselves from the distortion of space. To their astonishment, several spatial rifts appeared above the shimmering surface, each rift expansive enough to encompass half the secret realm. Subsequently, torrents of silver light erupted forth, causing the Hall of Ethereal Spirits to tremble violently. One of the halls ascended toward a spatial rift, only to vanish without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the second hall followed suit. However, As the third hall attempted to do the same, a blinding white light suddenly flashed on the ground, revealing a snow-white ice phoenix of considerable size. At this moment, the ice phoenix's emerald eyes flickered with surprise as it fixated intently on the last hall of ethereal spirits. It then exhaled a beam of white light, directing it toward the final hall, which vanished the instant it was struck. After all three halls had been propelled into the void, the rifts in the sky gradually closed, and after a brief flicker of silver light, they inexplicably disappeared. All unusual phenomena within the secret realm likewise vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing this, the snow-white ice phoenix unfurled its wings and let out a melodious cry into the void, followed by a burst of white light, abruptly reappearing. After a brief interval, a thunderous roar echoed, and the entire colossal mountain trembled as the final layer of the little extreme palace's barrier shattered, allowing countless demonic beasts to surge into the ice city. The azure-backed wolf and a young child descended straight from the giant mountain. At this moment, within the Xianyu cave, the Coldly Master was also entering the final stage of the broken mirror. Within the luminous barrier, Lin Mo's azure ice flame and purple extreme fire had inexplicably ceased, and Lin Mo gazed intently at the scene not far away. Chapter 280. The failure of the broken mirror. Astonishment painted the faces of the four other cultivators as they halted their movements. Their eyes fixated on the massive stone at the center of the formation, expressions laden with dread. The five cultivators were at a loss for words to describe the current situation, their eyes unblinking as they observed the figure atop the stone. The orb of light had vanished, revealing a figure perched upon a white luminous lotus. The Coldly Master sat at the heart of the white lotus, its petals exuding a milky white chill. The Coldly Master was bare from the waist up, beads of sweat glistening on his skin. His countenance was tranquil, yet a six-colored lotus mark flickered subtly between his brows. The faint fragrance that surrounded him bore the essence of sandalwood mingled with medicinal herbs. However, Lin Mo discerned an underlying hint of an unusual odor. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Why was there a fishy scent during the broken mirror process? Generally, such an occurrence was unheard of in cultivation, except for. He refrained from pursuing that thought further, recognizing it would not affect him. The fishy aroma intensified, and he heard Lady Long murmuring about the corporeal transformation into sandalwood, revealing that the rumors were indeed true. Once the transformation concluded, the Coldly Master should successfully achieve the broken mirror. Her tone carried an unmistakable envy, and her expression reflected that sentiment vividly. Before the Coldly Master could speak, Master Mojiao interjected with a dose of cold water, asserting that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. The Coldly Master was currently stable, but until the physical body met the requirements for transformation, the nascent soul within could not evolve. Observing the circumstances, it appeared that matters were not progressing as smoothly as they had anticipated. Otherwise, how could the divine consciousness markers condensed from our cold flames flicker so erratically? Master Mojiao's expression darkened, an inexplicable feeling settling within him, yet he held a six-tenths hope that the Coldly Master would succeed. If he did, it would validate the viability of the unique breakthrough technique he had devised. Lin Mo sighed deeply, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. Master Mojiao, sensing his hesitation, urged him to speak candidly. Given the gravity of the situation, it would be better to clarify any doubts. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the old monk, noting how he seemed transformed since entering the final stage of the broken mirror. Nevertheless, he did not linger on this observation, as he too desired to speak plainly. Master Mojiao's assertions held merit. Although the Coldly Master had absorbed the formidable power of the extreme cold flames from several cultivators, temporarily enhancing his nascent soul, it was not a force he had refined himself, leading to a lack of control and difficulty, a circumstance that was entirely normal. Achieving this stage was already a remarkable feat. Everyone sensed that Lin Mo had more to say, and they all understood what that more entailed. A fleeting look of anxiety crossed the face of the middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe, and then he asked uncertainly, "Would it be feasible for us to assist Brother Hanli in stabilizing the primordial infant within him at this moment?" Bai Mingxin, who had remained silent until now, shook her head and stated emphatically, "It is certainly not possible. Breaking through the bottleneck of the God transformation stage is no simple matter. If it were that easy, there wouldn't be so many cultivators unable to reach the God transformation stage. Moreover, this instability may indeed prove beneficial for Brother Hanli." as it is precisely such instability that can aid the Grand Elder in overcoming the bottleneck of the God transformation stage. Her tone remained as cold as ever. Lin Mo merely exchanged a glance with Bai Mingxin, smiled faintly, and chose not to speak further. The other cultivators glanced at one another, remaining silently contemplative. At this moment, the 5 cultivators were acutely aware that even if they were to intervene, their efforts would be in vain, as their reserves of extreme cold flames were nearly exhausted. Brother Hanli could only rely on his own Qianlan ice flame. Lin Mo could perceive the changes occurring within Brother Hanli's body, including the flow of his spiritual power and the transformation of his primordial infant, all of which were exceptionally clear, and he silently took note of them. He believed that a thorough study and analysis of these phenomena would greatly benefit him in the future. The other 4 cultivators also recorded Brother Hanli's changes, though they lacked Lin Mo's keen clarity of vision and thus could not observe as much. As time gradually passed, the 5 cultivators encircled Brother Hanli, observing him seated within the milky white lotus. After an indeterminate period, Brother Hanli's form trembled, and Lin Mo noticed an increasingly rich fragrance emanating from him, while the 6-colored lotus above his brow visibly expanded and bloomed splendidly. Suddenly, Brother Hanli opened his eyes, which were shrouded in a layer of radiant golden light, and his body began to ascend. The 5 cultivators, including Lin Mo, were taken aback, as Brother Hanli looked around in surprise and tentatively raised a single hand, his fingers moving as if to form a certain spell. At that moment, Lin Mo felt the remaining spiritual power within him surge uncontrollably outward. Alarmed, he swiftly channeled his technique to rein in the errant energy, managing to suppress it. Similarly, Long Fu and Master Mojiao, who found themselves in the same predicament, exhibited expressions of shock, scrambling to regain control. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, troubled by the unexpected nature of this situation, which Brother Hanli had not forewarned them about. Since they began assisting him in the breakthrough, there had been more than one unforeseen occurrence. It remained unclear whether Brother Hanli had not anticipated these events or had intentionally withheld information from the cultivators. Regardless, neither scenario boded well for those offering assistance. Before he could ponder further, a series of resonant hums emanated from the surrounding formations, and the light barrier shuddered violently. Suddenly, strands of light surged forth, shooting into the formations. Although the trajectory of these rays was uncertain, they ultimately converged upon Brother Hanli, vanishing into his body. The atmosphere of the world's essence had been stirred. A voice echoed, tinged with a mix of envy and admiration. At that moment, the venerable Hanli closed his eyes once more, as the frigid forces from all directions rushed eagerly into his being. The expression of the Grand Elder remained calm and unwavering, devoid of any sign of suffering. After the passage of nearly a cup of tea's time, a series of crackling explosions emanated from Hanli's body, visibly causing him to expand several inches. The 6-colored lotus nestled between his brows began to enlarge incessantly, nearly enveloping his entire head. In an instant, a lotus of thumb-sized proportions with 6 petals was embedded between his brows. The surrounding radiance momentarily halted before gradually fading into oblivion. The suppressed spiritual energy within Lin Mo's body also ceased its tumultuous pulsation, slowly returning to a state of equilibrium. Hanli reopened his eyes, their brilliance intensified. The Grand Elder formed a hand seal, and the luminous 6-petal lotus between his brows dimmed. The middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe and Bai Mingxin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming that he had broken through to the transformation stage, their expressions radiating unmasked delight. Yet, before the joy could fully settle on their faces, Hanli suddenly grasped his head, emitting a muffled groan, his complexion paling as if engulfed in immense pain. Lin Mo and the others were rendered speechless, unable to discern the nature of the situation. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged cultivator in blue regained his senses, his ecstatic expression transforming into one of alarm as he urgently inquired about Hanli's condition, though he dared not approach recklessly. Hearing this exclamation, Hanli managed to lift his gaze to briefly meet the middle-aged cultivator's eyes, but before he could respond, the once stable light of the lotus between his brows flickered wildly, and in the next moment, it fell away. The 6-petal lotus alternated between brightness and dimness, expanding and contracting, until with a soft pop, it burst forth, transforming into a shimmering orb of 6 colors. Unable to endure the agony any longer, Hanli let out a harrowing scream. his form swaying precariously before plummeting from the heights, landing amidst the luminous lotus petals below, his body trembling violently. At this juncture, Bai Mingxin's expression darkened further as she cried out, "Senior Brother Hanli." Together with the middle-aged cultivator in blue, they became two streaks of escaping light. Rushing toward the luminous lotus, Lin Mo and Master Mojiao exchanged glances, refraining from rushing blindly to the scene. Then they heard Han Li's voice declaring, "I am fine. It is merely a backlash from the world's essence." Having said this, he turned and sat cross-legged once again, though his complexion remained ghastly pale, the earlier expression of pain no longer visible. The middle-aged cultivator and Bai Mingxin, seeing this, felt a temporary sense of relief, hovering above the lotus, yet to depart. Just as they were about to inquire further about Han Li's condition, they witnessed him performing a hand gesture, causing a flurry of silver short blades to manifest around him. With a single hand wave, all 16 blades swiftly pierced into his flesh. Lin Mo observed Han Li's actions intently, noting a layer of multicolored spiritual light emerging from his body, predominantly blue and white, interspersed with hues of yellow and green. Han Li then closed his eyes and implored, "Dear friends, please retract your extreme, cold flames." His voice resonated powerfully, laden with urgency. The old monk chanted a Buddhist mantra and, with a single wave of his hand directed at the Master of Cold Li, began to draw back the green cold flames that enveloped the Master. Lin Mo and the others, not daring to slacken their efforts, summoned their own frigid flames back to themselves. In an instant, only the blue azure ice flames remained on the Master of Cold Li, and the fragrance that had just been wafting through the air dissipated along with the disappearance of the six-colored cold flames. The Master had forcibly extracted the profound jade cold energy that he had absorbed within him using a magical artifact. And Lin Mo confirmed that the Grand Elder's attempt to break through to the God transformation stage had indeed failed. Then, the Master of Cold Li opened his eyes with a deep sigh. The crimson-golden spiritual light that had momentarily enveloped him faded, and his eyes returned to their original black and white. However, his form did not revert to that of a dwarf, but remained in the appearance of a man in his 30s. At this moment, the Master gazed up at the sky, his face etched with disappointment, embodying a profound sense of desolation. Lin Mo and the other 3 foreign cultivators refrained from speaking. It was not the time for words. A middle-aged cultivator in a green robe hesitantly inquired, "Master Cold Li, are you unhurt?" His expression was notably grim. The Master of Cold Li merely offered a rueful smile, rising to his feet and shaking his head. "I am fine. It is just a case of effort wasted." As he stood, the light lotus beneath him vanished in an instant, and he gently descended onto a nearby boulder. Madame Long observed the despondent Master of Cold Li, uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful over the failed breakthrough. She remarked, "It is truly a pity, dear friend Cold Li, that you were merely a fraction short in your mental focus. Otherwise, you could have succeeded this time." Yet, she acknowledged that the secret technique for breaking through devised by Master Cold Li indeed held significant merit for advancing to the God transformation stage, her tone tinged with admiration. Master Mojiao interjected, "In addition to mastering the technique of extreme cold flames, one must also possess the innate ability to wield such flames. And the external environment must be one of extreme cold, such as the 10,000-year profound jade cave. All factors must align perfectly. However, the methods employed by Master Cold Li are certainly worthy of emulation." His smile carried a deeper meaning. The Master of Cold Li found it difficult to articulate his feelings, and rather than engaging, he merely twitched the corner of his mouth in a resigned manner, shaking his head in silence. He glanced down at his bare upper body, the elasticity of his skin making his gaze flicker uncertainly. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and glanced around at the re-emerging light screen, saying, "Master Cold Li, since your spell has concluded, should we not halt the formation so that we may restore our vitality in the solar essence stone abode?" Without lifting his head, the Master of Cold Li replied calmly, "There is no rush. I still have matters to attend to. Once they are resolved, I shall cease the formation." The middle-aged cultivator in the green robe exchanged glances with Bai Mingxin, slowly manifesting above the Master of Cold Li, his expression impassive. Master Mojiao's countenance darkened at this. Sensing something amiss, and uncertainly asked, "What do you mean by that, Master Cold Li?" Although Madame Long remained silent, her expression was one of unmistakable vigilance. She slowly placed her hand within her sleeve, as if to grasp something, casting a cold stare at the 3 elders from the minor extreme palace. The venerable Hanli lowered his hands and addressed the three visiting cultivators, assuring them that there was no need for alarm. He bore no ill intentions. He merely sought the return of a certain artifact belonging to the small extreme palace from Taoist Lin. With that, he turned his gaze towards Lin Mo. At that moment, the 16 short blades embedded in Han Li's body suddenly emitted a resonant hum before falling away. As the blades fell, Han Li's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, enveloped in a radiant golden light, as if his spiritual power had been restored. Master Mojiao and Lady Long exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Mo, inquiring about the return of the item, their expressions tinged with surprise. In response, Lin Mo conjured a blue orb of light with a single hand, revealing a small cauldron within. The Qian blue cauldron. Master Mojiao exclaimed in disbelief. He then reached into his sleeve and produced an identical cauldron. The cultivators examined the two small cauldrons back and forth, their astonishment palpable. There is no need for alarm. Both are genuine, Master Mojiao reassured them. However, there are indeed two Qian blue cauldrons, both replicas. What I seek from Taoist Lin is the transcendent treasure of the Void Sky Cauldron, which I believe is in your possession. Hanli fixed his gaze on Lin Mo and inquired further. The transcendent treasure? You possess it, Taoist Lin? Lady Long gasped in disbelief. Chapter 281. Seizing the Void Sky Cauldron. Lady Long regarded Lin Mo with incredulity, exclaiming that Taoist Lin possessed such a remarkable treasure, her eyes reflecting not only surprise but also a hint of avarice. Master Mojiao, equally astonished, scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe. Prior to their visit to the small extreme palace, both Lady Long and Master Mojiao had inquired with Hanli about the last known cultivator of the extreme cold flame. Hanli had only informed them that Lin Mo hailed from the southern region, describing it as a remote corner of the world, which deepened their astonishment. How could a cultivator from such a humble place possess such a treasure, especially the transcendent artifact of the Void Sky Palace? They pondered how he could possibly be worthy of it, even if he were in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. There were 4 formidable cultivators in the late stages. Such a disparity was hardly a cause for concern. Lin Mo regarded Hanli with a knowing look, his heart filled with intrigue. Rather than denying the claim, he posed a question. Ah, the Void Sky Cauldron, so it is. I would first like to inquire. How can you be so certain that I possess this cauldron? What is the connection between the Void Spirit Hall of the small extreme palace and this cauldron? Lin Mo's expression was one of sly amusement as he awaited clarity from the elder of the small extreme palace. To Han Li's surprise, Lin Mo did not deny the possession. Rather, he acknowledged it. Although you previously mentioned cultivating the Tian cold flame, I suspect your cold flame is infused with both the purple extreme fire and the Qian blue ice flame, Han Li stated. Lin Mo remained silent. Yet internally he was taken aback, astonished that Han Li had discerned this, wondering where he had slipped up. Do not be alarmed, Taoist Lin. Apart from the replicas crafted by the small extreme palace, only the Void Sky Palace possesses the Qian blue ice flame in the mortal realm. My Qian blue ice flame has been refined to its utmost pinnacle, thus I possess an acute sensitivity to lower-grade Qian blue ice flames. Han Li's fervor was nearly unmasked as he observed Lin Mo's lack of denial. Lin Mo's expression turned cold upon hearing this, his brows slightly furrowing as he asked, So you knew from our first meeting that I possessed the Void Heaven Cauldron? His voice remained remarkably tranquil, betraying no emotion. The venerable Han Li nodded, affirming this to be true. He had not anticipated that Brother Lin would offer no denial at all, which somewhat surprised the elder. The Void Heaven Hall was indeed the personal spiritual treasure of the founder of the Little Extreme Palace, the Ice Soul Fairy. In the past, the founder had traveled the world with this treasure, but upon returning, its whereabouts had become unknown, leading to the construction of the Void Spirit Hall. Lin Mo smirked, casting a derisive glance at Han Li, the mockery in his eyes unabashed. He remained silent, simply watching the elder's performance. The elder, with a serious demeanor, stated, I have no interest in how you acquired the Void Heaven Cauldron. However, since it is an item of the Little Extreme Palace, if you surrender it, the palace shall not trouble you, Lin Taoist. Seeing that Lin Mo was unyielding and remained silent despite all his persuasive words, Han Li's expression darkened considerably. He recalled what his junior sister Meng Yao had said about Lin Taoist's astonishing abilities. Although he was merely at mid-level cultivation, he could repel creatures such as the silver-winged night demon. Under different circumstances, the elder would have struggled against him, but now, Confined within this formation in the secluded Xianyu cave, his secret techniques still held their efficacy. The elder believed that Lin Daoist was a clever individual, fully capable of predicting the outcome of their confrontation. Hanli's golden gaze intensified as he asked Lin Mo, prompting the middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe and Bai Mengxin to fix their eyes on Lin Mo, appearing as if they were facing a formidable foe. Oh, so this is the modus operandi of the little extreme palace of the north. Truly deserving of being the foremost sect in the northern region, I am most impressed. This journey has not been in vain, for I have gained insight into the nature of a treacherous sect that repays kindness with malice. Lin Mo coldly mocked with a sneer. Hanli saw nothing amiss in his own words and promptly replied, I initially offered compensation. The secret technique to break through the bottleneck and the refined cold flame technique from the Little Extreme Palace's library were all part of that compensation. Moreover, did not Lin Daoist have his own intentions in taking action? Was it not to observe and learn firsthand? Lin Mo glanced at Master Mojiao and Madame Long, pondering whether Hanli intended to eliminate him to keep secrets hidden. Do you believe that merely declaring the celestial treasure as belonging to the Little Extreme Palace renders it so? He scoffed. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Hanli's face as he coldly retorted, There is no need for you to exert yourself, Lin Daoist. I have known these two friends for many years. They would not be swayed by your insinuations. As soon as he finished speaking, Madame Long stepped forward, stating, This matter concerns Lin Daoist and the Little Extreme Palace. I shall not intervene. With that, she waved her hand and moved to the side of the light barrier. Adopting an air of detachment, Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this response. Master Mojiao then remarked, Madame Long speaks wisely. However, at our level of cultivation, it is better to maintain harmony. If the Void Heaven Cauldron genuinely belongs to the Little Extreme Palace, Lin Daoist should return it. And the palace ought to provide some form of compensation. Hanli's demeanor softened as he said, If Lin Daoist is willing to return the Void Heaven Cauldron, I am prepared to offer a substantial sum of spirit stones, a quantity that should satisfy you. Lin Mo looked at Hanli's faux benevolent expression and let out a derisive snort. The esteemed Master Hanli observed the grim expression on his face, the azure flames surrounding him intensifying. The middle-aged cultivator in the azure robe and Bai Mengxin also formed seals, summoning a dozen crystalline flying swords that danced around them. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 black daggers shot forth, spiraling amid the crystalline swords while emitting a low, ominous hum. Witnessing this, Master Mojiao murmured a Buddhist chant and soared towards the direction of Lady Long, only to abruptly change course midway, heading towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Unable to discern the old monk's intentions, yet he received a telepathic message. Lin Dao friend, secure the Qianlong Ding. This old monk shall lend you a hand. Following this, the Qianlong Ding was hurled towards him. Lin Mo, in astonishment and uncertainty, instinctively reached out towards the Qianlong Ding. Master Hanli had not anticipated this sudden betrayal from Master Mojiao, and he bellowed, What are you doing? His actions did not cease. He quickly formed seals, only to witness the Qianlong Ding veering away from Lin Mo and flying directly into his grasp. Indeed, you have tampered with it. Master Mojiao's face twisted in fury as he glared at Master Hanli. He then reached out into the void, attempting to seize the Qianlong Ding with a hand of green light. As the lid of the Qianlong Ding flew back to Master Hanli, the interior surged with the Qianlong Ice Sea, transforming from its previous languid state. Master Mojiao had believed that he could bind the Qianlong Ding after casting his spell. Yet to his astonishment, it broke free without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve towards the Qianlong Ding, releasing a wisp of azure mist that enveloped it. Master Hanli, observing this, let out a cold laugh and shouted, Break. The Qianlong Ding emitted a soft pop as Master Mojiao's binding spell was dispelled. Yet Lin Mo's azure mist firmly encased the Ding, protected by a layer of golden light inscribed with runes. Master Mojiao gasped in surprise, realizing that Master Hanli had indeed mastered such a method. However, Master Hanli paid no heed to Master Mojiao, fixated on the Qianlong Ding as it approached. As he extended his hand to reclaim it, the encasing azure mist suddenly transformed into strands of azure silk, darting towards Lin Mo before he could react. Startled, Master Hanli hastily formed seals, expelling several mouthfuls of energy. The azure silk pierced through the golden runes with a resounding crack. causing the runes to shatter while the azure silk merely loosened before reverting to its original state. At that moment, the azure silk emerging from the Su Tian Ding connected with the azure silk entangling the Qianlong Ding. Master Hanli's eyes widened in fury at the sight of the Qianlong Ding being dragged towards Lin Mo. As Master Hanli lunged at Lin Mo, the latter remained unfazed, gently tapping the Su Tian Ding before it erupted with even more azure silk, enveloping the Qianlong Ding as if forming a blue orb of light. With a sweep of his sleeve, Lin Mo sent the orb swiftly back to himself. A mere gesture caused the orb to vanish into the depths of his robe. At this moment, Master Hanli soared before Lin Mo, who stood unafraid, casting a meaningful glance at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had been fixated on the direction of the Void Heaven Cauldron since his first sight of it, his heart brimming with delight. So, this is the might of the Void Heaven Cauldron? Huh, splendid. Lin Daoist, with your cultivation, you can only cultivate the universal spirit method to its first layer. Yet you unleash such formidable power with merely a fraction of its potential. This truly exceeds my expectations. Seeing Lin Mo make no attempt to evade, Master Hanli hesitated to strike. Instead, he turned to inquire of Master Mojiao, remarking that the Master's actions were indeed unforeseen, effectively compelling the Ziyajigong to act against him. With a sigh, he continued, I have shared a bond of over 100 years with you, Master Hanli, and today I act out of self-preservation. If Ziyajigong were to slay Lin Daoist, would I be spared? Since you, Master Hanli, have known from the outset of Lin Daoist's possession of the Void Heaven Cauldron, it implies you never intended for me to leave this place alive. As Master Mojiao spoke, his other hand delved into his sleeve, grasping his wooden fish. Meanwhile, Lady Long, who had remained silent by the light curtain, glimmered with insight and approached Master Mojiao, questioning, Master Mojiao, what do you mean by that? Enough with the pretense. Even I can see through it. So why must you act? For whom are you performing? Lin Mo, exasperated, exclaimed, this is infuriating and utterly pointless. Master Mojiao, his expression stern, replied, Daoist Long, the Liuzui sect you oversee is a branch of Ziyajigong, and you hold the position of elder therein. Am I mistaken? Master Hanli had not anticipated that Master Mojiao and Lin Mo could deduce Lady Long's status as an elder of Ziyajigong. However, it mattered little. They were all ensnared in the intricacies of the Xuanyu cave. This was also why the Grand Elder was unhurried about retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron and the Qianlong Cauldron. Since Master Mojiao and Lin Daoist are already aware, Elder Long need not conceal anything. Let us act in unison, declared the Grand Elder. Lady Long's countenance darkened as she addressed Master Hanli. The Grand Elder has not informed me of the Void Heaven Cauldron's significance. Yet it is imperative that we keep this matter from our external elders. While speaking, her dragon-headed staff materialized in her hand. Her tone ominously cold as she queried Master Hanli. I too shall maintain secrecy, but let us discuss this later. For now, we must subdue these two and seize the cauldrons. The Void Heaven Cauldron, as the treasure of our sect, will help us repel even the strongest adversaries. Master Hanli gazed greedily at Lin Mo and Master Mojiao. Lady Long, understanding that this was not the time for disputes, turned to Master Mojiao, stating, leave this to me. You three focus on subduing Lin and seizing the Void Heaven Cauldron. With that, she lunged at Master Mojiao. Seeing the situation escalate, Master Hanli wasted no time. With one hand turned upwards, a blue formation disc suddenly appeared, while the other hand formed a decisive gesture. Master Mojiao's expression shifted dramatically as he warned, this is bad. Master Hanli is about to activate a restriction. We must stop him. With that, he retrieved the wooden fish from his sleeve, hurling it into the air and rapidly chanting a spell. A resonant sound echoed as the wooden fish emitted a melodious chime. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate not through the ears or eardrums, but rather struck directly within the mind, reverberating through the very essence of consciousness. It stirred the primordial spirit with a tumultuous energy. However, the other 5 individuals, albeit momentarily taken aback, soon regained their composure. At the moment the second sound reverberated, Lady Long awakened, unleashing a robust stream of yellow sword energy towards Master Mojiao. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation almost instantly. Meanwhile, the celestial Master Hanli deftly maneuvered a pale blue arrayed disc, his fingers dancing across its surface, inscribing an intricate sequence. Though these cultivators found themselves somewhat restrained, they appeared disinclined to permit the Grand Elder to activate any formations. With a swift motion, he raised one hand and flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of azure streaks that shot forth towards celestial Master Hanli, transforming into sword energy mid-flight. Midway through their trajectory, they were intercepted by a black and white light, revealing the presence of a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe alongside Bai Mingxin. The three-colored streams intertwined in a spectacular display, while Lin Mo remained unperturbed, choosing not to intervene with celestial Master Hanli. With a flick of his sleeve, he released a dozen golden flying swords to form a protective barrier around himself, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon Hanli's actions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the violet pillar beneath him vanished into thin air. In its place emerged a circular array, emanating a milky white cold light. As Lin Mo approached the circular array, he felt an overwhelming force drawing him downward, as if his body were a 1,000-pound weight descending rapidly. Just as he was about to make contact with the array, the surrounding light screen underwent a dramatic transformation. What had been a cave now morphed into an endless expanse of falling snow. Upon landing, Lin Mo realized he had descended into an illusory glacial realm. Intrigued by the illusion, he remained calm, a smile playing upon his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Chapter 282. The illusion. In this moment, Lin Mo sensed the restraints upon him had intensified, and had it not been for his cultivation of the Ming Wangju, he doubted his body could endure such pressure. The disparity with the Jin Ci Ling Mu was significant. With a thought, golden sword light coiled around him, swiftly severing the binding constraints. Enveloped in a shroud of golden radiance, he began to ascend gradually. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, infusing spiritual energy into his eyes, which sparkled with a blue luminescence. The illusion enveloped in a blanket of whiteness, leaving Lin Mo as the sole occupant in this peculiar realm. Snowflakes cascaded from the sky in abundant flurries, and as he caught one in his hand, he felt its chill, yet it did not melt. After scanning the area, his gaze fixed upon a specific point, momentarily catching sight of several fleeting beams of light, akin to diminutive flying swords, silently approaching him. Without a second thought, Lin Mo waved his hand, and a stream of golden sword light erupted from his sleeve, effortlessly shattering the incoming streaks. Then, a startled exclamation rang out, a woman's voice. Though Lin Mo did not need to ponder, he instinctively recognized it as Bai Mingxin. At this moment, Bai Mingxin, within the cavern, witnessed Lin Mo shatter his flying sword within the illusion, a look of astonishment crossing her features. She was aware of Lin Mo's formidable power, yet she had not anticipated that his might would remain so potent even in the realm of illusion. Lin Mo observed the dozen or so flying swords that flickered and vanished amidst the swirling snow. Raising an eyebrow, he performed a hand gesture, and in an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him, from which emerged another set of golden small swords. These swords spiraled momentarily before scattering outward with sudden ferocity. A resounding crash echoed as the previously vanished crystalline flying swords were severed by the golden swords propelled by Lin Mo. Subsequently, a harmonious hum arose from both the crystalline and golden flying swords, their dual energies intertwining in an unrelenting struggle. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's lips moved as he uttered an unusual incantation. A muffled groan reverberated through the fierce snowstorm. Although the precise location was indeterminate, a general direction could be discerned. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted some distance away, revealing a woman clad in flowing white garments, her visage contorted in agony as she clutched her head, overwhelmed by pain. It was none other than Bai Mingxin. She had never fathomed that a nascent soul could wield the deranging technique even while ensnared by the illusion. In that moment, Bai Mingxin realized that she had grossly underestimated Lin Mo. This underestimation was not hers alone. The middle-aged cultivator in the green robe had also failed to anticipate such developments. Yet, by the time he grasped the gravity of the situation, it was far too late, a matter for discussion at a later time. Meanwhile, Bai Mingxin, injured by the secret technique, found her consciousness in disarray, causing the brilliance of her entangled crystalline flying swords to diminish significantly. Noticing this, Lin Mo swiftly chanted the sword incantation, urging forth the dozen bamboo be-cloud swords. A resplendent golden light enveloped them as they circled the crystalline flying swords, which appeared listless. With a decisive slash towards the sword body, a cacophony of cracking sounds ensued, resulting in half of the icy swords being cleaved in two by the golden flying swords. as Bai Mengxin attempted to suppress the secret technique with her spiritual energy. She sensed the destruction of her life-bound sword, coupled with an unsettling awareness of her innate yearnings. Alarm surged within her, and a sharp pain shot through her head, causing her to spit forth several droplets of crimson essence. At that moment, Bai Mengxin disregarded all else, quickly reciting the sword incantation and the remaining icy swords. As if responding to her call, flew back toward her, heeding her summons. With no time for contemplation, her sole focus was to prevent the destruction of her remaining life-bound swords. However, Lin Mo was not one to relent easily, having already engaged. He would not permit Bai Mengxin to reclaim her lethal icy swords without a fight. With a cold chuckle, Lin Mo directed the bamboo be-cloud swords, causing several golden flying swords to relentlessly pursue the remaining icy swords. The remaining golden swords maneuvered deftly, encircling the icy swords from another direction, executing a pincer attack. Soon, the air was filled with the buzzing of vibrating swords, as the icy swords found themselves ensnared in a perilous trap. At this moment, Bai Mengxin realized that Lin Mo intended to capture all her remaining life ice swords in one fell swoop. From Lin Mo's perspective, as he looked down, a fierce roar echoed. "You dare?" Lin Mo, with a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, let out a cold laugh. Although he could not see Bai Mengxin, he directed his attention towards the source of the frantic voice. With a snap of his fingers, the flying swords, now radiating an even brighter golden light, swiftly encircled and constricted the remaining ice swords. Before long, the golden sphere of light dispersed, revealing a gentle shower of white ice flakes that shattered all the remaining flying swords into oblivion. Witnessing this, Bai Mengxin trembled with rage, her eyes burning crimson. With her hands forming intricate seals and chanting spells, she struck her waist storage pouch twice. In a swift motion, two beams of light shot forth from the pouch. Soaring into the sky, Lin Mo gazed up at the snow-laden sky and heard a thunderous roar, followed by the emergence of two fearsome ink dragons, each over 7 or 8 meters long, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards him. Raising an eyebrow at the ink dragons, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. As though he had anticipated such a backup, he began to chant a spell, summoning the Qingzhu Fengyun sword with one hand, while with the other, he gently gestured upwards. From his sleeve, a scroll emanating a faint red glow was propelled into the air. As it unfurled, it emitted a melodious chime, and from the open scroll, over 100 golden and silver ancient characters flew out, swirling chaotically in the wind and snow like fireflies, heading towards the two ink dragons. The ink dragons paid no heed to the shimmering runes, disdainfully snorting through their nostrils, and unleashed a torrent of black light to obliterate the runes, offering them no respite. Upon colliding with the ancient characters, the runes erupted like droplets hitting a hot pan, crackling and bursting forth. Not only did they shatter the protective black light surrounding the ink dragons, but they also sent the two creatures tumbling head over heels. Bai Mengxin could hardly fathom that such seemingly mundane ancient characters contained such formidable power. Each one was astonishingly potent. The ink dragons, taken aback by the severity of their injuries, felt as though their very skin had been peeled away, unable to withstand such a heavy blow. They were aware that not only did they possess the protective black light, but their scales were nearly as resilient as bronze or iron. However, now, deeply wounded, the ink dragons roared in defiance, transforming into two black short blades. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, not expecting that the essence of the ink dragons had manifested as black short blades. The fact that the short blades could cultivate consciousness suggested they possessed immense power. Elated, he infused the scroll with an additional 30% of his magical energy. The red scroll trembled violently, and more ancient characters surged forth, enveloping a vast expanse above him before shooting away. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator in blue robes within the cave wore a grim expression. Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared, and amidst the encircling ancient characters, he emerged without a word, summoning the two black short blades back to him with a swift motion. Suddenly, with a decisive strike, he directed his palm towards the ancient script glowing with golden light. From his sleeve, a number of small azure flags shot forth, each merely a few inches in size. Inscribed with flowing ancient characters, the azure flags fluttered in the wind, producing a crisp sound. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged cultivator in the azure robe, who had just been present, vanished without a trace. The ancient script, arriving too late, found itself ensnared by the azure flags, unable to perceive the golden radiance. Lin Mo paused momentarily, a cold smile gracing his lips, aware that the azure-robed cultivator likely aimed to rescue Bai Mingxin. Seizing the opportunity while the cultivator was preoccupied, Bai Mingxin summoned a flawless white mirror. Facing Lin Mo's golden flying sword, she infused her spiritual energy into the mirror, causing it to shimmer slightly. Suddenly, a creamy white beam of light erupted from the mirror's surface. This radiant beam illuminated the azure bamboo sword, swiftly encasing it in a layer of frost, transforming it into a solid block of ice midair. The remaining few ice swords seized this moment to retreat to Bai Mingxin's grasp. Lin Mo, witnessing the unfolding events, let out a cold snort, his gaze shifting rapidly. In an instant, he appeared at a distant point, seemingly nonchalantly tapping a few times. Subsequently, the golden small sword emitted a thunderous crack. Delicate arcs of electricity materialized upon the sword, as the profound ice upon the golden flying sword shattered under the might of the dispelling divine thunder. With a resounding crack, the golden flying sword regained its freedom. Bai Mingxin, witnessing the golden sword's liberation, underwent a drastic change in expression. She swiftly turned the white mirror in her hand, aiming it directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo appeared unaffected, merely shaking his back slightly, producing a series of rumbling sounds. In a mesmerizing display, a pair of silver wings unfurled from his back, flashing with brilliance before vanishing from sight. Bai Mingxin stood in stunned silence, observing Lin Mo's sudden disappearance from the illusion. Just as she began to comprehend the situation, a fierce gust of wind surged past her. Sensing imminent danger, she was abruptly seized by an outstretched arm from within the tempest, drawing her into the whirlwind, which dissipated just as swiftly, leaving no trace of Bai Mingxin behind. Moments later, Lin Mo occupied the exact spot where Bai Mingxin had been, staring into the empty void with a fierce expression. His pupils glimmered with a blue light as he coldly raised his hand, unleashing a black beam that shot forth from his sleeve, only to vanish in an instant. In the distance, amidst the void, a flicker of black light emerged, accompanied by a low grunt. The middle-aged cultivator in azure, now visibly staggered, materialized, though he was missing an arm, blood streaming profusely from the severed limb. He momentarily flickered into visibility before disappearing again, reappearing directly before Lin Mo. A short blade, mere inches in length, glinted with a dark radiance, an embodiment of the demonic essence of a humanoid puppet. Lin Mo surveyed the stormy expanse, his gaze darting from one area to another, seemingly in search of something. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the azure-robed cultivator frantically pressed his severed arm against the wound, hastily applying several talismans. As the white light of the talismans swirled, astonishingly, the severed arm reattached as if it had never been injured at all. After having his severed arm reattached, the middle-aged cultivator in a blue robe began to ponder the same question as Bai Mingxin. How could this Lin fellow possess such an abundance of spiritual treasures? It seemed that his junior sister, Mingyao, had not exaggerated. To sustain such injuries within the realm of illusion was no small feat. Senior Ouyang, are you all right? Bai Mingxin inquired, observing the blue-robed cultivator, who had indeed put himself in harm's way for the sake of her life-bound ice sword. The cultivator merely exhaled a deep breath and turned to Bai Mingxin, noticing her worried expression. This arm should not have borne the burden, yet if not for him, it would surely have fallen upon junior sister Bai. He replied, I am fine. It is merely your life-bound ice sword, though not fully retrieved. He managed to recover a few pieces. Thank you, senior, Bai Mingxin said, feeling a twinge of pain in her heart. Although the Xianbing sword had been restored, she was now unable to engage in combat effectively. Senior Ouyang, it seems that the restrictions set by Senior Hanli have no effect on Lin the cultivator, and he appears capable of sensing the external world even within the illusion. Observe how he seems to possess the ability to pierce through the illusions, Bai Mingxin remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, while we have utilized the power of the restrictions to conceal our movements, he appears on the verge of breaking through. The blue-robed cultivator replied, his complexion pale. I witnessed it all. The opponent is undeniably formidable, if it were not for the involvement of the Void Heaven Cauldron. The minor extreme palace ought not to engage him. However, having initiated conflict, retreat is not an option. At this moment, Master Hanli maintained a calm demeanor, yet the blue light in his eyes was intensely radiant. I have already dispelled the last remnants of the backlash from the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Below, I require your assistance. I am nearly finished. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. The blue-robed cultivator felt a sense of unease and thought. If we do not activate the Xuanyu Cave's cold energy, we will be unable to open it for another millennium. Bai Mingxin also sensed the gravity of the situation but remained silent, her gaze fixed on Master Hanli. Do you have any other methods? If we do not unleash the cold energy within the Xuanyu Cave, do you possess any other spiritual treasures that can suppress him? Lin, my fellow cultivator, is adept in the art of formations. Moreover, he possesses a protective spiritual treasure. Besides the Void Heaven Cauldron, he wields a fan that can hinder spiritual treasures. How can we contend with that? Master Hanli opened his eyes and regarded the two, but they merely exchanged glances without uttering a word, having no further ideas at this juncture. Then, Master Hanli gazed towards Lin Mo in the distant illusion and calmly stated, "We can only rely on the cold energy of the entire Xuanyu Cave." Chapter 283, Breaking the Illusion. Only by breaking the illusion can we ensure that this individual does not escape alive. Furthermore, compared to the Void Heaven Cauldron, sealing the Xuanyu Cave for a millennium is entirely worthwhile. Noticing the silence from both individuals, Master Hanli then waved a hand, producing a crystal-clear Xuanyu token. Just as he prepared to summon the token, he instinctively glanced at Lin Mo within the illusion, his expression changing dramatically. He exclaimed, "Not good. That person has already located the eye of the restrictions and is about to break free from the formation. Hurry, activate the formation. Use any means necessary to buy me some time." At this moment, Master Hanli's countenance could be described as ashen. Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged scholar in a green robe gazed in terror at the illusion before them. Within this ethereal realm, Lin Mo formed intricate hand seals, and suddenly, a colossal golden sword materialized above his head, crackling with countless arcs of electricity, slowly descending towards the forbidden eye. The middle-aged scholar's heart raced with alarm. With a flick of his sleeve, a sphere of yellow and green light surged forth, hurtling towards the giant sword. Bai Mingxin, remaining silent, waved her hand, causing a milky white mirror to reappear. As its surface shimmered, a beam of pearlescent light shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Mo. At that moment, Hanli urgently chanted a spell, and the Xianyu talisman soared into the air, transforming into a radiant orb of light, while a shadowy figure of a spirit beast began to coalesce. The sphere shimmered in hues of yellow and green, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lin Mo, observing the sudden emergence of the orb, did not cease his assault with the golden sword. Instead, he uttered a sword incantation, channeling spiritual energy into the colossal blade. The golden sword's aura surged several feet higher, its might seemingly amplified. With a thunderous crash, the yellow-green orb descended. Instantly, several white beams of light appeared before Lin Mo. In response, he unleashed a torrent of blue-violet ice flames from his sleeves, which crackled and intensified, transforming into a massive fireball. As the blue-violet fireball expanded, it exploded into 4 fiery orbs that launched towards the white beams. A cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted as the white beams collided with the blue-violet fireballs. The intertwining of azure and white spiritual light created a cataclysmic explosion within the illusion, scattering countless crystalline sparks as frigid air spread throughout the illusory space. Amidst the overwhelming noise, the golden sword struck firmly against the yellow-green orb, producing intertwining streams of azure and gold light, inseparable and vibrant. Simultaneously, a magnificent electric sphere emerged, dazzling in its brilliance, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. At that moment, Lin Mo observed that within the yellow-green orb lay a yellow sphere, likely possessing properties of lightning, suggesting it was an ancient treasure. Encased in a layer of purple ice flames, Lin Mo was undeterred by the encroaching chill. As the cold emanating from the white beams dissipated upon contact with his protective flames. However, the massive lightning sphere intrigued him as he squinted at it, noting that it seemed resilient against his exorcising divine lightning's might. His curiosity about the ancient artifact deepened. Once more, he urged the golden sword forward, directing it towards the ethereal ding, from which streams of azure silk erupted. The silken threads swiftly darted towards the yellow sphere, ensnaring it with increasing tenacity. The middle-aged scholar in the green robe, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. He quickly executed a series of incantations, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sphere. The Thunder Pearl, a rare treasure inadvertently acquired by a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe several years ago, remains an enigma to this day. Its formidable power astonishes all, and one can only speculate on the extent of its might should its secrets be unraveled. Thus, it stands as one of the cultivator's most prized possessions, not easily forsaken or abandoned. Under the radiant energy of the cultivator, the azure light intensified, overshadowing the previously evenly matched thunder spheres. With the golden sphere now appearing to be in retreat, Lin Mo's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. The golden sword, imbued with the essence of over a dozen flying swords and the power of the exorcising divine thunder, was unmatched by the formidable yellow orb. With a mere flick of the giant sword, several thick golden arcs emerged along its blade, swiftly transforming into massive golden serpents that lunged towards the yellow orb. The yellow-green spiritual light enveloping the orb shattered under the assault of the golden serpents, revealing the orb's true form. In a flash, azure threads ensnared the orb tightly, rendering it immobile. Observing this from outside the illusion, the middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, betraying his anxiety as he fumbled to perform hand seals. The yellow orb, bound by the azure threads, began to writhe and struggle, yet it could not escape its confines. Beside him, Bai Mingxin turned pale. Her brows furrowed as she manipulated a white mirror with one hand, infusing it with spiritual power before casting it into the void. Instantly, it transformed into a radiant cold moon, hovering above her head, its surface a blur of white. She swiftly chanted a spell, exhaling a pure stream of white energy towards the cold moon, which emitted a hissing sound reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. In the next moment, a flash of green light shot forth from the mirror, its speed so great that it was scarcely discernible. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, commanding the void celestial cauldron, sensed an imposing presence behind him. His azure eyes glowed fiercely as dozens of golden beams erupted forth. With a thunderous roar, these beams detonated, seemingly striking something of significance. Without hesitation, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve, forcibly seizing the yellow orb ensnared in azure threads, chanting a spell as golden light burst forth around it. He then stored it within his spatial pouch. At this juncture, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward the site of the recent explosion of golden light, where a peculiar spirit insect was engaged in a fierce struggle. This insect resembled a scorpion, its body of vibrant green, yet it bore two dark tails. On its back, two pairs of translucent wings fluttered, beneath which was a disturbing pattern resembling a human face, an image that could send shivers down one's spine. A two-tailed, human-faced scorpion. Lin Mo murmured as he recognized the silhouette of the spirit insect. Although he had never encountered such a creature before, its depiction in tomes had left a lasting impression, ranking 29th on the list due to the human-like features on its back. At this moment, the face remained shadowed, indicating that it was still in its larval stage, not yet fully developed. Compared to raising the gold-devouring insect, Lin Mo regarded the completed spirit insects from 20 or more years ago as potential threats, while dismissing the others as inconsequential, unaware of the respect he should hold. He raised an eyebrow at the verdant creature and, with a single hand, patted his insect pouch, unleashing a chorus of insect chirps. A cloud of golden insects erupted from the pouch, diving towards the emerald-tailed humanoid scorpion. The previously menacing black-tailed scorpion seemed to sense danger, emitting a low chirp before its shadowy form blurred and vanished, as if it had become invisible, and it fled. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, observing the golden cloud materialize 20 paces away, with the green double-tailed scorpion within it. The swarm of golden beetles, furious over the scorpion's attempted escape, slowly advanced upon it with menacing intent. White Mingxin, controlling the precious mirror, was taken aback by the situation, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Just as she intended to command the double-tailed scorpion to flee, the gold-devouring insects surged forward in a frenzy. Perceiving an overwhelming threat, the scorpion transformed into a dark shadow, attempting to break through the encirclement. However, the gold-devouring insects would not grant it the opportunity. They swarmed and tore the double-tailed scorpion apart with alarming speed. It is important to note that these insects were unfazed by scorpion venom or stingers. The scorpion struggled not at all before being completely eradicated, emitting only a few pitiful chirps in its final moments. Once the double-tailed scorpion was entirely consumed, Lin Mo summoned the gold-devouring insects back to him. The location where the insect cloud had enveloped was left with only a pile of dark, glistening stingers. Due to their hardness, the gold-devouring insects showed little interest in them, leaving them behind. Lin Mo gazed at the pair of dark stingers suspended in the air, reached out to grasp them, examined them briefly, and then cast them into his beast material pouch. He glanced at the distant floating golden giant sword, and with a flicker of his mind, the sword descended with enhanced power. A tremendous roar followed, as the surrounding snowstorm was suddenly illuminated by brilliant white light, transforming into wisps of radiant mist, causing the storm to dissipate and the scenery to shift, thus escaping the illusion. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and saw a middle-aged cultivator in a green robe summoning a gong-like artifact, preparing to offer it to the void. Meanwhile, White Mingxin, her expression dark and nearly translucent from the loss of her mirror-bound spirit insects, glared at the ethereal mirror, her eyes venomous as she unleashed several spells. She aimed to harness the artifact's essence to activate other spiritual tools. Upon hearing a crack, Lin Mo had already broken free from the array, momentarily startling her and causing her expression to change drastically. On the other side of the luminous barrier, vibrant hues danced as Master Mojiao and Lady Long engaged in a fierce battle, their energies intertwined. Meanwhile, on the giant stone, the cold Li Shang was continuously chanting spells, his gaze fixated ominously on Lin Mo, as a pale, Qilin-like apparition began to manifest above his head. The previously vague figure grew clearer with the accumulation of incantations. However, Lin Mo noticed that at the very center of the illusion lay an unknown. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo gently tapped the storage pouch at his waist, and a black jade bottle shot forth, swirling in front of him. With his hands forming intricate seals, a series of ajar spells struck the surface of the black bottle. After a brief spin, the bottle inverted, releasing a series of ferocious growls. 5 wisps of grayish-white energy emerged, coalescing into 5 unruly skeletal figures. These diminutive skeletons, barely a foot in height, rapidly expanded to a towering 2, entwined with the grayish fog, emitting a chilling, eerie laughter. As the 5 skeletal figures caught sight of Lin Mo, their eyes gleamed with malevolence. As if poised to leap at him, Lin Mo's expression darkened. His lips moved as he chanted an ancient and obscure incantation. Instantly, a bluish flame flickered around the silver rings adorning the skeletons' necks, followed by a pungent, charred aroma. It was none other than the 5 Hearts Convergence demon. Startled, the 5 Hearts Convergence demon recoiled, emitting a cacophony of distressing cries, reflecting sheer terror. Lin Mo raised his left hand, palm upward, and with his middle finger, he made a small incision on his wrist, allowing 5 droplets of blood to escape, each falling into the mouths of the 5 Hearts Convergence demon. In an instant, their eyes glowed an ominous green, and they transformed into docile beings. Lin Mo pointed towards the middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe and the 5 Hearts Convergence demon. Now obedient, soared into the air, their expressions fierce as they lunged towards him with a wailing cacophony. The heads of the 5 demons were the size of wheels, swaying as they howled with disquieting shrieks, the grayish-white energy swirling around them in a formidable display. The blue-robed middle-aged cultivator's complexion paled, disbelief etched across his face, swiftly morphing into horror as he stammered, "The 5 Hearts Convergence demon. You are the one who killed the Qian-old demon." A decade ago, the sealing at Kunlun Mountain had far-reaching consequences. Even in the northernmost Xiaoji Palace, tales of it were well known. It was a time when the renowned Yi family of the Great Jin vanished without a trace, and countless Yuanian cultivators perished amidst Kunlun Mountain, marking a rare occurrence in nearly a millennium. Even the esteemed elder of the Luo sect, Qian-old demon, tragically fell there, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Great Jin. It is known that those who reach the Yuaniing stage typically do so as their lifespans wane, making such beings nearly mythical. The blue-robed cultivator recognized the 5 Hearts Convergence demon as a creation of Qian-old demon because he had witnessed it once before, understanding the terror of its assault. If Qian-old demon had met his demise at the hands of this individual, it implied that Lin Mo's prowess surpassed that of a late-stage Yuanian cultivator. This realization elevated the blue-robed cultivator's fear to unprecedented heights. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his treasured copper gong into the void, his palm flipping to reveal a pale yellow jade pestle, which he struck against the gong. The thunderous sound echoed, unleashing a cascade of yellow light that enveloped him entirely. With another resounding boom, the yellow light coalesced into flying daggers the size of willow leaves, radiating with a yellow spiritual glow, as delicate as gossamer wings. The sound of gongs resonated successively, as yellow willow leaf flying daggers circled around the middle-aged cultivator in blue robes, emanating a faint, chilling glow, as if poised to shoot forth at any moment. Lin Mo observed the blue-robed cultivator, who was in a flustered state, hastily summoning his spiritual treasures. With a flick of his sleeves, 2 black flying daggers shot forth. Chapter 284. The strange cultivator. The black streaks transformed into 2 luminous flows, forming yet another layer of barriers behind the blade net. Lin Mo stared at the black daggers released by the blue-robed cultivator, momentarily stunned, not expecting them to retreat so easily. It appeared that the blue-robed cultivator was thoroughly intimidated by the 5-child heart demon, his fighting spirit on the verge of collapse, seemingly only wishing to preserve his own life. The 5 demons rattled their teeth, producing a grating sound. They also emitted a low, eerie wail, quickly closing the distance to the blue-robed cultivator. As the mouths of the 5 demons opened wide, a torrent of grayish-white demonic energy engulfed him entirely, followed by the sound of ghostly howls as the demons plunged into the abyss of dark energy. At this moment, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. He murmured incantations to issue commands to the 5-child heart demon, disregarding the situation unfolding around him. The 5 demons had already attained the nascent soul stage in life, and even in their demonic form, they were more than capable of dealing with late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, the blue-robe cultivator was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's 5-child heart demon, Mingxin and Master Hanli wore expressions even more grim than that of the blue-robed cultivator. Although they had never encountered the 5-child heart demon before, the sight of the demonic energy enveloping the 5 demons made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Master Hanli, confident in his abilities, believed he could face the 5-child heart demon without fear. However, at this critical moment of casting, he found himself unable to spare any energy for alternative reactions. Mingxin was taken aback, momentarily halting her actions mid-spell, realizing that no incantation or treasure from Lin Mo could be easily restrained. Continuing to cast would only waste her own spiritual power. Lin Mo, refusing to grant Mingxin a moment's respite, formed hand seals, his figure shimmering slightly as he conjured 4 identical blue shadows. These shadows then split into 2 groups, advancing towards Mingxin and Master Hanli, respectively. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's true form remained stationary, and with a flick of his sleeve, he retracted the floating void celestial cauldron before patting his storage pouch to summon a feather fan. With a gentle sweep, he unfurled his wind and thunder wings and transformed into a silver fox, vanishing from sight. Mingxin had been closely observing Lin Mo, and upon his sudden disappearance, she was startled, no longer daring to underestimate his might. As she glanced at the 4 indistinct shadows, she found herself uncertain whether they were mere illusions or something more, cautious not to let them approach her easily. Mingxin formed hand seals, launching beams of crystalline light at each of the 4 shadows, which instantly pierced through their forms, only to reveal 4 gleaming, spear-like treasures. In an instant, Mingxin, who had been standing still, vanished from her position and reappeared atop a colossal boulder, standing shoulder to shoulder with the venerable Hanli. Upon assuming her stance, Mingxin's expression remained tense, her countenance increasingly grave as she formed intricate hand seals. Suddenly, a layer of frigid white flames enveloped her, and as she chanted incantations, the icy flames swiftly coalesced into a pristine ice mountain, encasing both herself and Hanli within its protective embrace. With a swift motion, Mingxin raised her hands, conjuring a handful of silver threads that shot forth with remarkable speed, intertwining mid-air to form a circular net. This formation encased Mingxin, reflecting her and the middle-aged scholar's shared intention, not to vanquish the 5 sons of the heart demon, but merely to survive their grasp. At that moment, Mingxin had abandoned any thoughts of confronting Lin Mo alone. It was not out of reluctance, but rather the stark realization that she was no match for him. Her only hope lay in delaying until Hanli completed his incantation, harnessing the power of the Xian Yu cave to obliterate Lin Mo in one fell swoop. Lin Mo's formidable prowess far exceeded their previous understanding. His strength was more terrifying than anticipated. Mingxin witnessed her radiant crystal light pierce through 3 foes instantaneously, Yet another merely shifted slightly, before that very light darted towards Hanli without hesitation. The shadow that emerged revealed itself to be a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, unremarkable in appearance, but devoid of any discernible aura. His form ethereal and elusive, a mere puppet lurking behind Lin Mo. It became evident that Lin Mo had intermingled this figure among his phantoms, intending to eliminate anyone who stood in his way. Although the specifics of Han Li's mysterious technique atop the boulder eluded her, the spectral white Qilin hovering above was unmistakably extraordinary. While Lin Mo harbored confidence in confronting all the cultivators within the cave, even against their combined efforts, he was unwilling to allow Han Li the luxury of successfully casting his spell, as time was of the essence. Before his journey through time, he had often heard the adage, "A long night is fraught with dreams." Thus, it is best to conclude matters promptly. Meanwhile, Bai Mingxin, encased within the colossal ice, was increasingly perturbed upon encountering a puppet that resembled a true human. A closer look revealed fear in her eyes, and she could no longer ponder the emergence of this unfamiliar cultivator. She hastily directed the 4 shards of crystal light towards the distance. As the 4 shards spun through the air, they altered their trajectory, aimed at the puppet's back. The puppet appeared utterly unconcerned by the approaching tetrahedral projectiles, casually flicking its sleeve to reveal a small bow enveloped in flames. With an impassive expression, it took aim at the giant ice structure without hesitation, releasing a volley of fiery arrows. A resounding explosion followed, as countless flaming projectiles tore through the air, saturating the cave with a crimson hue, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of searing heat that enveloped the atmosphere. The puppet wielded the Thunderfire Bow, a treasure of unparalleled caliber, which had now been unleashed in all its formidable glory. Upon witnessing this, Bai Mingxin's pupils constricted sharply. The suddenly appearing stranger seemed utterly indifferent to her presence. Her gaze turned frigid, radiating a cold light, as she hastened her incantations, further accelerating the 4 crystalline beams of energy. If she could eliminate this inexplicable intruder, the current onslaught would be automatically neutralized. While she manipulated the tetrahedral attack, a fragment of her consciousness sought to locate the mysteriously vanished Lin Mo. She knew that if Lin Mo were to launch a sudden ambush, she would be caught off guard. However, before she could pinpoint Lin Mo's whereabouts, the 4 beams of crystalline energy surged toward the stranger's back. Yet, upon contact, a vibrant shield of 5 colors enveloped the stranger, followed by a thunderous roar as silver light intertwined with the multicolored aura. The stranger, protected by this radiant barrier, exhibited almost no reaction. The tetrahedral artifacts were utterly incapable of penetrating the luminous shield. Meanwhile, a barrage of fiery arrows had already soared toward the massive ice structure, striking with unrelenting ferocity. The ensuing cacophony echoed loudly as countless crimson flames rolled and surged over the ice's surface, transforming into sweltering clouds of fire, engulfing the ice block in a sea of flames. Bai Mingxin's countenance grew increasingly alarmed, yet she remained unduly unconcerned, despite the flames' immense power. They could not harm her own frigid fire. As if to affirm her belief, she observed the flames on the ice with unwavering focus. True to her expectations, the tumultuous red flames merely caused a faint shimmer of white light on the surface of the massive ice, inflicting no damage whatsoever. A hint of self-satisfaction tugged at the corners of Bai Mingxin's lips. However, before her smile could fully form, a thunderous crack resonated from a distance of about 10 feet behind the ice, as a silver arc materialized. Following this, a figure enveloped in violet ice flames lunged toward the massive ice without hesitation. It was none other than Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo had cleverly utilized the puppet to divert Bai Mingxin's attention while he himself stealthily approached the ice to strike. The fragment of her consciousness she had dispatched to monitor the ice's surroundings remained unreturned, preventing any sudden assault from Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's figure suddenly emerged, Bai Mingxin immediately sensed his presence. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned her hand to grasp the void. A crystalline hand, translucent and radiant, materialized outside the massive ice. Descending directly toward Lin Mo, Bai Mingxin did not arrogantly presume that such a method would suffice to thwart Lin Mo. Her intent was merely to obstruct his advance. Yet Lin Mo, unperturbed, merely flicked his sleeve expressionlessly, releasing a golden sword that shot forth in a flash of brilliance, severing the crystalline hand in twain. As he executed these maneuvers, he did not delay in reaching the ice. and at that moment, the blue-violet flames enveloping Lin Mo surged to new heights. Then, Lin Mo paused briefly before seamlessly merging into the massive ice, reappearing before Bai Mingxin and the revered Master Hanli. At the location where Lin Mo had transformed, a sizable ice hole, approximately 10 feet in diameter, emerged. Although the Qianlan ice flame and the purple flame of extremity had not been refined, the potency of the cold flame surpassed that of Bai Mingxin's extreme cold flame by a considerable margin. With Lin Mo's full exertion, he managed to breach this defense and reached Bai Mingxin's artifact, where he encountered a circular silver net. Bai Mingxin, taken aback, hurriedly recited an incantation to retract the silver net. Instantly, the silver net radiated brilliance, causing the threads to gradually contract from the center, becoming denser and ultimately forming a colossal silver sphere. Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle, channeling his spirit energy into the triflame fan. As he twirled the feathered fan, its size expanded dramatically, and he directed it toward the silver sphere with a swift motion. A surge of tricolored runes, intermingled with crimson flames, erupted forth, striking the silver sphere directly. The sphere, confronted by the replica spiritual treasure of the triflame fan, emitted a resonant hum. Subsequently, dazzling silver light clashed with the tricolored flames, managing to repel the flames momentarily, preventing immediate penetration and dissolution. However, it appeared that this defense could not endure for long. Lin Mo was surprised to discover such formidable power within the silver sphere, capable of resisting the tricolored flames of the triflame fan, yet its origin remained a mystery. Having infused only a trace of spirit energy, the triflame fan's power had only been partially unleashed. Lin Mo then gently patted his side, retrieving a jade vial from his storage pouch and dropping a single drop of the essence of all spirits into the fan. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of magical power flowed into the triflame fan. With a tremor, the tricolored fan emitted a melodious chime, and a tricolored firebird soared gracefully from the fire pillar, charging toward the silver sphere. Meanwhile, Lin Mo unfurled his wind and thunder wings, vanishing from sight just as the tricolored halo erupted, reappearing 30 feet away. The massive ice upon the boulder melted at a visibly rapid pace, while the silver sphere, situated at the center of the halo, was violently obliterated in an instant. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and his grip on the triflame fan tightened. As the silver sphere dissipated, a blue ice serpent, several feet long, manifested in its place. The serpent's forepart exhibited crystalline, translucent scales, while its rear half transformed into a viscous blue liquid, with its tail emerging from a small cauldron, the very spirit object released by the cauldron. At that moment, the small cauldron floated before Master Hanli, revealing itself to be another Qianlan cauldron. The blue ice serpent coiled and contracted, enveloping Bai Mingxin and Master Hanli within its protective embrace. Though the serpent's body began to melt away under the tricolored halo, the halo's power was finally depleted and vanished with a soft puff. Remarkably, under the protection of the blue ice serpent's extreme cold energy, the triflame fan inflicted no harm whatsoever. So this is the fire-attributed spiritual fan? Truly a remarkable replica spiritual treasure. Its power is indeed formidable. In terms of might, it likely surpasses my Qianlan cauldron, Master Hanli remarked calmly. Without witnessing the arcane arts of the venerable Master Hanli, one could only observe as he opened his mouth and unleashed a plume of deep blue flame. This cerulean fire appeared to be drawn towards the azure ice serpent, enveloping it completely. The pure blue flames coursed through the serpent's body, and at that moment, the creature emitted a resounding cry. Wherever the blue flames passed, the serpent's damaged form rejuvenated instantaneously, its emerald eyes now glaring menacingly at Lin Mo. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo's countenance bore a peculiar expression, a blend of mockery and a cold smirk. Master Hanli felt a tremor in his heart, puzzled by Lin Mo's demeanor, when suddenly, a faint azure shadow materialized in the air and lunged forward. A silver dagger plunged into Master Hanli's back, while the other hand raised a small silver shield, transforming it into a shimmering barrier that descended upon Bai Mingxin from above. This ethereal azure figure moved with silent grace, akin to a gentle breeze, evading detection by ordinary cultivators, even Lin Mo's own humanoid puppet. Under the cover of the fiery clouds and Lin Mo's intervention, it stealthily arrived at this location. In the 285th chapter, concerning Master Hanli's nascent soul, Bai Mengxin remained oblivious to the anomaly at her back until ensnared within the silver barrier. Her shock quickly turning to dread as she comprehended her predicament. In a heartbeat, she formed seals with her hands, and the white, frigid flames enveloped her entirely, unleashing a torrent of fireballs towards the barrier. A thunderous roar ensued, yet upon inspection, the white fireballs failed to breach the silver barrier, instead rebounding back. Cold sweat beaded on Bai Mengxin's forehead as she finally realized her entrapment. In stark contrast, Master Hanli, being on the cusp of transcending to the divine transformation stage, possessed a significantly higher cultivation and spiritual awareness than Bai Mengxin. Thus, when the humanoid puppet emerged, Master Hanli had already sensed the subtle disturbance. Without a moment to lose, he summoned the azure ice serpent, his lips moving slightly as golden battle armor manifested around him, radiating an ancient luminescence. As the humanoid puppet advanced to strike, Master Hanli deftly evaded its assault. With a resounding thud, the puppet's palm struck Master Hanli's shoulder, the hand emanating a silvery glow. It is noteworthy that the puppet's palm was crafted from refined silver infused with rare materials, bestowing it with power far superior to that of an ordinary flying sword. However, when the silver palm met the golden armor, it ricocheted off, though the immense force still propelled the late nascent soul cultivator back several steps. Master Hanli immediately felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, intending to forcibly halt the spell he was casting to free his hands for combat. He sensed that the chilling power within the Xianyu cave could now be harnessed. With both hands forming seals, the humanoid puppet wasted no time as its other hand struck swiftly towards Master Hanli, landing upon his opposite shoulder, yet still proving ineffective. The expression of the Grand Elder momentarily froze, his mind inundated with questions. Subsequently, the humanoid puppet's hands shimmered with silver light, instantaneously transforming into two silver hooks that struck the shoulders of the celestial Master Hanli. Although Hanli sustained no injuries, he found himself immobilized. At the same time, a flicker of spiritual light appeared above the Grand Elder's head, and a black short blade materialized, descending toward the crown of Hanli's head. However, the golden armor was firmly ensnared by the silver hooks, making it impossible to break free. His complexion turned ashen, nearly losing his composure. And without the luxury of gradually channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a spray of blood light. This blood light was exceptionally vibrant, hinting at the formidable spiritual power it contained. As the blood light collided with the black short blade, a resounding impact ensued. The golden armor upon Hanli shimmered momentarily before dimming, allowing him to evade the impending attack. Meanwhile, the blue ice serpent coiled upon the boulder under Hanli's command, let out a roar, and lunged toward Lin Mo. Yet, before it could make contact, a blue beam of light shot forth. Hanli believed that by merely delaying Lin Mo's assault, he could annihilate him with the chilling power of the Xianyu cave. Simultaneously, a large silver chain manifested beneath Hanli's feet, and as a silver lotus blossomed, a resonant sound echoed through the air. Instantly, Hanli felt as though he were weighed down by an immense force, utterly unable to move, while the magical energy within him spiraled out of control, and the potency of the black short blade above him diminished significantly. At that moment, the demonic essence flying knife descended, and Hanli let out a harrowing scream as the knife pierced through the crown of his head. However, as a cultivator on the brink of transcending to the god transformation stage and having practiced numerous secret arts, Hanli's neck inexplicably elongated, stretching bizarrely as the black light flashed. The flying knife swiftly severed the connection between his neck and body, causing his head to roll away. In an instant, the golden armor enveloping Hanli vanished, and the blue ice serpent atop the boulder disintegrated into nothingness. Lin Mo, witnessing this turn of events, was about to smile when he saw the fallen head suddenly emanate a golden radiance, enveloping it entirely before spiraling upwards toward the illusory Qilin above. Lin Mo paused for a moment, realizing that Hanli's primordial spirit likely resided within that head. His expression darkened, a layer of azure light manifesting as he recited an incantation, followed by a thunderous shout that shattered the silence. The head emitted a wretched, piercing scream, and blood began to seep from its 7 orifices. Lin Mo had unleashed a full-force strike of the mind disruption stab. The previously vanished black short blade reappeared above the head. At this moment, blood flowed from the head's orifices, its face contorted in agony and terror. The manner in which the black blade struck was obscured, but a neat crimson line appeared down the center of the head, growing wider with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Lin Mo unfurled his thunder wings and instantly appeared several yards away from the head. With a decisive gesture of his hands, the sound of thunder reverberated as a colossal golden net descended upon the head. At that moment, the head split apart at the bloodied seam, revealing a sphere of blue light that enveloped the nascent soul of Coldly Shangren, which shot forth with great speed. The nascent soul opened its tiny mouth, unleashing a blue flying sword that surged forth, rapidly expanding to a size of over 10 feet, and slashed towards the massive golden net. As the blue flying sword grew, the spiritual pressure it emitted caused the golden net to tremble violently. Lin Mo, surrounded by a dark aura, chanted incantations and with a flick of his sleeve, unleashed a beam of golden light. A thunderous roar erupted as the blue flying sword collided with the golden net. The blue flying sword exhibited immense power, and after several fierce strikes, it tore a gash in the golden net. Although the opening was only about a foot wide, it was more than sufficient for the nascent soul at that moment. The nascent soul formed a hand seal, its figure flickered, and with a swift motion, it vanished without a trace. Moments later, a flash of blue light appeared 10 yards away from the golden net, revealing the nascent soul that had just escaped using a teleportation technique. The expression on its face was one of relief, as it extended a small hand towards the massive sword behind it. The blue flying sword immediately shrank in size, attempting to escape through the gap. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he snorted coldly, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted near the golden net, and the gash shrank instantly. The previously foot-wide opening disappeared in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, countless golden rays surged toward the blue flying sword, enveloping it in a dense cocoon. In such a life-or-death moment, the treasures employed by Coldly Shangren were all life-preserving artifacts. Yet under Lin Mo's relentless assault, they teetered on the brink of collapse. The blue spiritual light nearly entirely replaced by golden brilliance. Lin Mo gently tapped the virtual heavenly cauldron before shooting forth a strand of azure silk toward the nascent soul of Coldly Shangren. At that moment, Coldly Shangren, in a state of panic as he summoned back his treasure, was taken aback, gazing at the immense blue sword with an expression of deep complexity. In an instant, blue light flickered, and he vanished once more. He reappeared beside the Qianlong cauldron, hesitating slightly before glancing back at the illusory qilin above his head. Although his incantation had been forcibly severed and his physical body destroyed, the qilin's mysterious jade token continued to shimmer, showing no signs of impairment. Lin Mo observed as Coldly Shangren's nascent soul remained fixated on the qilin illusion. Silently approaching the qilin apparition, he coldly regarded the nascent soul below. Upon meeting Lin Mo's indifferent gaze, Coldly Shangren shuddered involuntarily, his heart sinking as even the slightest glimmer of hope was utterly crushed. The enormous blue sword had become ensnared by the divine thunder of exorcism, and he watched as the nascent soul's lips moved slightly before transforming into a silver fox, darting directly towards the nascent soul. Without a moment's hesitation, the nascent soul lunged towards the Qianlong cauldron before vanishing into it. A strange cry emanated from the small cauldron, which then soared into the air, darting a few times before flying toward the passageway. Meanwhile, the azure silk emitted from Lin Mo's heavenly cauldron could not ensnare the small cauldron employing the teleportation technique, dissipating and vanishing along the way. As the primordial infant of the Coldly Master perceived Lin Mo approaching, he realized escape was futile, yet he dared not linger. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of azure light, aiming for the heights. Employing the teleportation technique twice, he was on the cusp of reaching the passage when he noticed Lin Mo was still 7 or 8 zhang away. Just as he began to relax, the nearby Qian Jade mine was breached by the Qian Blue Cauldron, and several strands of icy light surged forth, directly coiling towards the opening. Unperturbed by the sudden chill, the Coldly Master felt secure behind the protective Qian Blue Cauldron, which was gradually enhancing its azure ice flames to repel the chilling light. However, in the blink of an eye, the previously misty white chill transformed into a fiery crimson glare. The azure ice flames, upon contact, were absorbed, disregarding their presence entirely. Moments later, the chilling essence vanished into the cauldron, which trembled violently, followed by the astonished and enraged voice of the Coldly Master. As an eerie amalgamation of blue and red flames erupted above the cauldron, A resounding explosion ensued as the spiritual light on the Qian blue cauldron surged forth, expanding to several feet in size. The blue and red flames divided, each claiming half, revealing the primordial infant of the coldly master amid the azure fire. With a fierce gaze, the infant confronted the red flames, within which appeared a fire crow, about the size of a fist, emitting low, contented calls. With a commanding shout, the coldly master propelled the azure flames towards the opposing red fire. The fire crow, indifferent, surged forward with the crimson flames. A blinding brilliance erupted, accompanied by earth-shattering sounds. The red flame, embodying the true fire of the Tayin, steadily consumed the azure ice swallows. This elusive fire, nearly sentient, had been summoned from the formation by Lin Mo, hiding at the cave's entrance. It was crucial to acknowledge that the true fire of the Tayin, masked by the Xian Jade's chilling essence, had successfully ambushed its target. Although the fire was slender and sparse, rendering it unable to immediately dominate the Qian blue cauldron, the coldly master found himself equally powerless against it, unable to compel the cauldron to flee. The primordial infant struggled futilely to reclaim control over the cauldron, panic evident on his countenance. In a desperate bid, a sphere of blue light shot forth from the cauldron, soaring into the sky. As the primordial infant relinquished the Qian blue cauldron to escape, Lin Mo, however, would not allow the coldly master to evade so easily. With a casual flick of his hand, a verdant small materialized in his grasp. Chanting an incantation, the Buddhist light flickered, and the green radiated brilliantly before vanishing from view. In an instant, it reappeared above the primordial infant of the coldly master, who trembled in fear and hurriedly attempted to perform the teleportation technique to flee. Yet, the green merely lifted slightly, revealing a silver lotus flower the size of a bowl, which inverted beneath it. As the sacred sound resonated, a silvery light curtain was unleashed. The primordial infant, sensing the Buddhistic radiance, was momentarily stunned, rendered immobile. At this moment, the infant soul's complexion was pallid, while the silver fox darted overhead, and Lin Mo gradually materialized in the void, gazing coldly below. Although Lin Mo's 8th spirit had only cultivated the first layer of its power was truly astonishing, surpassing even the might of the in combat. They, currently in the infant soul state, could effortlessly control a late-stage infant soul cultivator. Moreover, the magical incantation he previously employed to activate that had consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Had the been at his peak, Lin Mo would have been unable to contend with him. Lin Mo gathered his 5 fingers, golden light shimmering at his fingertips, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A golden arc shot forth, transforming into 5 slender golden serpents that bit into the infant soul, then morphing into 5 golden ropes that bound the infant soul in place. With a flick of his sleeve, several confinement talismans flew from his robe, striking the infant soul and illuminating it with various colors of confinement light. Lin Mo, with an impassive expression, gently tapped his storage pouch at his waist, releasing a dozen silver needles that he casually tossed. The needles embedded themselves in the critical points of the infant soul's body, causing it to convulse, its previously radiant eyes dimming. Observing this, Lin Mo allowed a slight smile to grace his face, his demeanor one of relaxed amusement. He then returned the 8th spirit to his storage pouch, while the infant soul glared at him with a seething malice. Casting a glance at the infant soul, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve. An verdant vial appeared above the infant soul's head. He gently pointed at the vial, which released a cascade of light, swiftly enveloping the infant soul and drawing it into the vial. He then directed a gesture towards witnessing the envelope as it soared towards him. In a flash, it disappeared into his sleeve. At this point, Lin Mo retrieved the green jade vial and transformed into a streak of azure light, suddenly appearing above a colossal stone. Chapter 286. The illusion unveiled. Lin Mo stood upon the giant stone, surveying his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. Previously ensnared beneath the silvery screen, Bai Mingxin lay silently beside a heap of rubble. A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred her lower abdomen, with still liquid blood pooling beneath her. Her body nearly chilled to the bone from the cave's low temperature. Lin Mo observed that the blood beneath Bai Mingxin's corpse was not essence blood, indicating that the infant soul had departed the body. However, its whereabouts remained unknown for the time being. Turning his gaze towards the hospital, he caught sight of a shadow beside the Qilan's phantom, while a humanoid puppet stood motionless nearby, and before the puppet were enveloped in a faint spiritual glow. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Mo's eyes, but he did not rush over. Instead, he glanced in another direction, only to bizarrely discover that the previously menacing now stood side by side, shoulder to shoulder. The once grayish-white demonic aura was noticeably absent, revealing only 5 skeletal figures swaying unsteadily. Among them, one skeleton clutched a pale blue storage pouch in one hand, while the other hand wielded a mass of dark flames that flickered ominously. Lin Mo's brow relaxed as he divided a strand of his consciousness to the humanoid puppet, quickly discerning the situation. As Bai Mingxin observed Lin Mo compelling the nascent soul of Hanli to separate from its host, her heart brimmed with terror. In a frenzied attempt to escape, she not only destroyed several precious items from her storage bag, but also violently breached the protective barrier of the Yuan Gang shield. Striving to flee, Lin Mo, however, foresaw her intentions and had previously commanded the humanoid puppet to ensure that no one could escape, including Bai Mingxin and the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe, not to mention Lady Long. Thus, when Bai Mingxin attempted to flee upon witnessing the detachment of Hanli's nascent soul, the humanoid puppet intercepted her. During their struggle, she was struck in the abdomen by a magical flying knife wielded by the puppet. Following the injury to her physical form, her nascent soul separated and was swiftly shattered by the puppet's thunderfire bow. Although the humanoid puppet possessed limited emotions, it was taken aback by the frailty of Bai Mingxin's nascent soul, which it had assumed would require multiple golden thunderwood arrows to vanquish, only to find that it disintegrated in mere moments. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator in the green robe, even at his peak, would have been unable to withstand the 5 Hearts Convergence demon. Having just assisted Hanli, his magical energy was not yet fully restored, and coupled with his dread of the demon, he ultimately succumbed, with both his physical form and nascent soul being consumed by the 5 demons, leaving behind an empty storage bag and a trace of extreme cold flame. Regaining his focus, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Observing the 5 Hearts Convergence demon in the distance, he beckoned to the 5 demons, who hesitated momentarily. Unperturbed, Lin Mo formed a hand seal, igniting the dark, cold flame upon the skeletal hand. A golden arc of light shot forth from his sleeve, enveloping the black ice flame and coalescing into a sphere the size of a fist. He then patted his waist storage bag, summoning a white ice box, into which he cast the golden sphere before stowing it away. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the corpse of Bai Mingxin beside the pile of rubble. With a snap of his fingers, a crimson fireball appeared above her lifeless body, engulfing it entirely. Soon after, a white sphere of light emerged from the fireball, encircling the surrounding crimson flames before extinguishing them in a sweeping motion, after which the white flame re-entered her corpse. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes at Bai Mingxin's body, recognizing the white flame as the wind-fleeing ice flame she had cultivated. With her primordial spirit obliterated, the residual extreme cold flames returned to her form. He raised a hand, fingers drawing together towards the wind-fleeing ice flame, summoning forth a violet ice flame into his palm. Directing this flame towards the wind-fleeing ice flame, he observed as the violet fire glided gracefully above it. In a swift motion, he grasped downward, and as he opened his fingers, a white flame appeared in his palm. With his other hand, he reached for the storage bag of Bai Mingxin's corpse, drawing it into his grasp. The wind-fleeing ice flame, sensing its impending separation from Lin Mo's palm, struggled against the inevitable. Similarly, the evil-dispersing divine thunder can be used to confine it, and then it can be stored within the mysterious ice box. The black ice flames of the middle-aged cultivator in the blue robe, along with the remnants of Bai Mingxin's wind departure ice flame, are the essence itself. If these could be harnessed and merged with the purple Luo extreme fire, their power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Hence there is no rush to take action immediately. First, I shall attend to the corpse of the coldly master, yet I found no trace of the 2 golden wind lynxes in the storage bag. It is well known that golden wind lynxes are quite vigilant, so their absence from the coldly master's spirit beast pouch was indeed unexpected. Regardless, I paid it no mind and proceeded to stow away the storage bag and spirit beast pouch, turning my gaze towards the soaring qilin and the piece of mysterious jade plate hovering above. The carefree expression on my face was swiftly replaced by a grave demeanor. Although the qilin phantom appeared to be merely an ethereal figure, seemingly lifeless, I could sense the astonishing spiritual energy contained within it. Most importantly, I still did not understand how this phantom came into existence. It appeared to be formed from the gathering of mysterious jade's cold energy while emanating pure vitality, leaving me unable to discern its nature clearly. Thus I hesitated to deal with it immediately. Observing the Qilin phantom, I pondered for a moment, then raised a finger, which glimmered faintly with gold. Just as I was about to release a sword aura to probe the Qilin phantom, a streak of crimson flame shot forth from my fingertip, merging into the Qilin phantom, and in an instant, it transformed into a fire crow. That crimson flame was none other than the spiritual entity manifested from the true in fire. I watched as the fire crow thrived within the Qilin phantom, its resplendent red feathers flickering with light, gradually absorbing the surrounding white cold energy into its body. Witnessing this, my expression grew somewhat peculiar. Yet I retracted the golden sword aura from my fingertip and turned my attention away from the Qilin phantom, instead focusing on the distant multicolored barrier. Within the barrier, faint rumbling sounds could still be heard, indicating that Master Mojiao and Lady Long were still locked in fierce combat. Due to the presence of the multicolored barrier, neither of them sensed that the battle within the cave had concluded, nor could they fathom that a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like myself had effortlessly annihilated a soon-to-breakthrough nascent soul cultivator and two cultivators of the same rank. In reality, it had not taken long, merely the time it takes for a cup of tea to steep. Surrounding me, azure light flickered as I transformed into a streak of azure radiance. Soaring into the air above the multicolored barrier, I glanced down with a cold smirk, urging my consciousness, summoning both the humanoid puppet and the 5 sons of the heart demon to swiftly join me. In the blink of an eye, they landed beside me, while 36 beams of golden light spiraled above my head. With both hands forming intricate seals, I unleashed several spell techniques upon the azure bamboo B-cloud sword, causing all the golden lights to quiver slightly before they split into over 100 identical sword lights, launching forth in a single strike. As I envisioned the golden sword lights dispersing around the multicolored barrier, they vanished in an instant. Any master of formations would have recognized that I was currently setting up the Great Gung Sword Array, intending to envelop this entire area within its control. Unbeknownst to whether Lady Long and Master Mojiao were engaged in an unyielding struggle, they remained oblivious to the arrangement I was executing outside the barrier. Lin Mo merely sneered, then with a single hand raised, a beam of yellow light shot forth from his palm. It spiraled around the multicolored barrier before transforming into a demon-suppressing staff, which shimmered with a faint yellow glow. He then closed his eyes, formed a hand seal, and began to chant a low incantation, channeling his energy into the staff. The staff quivered slightly, and amidst a surge of yellow light, it suddenly expanded in size, rapidly growing to several dozen feet in length and the girth of a water barrel. At this moment, Lin Mo ceased his chanting and opened his eyes, gazing down at Lady Long. With a snap of his fingers, a radiant aura of Buddhist light materialized in his palm. He then flicked his hand, sending the luminous energy hurtling towards the demon-suppressing staff. Instantly, a layer of 7-colored Buddhist light enveloped the staff, which began to emit a deep, resonant hum, distinct from an ordinary buzzing sound, reverberating with a solemn intensity. Observing this, Lin Mo commanded the staff with a sharp utterance. The colossal staff descended rapidly, raining down upon the multicolored barrier below, resulting in a series of earth-shattering booms that threatened to collapse the entire entrance. The barrier, offering no resistance, succumbed to the immense force of the staff, shattering into countless specks of spiritual light before vanishing entirely. Having previously viewed the scene through the barrier, Lin Mo was taken aback by the sudden clarity as the barrier shattered, revealing a peculiar expression on his face. Master Mojiao and Lady Long were seated about 10 paces apart on 2 massive stones, their eyes closed in meditation. Lin Mo couldn't help but scoff, questioning whether Master Mojiao and Lady Long were merely putting on a show for him or for the Ziyajigong. He mused that perhaps he should join in, for their mere sitting seemed rather pointless. After all, one must perform the full act when visiting such a place. Between them lay an oddly plump spirit beast, its belly swelling and emitting bursts of sound, akin to 2 cultivators engaged in fierce battle. They were cleverly using the creature's noises, combined with the cover of the multicolored barrier, to deceive outsiders into believing a fierce conflict was underway. As the multicolored barrier was breached, the 2 seated figures instantly opened their eyes, surprise etched on their faces upon seeing Lin Mo. Above them, a layer of greenish-yellow light flickered, barely perceptible unless one paid close attention. While not as vibrant as the previous barrier, this translucent veil effectively cloaked the old monk and the elderly woman. With swirling runes dancing across its surface, Lin Mo noticed a silk handkerchief at the center of the barrier, presumably another spiritual treasure. Lady Long, incredulous, exclaimed, "It's you." Meanwhile, Master Mojiao's expression darkened, his mood fluctuating as he regarded Lin Mo with a foreboding gaze. Lin Mo, observing Master Mojiao, sneered, remarking that the so-called vow of a monk to speak no falsehoods was merely a fade. How ironic, indeed. Her gaze remained fixed on the exquisite silk scarf at the center of the luminous screen, the corners of her mouth curling slightly upwards as she continued. It certainly required a fair amount of ingenuity to conceal your movements so thoroughly. I can only surmise that this spiritual treasure plays a significant role in it. Could it be that even Lin, with his spiritual sight, could not pierce through this illusionary prohibition? It appears you two are playing the roles of the yellow weasel and the cicada simultaneously. I must commend you. However, the mirth on her face did not reach her eyes, and a hint of malice surfaced. Master Mojiao chanted a Buddhist incantation, but Lin Mo interjected, "Pray do not. Master, it would be wise for you to return to secular life and not tarnish the Buddhist reputation." The old monk's expression darkened further as he stubbornly replied, "Indeed. Lin Daoist, you are truly remarkable, capable of rendering even the three esteemed elders of the Little Extreme Palace powerless against you. Might I inquire if the three of them have already departed?" As Master Mojiao posed his question, his eyes scanned the cavern for any sign of the three elders. But his confusion deepened upon finding no trace of them. He released a wisp of divine consciousness to continue his search, but was met with no success, causing his heart to swell with alarm. How could it be possible that Lin Mo single-handedly annihilated the three elders? Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, shaking his head, then nodding slightly before sighing without uttering a word. Lady Long exchanged a glance with Master Mojiao, both reflecting confusion. They did not grasp Lin Daoist's intentions. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lady Long coldly remarked, "Why must you feign mystery? If Master Hanli has indeed vacated the Xuanyu cave, we must all make haste to escape. Otherwise, once he summons the disciples of the Little Extreme Palace, our departure will be as challenging as climbing to the heavens, and we would be left waiting to be caught like fish in a barrel." Her wrinkled face trembled slightly. Lin Mo glanced at Lady Long's feigned composure and replied in a calm tone, "There is no need to worry about the three elders of the Little Extreme Palace. They have been thoroughly dealt with by me. As for Master Hanli, he still has one nascent soul remaining. Do you and the Master wish to meet him before I escort you both on your way?" Lady Long's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "Impossible. How could Master Hanli be defeated by you? What do you mean by your last statement?" The fear in her heart escalated to new heights. "Nothing of consequence. Merely speaking the truth," Lin Mo responded indifferently. Chapter 287. The Great Gung Sword Array. The Great Gung Sword Array. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lady Long and Master Mojiao found it nearly impossible to believe or accept that three cultivators, two in the mid-nascent soul stage and one in the broken mirror transformation stage, had been so easily vanquished by Lin Mo. They were more inclined to believe that the three elders of the Little Extreme Palace had stealthily fled while they were distracted. Lin Mo scoffed and continued, "I care not for your relationship, nor am I inclined to ponder your schemes. However, I despise being used as a pawn. Your audacity in attempting to pit me against the elders of the Little Extreme Palace is sufficient reason for me to ensure your undoing." Lady Long discreetly slipped a hand into her sleeve, tightening her fist as she awaited Lin Mo's next words. The old monk's expression was equally grim as he regarded Lin Mo, preparing himself for the possibility of an imminent confrontation. Since one dares to exploit Lin Mo, one must be prepared for the backlash. Moreover, the fact that Lin possesses a celestial treasure is something I prefer to keep from the knowledge of others. Given the numerous grievances Lin Mo harbors, it would be best for both of you to occupy yourselves with trivial matters in the mortal realm. Lin Mo's tone was nonchalant, devoid of any semblance of threat, akin to a casual remark about the pleasantness of the weather. The old monk and Lady Long concealed their trepidation well, yet their inner turmoil roared like a tempest. As Lin Mo tightly shut his eyes and began to weave intricate hand seals, a series of obscure and arcane incantations flowed from his lips. The two were immediately alerted to the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding them, and without a moment's hesitation, They scanned their surroundings. Beyond 10 paces, they beheld countless golden lights shimmering, which then extended into slender, hair-like golden threads. There was no discernible pattern. They swayed as if caught in a gentle breeze, or as though a being were tugging at them with fervor. Yet, all the golden threads converged towards a singular point at the center. If one did not witness it firsthand, the phenomenon would have gone unnoticed, for there was not a whisper of sound, exceedingly eerie. Lady Long, surveying the scene, could not help but exclaim, "A sword formation." Master Mojiao felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, and in a flurry of panic, he shouted at Lin Mo, "Friend Lin, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions towards you." Outside the Hall of Void Spirits, who could tell how many disciples of the small extreme palace were lurking? If what Lin had said was true, that he had already slain Master Hanli, and with Master Hanli not returning, it would be impossible for Lin to leave unscathed. Lin Mo regarded the old monk with growing suspicion, sensing that this monk was more cunning than a maze of coal. He then heard Master Mojiao continue, "If friend Lin wishes to depart, this is the moment for us to unite against a common foe. As for the celestial treasure, we vow upon our blood to reveal not a whisper of its existence." It remained unclear whether the master was naive or believed Lin to be so. Lin chuckled dryly, "I only trust the dead to keep secrets." At this juncture, Lady Long, observing the formidable display behind Lin Mo, was torn between fear and fury. Extending her hand, a yellow staff materialized within her grasp, and she addressed Master Mojiao, "Brother Mo, no more words are necessary. Look behind him. Do you truly believe he regards us as worthy of consideration?" Upon hearing Lady Long's words, Master Mojiao finally noticed the humanoid puppets behind Lin Mo, along with the formidable 5 sons of the heart demon lurking a few dozen paces away. The calm demeanor on his face faltered. "What are those? Who are they? How did they get in?" Lady Long's lips moved slightly as she conveyed to Master Mojiao, "Those skeletons appear to be the legendary 5 sons of the heart demon. The other individual's origins are unknown, and we did not observe how they entered. Friend Lin likely caught Master Hanli off guard with these entities. Did not Master Hanli previously claim that the 5 sons of the heart demon belonged to the elder demon Qian? If they are indeed those 5 demons, even with our combined strength, we would not be their match." Master Mojiao, upon hearing this, felt an unutterable dread swell within him. Before he could formulate a response, he heard Lady Long convey through thought, "The only course of action now is swift resolution. We must eliminate this young man before those entities pose a threat to us. However, our primary task remains to dismantle the sword formation first. Otherwise, if Lin Xiao invokes the 5-person unity demon, our escape will become even more arduous." However, the nemesis of the 5-person unity demon lies within the teachings of the Buddhist sect. Should they truly advance, it will be left to the master to address the situation. For now, we must first dismantle the sword formation and proceed cautiously. If all else fails, we shall resort to that object to contend with Lin Xiao. As Lady Long spoke, a frown creased her brow. Master Mojiao sighed silently upon hearing this, communicating back that we can only proceed as such for the time being. Yet, since this person does not wield ice-based techniques, the object's efficacy may be significantly diminished. It is an unavoidable predicament. Originally, that object was intended to deal with the venerable Hanli, but who could have anticipated that Lin Xiao would seize it directly? Fortunately, Lin Xiao's cultivation has yet to reach the late yuanying stage, so while he may not be slain, inflicting severe damage is still a favorable outcome. It appears we have underestimated Lin Xiao. Lady Long cast a resentful gaze at Lin Mo, transmitting her thoughts to Master Mojiao. "Given the circumstances, dragon friend, there is no need for regret." The old monk, observing Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, could not persuade him. The surrounding golden threads began to converge ominously, and his countenance turned grim as he remarked that exchanging that object for a transcendent spiritual treasure and the 5-person unity demon still constitutes a significant gain for us. Does it not? Upon delivering this message, the once benevolent Buddhist monk suddenly emanated an aura of gloom, his entire demeanor undergoing a radical transformation. Witnessing Master Mojiao's continued change, Lady Long relayed a cautionary message, advising him to remain vigilant. This Lin Xiao possesses abilities that rival those of the late yuanying stage. Previously, we had been overly dismissive, believing he could merely expend the venerable Han Li's energy. Little did we anticipate that he would eliminate Han Li outright, seemingly without sustaining any injury. Had we known this would be the outcome, I would never have ventured into these murky waters. Having spoken, Lady Long tossed her yellow cane into the air, which erupted in a brilliant yellow light, instantly transforming into a yellow beast. With a decisive gesture, she infused the beast with spiritual energy, prompting it to whirl in the air before opening its maw and unleashing a torrent of yellow light towards Lin Mo, with a blank expression. Gazed at the yellow light hurtling towards him, which morphed into a palm-sized yellow flying sword, radiating brilliance, its blade shimmering with a chilling cold light, appearing exceedingly sharp. Meanwhile, Master Mojiao clasped his hands together in prayer, and upon parting them, 2 shimmering silver talismans emerged, which he then cast into the air. The talismans rapidly expanded, growing to the size of wheels. Also directed towards Lin Mo regarded this spectacle with an impassive demeanor, his expression unchanged. As he observed the performance of the two, he watched as the yellow flying swords and the silver talismans plunged into the golden threads. In an instant, the yellow flying swords and talismans were torn asunder, reduced to a heap of scrap metal, cascading downward. Master Mojiao and Lady Long gasped in shock, exchanging glances that reflected mutual fear. Lady Long's voice, now tinged with trepidation, inquired of the master about the nature of this sword formation and why it was so exceedingly formidable. Lady Long immediately flipped her palm, chanting incantations as a square, pale blue ancient treasure materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she hurled it into the air. The blue brick expanded dramatically, ultimately transforming into a colossal object, akin to a loft, hurtling towards Lin Mo. Yet, as before, it was devoured by the golden threads before it could reach him, and the same scene unfolded once more. The golden energy effortlessly shattered the blue brick into countless fragments, which vanished without a trace, failing to even fall. Witnessing this, Lady Long and Master Mojiao's faces turned ashen. Lady Long, seemingly unable to accept this reality, exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be." The blue golden brick had been refined from pure blue gold. How could it be so easily destroyed? Master Mojiao, lacking the time to console Lady Long, pointed at an inconspicuous mouse with his spiritual beast. The beast was enveloped in gray light, its belly swelling and expanding several times its size. It opened its sharp jaws, emitting a visible sound wave that surged forth. The moment it left its mouth, it transformed into a roaring wave, crashing towards the golden threads. Master Mojiao's thoughts raced as he realized that the magical treasure was ineffective against the golden threads. He directed an intangible force to attack instead. However, the Great Gung Sword Array, a pinnacle of the Qing Yuan sword art, was unmatched in the human realm once fully cultivated. Although only half of the array was laid out here, even a wave of sound could not dismantle its magic. The booming sound waves collided with the golden threads, which merely trembled slightly before erupting into a brilliant golden light, morphing into a massive sword beam that severed the sound waves, leaving nothing behind. The golden giant sword instantly transformed back into countless strands of golden threads, as if it had never been interrupted, continuing its advance toward the two in the center. Master Mojiao's expression darkened further, his anxiety mounting. This sword array was unlike anything they had encountered before or found in their texts. It surpassed their imagination. Lin Mo had been observing Lady Long and the old monk, noting that both had lost their spiritual treasures within this sword array. Yet, aside from their grim expressions, they displayed no signs of panic, which surprised him greatly. After a moment of contemplation, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed these two still possessed other treasures. As if confirming his thoughts, they produced several more artifacts in an attempt to resist the encroaching golden threads. With a slight motion, Lin Mo caused the humanoid puppet behind him to envelop itself in spiritual light, vanishing from sight. Just as the golden threads neared a distance of 20 zhang from Lady Long and Master Mojiao, they began to self-destruct their summoned ancient treasures. Yet the golden threads pressed on relentlessly, unimpeded in their advance. As the golden threads drew nearer, Lady Long's demeanor shifted from calm to anxious. Turning to Master Mojiao, she remarked, "This sword array is exceedingly strange. Ordinary treasures cannot break it. We must resort to that item." Master Mojiao's expression grew serious as he replied, "That item can indeed dismantle the sword array, but how will we deal with that young man afterward?" He hesitated, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Lady Long's expression was one of acute anxiety, revealing a sense of urgency that transcended mere contemplation. Without that object, our demise within this sword formation would be inevitable. If we perish, what purpose would it serve to leave that object behind? Upon hearing this, the old monk ceased his hesitation, striking his waist pouch, from which an ancient treasure materialized in his palm. It was a crimson sphere, roughly the size of a fist, its vibrant hue obscured by a veil of red mist, concealing whatever lay within. The surface of the fiery orb was adorned with golden and silver talismans. Master Mojiao, cradling the sphere with one hand, bore a cautious and grave expression. At that moment, the golden thread was less than 10 paces away from the two, prompting Lady Long to urgently call out to Master Mojiao to act swiftly. If it got too close, we would both be ensnared. Master Mojiao sighed, eyeing the crimson sphere in his grasp, and raised his hand to remove the restraining talismans. Suddenly, a silver glow enveloped him, and a figure materialized from the void, moving with an ethereal grace, so stealthily that the old monk remained oblivious. However, Lady Long, standing opposite him, perceived the threat immediately and gasped, "Beware behind you." With a swift flick of her sleeve, a flash of yellow light shot towards the shadowy figure. Upon hearing Lady Long's warning, Master Mojiao's heart raced, and he prepared to spring into action. His arm, which held the sphere, retracted into his sleeve, but his movements were momentarily sluggish. Unfortunately, the humanoid puppet, possessing late-stage nascent soul prowess, surged forward, one hand aiming for Master Mojiao's back, while the other reached for the crimson sphere within the old monk's sleeve. Moving with lightning speed, a muffled grunt escaped the old monk as he staggered. The silver hand of the puppet effortlessly pierced through the protective spiritual light surrounding the monk. In that instant, a shadowy avian figure, cloaked in dark feathers, emerged from the old monk's back. Although the puppet's silver hand also disrupted the illusory bird, a momentary hesitation allowed the monk to evade a fatal blow, sustaining only a deep gash on his shoulder, from which blood flowed profusely. Meanwhile, the hand that had reached for the sphere suddenly veered away, careening towards Lady Long. Fuming with indignation, Lady Long unleashed a stream of yellow light toward the puppet, which contained a slender yellow needle. To the astonishment of both Master Mojiao and Lady Long, the puppet did not flinch or evade the needle. Its eyes blazed with purple light as the arm reaching for the sphere trembled, and with a sharp crack, the hand dislodged from its body, swiftly pursuing the sphere before spiraling back. Chapter 288. Sinking water to retrieve the mysterious jade as the disembodied arm hurtled back. Lady Long's yellow needle struck the puppet's head simultaneously, resulting in a dull explosion of sound and a flash of yellow light. Witnessing this, Master Mojiao exclaimed in alarm, "This is not good." As Lady Long observed the fine needle evade its target, a gasp of surprise escaped her lips. The contrasting sounds of astonishment and dread echoed in the air. Master Moji, witnessing the fiery red orb being seized, was consumed by a mix of fury and astonishment. The yellow fine needle, a treasure she had painstakingly cultivated for over a century, struck with precision at her adversary's vulnerable spot, igniting her excitement. Yet, before her elation could fully manifest, she saw the humanoid puppet take a step back, coldly regarding her. Before she could comprehend the situation, an uncanny scene unfolded. A thumb-sized hole suddenly appeared at the temple of the puppet, followed by a flash of silvery light. The yellow needle she had just launched vanished without a sound. In a frenzy, Lady Long stared in disbelief at the puppet, her eyes betraying unmasked terror. Without hesitation, she cried out, "What have you done with my Huangmei needle? Return it to me." She attempted to advance upon the puppet, but found herself ensnared by encroaching golden threads, halting her steps as she paled in fear. The puppet retreated a few paces and, whether deliberately or inadvertently, extended a hand with the palm facing upwards. Lady Long discerned her Huangmei needle resting in the puppet's palm. Shrouded in a silvery orb, its once vibrant hue now dull and lifeless. The needle struggled feebly against its confinement, but to no avail, while the puppet remained expressionless, watching her turmoil without response. Seeing this, Lady Long felt a pang in her heart as her connection to the Huangmei needle intensified. With a desperate scream, she spat out several mouthfuls of vivid blood, tinged with yellow spiritual light, significantly depleting her vital energy. Master Moji's complexion darkened, a storm brewing within him. Ignoring his own injuries, he raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of silver light, each orb akin to a fist, surging forth with the sound of roaring winds. Lin Mo, observing from above, smirked coldly, his mind directing the puppet as it formed hand seals, radiating silver light before retracting it all in an instant, vanishing within the cave. The expressions of despair on Lady Long and Master Moji's faces deepened as they realized the proximity of the golden threads, which now ensnared them within mere yards. Even the mightiest of spiritual treasures could not grant them escape. Lin Mo remained motionless, coldly surveying the two ensnared below. As the Dage sword formation closed in, countless golden threads coalesced into a colossal golden orb, from which echoed the sounds of explosions, accompanied by the agonized cries of a man and a woman, none other than Lady Long and Master Moji. With both eyes infused with spiritual energy, I gazed intently at the scene within the golden orb, witnessing the bodies of two mid-stage Yuan-ing cultivators being instantly dismembered by silken blades. The Yuan-ing hidden within their forms could only endure for a fleeting moment before being severed by countless golden threads, transforming into specks of green light that vanished without a trace. Alongside the destruction of the two Yuan-ing cultivators, their spatial storage bags were obliterated, leaving only the two frigid flames they had cultivated, one yellow and one green, floating in the air. Lin Mo, upon witnessing this, let out a gentle sigh. Unable to articulate the emotions swirling within, his face betraying a hint of desolation. Moments later, a flash of silver light appeared behind him, as a humanoid puppet silently emerged, producing a fiery red orb in its hands, the very treasure snatched from Master Mojiao. Lin Mo wordlessly accepted the orb, examining it closely. He discovered that it was semi-transparent, within which a dazzling red flame surged fervently, and amidst the flames, a minuscule firebird danced, remarkably lifelike. Surrounding the firebird were myriad colorful runes, each hue representing a distinct symbol. Despite Lin Mo's profound knowledge of ancient scripts, he found himself unable to decipher these particular characters, which puzzled him. A frown creased his brow as he realized he was confronted with new ancient texts. Could they be from an era long past? This treasure was the last resort devised by the Dragon Lady and Master Mojiao to confront him, a formidable weapon of considerable significance. The orb emanated an air of enigma, imbued with an abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy, starkly opposed to his ice spiritual root. He could not fathom why the two believed that such a modest amount of spiritual energy could unravel the Dagung sword array. For a moment, he felt speechless, yet he knew better than to test its potency recklessly. Therefore, to unravel its mysteries, he needed to comprehend the ancient texts inscribed upon it. Now was not the time for research. He retrieved a sealing talisman from his storage bag and affixed it to the fiery red orb, subsequently placing it carefully within a wooden box and securing it for later examination. With everything in order, only the Kirin phantom within the cave remained. As Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the Kirin phantom, he noticed it appeared to have diminished in size, while the fire crow within it seemed unusually spirited, its form having increased by a third. Taken aback momentarily, Lin Mo then contemplated deeply, forming hand seals as he chanted incantations. From the void around him, hundreds of golden lights emerged, most of which gradually dissipated, leaving behind 36 golden flying swords that returned to him. With a flick of his sleeve, the golden swords swiftly vanished into his possession. After securing the swords, he noticed the two frigid flames hovering in midair. At that moment, the yellow and green flames remained motionless, shimmering with a faint glow. Instead of hastily collecting them, Lin Mo tilted his head, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as he glanced back at the five-child heart demon and then at the two flames below, as if a realization dawned upon him. He burst into raucous laughter, causing the entire cave to resonate with a booming echo. Lin Mo gazed at the two floating flames of extreme cold, a sense of joy swelling within him. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. With a hearty laugh, he summoned forth his hands, and the previously motionless orbs of yellow-green frost fire were suddenly drawn to him by an invisible force, gliding gracefully into his presence. As before, Lin Mo replicated his previous actions, releasing countless slender golden arcs that ensnared the two flames, transforming them into golden silk spheres, which he then carefully sealed within an ice box. Upon completing this task, Lin Mo flicked his sleeve and gently tapped the storage bag at his waist, summoning a black jade vial. Incantations flowed from his lips as he sought to retract the five suns heart demon into the enchanted vial. However, The demon seemed to sense his intentions, hesitating and displaying a reluctance to comply. Noticing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. He bellowed fiercely, and his robe shifted seamlessly, producing a rustling sound. Glaring at the demon, he pointed at the silver ring upon its form, which instantly glimmered with a bluish light. The 5 Sons Heart demon, having suffered under these silver rings before, dared not defy Lin Mo any longer. It emitted a mournful cry, and though it was unwilling, it hurriedly transformed into 5 wisps of gray-white energy that shot into the vial. With this, Lin Mo's countenance gradually returned to normal. Once the demon was securely contained within the black jade vial, he deftly stowed it away. As for the humanoid puppet beside him, he had no intention of retracting it. Instead, he produced a verdant high-grade spirit stone from his storage bag and replaced the nearly depleted stone with a fresh one. It was worth noting that the humanoid puppet consumed spirit stones only minimally unless fully engaged in combat. Observing that the puppet had returned to its optimal state, Lin Mo shifted his focus. With a graceful motion, he alighted near the center of the cavern, beside a pile of scattered stones, where a larger rock revealed glistening particles of 10,000-year dark jade, shimmering faintly with a white glow. Lin Mo's brows arched in intrigue as he gently tapped his storage bag, producing a slender-necked vial. A light touch from him caused the vial's cap to open of its own accord. With a snap of his fingers, the vial tilted slightly, releasing a viscous black liquid. If Bai Mingxin were still alive, she would surely be astonished, for this black substance was identical to the Yin spirit water she had once used to extract the 10,000-year dark jade. At that time, Lin Mo had also been taken aback upon witnessing Bai Mingxin's use of this liquid. The substance was what he had inadvertently brought back from the abyss of ghostly mists. It seemed his foresight had proven accurate. He had sensed something unusual about this liquid and had taken care to collect a significant amount in various containers. He had not anticipated utilizing it here. After retrieving it, Lin Mo had spent time studying this so-called submerged water during his idle moments, finding it viscous and chilling. Aside from temporarily enhancing certain magical tools with Yin fire, he had not discovered any other remarkable properties, leading him to keep it tucked away in his storage bag. I never anticipated that upon entering this mysterious jade cave, I would witness Bai Mingxin's process of extracting the 10,000-year-old jade. This so-called Yinling water bears an uncanny resemblance to these submerged waters. Although I arrived at the Ziyagong to seek a particular item and promised the revered Hanli to assist in shattering the mirror, I still held back a degree of caution. It would be unwise to recklessly employ my spiritual perception in the presence of Hanli and others to discern whether these 2 substances were indeed identical. However, upon my initial observation, I had already deduced with a high degree of certainty, stirring my heart with anticipation. Additionally, it seems that this North Night Ziyagong is intricately connected to places I have previously visited, particularly to certain spiritual treasures I fortuitously acquired. The Qianlan Ice Flame, the Zuling Palace, and the Shutian Ding all share a connection, making the presence of this submerged water unsurprising. Now, as I find myself alone in the entire jade cave, I am compelled to experiment. After directing my gaze towards the black liquid, it quivered and slowly ascended above the stone, then trembled slightly before releasing a small droplet that vanished into the white light below. As expected, the scene mirrored that of Bai Mingxin's extraction of the 10,000-year jade. The black liquid fleetingly merged with the jade, enveloping it in a layer of gray mist. A surge of joy coursed through me, and with a flick of my finger towards the jade, a pea-sized azure glow shot forth, striking the jade instantaneously. With a gentle thud, the 10,000-year jade quivered slightly before detaching from the stone. I swiftly drew the fallen jade into my grasp. Gazing intently at the jade in my hand, I swept my gaze across the entire cavern, taking note of all the veins shimmering with white light. A plan began to crystallize in my mind, and I couldn't suppress a smile that blossomed at the corners of my lips, reaching my eyes. Although the amount of submerged water I brought was limited, attempting to extract all the 10,000-year jade from the cave would indeed be a fool's errand. However, targeting the exposed jade would certainly yield a satisfactory result. With the plan taking shape, it was time to put it into action. I lightly patted the storage bag at my waist, and a long-necked bottle, resembling the one I had just summoned, appeared in my hand. Without a second glance, I tossed it behind me, where my humanoid puppet silently caught the bottle. After grasping the bottle, the puppet swayed momentarily before reappearing in another part of the jade cave. Mimicking my earlier actions, It held the bottle in one hand while extracting the submerged water with the other, silently commencing the collection of the jade. I mirrored the puppet's actions without a hint of tedium. Perhaps this is the distinction between cultivators and ordinary individuals. As the humanoid puppet and I diligently harvested the jade, time slipped away unnoticed. I couldn't ascertain how many hours had passed, but gradually, the chilling aura of the 10,000-year jade that filled the cavern began to dissipate significantly. The once abundant white light points scattered throughout the cave had diminished, leaving at least 2/3 of them absent from view. If the Grand Elder's primordial spirit were to be released at this moment, it is certain that, without any intervention from Lin Mo, the sheer anger would lead to the Elder's demise. The scene would be far too tragic to behold. After Lin Mo dripped the final drop of the onto the white light point and secured the mysterious jade into his storage pouch, he exhaled deeply. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of regret crossed his face. He had indeed been somewhat careless, having collected too little. Chapter 289, Departure from the Cave Yet. This was not the time for regret. Even so, the myriad pieces of he had gathered were sufficient. It is worth noting that he had amassed thousands of, and had it not been for the larger pieces requiring more than a single drop of, he could have collected even more, far exceeding his current haul. As Lin Mo stood contemplating his surroundings, a humanoid puppet suddenly appeared beside him, silently casting a glance his way before tossing him a bulging storage pouch. Receiving the pouch, Lin Mo probed its contents with his spiritual sense and smiled, confirming his suspicions. It indeed contained over 1,000 pieces of, with such a substantial quantity of. Aside from utilizing them for the 72 flying swords, what other treasures could he forge? No one answered his musings, nor did Lin Mo seek a response. He merely pondered aloud whether these could enhance the power of other treasures as well. Ultimately, he decided to set those thoughts aside. With thousands of at his disposal, it was unlikely he would exhaust them all. Even if he were to use them solely for refining treasures, they would not be depleted entirely. However, it was prudent to first refine the extreme cold flame. With the assistance of these, he could refine the flame far more efficiently, rendering this journey worthwhile. Lin Mo gently shook the storage pouch in his hand, murmuring to himself. In truth, Lin Mo was aware that at this juncture, he could only conceive a rough plan. The specifics of implementation would have to wait until he exited. Thus, he set aside these thoughts for the time being. After securely stowing away the 2 pouches filled with, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the Qilin phantom hovering in midair. Upon seeing it, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bemused expression. The previously diminutive fire crow had now swelled to an astonishing 5 or 6 times its original size, its head comparable to that of a human. Meanwhile, the Qilin phantom, which had shrunk earlier, now seemed barely able to maintain its form, reduced to a nearly transparent layer, its white chill considerably thinned, resembling nothing more than a fragile veil. At that moment, the fire crow was playfully tossing the up and down, appearing utterly languid. Lin Mo couldn't shake the feeling that the fire crow seemed to be in remarkably high spirits. Lin Mo smiled gently, and, with a flick of his hand, summoned the that flew directly from the fire crow's beak into his palm. The Qilin phantom, already weakened, appeared on the verge of dissipating entirely without the support of the, as the remaining white chill seemed ready to collapse into nothingness. As the exuberant fire crow observed this scene, it emitted a series of low murmurs, followed by an expansive display of its wings. Its entire form transformed into a swirling mass of crimson flames, rolling towards the dissipating white chill, eagerly absorbing the remaining frost into its own body. After circling in midair and seemingly confirming the absence of any residual white cold, it morphed back into the fire crow, performing an ecstatic somersault before swiftly flying towards Lin Mo. As it approached within a few meters, it slowed down, excitedly alighting upon Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo gazed at the fire crow perched upon him, noticing it was meticulously preening its fiery feathers with its sharp beak. At that moment, he also observed that the fire crow's flames had become even more resplendent and lustrous than before. What astonished Lin Mo further was the significant enhancement in the creature's spiritual essence compared to its prior state, infused with the true fire of the Taiying. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo lowered his gaze to the in his hand, seemingly struck by a thought. He reached out into the void, grasping a wisp of cold air, which was subsequently enveloped by a cluster of purple extreme fire. He infused his spiritual energy into his eyes, which flickered with a blue luminescence. Lin Mo focused intently on the state of the purple extreme fire, clearly perceiving that within the violet flames, the cold light had transformed from its previously tangible form into a disordered state, indistinguishable from ordinary chill. This development had not crossed Lin Mo's mind, yet in an instant, he comprehended its implications. He gazed at the in his hand, clicking his tongue in mild surprise, and without further contemplation, stowed it away in his storage pouch. Afterward, Lin Mo extended his divine sense, sweeping through the once more to ensure there was nothing else to collect. Satisfied, he, along with the humanoid puppet and the fire crow, transformed into a streak of light toward the entrance of the. Upon arrival, he found the entrance still sealed, yet he could discern various mystical runes swirling upon the door. With a tap on his storage pouch, he executed a hand seal, and with a flick of his sleeve, a small azure ding emerged in his grasp. Lin Mo directed the small ding with a point, and it swiftly floated into the air, spinning gracefully before halting before him. At this moment, Lin Mo finally grasped why the Elder of the Cold Li had so trustingly entrusted the azure ding to Master Mojiao before entering. It was evident that to command the azure ding, one must cultivate the azure blue ice flame. For Lin Mo, this posed no significant challenge. He merely cast a calm glance at the azure ding, formed a hand seal, and summoned the purple extreme fire, which then dramatically shifted in hue, transforming into a pale blue ice flame that intensified in color until it assumed the form of the azure blue ice flame. With his hands shimmering with blue light, he gently directed a wisp of blue flame, akin to a serpentine spirit, towards the azure ding. In an instant, the ding trembled, emitting a resonant hum, and soon thereafter, countless streams of blue flames erupted from within, radiating a brilliant azure glow as the ding began to swell in size. Lin Mo clasped his hands, silently reciting an incantation as he summoned the Qianlong cauldron. The blue flames emanating from the cauldron surged upward, rising several feet high. With a sudden change in the magical formula, he issued a low command, and the massive Qianlong cauldron launched into the air with a thunderous roar, hurtling towards the ice gate at the entrance as if to force it open. Lin Mo maintained an expression of calm, observing as the mysterious runes at the entrance began to flicker rapidly, releasing a cascade of ethereal lights. The Qianlong cauldron spun in the void a few feet away from the entrance, and the vibrant lights shot towards it, instantly enveloped by the cauldron's azure flames. A resounding boom echoed as the entrance gradually split open, creating a gap several feet long. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo propelled himself, along with his humanoid puppet and the fire crow, through the newly formed crevice, vanishing in an instant to reappear atop the altar of the ethereal spirit hall. With a swift motion, he summoned the Qianlong cauldron, which followed closely behind, rapidly shrinking in midair until, upon reaching him, it reverted to its smaller form and slipped into his sleeve without delay. Just then, a tremendous rumble arose behind him as the recently opened Xianyu cave sealed shut once more, the fissure having vanished completely. With the entrance now closed, Lin Mo diverted his attention, surveying the surroundings but finding no one in sight, the area unchanged since his entry into the Xianyu cave. He let out a sigh of relief, though his brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the dense cluster of massive ice pillars before the altar, for he still had to contend with the ice soul cold array. While the chilling aura of this array posed little threat to him, dismantling it would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge, as it was no mere temporary barrier but an authentic ancient formation. This cold array had been set by ancient cultivators prior to their entry into the spirit realm, its potency undiminished and demanding utmost respect. Moreover, Lin Mo's concerns extended beyond the ice soul cold array. He pondered how to open the grand door of the ethereal spirit hall. Although the previous speaker, Master Hanli, had claimed that opening it from within was a trivial matter, Lin Mo knew well that such assertions were likely fabrications. Moreover, it was clear that Master Hanli had no intention of allowing them to escape alive, even should it indeed be simple to open from the inside. It undoubtedly required a specific magical formula. Otherwise, how could one enter and exit freely? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo tapped his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a handful of array flags that shimmered with various ethereal lights. He then cast them into the air, watching as 7 or 8 beams of colorful light flickered and vanished. They soon reappeared at various points upon the altar before merging into the surroundings, resulting in a dense mist that spread over an expanse of 10 feet. After the stimulation concluded, Lin Mo grasped the forbidden vessel containing the primordial infant of the revered Master Hanli, intending to employ the soul-searching technique to meticulously probe the essence of this esteemed elder from the northern wilds. His aim was to glean insights into the affairs of the illusory spirit palace, thus avoiding the perils of falling into a trap unknowingly, if fortune favored him. He also wished to uncover some information regarding the sun's essence fire. With a single hand forming a seal, Lin Mo gradually lifted the forbidden vessel, allowing it to hover in the air before vanishing into the white mist. The entire illusory spirit palace was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle rolling of the white vapor within the formation. After an hour, the formation suddenly quaked violently, and the mist began to dissipate at a discernible rate. Just as the white vapor was nearly cleared, Lin Mo re-emerged. Seated cross-legged, Lin Mo's expression was contemplative, his brows furrowed. Beside him lay the forbidden vessel that had previously collided with Master Hanli's primordial infant, now ajar, yet the infant's presence was nowhere to be found. Moments later, Lin Mo relaxed his brow, a revelation dawning upon him. He had not anticipated that the sun's essence fire resided in such a location. It seemed prudent not to recklessly seek the sun's essence fire prior to reaching the advanced stage of the primordial infant. Unexpectedly, it appeared that the illusory spirit palace housed 3 entrances, with only the main hall serving as an exit, and a singular one at that. It became evident that Master Hanli had no intention of allowing Lin Mo to depart from this place. Had he not embarked on the soul search himself, he might have suffered a significant setback at the hands of Master Hanli. Having grasped the specifics of the situation, Lin Mo rose without hesitation, transforming into a streak of azure light as he swiftly departed. With a flick of his sleeve, he retracted all surrounding formation flags and empty vessels. Subsequently, he formed a seal with his hands, channeling a beam of azure radiance toward a side door. Upon reaching the side door, Lin Mo observed several aged sealing talismans affixed to its surface. At that moment, the fire crow perched on his shoulder unfurled its wings, emitting a low cry before transforming into a crimson flame that shot towards the ancient talismans. Upon contact, the talismans ignited into a fierce blaze, revealing flashes of multicolored spiritual light within the red flames, which quickly dimmed until they vanished entirely. In an instant, a layer of ice crystals enveloped the exterior of the talismans. Observing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, flicking his fingers to unleash several beams of laser-like energy. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the talismans, along with their icy shells, shattered and disintegrated into nothingness before they could even fall. Once the talismans were obliterated, Lin Mo lightly brushed his sleeve, and the side door emitted a creaking sound as it slowly opened. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, followed closely by the humanoid puppet. Through this unassuming stone door lay an expansive courtyard, over 100 feet wide. A winding white stone path meandered through the center, flanked by various beastly statues of differing sizes, all glistening with a crystalline white sheen, seemingly carved from profound ice, each one lifelike and strikingly realistic. Lin Mo cast a fleeting glance at the ice sculptures. His gaze flickered momentarily before he proceeded along the path toward the far end of the courtyard. At the onset, there appeared to be nothing amiss. However, as I traversed a particular stretch of the narrow path, an abrupt cracking sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, the ice sculptures flanking either side glowed with crimson eyes, coming to life in an instant. They unfurled their wings and exhaled frigid air towards Lin Mo, then lunged at him with malevolent intent. Upon entering the side gate, Lin Mo had already braced himself, his visage devoid of any trepidation. With a snap of his fingers, a small, fiery red cauldron materialized in his palm. He tossed it upward, and, directing a finger towards the cauldron, it began to whirl before emitting a resonant hum. In an explosive surge, a towering pillar of flame erupted from the cauldron's mouth, instantly transforming the chamber into an unbearable furnace. The once ferocious ice beasts hesitated, their bravado swiftly dissipating into fearfulness. Lin Mo, however, afforded them no opportunity to retreat. He formed intricate hand seals and pointed at the cauldron, causing the fiery column to vanish, morphing instead into fire crows the size of fists, which soared towards the now timid ice beasts amidst a tempest of flames. In a mere instant, the temperature escalated dramatically, enveloping the entire courtyard in a crimson haze. Although the ice beasts possessed bodies of enchanted ice, The fire crow's birth from the cauldron had undergone countless years of tempering. It is imperative to recognize that the fire crows, born from the essence of flames within the cauldron, were incomparable to the ice beasts, despite the beasts' desperate attempts to exhale chilling air in resistance. They gradually melted away under the relentless assault of the flames. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, all the ice beasts along the path were vanquished, leaving no trace behind. Lin Mo scoffed lightly, finding amusement in their overestimation of their own capabilities, and nodded slightly in approval. He then gestured towards the cauldron, extending a hand in a beckoning motion. With a chime, the fire crows spiraled upwards before returning to the cauldron in succession. When the last fire crow re-entered, the cauldron's lid sealed itself, reverting to its prior state and swiftly returning to Lin Mo's palm. As Lin Mo stowed the cauldron away, the inferno that had engulfed the courtyard vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. He turned to observe the fire crow perched on his shoulder, noting its indifference even in the presence of its kin, as it busied itself preening its fiery feathers, seemingly dismissive of the other fire crows. Surveying the courtyard once more, finding it devoid of interest, he summoned the humanoid puppet to depart. In an instant, it vanished beyond the courtyard gate, reappearing in a modest hall. Upon inspection, Lin Mo discovered a fascinating detail. The hall, though simple in appearance, housed a small teleportation array at its center. This sight astonished Lin Mo, especially given that the array appeared to be activated. His eyes flickered momentarily before his expression returned to one of composure, as if he had made a profound connection. With merely a cup in hand, I yearned to advance, intending to examine the teleportation array closely. Yet, before Lin Mo could reach the front, a sudden flicker of white spiritual light danced above the array, which began to tremble, accompanied by a low humming sound, as if something were about to be transported. The next scene confirmed Lin Mo's suspicions, as the white light expanded, revealing three figures clad in the robes of the minor extreme palace stumbling out from the teleportation array. As the array quaked, a humanoid puppet abruptly vanished, concealing itself entirely. It was well known that, given Lin Mo's current cultivation level, even the esteemed elders or the palace master of the minor extreme palace could not pose a threat to him. Thus he remained unfazed. Upon seeing the three newly arrived practitioners, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, recognizing one of them as the round-faced cultivator who had attended to him at the VIP building. At this moment, the trio donned the white robes of the minor extreme palace, all at the foundation establishment stage. Among them, the eldest female cultivator appeared to be on the brink of reaching the core formation stage. However, the expressions on their faces were filled with panic. Their robes were disheveled, and one of the female cultivators bore noticeable bloodstains on her shoulder, indicative of a serious injury. They looked as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Upon noticing that a male cultivator was present in the hall, the three female practitioners were instantly taken aback and demanded to know his identity. One of the cultivators, tending to the injured, gazed at Lin Mo with eyes wide in terror, akin to a wounded beast. "Ah, Senior Lin." The round-faced female cultivator immediately recognized him. The two other female cultivators, startled by the earlier inquiry, nearly leaped in fright. Having summoned their flying swords, they wore expressions of desperation. Yet, upon hearing the round-faced cultivator's words, they turned to her with puzzled looks. The round-faced cultivator, upon spotting Lin Mo, greeted him with uncontainable joy. Lin Mo was surprised that she could still recognize him, but he merely inquired, "How did you come to be here? What transpired outside?" The other two female cultivators were unaware of who Senior Lin was, but the round-faced junior sister's recognition of him relieved them, causing them to no longer view him as a foe. However, just as they began to relax, the two female cultivators released their spiritual senses to discreetly assess Lin Mo. After their scan, aside from the round-faced cultivator's surprise, the other two felt both astonished and delighted, but also somewhat apprehensive. Before they could approach Lin Mo to pay their respects, a flicker of white spiritual light once again erupted from the teleportation array, accompanied by a sudden waft of a foul odor. The shocked expressions of the three female cultivators had yet to fully manifest when a towering beast emerged from the array. The colossal beast had yet to reach its transformation phase. It resembled a large horse's head, adorned with two sharp horns, standing upright on its hind legs, the species of which remained unknown. At that moment, the horse-faced creature clutched a faintly green trident in one hand, while its back was covered with long, black mane that appeared as formidable as that of a porcupine. Upon leaping from the teleportation array, the beast cast a menacing grin at the 3 junior female disciples of the Extreme Palace, its elongated jaws revealing uneven, dark yellow tusks, with drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. Excitedly, it brandished the green trident, preparing to launch an attack on the female cultivators. However, before it could stabilize itself after the leap, a sudden flash of red light surged from behind, followed by a thunderous explosion. In a fleeting moment, a streak of azure light pierced through, resulting in an agonizing shriek from the beast that had been grinning just moments before. The 3 female cultivators were oblivious to the identity of the assailant or the nature of the attack. They merely beheld a gaping hole the size of a fist appear in the creature's chest, surrounded by charred flesh. The massive body swayed precariously before the trident fell from its grasp, and it collapsed lifelessly behind the magical formation. The trio of junior disciples stood dumbfounded, and after a brief moment, the round-faced disciple regained her composure. She recognized that Lin Mo was a highly esteemed elder in the Extreme Palace. Yet she had not anticipated such swift action from him. Although it was not Lin Mo himself who struck, the assailant must undoubtedly have profound connections to him. Eliminating a 6 or 7 level beast would not require excessive effort, yet it had indeed spared several lives, bringing relief to the other 2 female disciples. Thank you, Elder Lin, for your intervention. These beasts have already breached the main hall of our spirit palace. We implore you to lend us your strength, urged the most senior of the female cultivators, a core formation practitioner, who bowed deeply in respect. It was evident that the Extreme Palace had few avenues for retreat at this juncture. Lin Mo waved his sleeve toward the gigantic beast, and a gust of wind swept through, solely to envelop the creature's carcass, drawing it into the magical formation. He then inquired, "They have invaded the main hall. Is it not heavily fortified?" The core formation female disciple hesitated briefly before shaking her head, expressing uncertainty. "We ask for your forgiveness, Elder Lin. We are not entirely clear. We were patrolling within the hall when a swarm of beasts suddenly appeared. Shouldn't there be protective arrays set outside your spirit palace?" Lin Mo questioned, recalling the defensive formations he had observed upon his arrival. "Indeed, Elder Lin, your confusion mirrors ours. It appears the beasts did not trigger the external protective arrays, but rather invaded the main hall directly," the core formation female disciple responded. "Indeed, it appears that these demonic beasts have employed some extraordinary means," Lin Mo pondered before responding. He was not overly perplexed. After all, the world is replete with bizarre secret arts and treasures, making any astonishing occurrence hardly surprising to him. However, before Lin Mo could articulate further, the white spiritual light upon the teleportation array flickered once more. The 3 female cultivators felt a surge of apprehension, yet it was significantly less than when they had arrived together. After all, they were in the presence of Lin, an unparalleled elder. It was noteworthy that even the female cultivators of the core formation stage failed to discern Lin Mo's cultivation level, indicating that his prowess far surpassed theirs, potentially spanning multiple realms. Consequently, the 3 female cultivators exhibited a greater composure than before, taking a couple of steps back while fixated on the teleportation formation. As the white spiritual light of the teleportation array blazed forth, an unremarkable woman materialized within the formation. She bore an ordinary visage, yet her expression was one of vigilance, clutching a circular ring before her as if to shield herself. Upon seeing the woman in the formation, the 3 female cultivators joyfully approached, offering their respects to their elder. "Master Wu." The woman in the formation, upon noticing the trio of formidable female cultivators, was momentarily taken aback, her gaze swiftly shifting to the massive corpse of the demon beast lying nearby. Her eyes then settled on Lin Mo, surveying him with keen interest, and a look of delight blossomed on her face. The woman stepped out of the formation, gestured to the 3 women, and approached Lin Mo, bowing deeply as she addressed him. "Junior has come to pay respects to Elder Lin." Lin Mo regarded her with curiosity, finding her face unfamiliar, and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" A hint of intrigue colored his tone. The woman replied earnestly, "I am Yao Man, formerly a patrolling steward within the palace, and I once caught a distant glimpse of Elder Lin during my duties." "Ah, now it makes sense," the woman continued. "May I inquire if Elder Lin is with several elders from the Zhejiang? I have been dispatched to seek assistance from the Grand Elder due to the sudden assault on the Zuling Temple by the demonic beasts." She did not shy away from her inquiry, glancing towards the entrance with a hint of eagerness. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at her. Then, with a grave demeanor, responded, "Friend Hanli, this is indeed a critical moment. It is unlikely that we can divert our attention to matters here." Upon hearing this, the woman's anxiety deepened. "I have heard whispers of significant undertakings involving the Grand Elder. However, the current invasion of demonic beasts is unprecedented. If the Grand Elder does not appear, Ziyajigong may face dire consequences. A catastrophe may be imminent." Lin Mo found himself unable to ascertain the veracity of her claims and asked, "Are the invading demonic beasts truly so formidable? Is it not said that the Palace Master is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator? How could she be unable to contend with them?" "I have come at the Palace Master's behest to seek aid," the woman replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "When I arrived, the Palace Master was already entangled with a powerful demonic beast, utterly preoccupied." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo swayed momentarily before standing at the teleportation array. He addressed Hanli and the elders, stating, "Several of our elders have entered the Xianyu cave. If you possess the means to summon them, feel free to do so. I shall venture forth to ascertain what kind of formidable beast could render even the Lord of the Minor Extreme Palace powerless. Senior Lin, exercise caution. The area is teeming with demonic beasts, and the surroundings of the teleportation array may not be entirely secure," the woman cautioned. Observing Lin Mo's presence at the teleportation array without attempting to impede him, with a single hand raised, Lin Mo cast a cerulean incantation upon the array. And in an instant, brilliant white light flickered, signaling the commencement of the teleportation. Just then, a flash of silver light darted past Lin Mo's back, revealing a cerulean figure that accompanied him through the teleportation. The woman gasped in surprise, asking, "Who was that?" The female cultivator in the core formation stage replied, "I am unaware, but that enormous beast was slain by that individual, who exhibited remarkable speed. I heard that several esteemed elders from outside the Minor Extreme Palace have arrived. Perhaps they are one of them. You three remain here. If any enemies teleport in, hold them off temporarily while I proceed to the Xianyu cave to see if I can summon the Grand Elder and the others," Lin Mo instructed. His mind still filled with questions, though he recognized that now was not the time for uncertainty, as pressing issues awaited resolution. "Understood." The three female disciples bowed in response, and the woman transformed into a beam of white light, hastening towards the Xianyu cave. As Lin Mo emerged from the teleportation array, accompanied by a humanoid puppet, he had scarcely regained his footing when the puppet abruptly vanished. Moments later, two screams pierced the air, followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground. Turning to investigate the source of the commotion, he beheld the corpse of a demonic beast lying in a pool of blood, with a man and a woman nearby. The two disciples from the Minor Extreme Palace, both in the core formation stage, stared in astonishment at the humanoid puppet, which had just extracted a shimmering silver arm from the chest of another demonic beast, causing it to collapse lifelessly. Chapter 291, The Green-Eyed Beast and the Three-Eyed Beast. Upon arriving through the teleportation, Lin Mo discovered that the hall resembled the one at the other end of the teleportation array perfectly. He scrutinized the two disciples of the Minor Extreme Palace, but chose to ignore them, intending to exit. It was then that he finally noticed the sounds of intense combat resonating from the hall, indicating a fierce struggle was underway. The two disciples intended to pay their respects to Lin Mo, but upon sensing his disinterest, they hesitated, unwilling to pursue him further. Nevertheless, their gazes remained fixated on Lin Mo. Thus, when a cerulean figure suddenly appeared beside him, both disciples' eyes widened in disbelief, their hair standing on end as they exchanged incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Lin Mo paid little heed to the two disciples. As the humanoid puppet emerged, it followed Lin Mo out of the hall, where they encountered a side chamber bustling with over a dozen disciples from the Minor Extreme Palace engaged in fierce combat with various demonic beasts. In the hall, an array of magical treasures, vibrant auras, and malevolent energies danced through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds and piercing howls that were deafening, rendering it impossible to discern which side held the upper hand. Lin Mo merely glanced at the chaotic scene, exhibiting no intention to intervene. The majority of the cultivators present were at the foundation establishment or core formation stages, while the beasts mostly had not yet reached the transformation phase, thus remaining below level 8. Given their relatively low ranks, they hardly warranted Lin Mo's personal involvement. Consequently, a flash of azure light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of cerulean radiance that, alongside a humanoid puppet, darted swiftly towards the entrance of the side hall. To exit the main hall, one could only utilize the teleportation array located within the Void Spirit Hall. Lin Mo's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen feet. Just as he approached the hall's entrance, a bizarre cry pierced the air, followed by the emergence of a pitch-black, scaled beast, its species indiscernible. This creature immediately unleashed a plume of dark energy towards Lin Mo, its expression one of sheer malice. Lin Mo could not help but roll his eyes. The intelligence of beasts that had not yet undergone transformation was indeed concerning, prompting a sigh from him. Particularly, such large, brutish creatures displayed an abysmally low intellect. Upon arriving from the teleportation, several beasts regarded Lin Mo, yet upon witnessing the intensity of his fleeing light, they extinguished any thoughts of approaching him, instinctively retreating. However, the large, foolish beast seemed to lumber forward of its own accord. Lin Mo, disinclined to engage with such a primitive creature, merely exchanged a casual remark with the hulking beast. In an instant, a blinding azure light shot forth, splitting into 5 beams that struck the creature. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the massive beast as its protective black aura was effortlessly breached, leaving 5 gaping holes in its form. With a resounding crash, its body collapsed, lifeless. The other beasts within the hall instinctively recoiled at this display, further solidifying their perception of Lin Mo as a formidable adversary capable of effortlessly slaying one of their own. Fear rippled through them, causing their attacks to falter momentarily. The thinking of these beasts was simple: seek advantage and avoid danger. Observing this, they hastily distanced themselves from Lin Mo, trembling and apprehensive, while the disciples of the minor extreme palace found their spirits lifted, invigorated by the turn of events. Yet, when they noticed Lin Mo seemingly uninterested in joining the fray, instead darting towards the side hall with a flash of azure, their expressions of joy froze upon their faces. At that moment, both the disciples and the opposing beasts exchanged bewildered glances, hesitating for but a brief moment before resuming their clamor for battle. As if the recent flash of azure had been an illusion, the conflict between the beasts and the minor extreme palace disciples escalated rapidly, entering a fervent intensity. Lin Mo emerged from the side hall with his humanoid puppet, not pausing for a moment, driven by the location of Hanli's injured soul. Along the way, he passed through numerous places, each teeming with fierce battles between demonic beasts and disciples of the minor extreme palace, as if the spirit void palace had succumbed to a mass invasion by these creatures. However, the lesser demonic beasts, those not yet in the transformation stage, were not particularly intelligent. As Lin Mo traversed the path, a few reckless beasts attempted to strike at him, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Lin Mo, either through precise thrusts or by arrows from the humanoid puppet behind him. The foolish beasts he dealt with were all of the 6th or 7th rank. Though not the lowest tier, they were certainly not formidable. Any beast of an even lower rank would find it impossible to withstand Lin Mo's spiritual pressure. Merely standing in his presence would suffice to instill fear. Conversely, the transformed beasts, recognizing Lin Mo's superior cultivation, refrained from confrontation, unwilling to provoke such a daunting opponent. Yet, as Lin Mo and the capricious cultivator passed through a seemingly endless corridor, they were intercepted by 2 transformation stage beasts. One was clad in a flowing blue robe, with elongated ears and piercing emerald eyes, while the other boasted a mane of white hair, skin as vivid as crimson, and a singular eye in the center of its forehead. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the 3-eyed beast, recalling the legendary figures from his era, including deities and demons with similar attributes, such as Erling Shun and Ma Wangyi. However, the 2 transformed beasts before him did not inspire much contemplation. Their faces were etched with hostility as they glared at Lin Mo. Noticing the lifeless bodies of 2 minor extreme palace cultivators nearby, Lin Mo's brows furrowed. The chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air indicated a recent battle, revealing that the beasts standing before him were the victors. Step aside. I am not a cultivator of the minor extreme palace, nor do I wish to interfere in your conflict, Lin Mo stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the beasts. The green-eyed creature, towering and wielding 2 gleaming silver axes that emanated a chilling aura, seemed to find amusement in Lin Mo's words, erupting into a cacophony of unsettling laughter. Step aside. Are you jesting? You humans are truly hypocritical. Do you take us for fools? Whether or not you belong to the minor extreme palace is irrelevant. Our orders are to eradicate all human cultivators, the green-eyed beast snarled, casting a menacing glare at Lin Mo unfazed. Lin Mo regarded the two beasts with an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as ice. The green-eyed beast, undeterred, continued to issue its eerie cackles, asserting that escape was not an option. The esteemed gentleman has just savored a yuan and found its flavor to be quite delightful, feeling rather invigorated. Having not thoroughly relished it the first time, he yearns for another to indulge in the aftertaste. Ah, but look, here you are. Your cultivation appears to surpass that of the two previous yuan yings, which suggests that your essence must be even more exquisite and stimulating. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed demon beast beside him displayed a gleeful expression, its eyes gradually transforming to a shade of dark green, revealing its nefarious intentions. Lin Mo, observing the two demon beasts before him, quickly discerned that one was of the 8th level, while the other had recently ascended to the 9th level, deeming itself capable of devouring him. The two beasts, oblivious to the presence of his humanoid puppet, acted with brazen arrogance. After all, in the presence of others, the humanoid puppet rarely manifested unless summoned by Lin Mo or if he found himself in peril. To the two beasts, Lin Mo was merely a mid-stage yuaning cultivator, on par with an ordinary 8th level demon beast. Blocked from exiting the hall, Lin Mo felt a surge of irritation, his brows furrowing involuntarily upon witnessing the two transformation stage beasts eyeing him like a delectable meal, which only intensified his discomfort. Observing their almost drooling expressions filled him with revulsion, and he was increasingly reluctant to expend his energy on such foolish creatures. Indeed, for Lin Mo in his current state, it would not be surprising to dispatch these two beasts effortlessly. He simply lacked the interest, or perhaps deemed them unworthy of his effort. Reluctant to waste his breath further, he swiftly formed a hand seal, and suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, followed by a flurry of silvery wings that burst forth with a resounding pop. In an instant, a flash of silver light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight before the two demon beasts. The beasts were momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's actions, but the three-eyed beast quickly regained its composure, realizing the human cultivator intended to fly away before them. Feeling disrespected and underestimated, the three-eyed beast shouted into the air, demanding to know where he thought he was fleeing. Just as it was about to pursue, a sudden blur before it caused its head to twist a full 180 degrees, facing directly behind it. The third eye, previously obscured, slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black demon eye devoid of whites, and it abruptly emitted a blinding flash of black light, swift and fleeting. With a thunderous crash, this black light, wielding some unknown power, detonated explosively a distance of over 20 yards behind the two beasts. Amidst the flickering darkness, Lin Mo found his escape technique forcibly disrupted, and a staggering figure materialized in the void, astonished. The green-eyed demon beast erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Foolish boy, encountering Brother Wu is your misfortune." Brother Wu's ability to break through concealment is specifically designed to counteract various teleportation techniques. To encounter us is indeed a stroke of bad luck for you. Even if you wish to flee, it is but a vain hope. Surrender willingly. Following this, the green-eyed beast let out another series of sinister cackles. Listening intently, Lin Mo gradually steadied himself, gazing upon the sullen expressions of the green-eyed beast and the three-eyed beast. "Is that so?" he inquired. "Indeed, I, Lin, have been rather uninformed, unaware that such extraordinary materials exist in this world. It seems you are reluctant to let me depart, which is fortuitous, for I shall seize the opportunity to enrich my collection of materials." The green-eyed beast erupted into a fit of raucous laughter, considering Lin Mo's words merely the last desperate gasps of a human cultivator. After all, did they not all delight in making grandiose threats, only to utter them in vain as they faced their demise? Thus, it dismissed Lin Mo's declaration as inconsequential, confident that as long as the three-eyed beast was present, this human cultivator would not escape. Seeing the two reveling in their superiority, Lin Mo scoffed. "I had no desire to engage in such trifling skirmishes, but it appears that I must invest some time in resolving this matter. However, with such exquisite materials at hand, I shall not consider my efforts in vain. I shall send you both on your way." At this moment, Lin Mo was genuinely incensed, though he had previously shielded himself with a silver small shield. Mitigating the force of the explosion, he still bore a somewhat disheveled appearance. Having suffered a minor setback, his murderous intent finally emerged. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of silver light erupted from behind the green-eyed beast. A faint azure silhouette materialized, followed by a benevolent silver arm plunging straight into the beast's back. At that instant, the third eye on the three-eyed beast flickered to life as if sensing an impending threat. It suddenly twisted, letting out a roar, and with a single hand raised, a blue-yellow ring appeared in its grasp, which it hurled forth without hesitation, targeting the azure figure. With a flick of his wrists, Lin Mo conjured 36 golden flying swords that buzzed ominously before shooting forth, transforming into golden beams of light, aimed directly at the three-eyed beast. Meanwhile, with a swift motion of his other hand, a yellow demon-slaying staff slipped from his grasp, swelling in size with the wind, emanating a peculiar howling sound as it was launched. As the golden swords and the demon-slaying staff were unleashed simultaneously, Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to release a fist-sized ball of purple flame. On his shoulder, the Tyne Fire Crow spread its wings with a swift motion, transforming into a blazing crimson inferno directed at the three-eyed beast. The flying swords and the demon-slaying staff moved with astonishing speed, like streaks of light piercing through the air. In contrast, the purple flame and the inferno from the Fire Crow approached leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance. The three-eyed beast, witnessing all of these weapons and flames rushing towards it, was struck with alarm. It was well aware of its origins from the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, where it frequently contended against other creatures, thus possessing experience that surpassed that of human cultivators of the same rank. Yet, even with the 36 golden flying swords and the demon-slaying staff, the implications were becoming increasingly apparent. Chapter 292, Slaying Two in Quick Succession. With this newfound awareness, the three-eyed demon beast disregarded the other 8th-level green-eyed demon beast. With a swift motion, it struck its waist, and a deep yellow streak of light shot forth from its body, rapidly expanding in midair to a colossal size of over 10 zhang. Directly clashing with the 36 golden flying swords unleashed by the human cultivator, the collision produced a thunderous explosion, reverberating through the hall and causing the very air to quiver. In tandem with the explosion, a blinding brilliance erupted, illuminating the scene. True to its status as a 9th-level high-tier demon beast, the three-eyed creature managed to withstand Lin Mo's 36 golden swords with sheer force, showing no immediate signs of faltering. This unexpected display momentarily stunned Lin Mo, revealing that the three-eyed beast possessed formidable capabilities. However, in an instant, a massive demon-slaying staff swept through like a blade of light, descending upon the three-eyed demon beast's head with the weight of a mountain. The three-eyed demon beast's expression darkened, and it let out a thunderous roar as its garments shredded, exposing a body that appeared to be forged from blackened steel. Subsequently, as its arms trembled slightly, its previously formidable limbs transformed into a pair of enormous steel pincers, each measuring a span of over a zhang. Once these colossal pincers were formed, the three-eyed demon beast crossed them above its head, producing a cataclysmic sound upon colliding with the descending demon-slaying staff, barely managing to withstand the force of the blow. In that moment, the three-eyed demon beast realized it had encountered a formidable adversary. Confusion filled its mind, for it had previously underestimated the human cultivator, who was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet, upon receiving the human's attack, it became painfully aware of how misguided its initial judgment had been. Nonetheless, it was neither the time for regret nor retreat. It had to confront the present threat to escape. In the air, the interplay of black and yellow light intertwined in a fierce embrace. The 9th-level high-tier demon beast still possessed considerable power, as it vigorously met the yellow demon-slaying staff head-on, firmly pinning it down and preventing its descent. This yellow staff was a treasure acquired from the 3 elders of Kunwu Mountain, but due to the limitations of Lin Mo's cultivation technique, he could not unleash its full potential. Even so, the three-eyed demon beast felt a tremor resonate through its form upon taking the blow. Its towering figure sagged slightly, and upon closer inspection, the beast's legs quivered, revealing cracks forming in the ancient ice beneath its feet. A profound shock coursed through the three-eyed demon beast, giving rise to an unprecedented fear, an emotion it had never experienced even in the presence of a 10th-level demon beast. Yet, this human cultivator evoked a sense of trepidation within the beast. It was essential to note that the three-eyed demon beast was a rare descendant of a wild, mysterious creature, endowed with a natural third eye and immense strength. capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards from the moment of its hatching. Moreover, in the later stages, through diligent practice, my cultivation has significantly advanced, leading to an exponential increase in my innate strength. I have now transcended to the 9th level, greatly enhancing my abilities. And my inherent might has ascended several tiers. Even when burdened by thousands of pounds, I remain unfazed. However, when struck by this demon-slaying staff, not only did my arms tingle and my legs tremble, but the most pressing issue was my mental inclination towards an inability to resist, causing my willpower to suffer a devastating blow. At this moment, I felt increasingly powerless, a reality that the three-eyed beast found most intolerable. While the three-eyed beast was still grappling with its psychological turmoil, it was suddenly startled by a piercing scream from the other side. Instinctively, it turned to the direction of the green-eyed beast, and before it could fully comprehend the scene, a wave of dread washed over it. Realizing it could not evade the impending doom, inwardly cursing the green-eyed beast for its foolishness, the three-eyed beast was left speechless upon witnessing the enormous head of the green-eyed beast roll to the ground, spinning several times. Beside the headless corpse stood a youthful figure, with a glistening, jet-black dagger hovering in the air, continuously swirling. Just as the three-eyed beast attempted to discern the azure figure, it vanished before its eyes. It turned out that, thanks to the three-eyed beast's warning and the green-eyed beast's protective artifact, the humanoid puppet did not immediately slay the green-eyed beast. Although the green-eyed beast narrowly escaped, it was caught off guard by the magical dagger, which unexpectedly struck its neck, wrapping around it before decisively severing its head. While the green-eyed beast was an 8th-level creature with its own innate treasure, it paled in comparison to the humanoid puppet crafted by Lin Mo. Furthermore, the artifact wielded by the humanoid puppet was beyond the capabilities of an 8th-level beast. Naturally, it could not withstand the full force of the humanoid puppet's strike. Just as the cultivators and beasts present were still in shock, a dazzling green light erupted from the lower half of the headless green-eyed beast's body, which then shot forth in an attempt to escape. Yet, before the green light could travel several meters, a silver flash appeared, and the previously vanished azure figure materialized from the void below, directly obstructing the path of the escaping green light. This green light represented the essence of the green-eyed beast, and upon realizing its peril, the beast quickly altered its course to flee. However, it was too late. The azure figure slowly reached out with one hand, and without any visible effort, it grasped the green light firmly. Without hesitation, it rubbed its hands together, producing a silvery glow that flickered in and out of sight. When it finally opened its hands, the essence of the beast had transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. This entire sequence, though seemingly slow, transpired in the blink of an eye, and the three-eyed beast witnessed the entire event unfold. As the wisps of azure smoke dissipated, the cerulean figure cast a fleeting glance back at the three-eyed demon beast. In a flash of silvery light, both the figure and the floating demonic essence flying knife vanished once more from sight. The three-eyed demon beast's expression shifted dramatically, panic evident upon its visage. And even the third demonic eye nestled between its brows radiated terror. It was well aware that its keen sight allowed it to discern the formidable nature of both the humanoid puppet and the obsidian flying knife. Although it remained oblivious to the fact that the other being was merely a puppet, it nonetheless recognized that it was no match for either Lin Mo or the humanoid puppet. It had not anticipated the presence of such a formidable human cultivator within the Northern Night Minor Palace. It was no wonder the two demons had overstepped their bounds. Even if it were merely one human, they would not stand a chance. Initially, the human cultivator had no intention of engaging, yet it was the green-eyed demon beast that insisted on retaining the human. Now, with the green-eyed demon slain and its essence obliterated, regret surged within the three-eyed beast, prompting a desire to retreat. Thinking swiftly, it resolved to locate the humanoid puppet first. Channeling its spiritual energy into the third demonic eye, it observed the luminous flow within. However, before it could discern the puppet's whereabouts, the violet fireball and the crimson fireball unleashed by Lin Mo floated towards it with an unhurried grace. The violet fireball was a manifestation of the violet extreme fire. Despite being fully engrossed in casting spells, the three-eyed demon beast noticed the two fireballs and found them somewhat peculiar, yet it dismissed them from its mind, perhaps due to their languid approach. The demon beast merely expelled two streams of yellow demonic energy to counter the violet and crimson fireballs. Observing the demon beast's derision towards the two orbs of flame, Lin Mo smirked coldly, choosing to watch how the three-eyed beast would respond. As the three demonic eyes swept through the air and caught sight of the azure figure, their joy had not yet fully dissipated when the two fireballs erupted in unison, followed by a tremendous roar. The violet flames of the violet extreme fire surged forth like a wildfire, transforming into a towering column of fire over 10 feet in length. Sweeping toward the yellow demonic energy, which was instantaneously engulfed and consumed without hesitation, racing toward the three-eyed demon beast. Yet, before the fire column could reach the beast, a wave of frigid air emanated from the conflagration, producing a crackling sound that reverberated through the entire spatial realm of the auxiliary hall. Subsequently, layers of ice materialized from the void at an astonishing rate, as if a massive ice spear was forming, extending toward the three-eyed demon beast. The entire auxiliary hall became a realm of extreme contrasts, a fusion of fire and ice, yet it felt perfectly fitting. The fire column failed to convey any intense heat to the three-eyed beast, just as the ice spear did not impart an overwhelming chill. Before the three-eyed demon beast could sense any impending peril, the crimson fireball exploded, transforming into a fire crow that blazed with scarlet flames. Although the fire crow measured only a foot in length, as soon as it opened its beak, it devoured the yellow demonic energy whole. With a sudden unfurling of its wings, the fire crow vanished into the nearby purple flame pillar, utilizing its fire escape technique. At that moment, the three-eyed beast finally grasped the dire situation, sensing the frigid power of the purple extreme fire. Its countenance paled drastically, and in a moment of desperation, it instinctively unleashed a torrent of yellow light points from its mouth, launching an almost frantic counterattack. These yellow points swarmed like a relentless tide, seemingly boundless. As they rolled in midair, they transformed into peculiar creatures the size of a thumb, each resembling a centipede in the upper body, while the lower half bore the characteristics of a scorpion, all of them a sickly yellow hue and exuding an air of menace. These bizarre insects flicked their scorpion-like tails and continuously expelled clouds of rancid yellow mist from their mouths, which billowed forth with an acrid stench. The yellow mist, as if preordained, surged toward the flame pillar, attempting to momentarily stave off the assault of the frigid flames. At this juncture, the sole thought in the three-eyed beast's mind was to flee for its life, berating itself for its blindness in failing to recognize the threat posed by the human cultivator, lamenting its own folly for provoking such a perilous situation. In that moment, there was no contemplation of confronting Lin Mo. Yet, as the yellow mist made contact with the flame pillar born of the purple extreme fire, it immediately succumbed to a state of lethargy, as though it could not muster the strength to resist. Subsequently, the yellow mist disintegrated into crystalline particles that cascaded down from the air, while the myriad bizarre insects continued to spew forth their foul vapors, desperately attempting to impede the approach of the fire pillar. However, the fire crow, born of the true fire of the sun, unfurled its wings, and with a slight flap, infused the previously lackluster ice spear with several times the intensity of purple flames, altering the tide of battle dramatically. The yellow mist was swiftly swept away, and the strange yellow insects were encased in ice, rendered immobile. The fire crow's crimson eyes gleamed as it surged forth, intertwined with the boundless cold flames, charging at the three-eyed beast with ferocity. The demeanor of the fire crow had transformed from a leisurely one to a fierce determination. Meanwhile, the three-eyed beast found itself utterly restrained by the oppressive yellow staff, unable to move a muscle. In a moment of desperation, it channeled its spiritual energy into the third demon eye situated between its brows, unleashing a beam of black light. This dark beam struck the crimson fire crow, yet the fire crow exhibited no reaction. The black light was swallowed entirely, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple, proving utterly ineffective. The crimson fire crow emitted a piercing cry directed at the three-eyed beast, then swiftly darted forth, landing directly upon the beast. In an instant, the three-eyed beast's form was ensnared by the purple flames, leading to a chorus of anguished screams. Before the terror on its face could dissipate, it was encased in a massive block of purple ice. The three-eyed beast had never anticipated that its protective demonic aura would provide no defense, failing to safeguard the body of a ninth-tier demon beast. As shadows flickered beside the immense purple ice, a humanoid puppet suddenly materialized. Following this, a burst of silvery light emerged, and with a swift motion of its hands, two streams of golden radiance shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, striking the purple ice with tremendous force. The ice shattered into countless fragments, revealing the dismembered remains of the three-eyed beast, now reduced to the status of a ninth-tier demon beast. Yet, from beneath the wreckage, a vibrant green light surged forth, emanating an intensity even greater than that of the recently vanquished green-eyed demon beast's essence. This emerald light moved with astonishing speed, darting away in mere moments to a location 20 yards distant. Was it attempting to flee? Perhaps it was too late. Chapter 293, 10th Tier Demon Beast in the Void. Lin Mo regarded the retreating form of the three-eyed beast with a disdainful sneer. A sudden clap of thunder resonated, and in an instant, a silvery streak of light appeared before the retreating green light, obstructing its escape route. It was then that the three-eyed beast became aware of Lin Mo standing with his arms crossed. A sardonic smile graced Lin Mo's face as he observed the emerald essence of the demon beast. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear, the essence quivered as if it were being electrified. Being a high-ranking ninth-tier demon beast essence, it instinctively sensed impending doom upon seeing Lin Mo reappear and attempted to flee once more. However, Lin Mo swiftly flicked his wrist, causing a flash of green light to materialize into a green wooden ruler, leaving the three-eyed beast's essence no time to react. With a gentle wave, he brandished the item, nothing less than the 8-spirit ruler acquired from the demon suppression tower, emitting a luminous aura that shimmered momentarily. In an instant, a silver lotus flower, about a foot in size, manifested above the essence of the three-eyed beast, its petals gracefully rotating. As the petals spun, the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced, rendering the essence's intended teleportation spell utterly ineffective. The essence found itself immobilized, unable to move even an inch, as the silver lotus continued to radiate a potent spiritual glow, expanding with each passing moment. Suddenly, the heart of the silver lotus burst forth, releasing several strands of multicolored Buddhist light, enveloping the three-eyed essence before it could formulate a countermeasure. In the blink of an eye, the essence of the ninth-tier three-eyed beast was drawn into the silver lotus. Only then did the beast realize its predicament, unleashing a tremendous cry of terror. Shortly thereafter, the silver lotus emitted a few flickers of spiritual light before falling silent, vanishing without a trace. The essence of the ninth-tier three-eyed beast, under the influence of the silver lotus, left not even a wisp of smoke in its wake. Disappearing silently from the human realm, Lin Mo let out a soft sigh, his palm open as the green wooden ruler slipped into his hand and then faded from view. He murmured to himself, "I had no intention of getting involved. Why must it come to this?" His sigh echoed with an ambivalence, perhaps lamenting both his own fate and the recently extinguished demon beast. At this moment, the recently vanished humanoid puppet gracefully descended beside Lin Mo, presenting him with an object from its grasp, none other than the storage bags of the green-eyed beast and the three-eyed beast. Alongside was a silver circular ancient artifact. Yet Lin Mo's curiosity was piqued by a thumb-sized black orb, which upon inspection elicited a smile. This black orb was none other than the third eye of the three-eyed beast. Observing the seemingly ordinary third eye, which was entirely black, Lin Mo's expression shifted upon making eye contact with it, prompting him to stow the eye along with the silver ring. While the silver ring belonging to the green-eyed beast might be deemed a commendable artifact by other cultivators, for Lin Mo, it was merely of average significance, a trinket at best. The yellow jinghong, which had once stood against Lin Mo's 36 golden flying swords, transformed into an ancient blade, neither sword nor knife, after losing the three-eyed beast's control, and he subsequently placed it into his storage bag. After retrieving the 36 golden swords and the yellow demon-slaying staff, Lin Mo resolved not to linger any longer. He enveloped the humanoid puppet and swiftly shot toward the corridor leading to the side hall, a streak of azure light darting forth. As he advanced towards the main hall, he noticed the number of both beasts and practitioners from the minor extreme palace dwindling. However, those that did appear were undoubtedly high-level beasts or profoundly skilled cultivators. Among the practitioners of the minor extreme palace, some were nascent soul cultivators, while the high-level beasts were primarily shapeshifters, indicating they had reached level 8. Upon nearing the fray, Lin Mo observed the fierce battle between the high-level beasts and the nascent soul cultivators, but he merely cast a curious glance before redirecting his focus to the ongoing conflict. The fighting beasts and practitioners did not obstruct Lin Mo's path, evidently uninterested in complicating their own situations further. After traversing several halls and courtyards, Lin Mo, accompanied by the humanoid puppet, finally crossed through a plaza and beheld the grand hall of the Void Spirit Palace. The white jade walls of the hall stretched infinitely, their vastness impossible to gauge, save for a solitary side door facing Lin Mo, standing merely 10 zhong high, seemingly just a minor entrance. Yet, this passageway was blocked by two individuals and a beast, locked in a fierce struggle, their spiritual energies clashing violently all around. The two individuals donned white robes of the minor extreme palace. One was an elder Lin Mo had previously encountered, an elderly man with gray hair named Yi, while the other was the beautiful Bai Yaoi, who had been his host since his arrival at the palace. Clad in flowing white palace attire, Bai Yaoi's countenance bore a heavy expression, almost gravely so. Opposing the two elders was an elderly beast in a black robe, which Lin Mo quickly discerned to be a shape-shifting beast, its appearance indistinguishable from that of a human, suggesting a level surpassing that of the three-eyed beast. The black-robed beast's eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. Bai Yaoi and the elder inspector wielded two silver flying swords and a jade vial exuding black and white energy, engaging in an exceptionally fierce battle against the black-robed beast. The creature deftly manipulated a cerulean silk net, radiating a mesmerizing turquoise glow, skillfully casting and retracting it at will. Once unleashed, the net expanded to over 10 zhong, within which billowed swirling clouds of azure mist, reminiscent of ethereal blue clouds, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder, an awe-inspiring spectacle. In its other hand, the beast controlled a scepter resembling a black iron rod, polished to a glossy sheen. Without any discernible movement, this ebony implement conjured numerous phantoms that launched attacks toward the two cultivators of the Ziyagong sect. These apparitions rendered the cultivators unable to discern reality from illusion, compelling them to exert their utmost strength in defense against each onslaught. Consequently, while the black-robed beast strikes were a blend of reality and illusion, the two elders of Ziyagong were fully engaged in their countermeasures, resulting in a significant depletion of their spiritual power, albeit without falling prey to any deceptions. It was impossible to ascertain how long the battle had raged, but the disheveled hair of the elder inspector and Bai Yaoi's increasingly pallid complexion suggested that an extensive duration had passed. In stark contrast, the black-robed beast appeared utterly unfazed, single-handedly dominating the two elders of Ziyagong without revealing any signs of struggle. At that moment, the jade vial in the elder inspector's grasp seemed to possess an inexhaustible potency, as the black and white energies it emitted voraciously absorbed everything in their path, including azure tears and the dark essence of Huaning. Bai Yaoi, maneuvering the two silver flying swords, provided assistance, yet it was evident that the black-robed beast was not close to subduing the two elders. From the outset of the conflict, Lin Mo had infused his eyes with spiritual power, and as the blue light flashed within his gaze, he perceived the black-robed beast's sweeping motion, causing a flicker of surprise in his pupils and a palpable shift in his expression. It became apparent to Lin Mo that the creature was a 10th-level metamorphic beast, discernible as such, yet his keen perception failed to unveil the true nature of the beast. Faced with this predicament, Lin Mo felt a pang of unease. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting to the periphery of the struggle, showing no intention of halting. He accelerated his flight, the azure luminescence becoming increasingly radiant, aiming to penetrate the grand hall of the Su Ling Temple. As he soared beneath the trio, the 10th-level beast would not allow a human cultivator to slip away unnoticed. With a thunderous roar, the black-robed beast declared Lin Mo to be courting death, casually gesturing toward the controlling silk net. The mist within the net quivered, followed by a cacophony of thunder, as over a dozen bolts of azure lightning erupted forth from the clouds, hurtling directly toward Lin Mo. To the black-robed beast, Lin Mo was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, not warranting much concern. However, it is impossible for a human cultivator to depart under the watchful eyes of others. As long as one is human, they should not be allowed to live. Thus, a sliver of opportunity was seized to strike at Lin Mo, feeling increasingly vexed, furrowed his brow in displeasure, yet his speed of flight remained unaffected. Suddenly, the humanoid puppet cloaked in his aura materialized from the light of his escape. With a swift motion, it produced a small bow enveloped in crimson flames. As its other hand gently pulled back the bowstring, a thunderous roar erupted, and countless fiery arrows surged forth to meet the azure lightning conjured from the mist. The two forces collided mid-air with a series of resounding explosions, creating a dazzling display of alternating blue and red flames. which enveloped the void in their radiant hues. Though the power of the crimson arrows paled in comparison to the azure lightning, their initial strike momentarily stunted the onslaught of the blue fire. In that fleeting moment, the azure streak darted past the chaotic battle below and directly into the grand hall, escaping through the palace doors. The ebony-robed beast did not anticipate that the nascent soul cultivator could manage to retaliate while simultaneously fleeing, leaving it perplexed as it gazed at the azure streak of light. With the prowess of a 10th-level beast, even with the barrier of the escape light, it could discern the humanoid puppet materializing behind Lin Mo, which astonished it further. Observing Lin Mo brazenly soaring into the spirit void hall, the beast frowned, refraining from launching another attack on Lin Mo. Instead, it redirected its attention to the two elder members of the small extreme palace before intensifying its assault by 30%. Not only did the ebony-robed beast notice the azure streak, but Bai Yao Yi also caught a glimpse of it. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, the azure light was unmistakably familiar. While she could not confirm if Lin Mo was indeed the one who fled, she was certain that the streak belonged to him. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Master Hanli and the others had emerged from the Xinyu cave? Though such questions stirred within her, now was not the time to pursue them, especially as no one was urging her to inquire further. Amidst her uncertainty, she observed the ebony-robed beast augmenting its might. Pushing aside thoughts of Master Hanli to deal with the beast before her, Bai Yao Yi infused her two silver flying swords with spiritual energy, wielding them as if they were dragons plunging into the sea. While the overseeing elder combined the black and white energies from the jade bottle to tenuously counter the ebony-robed beast. The elder of the small extreme palace was astonished that the azure streak could withstand the attacks of the 10th-level ebony-robed beast's lightning and fire as it surged into the grand hall. However, the overseeing elder did not recognize that the azure streak belonged to Lin Mo. It merely seemed unfamiliar, unlike any cultivator he had previously encountered. Yet, hindered by the ebony-robed beast and noticing that the azure light bore no trace of demonic energy, it could not yet be deemed an enemy. If it was not an enemy, then it could be considered an ally, and thus there was no need for further contemplation. Observing the old demon amplifying its power, the overseeing elder did not yield, channeling an additional portion of spiritual energy into the jade bottle, causing the black and white energies to shimmer even more brilliantly. The jade bottle, which emits a jet of black and white energy, is merely a replica of two gas cylinders. Otherwise, it would be excessively challenging for Lin Mo and his fellow mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Bai Yao Yi, to confront a 10th-tier demon beast. At this moment, Lin Mo, having retracted the azure glow enveloping him, found himself by the entrance of the hall. However, before he could fully assess his surroundings, he was suddenly greeted by the raucous laughter of several aged voices. Ah, another one come to meet their demise. Excellent, splendid. One more does not add to the count, nor does one less subtract from it. Let them enter. Before Lin Mo could react, he felt the space around him shimmer with black, ethereal light. In an instant, the scenery transformed, and he found himself in a pitch-black realm, rife with swirling demonic energy. It dawned on him that he had been ensnared by some artifact, albeit the circumstances were rather perplexing. The demonic energy around him surged with increased ferocity, as if it sought to crush him utterly. Holding his breath, Lin Mo clenched his fists within his sleeves, and a resounding thunder echoed from his being. With a crackle, a golden arc of lightning enveloped him entirely. With a flick of his sleeve, 36 golden flying swords shot forth, encircling him in a protective formation, creating a radiant barrier of golden light. Chapter 294. Confrontation with the Elder Demon Transformation. At that moment, the demonic energy, exuding a palpable blackness, surged towards Lin Mo from all directions. Yet, before it could make contact, it was repelled by a powerful golden light. The golden shield, forged from the azure bamboo cloud sword, was accompanied by several flying swords that circled Lin Mo like a wheel, forcing back the encroaching demonic energy. Some of the attacks, unable to evade, were directly dispersed. In any case, the current situation rendered the demonic energy incapable of approaching him. Initially, when Lin Mo heard the taunting voice, he felt somewhat threatened. However, upon seeing that the black demonic energy was not as formidable as he had imagined, he let out a slight sigh of relief, though his expression remained grim, and his azure eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Yet, apart from the ominous black demonic energy, nothing else was visible, failing to capture Lin Mo's attention. I did not anticipate that human cultivators possessed such formidable power. Those flying swords of yours are rather well crafted. Once I seize them, they shall serve as delightful playthings. Lin Mo could not discern the source of the voice, as it seemed to emanate from all directions or perhaps directly infiltrated his mind. The voice, though ancient, was imbued with a commanding presence, creating a peculiar juxtaposition that was both authoritative and unsettling. It openly expressed a covetous desire for the golden flying swords. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold smile. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a tricolored radiance burst forth, condensing into his hand, the famed Three Flames fan. Since arriving at this boundary, Lin Mo had never allowed himself to suffer losses. The audacity of his opponent, who brazenly proclaimed themselves as the true entity, stirred a calculative resolve within Lin Mo. It was clear that this creature was no less formidable than the dark-robed demon beast he had encountered earlier. It was prudent to approach this unseen beast with caution. Just as he grasped the Sanyin fan, a violent tremor erupted above him, accompanied by a deafening howl. The previously subdued black demonic energy surged like a tempest, coalescing into a massive vortex. This gigantic whirlpool, as dark as the demonic aura itself, measured nearly 10 yards in width, and upon its formation, it began to spin rapidly, emitting a series of peculiar shrieks. With the shrieks came vast waves of black radiance. Lin Mo, with but a single glance, recognized this as a manifestation of demonic entities. The memories of the Kunwa Mountain's demon suppression tower from a decade prior were still vivid. As torrents of black brilliance erupted from the vortex's core, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. The menacing black haze surged towards Lin Mo with fierce intent. Despite his preparations, the relentless onslaught of the dark mist momentarily stunned him. Without hesitation, he formed a decisive gesture and chanted incantations to activate the Qingzhu Fengyun sword's technique. The golden light surrounding him and the golden wheels that spiraled nearby began to accelerate, producing a resonant, prolonged chime. The once expansive golden sword radiance suddenly contracted, morphing into a resplendent golden lotus. As the golden lotus blossomed, it gradually began to rotate. At that moment, the overwhelming black radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping the golden lotus within its grasp. The clash between the black haze and the golden lotus was akin to a multitude of blades colliding, producing a cacophony of sharp, jarring sounds that pierced the air, affecting one's very psyche. In such an environment, cultivators risked either succumbing to madness or ascending to a higher realm. Lin Mo felt a jolt within his mind as the myriad flying swords, transformed into the golden lotus, were simultaneously drawn by an immense force, attempting to break free and ascend. His countenance shifted dramatically as he channeled all his internal power, struggling to maintain control over the golden lotus, preventing it from being drawn into the vortex. For an average mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, confronting such a formidable pull would render their innate treasures nearly uncontrollable. Had Lin Mo not practiced the Guoqing Yuan sword technique, his abilities would not have been significantly stronger than those of his peers. Moreover, the Qingzhu Fengyun sword had been refined multiple times with rare and precious materials, far surpassing ordinary artifacts. Perhaps this was the reason the ancient demon had coveted the flying sword. Yet, in this moment, Lin Mo exerted tremendous effort to hold the golden lotus in place, successfully resisting the black radiance that the colossal vortex expelled once more. With incantations flowing from Lin Mo's lips, he infused his spiritual energy into the feather fan in his grasp. The fan shimmered brilliantly, emitting a radiant tricolored light that surged forth, unwaveringly directed at the massive vortex hovering in the air. His expression remained serious, betraying no hint of ease. A sudden sound erupted, and the tricolored luminescence transformed into a formidable pillar of flame, charging fiercely toward the ominous black radiance. As the two forces collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds intensified. Previously, the clash between the golden lotus and the black haze yielded no discernible advantage, but with the introduction of the tricolored flames, the encounter erupted violently, akin to ice plunging into a hot oil pan. The tricolored flames, inherently more potent than the black haze, combined with the golden lotus, overwhelmed the latter with sheer force. The runes on the three-flame fan flickered, and the tricolored flames, as if augmented by some accelerant, besieged the black radiance, rendering it utterly powerless. Yet, the tricolored flames appeared insatiable, surging toward the colossal vortex above, only to vanish abruptly, leaving no trace behind. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, fixated on the vortex in the air. Moments later, a resonant hum emanated from the black whirlpool, and the surrounding dark energies began to pulsate and swell. The vortex expanded exponentially, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it paused for less than a second before exploding with a sound reminiscent of a bursting balloon, dissipating into nothingness. As the black vortex vanished, Lin Mo's expression darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, the three-flame fan disappeared into thin air, yet the tension on his face remained unyielding. Although he had merely waved the fan once, he had expended a significant portion of his magical energy, 2/10 of it, without even catching a glimpse of the ancient demon, let alone inflicting any harm. Then, the aged voice reverberated once more, laced with unexpected recognition. Could it be you? Are you that Lin boy? Lin Mo had harbored a vague suspicion, but upon hearing the ancient voice acknowledge him, his thoughts were further confirmed. Nonetheless, he maintained a stoic faade and coldly inquired, "Do you recognize me?" The ancient voice erupted in a peculiar laugh. "Your feather fan, capable of summoning tricolored flames, is rather distinctive. Back on Kunwa Mountain, I heard you disrupted a significant endeavor of my esteemed deputy. What brings you to the Little Extreme Palace?" Upon hearing the old demon's words, Lin Mo's suspicions were fully validated. "Deputy? You are an associate of the 10,000 Demons Valley." While acknowledging this, he felt a shiver at the mention of the 10,000 Demons Valley, but kept his demeanor steady, responding affirmatively. Although Lin Mo was not well acquainted with the intricacies of the 10,000 Demons Valley, he was aware of its leader. However, no one could definitively ascertain the true cultivation level of the ancient demon known as Che. However, according to Lin Mo's understanding, the Deputy Valley Master, the 10,000-year corpse bear, has attained a cultivation level that is in the late stage of the nascent soul. This suggests that the Valley Master is likely on par with Master Hanli, both standing at the precipice of the transformation stage, a level exceedingly rare in the human realm. Otherwise, under the stringent principle of the Tai Sect that upholds a clear distinction between good and evil, how could the 10,000 Demon Valley, such a formidable sect, continue to thrive within the vast territory of the Great Gene? One would presume that the top 10 righteous and demonic sects would have swept through it countless times. Old Demon Che was not surprised that Lin Mo recognized him and admitted, "Indeed, it is I." He continued, "I have heard from the corpse bear that you share a connection with my old acquaintance, the Linglong Fairy, and that you have returned to the 9th level of the Demon Suppression Tower together. I have visited the Demon Suppression Tower again, and the true demonic energy on the 9th level has been resealed. It appears you have managed to emerge unscathed, which leads me to believe that the Linglong Fairy has returned to the spirit realm." Lin Mo sensed a tremor in old Demon Che's voice when he mentioned the spirit realm, though he could not discern whether it was due to excitement or something else. Unsure of old Demon Che's motives for these inquiries, Lin Mo preferred not to divulge too much and coldly replied, "Linglong has already returned to the spirit realm via the reverse star plate. Do you know her?" As he spoke, Lin Mo discreetly withdrew his hand into his sleeve, where the spiritual light flickered as he silently grasped the green 8 spirit scepter. Meanwhile, in his other hand, a small fire cauldron of about an inch in size appeared. Just in case. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, the ancient voice suddenly turned frigid. "I am but an insignificant nobody in the spirit realm, hardly someone who knows the Demon King or Queen. However, since the Linglong Fairy has sent you out, she must have left you with a considerable number of treasures. At the very least, is the 8 spirit scepter, which once suppressed ancient demons, not in your possession?" If Lin Mo were not certain, he might have thought that old Demon Che had already noticed his movements. Before Lin Mo could respond, old Demon Che continued, "Do not speak of the scepter being taken to the spirit realm by the Linglong Fairy. The 8 spirit scepter cannot be transported across realms without undergoing the refinement of the Tongbao decision." This was the first time Lin Mo had encountered such a claim, and he remained silent, though his grip on the green 8 spirit scepter unconsciously tightened. Seeing Lin Mo's persistent silence, old Demon Che's tone shifted to a menacing one, nearly demanding, "What, young Lin, do you find my words so difficult to answer? Or are you simply unwilling to respond?" Following this, a powerful demonic aura suddenly erupted from all directions, surging fiercely towards Lin Mo. Although he had confirmed that it was indeed old Demon Che and recognized him as a formidable 10th-level transformed beast, a being of absolute terror in the current human realm, Lin Mo felt no fear. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was more than capable of handling even late-stage nascent soul practitioners with ease. Moreover, he had previously dealt with those on the brink of the transformation stage, with Master Hanli serving as an excellent example. Thus, regarding old Demon Che's intimidation, Lin Mo merely regarded it as a nuisance, feeling almost no trepidation. He simply swayed slightly, remaining nonchalantly in place, unaffected. The ancient demon, Che, did not anticipate Lin Mo's remarkable composure. Before he could utter his scornful remarks, he witnessed a glimmer of brilliance ignite in Lin Mo's eyes. With an expression devoid of emotion, Lin Mo remarked that Che, unbeknownst to many, had been secluded in the depths of the 10,000 Demon Valley for countless years, engaging in a life-and-death meditation, rarely venturing outside. His presence here, Lin Mo surmised, was merely a manifestation of Che's essence. Otherwise, given Che's formidable reputation, he would not possess merely the current level of spiritual energy. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Mo exhaled softly, a hint of peculiarity flickering across his visage. "What of it?" came the aged voice, devoid of sentiment, betraying no embarrassment at being unmasked. Lin Mo held no interest in the affairs of the 10,000 Demon Valley or the Little Extreme Palace, nor did he wish to entangle himself in them. His sole purpose for arriving at the Little Extreme Palace was to obtain the Xianbing Flower, and his visit to the Void Spirit Palace was merely to seek passage through the teleportation array. If Che did not wish for Lin Mo to ally with the Little Extreme Palace, it would be prudent to allow Lin Mo to leave. Lin Mo, maintaining a placid tone, reaffirmed that even if it were Che himself present, as long as he had not reached the God transformation stage, Lin Mo harbored no fear. Yet, Che's manifestation erupted into laughter, as if it had heard something amusing, and then ominously threatened him, stating that it had been many years since anyone dared to utter such threats to him. The corpse bear had mentioned that Lin Mo possessed the exorcising divine thunder, a potent ability indeed, yet the exorcising divine thunder was effective only against demonic energy. Now, trapped within his 10,000 demon banner, did Lin Mo truly believe he could contend with him? Lin Mo understood that the ancient demon coveted the spiritual treasures he bore, but upon hearing Che's words, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction, sighing internally. Clearly, Che did not regard him as a serious opponent, or else such words would not have been uttered. Then, Che's manifestation proclaimed, "If you do not wish for your spirit and form to be obliterated, surrender the treasures of the exquisite fairy and the 8th spirit ruler. If I am in a particularly good mood, I might spare your life." At this declaration, Lin Mo could not suppress a roll of his eyes. The mention of the 10,000 demon banner resonated with him. Many cultivators had spoken of this legendary spiritual treasure. Although it was a replica, its power was not to be underestimated. Chapter 295, The Great Battle of the 10,000 Demon Banner. Thus, Lin Mo finally grasped why such a manifestation could exhibit such arrogance, if it were indeed the 10,000 Demon Banner. It was no surprise that this ancient demon was so conceited and reluctant to relent. It appeared that words alone would not sway this manifestation. Lin Mo was not one to force others, so he ceased his verbal exchange, raising one hand to unleash a burst of crimson light that spiraled into the air, hovering several yards above his head. It was none other than the nameless fire cauldron. With a series of intricate gestures, Lin Mo muttered incantations under his breath. The cauldron ignited with flames, and suddenly, a tempest arose, causing the flames to swell dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they expanded to several yards in size. Lin Mo's incantations grew increasingly rapid, each one striking the surface of the nameless cauldron, and as he channeled his power, the lid of the cauldron suddenly shot forth. Then, a resonant hum emanated from the cauldron, followed by a torrent of fire crows, each the size of a fist, erupting from within. In an instant, they enveloped the surroundings of Lin Mo, countless fiery birds filling the air, their crimson glow a sight to behold, numbering in the thousands. Though the 10,000 demon banner was merely a replica, its enduring presence in the Valley of 10,000 Demons for centuries commanded respect for its formidable power. Thus, Lin Mo chose not to conceal its might, unleashing the full potential of the nameless fire cauldron. It appeared insufficient, however, as the tiny fire crow, which had originally perched on Lin Mo's shoulder, stealthily mingled with the throng of fire crows without drawing attention. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Mo had summoned the tiny fire crow at an opportune moment, leaving his shoulder conspicuously vacant. The tiny fire crow, its body of vibrant crimson, blended seamlessly among the others, undetectable at a glance. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle differences. Seeing that the tiny fire crow had successfully disguised itself, Lin Mo abruptly ceased his incantation, followed by a commanding shout. In unison, the fire crows unleashed torrents of crimson flames, shooting in all directions. The demonic energy swirling around Lin Mo was soon overwhelmed by successive waves of towering flames, gradually dispersing under the relentless onslaught. Within the confines of the 10,000 demon banner, an oppressive heat surged forth, almost suffocating, transforming the space into a vast sea of crimson fire. As the demonic energy within the banner came into contact with the fiery deluge, a tumultuous clash ensued, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The ensuing roars echoed continuously. And, after an indeterminate duration, the surrounding demonic energy began to recede. The transformation of the old demon into his avatar was unhurried. He merely scoffed, dismissing the efforts as trifling techniques, deriding the notion of escaping the grasp of the 10,000 demon banner. Then, the old demon's avatar let out a piercing howl, resonating with the power to shatter realms. The retreating demonic energy halted, gathering once more, coalescing into tangible forms. Lin Mo watched impassively as the swirling black mist gradually shaped into numerous formidable demonic beasts, emerging from the depths of the darkness. These newly formed beasts, each exuding an aura of menace, roared in unison, their numbers staggering as they filled the expanse, some stretching over 30 feet wide. Their predatory gazes fixated on Lin Mo amidst the inferno, as if poised to devour him whole. A chill ran through Lin Mo at the sight of the seemingly endless tide of black demonic energy swirling to form these beasts. Then, the old demon's avatar unleashed another fierce howl, prompting the dark entities to charge towards Lin Mo from every direction, an overwhelming wave of ferocity. Lin Mo, feeling a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, remained expressionless as he pointed at the nameless fire cauldron suspended in the air, unleashing several streams of azure light, which struck the cauldron with precision. Suddenly, the fiery cauldron quivered violently, radiating a brilliant crimson light as the deep red flames enveloped the entire vessel, transforming it instantaneously into a colossal fireball. As Lin Mo uttered his incantation, an innumerable array of fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from the nameless cauldron, joining the boundless sea of scarlet flames. The temperature of the entire space surged dramatically, the fireballs and the inferno amplifying each other's might, and soon, clusters of flames began to emerge from the fiery ocean, as if the newly joined fist-sized fireballs were expanding to the size of a head. At that moment, the fire crows circling around Lin Mo suddenly darted toward the flaming clusters in the crimson sea, diving directly into the fireballs, creating a sensation of intertwining existence. It was as though two entities had fused into one. After merging, each fireball was enveloped by a significantly enlarged fire crow, which, harnessing the power of the inferno, charged directly into the throng of demonic beast puppets surrounding them. The blazing crimson light erupted densely amidst the dark army of beastly puppets, with thousands of fire crows swirling chaotically, entangling with the beasts. In that instant, it was difficult to discern which side held the upper hand. The entire space of the Wanyao banner was ablaze, with demonic energy swirling, the red flames and black mist intertwining and separating, colliding once more in a stalemate. Whether it was the demonic beasts pierced by the fire crows or the fire crows extinguished by the beasts, both could revive in the blink of an eye. As the situation remained unresolved, a cold snort emanated from the elder demon's transformation, followed by the unmistakable sound of ancient, cryptic incantations. Lin Mo struggled to discern the direction of the spell. A sudden flash of cold ruthlessness crossed Lin Mo's mind as he looked up, his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing the black vortex in the air violently churning once more. At its center, a colossal claw resembling withered wood slowly emerged. This gigantic claw, dark and glossy, spanned an impressive 30 to 40 feet, with 5 elongated, sharp talons gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of chilling sharpness. It reminded Lin Mo of the claws of a two-headed wolf, yet this was even more formidable, noting the sinister glow emanating from the talons. Lin Mo realized they were undoubtedly laced with poison. The sheer size of the claw nearly obscured 2/3 of the void, instilling a sense of being trapped beneath a mountain. A fierce demonic wind howled downward, akin to a hurricane, causing the flames around Lin Mo to flicker wildly. He swiftly patted his waist, summoning the yellow demon-suppressing staff into his hand, and without hesitation, he aimed it at the sky. The staff appeared unyielding in the presence of the black claw. However, when the yellow staff collided with the massive black claw, it produced a deafening roar, as though striking against tempered steel. The staff only caused the claw to momentarily pause before being repelled. Yet, the black claw showed no signs of altering its course as it lunged toward Lin Mo. Seeing this, Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, and the 36 golden flying swords that had been swirling nearby simultaneously emitted a resonant hum, swiftly converging above his head in perfect unison. In the crimson expanse of the myriad demon banners, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, expanding with an intensity that nearly blinded onlookers. At the moment when visibility was nearly lost, 36 golden flying swords seamlessly converged into a singular, massive golden sword, measuring nearly 5 or 6 zhang in length. Upon its formation, the colossal golden sword wasted no time, transforming into a thick stream of golden radiance that surged skyward, accompanied by the harsh sounds of air friction. This cacophony was piercing to the ears as it ascended directly towards the enormous black claw. As the black claw, once as sturdy as steel, collided with the golden sword, a resounding crack echoed, and it was cleaved in two, starkly visible in the aftermath. It is noteworthy that these 36 flying swords, previously refined by Lin Mo with exceedingly rare materials, possessed powers that far surpassed those of ordinary swords. The amalgamation of these swords into a giant blade concentrated their formidable energy into a single point. The resulting force was unequivocally greater than the mere sum of its parts, particularly under Lin Mo's full exertion, rendering it nearly indestructible. The fact that the black claw did not shatter upon impact was a testament to its formidable nature. The avatar of the ancient demon, Che, was taken aback by this unexpected setback at the hands of a human cultivator, particularly one only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Though merely an avatar, it was bolstered by the power of the myriad demon banners. Whether it was in anger or genuine pain, Che's avatar emitted a low grunt. As the severed claw dissipated into the wind, the once formidable essence of steel was revealed to be merely an illusion conjured from black demonic energy. With the disappearance of the black claw, Lin Mo did not feel a sense of relief. Upon hearing the grunt, a flash of blue light sparked in his eyes. He then pointed at the golden radiance in the air, causing it to swirl gracefully before transforming into a golden dragon that lunged fiercely at a point in the void. Without warning, a thunderous bang erupted, followed by the emergence of a glaring black serpent, which was accompanied by the sudden appearance of a dark shield. The golden dragon's bite struck the shield but failed to breach its defenses. From behind the black shield, a beam of black light erupted, revealing the figure of a child about 7 or 8 years old, with another diminutive form appearing soon after. This was none other than the avatar of the 10th-level demon beast, Che, previously encountered at the mountainside outside the Ice City. Upon seeing the child's visage, Lin Mo nearly burst into laughter, for the child sported 3 upright pigtails and wore a silver chain around his neck. However, the child's expression was devoid of innocence, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light as he grappled with the golden dragon behind the black shield. The golden dragon continued its relentless assault, and in that moment, the child, seemingly bewildered, exclaimed loudly, questioning how such pure essence resided within the giant sword, incredulous that it could shatter his celestial claws. Lacking a response from Lin Mo, he turned his attention toward Lin Mo, who stood amidst the crimson inferno. Lin Mo remained silent in response to the words of the avatar of the old demon Che, instead whispering, "As I suspected, you are indeed merely an incarnation." The child, filled with rage, let out a derisive laugh, then reached out into the void. A flicker of black light illuminating his hand as a grayish small banner materialized. "So what?" he scoffed. "You should know that the power of the 10,000 demons banner was only unleashed at a mere 20%. I never anticipated your arrogance. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true might of the 10,000 demons banner. Prepare to witness your annihilation." As soon as the avatar of the old demon Che finished speaking, he began to reverse the 10,000 demons banner in his hand, seemingly preparing to invoke its grand powers. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He pointed towards the crimson sea of flames, and immediately, dozens of fire crows shot forth from its depths, hurtling towards the child with a whoosh. Murmuring a sword incantation, a golden giant sword erupted with a resounding cry, and with a tremor, it transformed into 36 golden flying swords, each about a foot in length, radiating dazzling light. Amidst a resounding hum, hundreds of golden sword lights materialized, swirling in the air before launching toward the child from all directions. The child merely pointed at the black shield before him, causing it to quiver slightly before morphing into a hazy light barrier enveloping him. The golden sword lights clashed violently against the black luminescence, yet the barrier only rippled gently, akin to a still lake's surface disturbed by a single drop, without igniting any sparks or sustaining any damage. Lin Mo was taken aback, not having anticipated the tenacity of the hazy shield formed from the black barrier. Even his golden sword lights from the Qingzhou Fengyun sword could not inflict even the slightest harm. The oncoming fire crows, however, the child dismissed entirely, not even bothering to spare them a glance. He resumed channeling the 10,000 demons banner, determined to showcase its true power to this arrogant human cultivator. After all, as a 10th-level demon beast, Though merely an avatar, he could easily discern that these fire crows were mere manifestations of fire essence. His black shield could effortlessly intercept their flames. Suddenly, the gray small banner quivered, causing the entire space to tremble violently. As it swayed, grayish mist began to emerge from the demonic energy surrounding Lin Mo near the sea of flames, heralding an unusual spatial fluctuation. In an instant, four dark, gaping holes appeared, each approximately a foot in diameter, with a vague sense that something was about to emerge from within. Lin Mo seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the direction of the fire crows. As they approached the hazy barrier, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, and silver wings materialized, allowing their figures to shimmer and vanish in a flash of silver light. Almost simultaneously, the fire crows unleashed flames as they collided against the black barrier. Instantly, they transformed into blinding fireballs, erupting with crackling explosions, while the hundreds of golden sword lights above continued their relentless assault against the ethereal black shield. Within the ethereal shield, the manifestation of the ancient trickster seemed to have anticipated the events unfolding, a slight smirk curling at the corners of its mouth, leaving one to ponder whether it was genuine amusement or mere disdain. Unfazed by the onslaught of countless golden sword lights, as the misty barrier had successfully intercepted them all, the trickster's gaze shifted towards the crimson sea of flames. It noted, with a hint of surprise, that Lin Mo had vanished into the inferno with the aid of thunderous evasion. Following a brief moment of astonishment, it let out a cold chuckle, uttering a cryptic incantation in an archaic tongue, raising a delicate hand to reveal a black ribbon that materialized in its palm. With a deft motion, the ribbon shot forth like a serpent, instantly transforming into several circles. The trickster manipulated these circles, deftly directing them towards a location approximately 6 or 7 feet behind the young boy. In a flash, a silver light flickered, and Lin Mo reappeared amidst another thunderous clap, precisely within the confines of the circles. Whether it was Lin Mo's delayed reflexes or sheer coincidence, the circles ensnared him perfectly. Then, a dark glimmer flashed, and the circles began to constrict, binding Lin Mo within the confines of the black ribbon. The youthful manifestation of the trickster erupted into a fit of ancient, raspy laughter upon witnessing this. With a flourish of its sleeve, it summoned forth a surge of dark energy from its robe, which shot toward Lin Mo with terrifying speed. Lin Mo, caught off guard by the sudden binding, was further astonished by the circle's predictive capabilities. They seemed to have foreseen his escape route. Yet, Lin Mo was never one to passively endure punishment. As the circles ensnared him, he swiftly formed a hand seal and summoned a cerulean talisman, the last in his possession. With a flash of green light, it collided with the black circles, and in an instant, Lin Mo vanished from their grasp. The circles had ensnared only the talisman he had just conjured. Now, Lin Mo found himself several dozen feet away, unharmed yet visibly pale and fatigued. The green talisman he had summoned was none other than a spirit transformation talisman, which had yet to be fully refined. Lin Mo would only resort to this in dire situations, as utilizing such a talisman required immense magical energy. The verdant talisman shimmered briefly upon the black circles before dissolving into specks of green light. Lin Mo, fixated on the talisman, seized the moment as it dissipated, drawing the green light into himself. The youthful trickster, observing this turn of events from within the ethereal shield, wore an expression of profound displeasure. With a flick of its hand, 2 orbs of dark energy materialized but were swiftly retracted before they could be unleashed, accompanied by a reluctant huff of frustration. Meanwhile, from the opposite side of the misty barrier, a silver flash darted forth with incredible speed, revealing a cerulean figure, a humanoid puppet, suddenly appearing before the trickster's youthful form. The entire process unfolded in complete silence, as the humanoid puppet raised its hands, revealing a striking red bow. At that moment, the bow glowed with an almost blinding radiance, followed by a cacophony of sounds as countless fire arrows shot forth at an astonishing speed. Above the child's head, a black short blade whizzed by, piercing downwards with lethal precision amidst a flurry of golden sword lights that provided a silent cover. Although the child was merely an incarnation of the old demon, his formidable divine consciousness elevated his avatar's prowess far beyond that of the old man in the black robe, who was the transformed form of the azure-backed wolf. Despite the suddenness of the danger, the child swiftly discerned that the black light above was the most perilous. He promptly struck the hazy shield before him with one hand, then lifted his neck to release a coin-shaped magical artifact, from which surged a dense, dark aura. Everything transpired at an astonishing pace. Had it not been for Lin Mo, he would have applauded the execution of this intricate maneuver. At that moment, The fire arrows unleashed by the bow converged into a formidable pillar of flame that collided with the ethereal shield. As the child struck the shield, it emitted a dazzling light, seemingly thickening as it absorbed the impact of the two forces, resulting in a thunderous roar. Subsequently, tumultuous flames engulfed the area, causing the entire shield to tremble violently. Amidst this chaos, the magic marrow flying knife descended silently from the top of the shield. With a sharp sound, a fissure appeared where the knife struck, swiftly manifesting within the shield. Meanwhile, the coin artifact shrouded in black demonic energy collided with the magic marrow knife, producing a crisp sound as their brilliance surged before vanishing entirely. Lin Mo's expression changed as he received a message from the humanoid puppet's consciousness. Master, the magic marrow flying knife remains, but it is not nearby. It seems to be trapped, although its exact location is yet to be determined. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a slight relief and, without further hesitation, activated his spell. One of the fiery crows outside the hazy shield suddenly unfurled its wings and let out a clear cry, its body swelling to several times its size. It then thrust its beak forward, exhaling a mist of icy air. This crow was previously transformed from the true fire of the sun, and the icy breath emanated from the Xian Yu cold air absorbed within the Xian Yu cave. This was Lin Mo's prior directive for the spirit crow to remain active alongside the fiery crow. Although the Xian Yu cold air had been largely absorbed by the spirit crow, the brief time was insufficient for thorough refinement, preventing it from directly transforming into the source fire of the true sun. However, the current circumstances left little room for contemplation. He needed to release it without delay. The white cold air slowly spread, enveloping the dark, nebulous shield, gradually forming a crystalline layer of frost on its exterior, which continued to thicken. In no time, a gigantic ice sphere emerged, encasing both the shield and the child within. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a hint of delight evident in his expression. Lin Mo had not yet become so arrogant as to believe that he could subdue a high-level 10-tiered demon beast merely by virtue of the cold ice. With both hands forming a seal, he pointed a single finger at the numerous sword lights surrounding the massive ice, chanting incantations. Instantly, hundreds of golden sword lights surged skyward. The golden lights spiraled briefly in the air, emitting a resonant hum, before scattering in all directions. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the golden lights vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Although this child was the incarnation of the ancient demon Che, he was still quite formidable. Thus, Lin Mo intended to set up the Grand Gung sword array to eliminate Che's avatar. However, just as he completed half of the array, the enormous ice sphere trembled violently. Countless silver threads shot forth from the ice, and the massive ice began to shake, gradually breaking into uneven shards. As the enormous ice sphere threatened to shatter from within, Lin Mo peered through the translucent ice crystal, only to discover that the black energy shield inside had vanished, transforming instead into a black iron shield that now guarded the child. He vaguely discerned that the child was holding something in his hand, a spherical object radiating a blinding silver light, from which countless silver threads erupted. Curiously, within that luminous sphere was a silver lock a few inches in size. Upon seeing this object, Lin Mo understood that he could no longer proceed with the Grand Gung sword array. Without further thought, he altered his strategy. He lightly patted the storage pouch at his waist, performing a single-handed flip, his previously relaxed expression shifting to one of gravity. A verdant wooden ruler materialized in his hand. Lin Mo's lips moved slightly, and the wooden ruler directed itself toward the child's spiritual treasure within the massive ice sphere. Above the child's head, a flash of spiritual light revealed a silver lotus about a ruler's length, spinning gracefully. A radiant aura enveloped the child, momentarily halting his movements as he emerged from the ice. The humanoid puppet, expressionless, rubbed its hands together, and a silver dart of several feet in length appeared in its grasp. Noticing this, the child's unique eyes sparkled, and he swiftly launched the gray Wanyao banner in his small hand, which soared into the void and gently swayed. Ignoring the constraints of the colorful Buddhist light, the child directly activated the Wanyao banner. Instantly, a grayish barrier formed, expanding outward from the child as the surrounding space began to warp and twist. The humanoid puppet remained impassive, showing no signs of change, before raising its arm. The silver dart transformed into a streak of silver light, plunging downward with alarming speed. An ear-piercing shriek filled the air as it neared the child. To his surprise, the silver dart pierced through the barrier, only to vanish after passing through the opposite side, never reaching the child. Everything unfolded with such unexpected swiftness that Lin Mo found himself momentarily at a loss. It was essential to recognize that the sentient puppet's consciousness had already locked onto the child. Yet, how could such an unforeseen circumstance arise with the arrow? A fleeting thought sparked a sudden realization within him. The barrier was a manifestation of the 10,000 Demons banner, possessing the ability to distort space. It was not a mere artifact or weapon that could be easily breached. Thus, overcoming it would not be a task accomplished in a day. The child, separated by the barrier, held the 10,000 Demons banner in one hand while cradling a silver lock in the other. His eyes resembling cold ice as they fixated upon Lin Mo. Those eyes bore no emotion, merely gazing icily at Lin Mo from beyond the barrier. Lin Mo observed that the child was shrouded in a swirling black demonic aura, which flickered with light. Strangely, this aura seemed to peel away the radiant seven-colored Buddhist light cascading from above, as if attempting to detach itself from it. A heaviness settled in Lin Mo's heart, confirming his earlier thoughts. The transformation of the old demon into its true form was not something a mere late-stage nascent soul cultivator could contend with. Compounded by the fact that he was confined within the 10,000 Demons banner, engaging in combat with the old demon's manifestation was inherently disadvantageous for him. With this realization, Lin Mo's gaze wandered around the surrounding inferno, where he could faintly discern 4 shadowy openings. He noted that while the child appeared restrained by a colossal ice sphere, seemingly unable to unleash his full might, those 4 black holes were gradually enlarging, accompanied by the distant roars of demonic beasts echoing from within. Could it be that some monstrous creature was attempting to break free? A frown creased Lin Mo's brow as he made a decisive resolution. He grasped the 8 spirits ruler hovering above the child's head with one hand and then, with a series of intricate hand seals, summoned all the spiritual treasures he had previously activated. The nameless fire cauldron in the distance, the fiery crow suspended in the air, the human puppet, and 36 golden flying swords all trembled momentarily before hurtling forth. Only the tiny fire crow remained, circling the barrier formed by the 10,000 Demons banner, exhaling a frigid breath upon the massive ice sphere, once again encasing the child within. However, the silver threads from the small lock in the child's hand did not cease their emergence from the ice crystal, slicing through it with minimal effect. At that moment, the tiny fire crow darted back, but Lin Mo offered it no glance. Instead, he drew forth a yellow talisman from his possession. The runes upon the talisman twinkled with luminous energy. It was none other than the dimensional breaking talisman gifted to him by the exquisite fairy upon her departure. This talisman held remarkable efficacy against spatial restrictions, yet Lin Mo had only one and felt it wasteful to employ it. However, now, trapped within the 10,000 Demons banner, with its unpredictable transformations yet to reveal other peculiar powers, Lin Mo, never one to accept defeat, decisively retrieved the dimensional breaking talisman. He pinched the yellow talisman between 2 fingers and gently waved it before the void ahead. The talisman radiated a brilliant yellow light, which intensified, nearly blinding to behold. Meanwhile, as the yellow light flickered upon the boundary symbol, a blinding sphere of transparent white light suddenly emerged within it, twisting incessantly. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy, prompting him to summon all nearby treasures to relentlessly assault a particular spot in the void. A thunderous roar erupted, revealing a misty hollow through which the grand hall of the ethereal spirit palace could be glimpsed. The child encased within the colossal ice sphere suddenly underwent a drastic change in color. Chapter 297, the 10th level Ice Phoenix. This was an unexpected turn for the old demon in disguise. In a moment of desperation, he channeled his true essence and spirit, causing the 10,000 Demon banner to emit a brilliant gray light. Suddenly, a gray pillar of light shot skyward from the banner, striking the silver lotus suspended in the air. Upon contact, a muffled sound resonated, leading one to anticipate a cataclysmic reaction. However, to the astonishment of all, both entities seemed to agree upon a dissolution into the formless void. Seizing this opportunity, the child finally extricated himself from the immense ice sphere. At that moment, Lin Mo, surrounded by shimmering azure light, transformed into a streak of blue luminous energy, shooting forth with astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace. Naturally, all the treasures Lin Mo had previously employed against the child followed closely behind him. The liberated child, clutching the gray 10,000 Demon banner with one hand, gazed at the spot where the azure light had disappeared, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glint of coldness, his visage gradually turning ashen. Unaware of Lin Mo's intentions, he contemplated that perhaps it would be wise to abdicate his position as the lord of the 10,000 Demon Valley. confirming the cunning nature of human cultivators, a notion he found increasingly valid. As the azure escape light dissipated, Lin Mo manifested midair, only to be met with a cacophony of explosive sounds resonating in his ears. His expression darkened, yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, forming a decisive gesture. He summoned 36 golden flying swords that gleamed brilliantly, instantly coalescing into a golden shield enveloping him entirely, channeling spiritual energy into his eyes. A blue glow flickered as he surveyed the entire grand hall of the ethereal spirit palace, eliciting an involuntary gasp. It is essential to note that the ethereal spirit palace is immensely vast, spanning nearly 1,000 feet. Suspended in the high sky, a gray banner loomed at a distance of merely several dozen feet from Lin Mo. This gray banner, over 200 feet in length, bore an uncanny resemblance to the smaller 10,000 demon banner wielded by the child within the spatial realm. The difference lay in the fact that this enormous banner was magnitudes larger than the diminutive one, and the gray demonic light emanating from it was far more resplendent. The surface of the 10,000 demon banner appeared to be alive with surging demonic energy, while various runes of different demon races flowed in a mesmerizing dance. With each circulation of the ample demonic runes, they would envelop the banner from its entrance. Observing this spectacle, Lin Mo comprehended the situation entirely. It was no wonder that upon entering the grand hall of the ethereal spirit palace, he had unwittingly stepped into the restricted space of the 10,000 demon banner. It appeared that this was the true form of the 10,000 demon banner held by the old demon in disguise, while the smaller banner within the restriction was likely a mere manifestation of its spiritual essence. If this were indeed the case, it would prove rather troublesome for Lin Mo, who was seized by a sense of trepidation. As his gaze darted around, he discovered that an exceptionally fierce battle was underway at the very heart of the grand hall. A substantial portion of the opposing side had been obliterated, transforming it into a glacial expanse, resembling a distinct, transparent realm. In that ethereal space, a pervasive, icy mist hung in the air, while the ice columns within the hall had long been cloaked in a thick layer of frost, accompanied by successive formations of diminutive icebergs. Though each iceberg stood only about 10 zhang tall, they sprawled across the perimeter of the glacier. High above in that realm, a resplendent ice phoenix, entirely clad in immaculate white, was engulfed in a veil of chilling flames, radiating its formidable power with abandon. Opposing the ice phoenix stood a high-ranking cultivator from the Xiaoji Palace, accompanied by 2 elderly men with silvery hair. The middle-aged woman, a proficient practitioner, and her companions desperately wielded various treasures in a futile attempt to fend off the ice phoenix's assault. Upon a mere glance, Lin Mo discerned that although the treasures commanded by the Xiaoji Palace cultivators possessed considerable might, they were decidedly outmatched by the ferocity of the snow-white phoenix's talons. It was merely a matter of time before they would be overwhelmed. Lin Mo was taken aback upon witnessing the layer of frigid flames enveloping the ice phoenix. For this type of cold fire was not unfamiliar to him. It bore a striking resemblance to the wind-leaving ice flame employed by the elder Bai Mingxin from the Xiaoji Palace, who had assisted the cold Li Shangren in shattering the mirror within the Xianyu cave. However, the potency of the cold flames wielded by the ice phoenix was vastly superior to that of Bai Mingxin's wind-leaving ice flame, even in its refined state. The sheer ferocity of its power was terrifying. As Lin Mo pondered the potential connection between Bai Mingxin's wind-leaving ice flame and the ice phoenix's cold fire, he realized that now was not the time for such contemplations. His sole desire was to extricate himself swiftly from this predicament, avoiding entanglement in the conflict between the Xiaoji Palace and the demonic beasts. Yet, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Why did the elder demon, who possessed the myriad demon banner, not advance to assist the ice phoenix in its assault, instead mysteriously drawing himself into the fray? The middle-aged woman in that space was none other than the current ruler of the Xiaoji Palace, while the 2 elderly men were late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the same sect. Lin Mo had not anticipated that the ruler's cultivation would be significantly inferior to that of the elder Hanli Shangren. It appeared that the palace master had not trained in ice-based techniques or the arts of cold fire. Otherwise, even a 10th-level ice phoenix would not be reduced to a state of mere self-preservation with the assistance of 2 mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. After all, the white cold fire of the phoenix was tremendously powerful. The 3 members of the Xiaoji Palace, upon being drawn into the confrontation, had seen a considerable decline in their abilities. Thus, Lin Mo found himself nearly entranced by the ice phoenix's use of the extreme cold flames. Realizing that had the phoenix not been preoccupied with its battle against the Xiaoji Palace cultivators, his penetrating gaze would have undoubtedly captured its attention. For the first time, Lin Mo realized the formidable power wielded by the extreme cold flame, a force that nearly defied the very laws of nature. Thus, he found it even more perplexing that if the old monster chariot were to make even a slight effort to assist in such a scenario, the three high-ranking cultivators from the Little Extreme Palace would undoubtedly be vanquished. It appeared that the 10th-level Ice Phoenix and the 10th-level Chariot Monster were not in harmony, as both were eminent figures in their respective realms, making mutual assistance improbable. Who could guarantee that no treachery awaited them within the myriad demon banner? Although the reasons for their inaction remained unclear, Lin Mo could only surmise a tenuous rationale for their reticence. Before he could fully grasp the implications, the myriad demon banner above began to convulse violently, and suddenly, a severed corpse and a damaged artifact tumbled forth from within, crashing down into the grand hall. The abruptness of the event startled Lin Mo. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the corpse was clad in the robes of a Little Extreme Palace cultivator, and judging by the adornments, the individual held a significant rank among the elders of the palace. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's face as he comprehended that he was not the sole prisoner within the myriad demon banner. Several other cultivators from the Little Extreme Palace were ensnared as well. No wonder the banner hung suspended in midair without the need for supervision. One merely had to guard the entrance. The fact that some had managed to endure within the banner without being completely annihilated suggested the use of secret techniques to momentarily stave off destruction. Otherwise, given the prowess of the chariot monster, it would have been impossible for it to persist for so long. Evidently, other cultivators remained trapped within the myriad demon banner, preventing the chariot monster from extricating itself. This could also explain why the chariot monster had not emerged to assist the Ice Phoenix. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Mo felt a surge of relief and began to scrutinize the grand hall meticulously. Suddenly, he spotted a towering jade platform, 6 or 7 zhang high and over 100 zhang wide. From a distance, he could see 3 teleportation arrays, 1 large and 2 small, aligned perfectly atop the elevated platform. Elated at this discovery, Lin Mo was about to form hand seals when a sudden intuition struck him, and the humanoid puppet behind him abruptly materialized, swiftly reaching out with one hand into the void. At a distance of more than 10 zhang from Lin Mo, a distortion in space occurred, and with a sharp whoosh, a black dagger shot forth, vanishing in an instant. It was none other than the elusive demon essence flying dagger that had mysteriously disappeared within the myriad demon banner. Lin Mo was oblivious to when this dagger had escaped its restraints, seemingly returning from the ether. The emotionless humanoid puppet waved its sleeve, effortlessly retrieving the demon essence flying dagger. Lin Mo merely twitched his brow, maintaining a composed demeanor, while a green luminescence enveloped him, transforming into a streak of azure light that surged towards the jade platform. Following closely behind him were 1,000 fiery crows and 36 golden flying swords among other treasures. Since emerging from the Xianyu cave, Lin Mo had harbored a singular objective: to escape. He had no interest in the prior affairs of the Little Extreme Palace and the demon beasts. Their fates were of no concern to him. In the blink of an eye, the azure streak had already reached the center of the grand hall. In order to evade unnecessary trouble, the elusive figure of Lin Mo executed an intricate arc, deftly circumventing the edges of the fray to avoid a direct confrontation. The majority of the grand hall was engulfed by the frigid flames of the Ice Phoenix. Thus, as Lin Mo maneuvered past, a flash of violet light enveloped him, instantly adorning his form with the ethereal violet extreme fire. The chilling aura was repelled by the violet extreme fire, rendering it incapable of affecting Lin Mo. However, the Ice Phoenix, along with the 3 trembling cultivators from the Minor Extreme Palace, had been closely observing Lin Mo. From the moment Lin Mo was drawn into the myriad demons banner and subsequently emerged, their astonishment grew immensely, leading one of them to exclaim in disbelief, "Qianlan Ice Flame, you too are a cultivator of the Minor Extreme Palace. Do not presume that a mere alteration of this ice flame can deceive me." As the Ice Phoenix perceived Lin Mo's fleeting form, its vigilance heightened. Yet, upon witnessing the azure light navigate around the center, it chose to disregard Lin Mo. Recognizing that a 10th-level demon beast possesses intelligence surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, instinctively favoring self-preservation. Acknowledging that Lin Mo's ability to extricate himself from the myriad demons banner indicated he was no ordinary practitioner, the Ice Phoenix refrained from provoking a formidable adversary. However, Upon noticing the violet extreme fire enveloping Lin Mo, its eyes ignited with a fiery crimson, emitting a shrill cry as if provoked by the violet flames. Perceiving the Qianlan ice flame as a matter of life and death, Lin Mo, momentarily taken aback by the Ice Phoenix's inquiry, was still processing the situation when a piercing, vengeful cry erupted from the creature. With a sudden unfurling of its icy wings, the Ice Phoenix directed a fierce onslaught towards Lin Mo. Its wings, adorned with impenetrable ice feathers, released a barrage akin to a rain of arrows, transforming into countless crystalline flying swords, over 100 in number, soaring relentlessly towards Lin Mo. This spectacle startled Lin Mo mid-flight. The sheer volume of sword light was daunting enough to instill fear, irrespective of its power. Furthermore, these resplendent flying swords, forged from the Ice Phoenix's own feathers, possessed formidable might. Rather than retreating, Lin Mo quickened his pace, unleashing a torrent of golden sword light and a multitude of crimson fire crows from the azure radiance, launching them directly at the impending crystalline sword light. A resounding cacophony echoed throughout the hall as golden and white sword lights intertwined, accompanied by bursts of crimson flames erupting amidst the frosty air. The combined assault of the Qingzhubi cloud sword and the fire crows temporarily halted the onslaught of the crystalline flying swords. Although this respite was fleeting, it allowed Lin Mo's azure light to dart beyond the central position of the hall, propelling him towards a raised platform in the corner. The 10th level Ice Phoenix, taken aback by the human cultivator's unexpected ability to withstand its crystalline flying swords, momentarily faltered, expressing its confusion with a bemused "Ah?" The Ice Phoenix, harboring an immense resentment towards those who cultivate the azure blue ice flame, bore a level of animosity beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, equating Lin Mo to the embodiment of that individual from years past, with murderous intent surging in her heart. Suddenly, the magnificent form of the 10th level Ice Phoenix began to blur, subsequently splitting into 3 identical manifestations. 2 of these Ice Phoenixes launched an even more aggressive assault against the 3 individuals before them, while the third flared its icy wings, radiating a brilliant white light, and with a swift whoosh, vanished from sight. Upon hearing the Ice Phoenix's thunderous proclamation, Lin Mo was compelled to extend a thread of his consciousness to remain vigilant. Thus, he witnessed the division of the Ice Phoenix into 3. He noted the 2 that charged towards the disciples of the Little Extreme Palace, but was taken aback by the abrupt disappearance of the third. A chill ran through Lin Mo, prompting him to halt his escape light abruptly, coming to an immediate standstill. At that moment, the teleportation array atop the high jade platform was less than 100 paces away, yet Lin Mo, not one to act carelessly, refrained from recklessly plunging into the maw of the vanished Ice Phoenix. With both hands forming intricate seals, he elegantly waved his sleeve toward the void. A resounding clap of thunder erupted as dozens of beams of golden light, each the size of a thumb, shot forth from his palms, coalescing into a vast golden net that enveloped an area of approximately 30 to 40 paces around him. Chapter 298. 3 teleportation arrays. The golden net encompassed all beneath its embrace. Almost simultaneously, a portion of space began to twist a short distance away from Lin Mo, and as the distortion unfolded, the third Ice Phoenix emerged amid a flicker of white light. Lin Mo had already anticipated this moment since the disappearance of the third Ice Phoenix, and thus, when it acted, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he formed intricate hand seals. The golden light quivered, and with a tremor of the golden arcs, they surged forth ruthlessly to ensnare the Ice Phoenix. The third Ice Phoenix, caught off guard, opened its sharp beak and unleashed a plume of white mist toward the golden light. Despite the unexpected turn of events, it did not falter in its assault, showcasing the stark contrast between a 10th level beast and those of lower ranks. The moment the white mist was exhaled, it transformed into an icy tempest, howling fiercely as it surged toward the golden light, causing the sword-like golden net to sway uncontrollably, unable to descend. The fierce winds soon tore it apart, and within moments, it vanished without a trace. Lin Mo was taken aback, hastily tapping his storage pouch at his waist, and with a flick of his sleeve, he summoned the 8th Spirit Ruler. However, while Lin Mo moved with swiftness, the third Ice Phoenix was even faster. It unfurled its icy wings in an instant and struck at Lin Mo with a powerful flap. A cacophony of thunderous winds erupted, filling the air with an expanse of frigid energy, which soon ignited into white cold flames, manifesting in the atmosphere. After a brief moment of stagnation, it swelled into a colossal wave exceeding 30 paces, sweeping toward Lin Mo with ferocity. The third ice phoenix then vanished into the midst of the white cold energy, its form flickering momentarily before disappearing once more, becoming elusive and indistinguishable. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, and a flicker of blue light danced unpredictably in his pupils. With a swift motion of one hand, a ball of purple flame suddenly materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand hurriedly. A resounding whoosh echoed as a plume of purple flame soared skyward, immediately forming a barrier before Lin Mo. The white, icy air mercilessly slammed against the barrier of the purple flame. A hissing sound filled the air as the two opposing forces clashed. Both were embodiments of extreme cold, yet they were entirely incompatible, exuding an essence reminiscent of the tumultuous clash between water and fire. The intertwining of the two colored cold flames was evident, yet anyone with sight could discern that the power of the white, icy air far surpassed that of the purple flame. Moments later, the purple barrier began to tremble violently, tilting ominously towards Lin Mo. With a grim expression, Lin Mo clenched his teeth, and the 8 spirits vanished from his sleeve. His palms pressed silently against the surface of the purple barrier, and instantly, the purple flames seemed to find an outlet, surging through his arms into the barrier, causing the previously tilting purple wall to gradually straighten once more. At that moment, a sudden flash of white light erupted from the white, icy air before Lin Mo, revealing a pair of claws, each about a foot long, that shot forth from the cold flames, darting towards Lin Mo's arms like a bolt of lightning. The claws radiated an intense white light, their sharp talons resembling a series of flying swords. Even with Lin Mo's training in the Ming Wang Ju, a technique for body refinement, a firm grip from those claws would undoubtedly lead to the ruin of his arms. In a swift motion, Lin Mo's sleeve billowed, and 2 strands of azure silk burst forth, intercepting the claws just in time. The azure threads flickered with life, wrapping around the claws and binding them tightly. The ice phoenix, observing this spectacle from within the cold air, was both surprised and puzzled. Just then, a brilliant flash of white light appeared several feet above Lin Mo's head, as a spatial rift tore open, and a crystalline, pointed beak emerged, poised to strike Lin Mo's head in a swift descent, faster than lightning. With only a few feet between them, the unexpected attack left Lin Mo little time to react. Even if he attempted to employ his lightning escape technique, he would be too late. Moreover, Lin Mo had been entirely focused on the cold flames before him, leaving him utterly unprepared for the void above. Strangely, however, as the pointed beak neared the protective purple flame encasing Lin Mo, his expression remained unchanged, even as he did not lift his head to acknowledge the imminent threat. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated through the air, and a silver fist emerged, striking the pointed beak directly. In an instant, a burst of silver light erupted, forcing the beak to veer several feet off course. Next to the beak, a faint azure silhouette materialized. The silver fist belonged to the humanoid puppet. When the third ice phoenix vanished, Lin Mo had discreetly instructed the humanoid puppet through his consciousness to remain close, ensuring it was there just in time to intercept this perilous blow. The ice phoenix had not anticipated the presence of another, and it was left wondering how this figure had appeared, eluding its detection. Realizing the attack had failed, the pointed beak wavered and vanished into thin air. Amidst the white cold flames, the silhouette of a level 10 ice phoenix materialized from thin air. At this moment, the ice phoenix had diminished to merely 1/3 of its original size, perhaps a consequence of having split into 2 additional ice phoenixes. The creature appeared exceedingly impatient as it glanced at its claws ensnared by azure threads, letting out a cold huff. Suddenly, its claws moved violently, expanding several-fold, as if it sought to break free from the azure bindings. Yet, the azure threads were peculiar, pulsating with a cerulean glow. As the ice phoenix grew, the threads expanded in tandem, and as it shrank, they contracted, leaving the phoenix with no discernible hope of liberation. A flicker of confusion crossed the phoenix's eyes, and with a sharp opening of its beak, 2 blinding beams of white light erupted, encircling its claws. The once resilient azure threads danced in the radiant white light, swiftly withering like grass and being severed. At this juncture, Lin Mo finally discerned the source of the dazzling white rays. They were 2 small swords of pristine white, exuding a faint chill. Recognizing the material of these swords, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and murmured, 10,000-year Xian Jade. The azure threads had been conjured from the shimmering light of the void heaven cauldron within his sleeve. It appeared that even a celestial treasure was powerless against a level 10 beast with just some superficial prowess. Lin Mo had never truly intended to engage in a fierce battle with the formidable level 10 beast. He merely sought to traverse the 100 or so feet distance to enter either of the two small teleportation arrays and escape this place. As the level 10 Ice Phoenix prepared to flap its wings, seemingly gearing up for another assault, Lin Mo's expression darkened, gathering the purple and crimson flames surrounding him. He transformed into three indistinct azure figures. Each of the three identical apparitions shimmered with azure light, making it impossible to discern which was real and which was illusion. Startled, the Ice Phoenix hesitated, its white radiance momentarily faltering. In that instant, the three phantoms converged into three azure streaks, darting in different directions. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared over a dozen feet away. On the other front, the golden flying sword was embroiled in a relentless struggle against hundreds of crystalline swords, alongside the fiery crow. With a resounding cry, all retreated at once, targeting the teleportation platform in the corner of the Grand Hall. The level 10 Ice Phoenix, momentarily stunned, erupted in rage. Emitting a piercing shriek, its body radiated white light and rapidly shrank, transforming in the blink of an eye into a young woman of around 20. Garbed in silver palace attire, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Upon transforming, the beast swiftly tapped the spirit beast pouch at her waist, and instantly, two streams of white light surged forth, spiraling in the air before revealing a white centipede with 4 wings, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. Exuding a fierce and menacing aura, Lin Mo observed in astonishment as the spirit insect transformed into 2 6-winged frost centipedes, having evolved into the 4-winged stage. His heart raced with trepidation. Before Lin Mo could devise a strategy, the 2 4-winged centipedes simultaneously unfurled their wings with a resounding whoosh, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared before Lin Mo's true form and another illusion, unleashing a torrent of icy mist. Lin Mo, however, was not one to stand idly by and be engulfed by the frigid assault. He swiftly maneuvered to evade the attack. Unfortunately, the other illusion, in a dazed state, continued to flee in the original direction, only to be engulfed by the chilling breath and dissipated like a mere bubble. Seeing Lin Mo effortlessly evade the attack, the silver-clad woman in midair wore an impassive expression as she waved her hand before her. Suddenly, with a soft crackle, a white fissure appeared, revealing her ability to tear through space with ease. With a flicker, the silver-clad woman vanished into the void, and the fissure promptly disappeared. At that moment, Lin Mo, fully exerting his power, had already reached the height above the platform in a flash. After dodging the pursuing 4-winged centipede, which released another blast of icy mist, he followed suit in his escape. Nearby, a flash of white light heralded the return of the silver-clad woman, who soon materialized atop the platform. With a graceful gesture, her piercing icy gaze fixed on the heavens, Lin Mo felt a weight in his heart, but dared not recklessly enter the teleportation array. Any errant attack from outside could potentially disrupt the teleportation process. Fixing his gaze on the silver-clad woman, his expression darkened as he spoke coldly. I am not a disciple of the small extreme palace, nor do I harbor any grievances against your demon clan. Do you truly wish to pursue a vendetta against Lin Mo? I care not who you are. As long as you inherit the Qianlong ice flame of the former Ice Soul Fairy, you will be the sworn enemy of our Ice Phoenix clan. Do not think you can easily slip away from my presence. The silver-clad woman's exquisite face was shrouded in a palpable aura of malice, her voice chilling and laced with an unspoken intent to kill, showing no sign of retreat. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt his temper flare. Since emerging from the Xuanyu cave, he had always approached matters with civility before resorting to force, yet he found no common ground. Although he had not encountered significant resistance, it was solely due to his cultivation and spiritual treasures. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. Given the situation, he resolved to unleash his full power without restraint, declaring, "What audacity! Do you truly believe that possessing spatial abilities can hinder me? Since you have made your intentions clear, I, Lin Mo, shall not hold back. Prepare to witness the prowess of the Ice Sea Sovereign." With that, Lin Mo raised a hand, summoning the golden swords that had surged towards him. The fiery crows encircled him, creating a cacophony of sword energy and crimson flames, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Concurrently, a silver light flickered behind Lin Mo, revealing a humanoid puppet that emerged silently. He swiftly retrieved a small black bottle from his storage pouch, casting it into the air without hesitation. As he performed a series of hand seals, a surge of energy struck the bottle, causing it to spin rapidly. The bottle's mouth faced downward, and its cork was instantly dislodged, releasing 5 streams of gray-white mist from its opening, through which 5 skeletal forms trembled into existence. In the midst of 5 skeletal figures, a flickering green fire danced incessantly, while eerie sounds emanated from their mouths, their heads ominously fixated on the opposing ice phoenix, each displaying an insatiable thirst for blood. The 10th level ice phoenix, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 5 skeletons, stammered, "The 5 hearts of the demon." Upon confirming her words, her gaze swept over to the nearby humanoid puppet, her expression growing more grave. The silver fur woman slowly remarked, "When has the human realm possessed the capability to forge such high-tier puppets? It appears that even if I summon my other 2 incarnations back, with this humanoid puppet and the 5 hearts demon aiding you, annihilating you will be an impossible feat." Lin Mo was not naive enough to believe that the silver fur woman would let him off the hook so easily. He then heard her say, "However, I am confident in my ability to temporarily keep you here. If you are not afraid of a flawed teleportation, feel free to give it a try." Lin Mo chuckled coldly, responding, "Summoning your incarnations? Your 2 Ice Phoenix incarnations are clearly no match for the high-ranking practitioners of the Little Extreme Palace and are already at a disadvantage. Without your direct oversight, I doubt they can endure much longer. You alone wish to contend with the 5 Hearts Demon and the humanoid puppet? I wonder how long the Ice Phoenix can hold out." Earlier, Lin Mo had already scanned the Grand Hall with his divine sense, and he was acutely aware of the situation at hand. If your 2 incarnations were not sustained by the extreme cold flames, they would have likely been eradicated by now. In such a precarious state, you still have the mind to engage in psychological warfare with me, Ice Phoenix? While conversing with the silver fur woman, Lin Mo sought a means to break free. At this moment, the master of the Little Extreme Palace was still idly glancing in Lin Mo's direction, his face betraying a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, yet showing no inclination to assist Lin Mo. It appeared he harbored hopes of watching Lin Mo battle the Ice Phoenix alone, hoping for mutual destruction, a clear display of tactical cunning from the Little Extreme Palace. The master of the Little Extreme Palace was eager for Lin Mo to engage the Ice Phoenix in combat, leading to a scenario where both would suffer. Chapter 299. The Mother of Ghosts in the Yellow Springs. Lin Mo held no anger within. Had he been in a similar situation, he would likely have acted in the same manner. The silver-clad woman, hearing Lin Mo's words, merely sneered, seemingly unfazed by his sentiments. Lin Mo sighed, realizing that the silver fur woman had not abandoned her pursuit despite his words. Although he did not know the individual she referred to, the presence of the Qian blue ice flame within his extreme cold flames was already a sin. Finally, he extinguished the last flicker of hope for further persuasion. He would not sit idly by and allow himself to be slaughtered. With a decisive gesture, he prepared to command the 5 Hearts Demon and the humanoid puppet to launch an attack on the silver fur woman. In this situation, only by severely injuring or outright eliminating the 10th level Ice Phoenix could Lin Mo hope to reach the teleportation array and escape. The silver fur woman's expression suddenly turned strange, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her smile excessively sinister. As Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, the silver fur woman seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo felt a sudden shock, still perplexed by the peculiar expression on the silver fur woman's face. Then, with a crack, the atmosphere darkened, and a familiar, sinister voice echoed, "Lin boy, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Do let this old man enter once more." As Lin Mo heard these words, he sensed a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, enveloped by a layer of gray light, and the scenery before him began to blur once again. With a swift motion, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, and without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing the tattered yellow barrier talisman. In an instant, a flash of yellow light illuminated the space, solidifying the surroundings before gradually restoring clarity to his vision. Seizing the moment of stillness, Lin Mo summoned forth the golden sword light and thousands of fire crows, which erupted into action. The thunderous roar of a cataclysmic storm resonated as the gray light was instantly shattered. Above Lin Mo, at a height of several dozen feet, the towering banner of myriad demons, stretching over 100 feet, rained down sheets of gray brilliance, descending ominously upon him. Lin Mo felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the power within the myriad demon banner had not been entirely expended during his previous confinement, or he would have surely been drawn back in again. His heart raced slightly, and his expression turned grim. With a heavy heart, Lin Mo acted without a moment's thought, invoking the 5 elements of the heart demon, reciting an obscure incantation. He simultaneously activated the spell. In an instant, the 5 elemental spirits surged into the sky, and amidst the flickering gray light emitted by the myriad demon banner, 5 skeletal forms fused together, materializing into a colossal skeleton towering over 10 feet tall. Within the hollow eye sockets of the immense skull, a green glow flickered, and its bony hands reached into the void before grasping at itself, yanking out 2 rib bones that transformed into elongated bone blades exceeding 10 feet in length. The gigantic skeleton, wielding the long bone blades, let out a thunderous roar, then executed a cross slash towards the sky. A cross-shaped blade of light, gleaming with a chilling radiance, struck at the 100-foot-wide myriad demon banner, severing the gray mist that descended like a shower into disarray, as if nothing could obstruct its path. A deafening crash resounded, the earth trembling as demonic energy and cold light intertwined, crackling with sound, entangled in a tempest that seemed impossible to disentangle. Suddenly, the massive skeleton soared into the air, its bone blades swirling in a frenzied dance, unleashing crescent-shaped beams of frost that illuminated the hall with a chilling light. It appeared determined to obliterate the myriad demon banner. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from within the banner, the manifestation of the old demon, as the myriad demon banner above Lin Mo violently shook, swiftly shrinking to a mere foot in size. Then, the child who had just been within the banner suddenly appeared, his face steely, eyes blazing with wrath, seizing the diminutive banner in his grasp. No sooner had he materialized than he vanished again, reappearing dozens of feet away in the blink of an eye. It seems that the transformation of the old demon into a vehicle is aware that enlarging the 10,000 demons banner would render movement sluggish, making it an excellent target for the colossal skeleton wielding dual bone blades, as a smaller size facilitates better control. Upon witnessing the sudden reduction of the 10,000 demons banner to about a foot in size, the white giant skeleton displayed no discernible expression, yet its bones quivered momentarily. The once massive skeleton, now diminished, stood at a height of approximately 2 zhang, emitting eerie cries and exhaling gray-white demonic energy as it brandished the similarly shrunken pair of bone blades, charging towards the child. The child, taken aback by the fact that the mindless 5-element demon also shrank in size, suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Given that the 5-element demon had undergone a unique ritual, it was entirely unaffected by the restrictions of the 10,000 demons banner. Moreover, without specialized demon-suppressing artifacts, it was nearly impossible to vanquish the 5-element demon. Even if the master controlling it were defeated, the 5-element demon might still persist. The old demon, in its vehicle form, was acutely aware that the 5-element demon originally belonged to the old demon Qian, having taken over a century to refine. It would only be summoned in dire circumstances. However, the presence of the 5-element demon in the hands of this young lad indicated that Qian had perished, resulting in a change of ownership. The 5-element demon could still function effectively, provided it was under control. Thus, the 5-element demon was nearly immortal, capable of resurrection regardless of how many times it had been shattered. Although the 10,000 demons banner was a counterfeit, it remained formidable against the practitioners of the human realm and the beasts of the 10,000 demons valley. This had been previously established. Otherwise, how could the 10 major demonic sects in the human realm allow the 10,000 demons valley to thrive for centuries? Yet, in every situation, there lies a possibility, and the 5-element demon represented that possibility. As the skeleton charged recklessly, the old demon could only furrow its brow and wave the 10,000 demons banner, releasing torrents of dark demonic energy that momentarily entangled with the skeleton. The black demonic energy intertwined with the gray-white magical aura, while the child focused 6 parts of his mind on Lin Mo, leaving only 4 parts to contend with the 5-element demon. At that moment, Lin Mo stood shoulder to shoulder with the humanoid puppet, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow yet remaining immobile. The silver-clad woman maintained her position atop the high platform, exhibiting no inclination to attack, seemingly unconcerned and wishing to prolong the stalemate. The silver-haired woman feared that any movement on her part might allow Lin Mo and the humanoid puppet to exploit a weakness and escape through the teleportation array. Meanwhile, 2 4-winged centipedes hovered over the smaller teleportation arrays, vigilantly watching Lin Mo. The 10th-level Ice Phoenix was astute and fully aware that these 2 teleportation masters represented the sole means of escape from this ethereal realm. Lin Mo had no intention of making a move, as the 10th level Ice Phoenix possessed the ability to tear through space, a formidable power that Lin Mo was wary of. To this moment, he had yet to devise a method to compel the Ice Phoenix to retreat and facilitate a safe escape. Just then, a woman's maniacal laughter echoed, signaling her emergence. Now it's time to stretch my legs. I assure you, I shall not return until I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. The sound was exceedingly unpleasant, causing Lin Mo to momentarily pause in surprise. He then directed his spiritual awareness towards the source of the voice, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. The master of the Little Extreme Palace, who had been engaged in combat with the two Ice Phoenix avatars, abruptly abandoned the battle and shot towards Lin Mo. Only two elder figures remained behind, entangled with the Ice Phoenixes. Suddenly, a swirling mass of greenish, ominous energy emerged behind the master of the Little Extreme Palace, closely trailing her, within which the faint silhouette of a woman could be seen moving restlessly. Lin Mo squinted at the greenish energy and discerned its origin. He gently scanned the woman enveloped in the sinister aura with his spiritual consciousness and discovered that her ghostly energy possessed formidable dark power, indicating that she was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Do not be alarmed, Taoist Lin. The master of the Little Extreme Palace quickly explained upon noticing Lin Mo's somber expression. She is a ghost cultivator. Rest assured, I shall not employ them against you in the river. I am here to lend you my assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt somewhat speechless. The master of the Little Extreme Palace, true to her title, had shifted from a state of fear about being jointly exterminated by the two monsters to offering her support. These 10th level demon cultivators had initially come to confront the Little Extreme Palace. However, the reason for their intent to attack remained unclear. Lin Mo was genuinely taken aback that the master of the Little Extreme Palace could instantly recognize his identity, especially given that he had only met her once before. Nevertheless, since she had mentioned that two elders from the Little Extreme Palace would assist him, he was more than willing to accept. Even if this master possessed powers far inferior to the 10th level Ice Phoenixes and the transformed old demon, the ghost cultivator within the green energy was evidently extraordinary. Lin Mo suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure, indicative of a peak nascent soul cultivation level. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the transformed old demon, entangled with a massive puppet, bellow, "Huangquan Ghost Mother, is that you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" A cacophony of unpleasant laughter erupted from the green-tinged woman, who replied, "If the old mother were to confront you directly, I would naturally refrain from overstepping. But do you think I fear a mere Muji avatar?" The silver fur woman, hearing the child's words, inquired with curiosity, "Huangquan Ghost Mother? Is that the ghost cultivator who single-handedly annihilated several cultivation sects in the past?" Upon receiving a signal from the child, the Ice Phoenix's expression shifted slightly, as she recognized the origins of the woman in the green energy. Huangquan Ghost Mother arrogantly retorted, "It is rare for the Ice Sea Sovereign of a generation to recognize my name. I have heard that you could have advanced to the divine transformation stage shortly after I first perished. Yet you remain at the 10th level due to your fear of destabilizing the essence of the human realm, ultimately depleting your own vitality." The silver fur woman furrowed her brow, realizing the formidable nature of Huangquan Ghost Mother, who, with a mere glance, could discern so much about her. This thought darkened her mood further. Huangquan continued, "It must be quite uncomfortable to suppress your own realm, although your Ice Phoenix clan boasts a long lifespan. If you do not advance soon, you shall find it increasingly difficult to endure." This was not a question, but rather a declaration of fact. The Mother of the Underworld truly embodies the essence of a supreme task, possessing an intimate understanding of the 10th level Ice Phoenix and the Ice Wind clan. Upon speaking, she revealed the deepest secret harbored within the heart of the silver fur woman. The countenance of the silver robe woman abruptly darkened, while Lin Mo inhaled sharply, finally grasping why the Ice Phoenix was so formidable at this moment. The master of the Little Extreme Palace let out a cold snort, stating, "I have released you not to engage in idle discussions with others." The Mother of the Underworld responded with a cacophony of unpleasant laughter, assuring, "Fear not. As long as no divine transformation practitioners are present, safeguarding your life will be a mere trifle for me." Hearing this, the master of the Little Extreme Palace furrowed her brow slightly, only to hear the Mother of the Underworld continue, "However, do not forget the matters I previously agreed to. Moreover, daring to compel me out without a soul stone will inevitably lead to a severe illness once the negative energy enters your body. Enough of your chatter. The master of the little extreme palace replied ominously. At that moment, they had approached the vicinity of the high jade platform, forming a silent triangular standoff with Lin Mo, the old demon, and the 10th level ice phoenix. The master of the little extreme palace maintained a composed exterior, yet her voice was exceptionally melodious. As she addressed Lin Mo with a demeanor that could only be described as amiable, "Friend Lin, shall we join forces to vanquish this Lord of the Ice Sea?" Lin Mo stroked his chin and replied with a faint smile, "Very well, I have no objections." The master of the little extreme palace felt a surge of joy at this response and was about to beckon the mother of the underworld to join the fray when the silver fur woman let out a cold laugh and unleashed a blinding white light. This beam of light shot directly towards the small teleportation array behind them, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the array was cleaved in two. The expressions of Lin Mo and the master of the little extreme palace shifted dramatically. Lin Mo gazed at the silver fur woman with indignation as she coolly threatened, "Should you intend to mount an assault, do not blame me for obliterating this teleportation array as well." The master of the little extreme palace, feigning calmness, inquired, "What do you mean by this? If the teleportation array is destroyed, neither your 10,000 Demon Valley nor the Ice Sea beasts will be able to leave the Spirit Hall." The silver fur woman, seemingly grasping the crux of the issue, chuckled lightly. "Are the cultivators of the little extreme palace truly this foolish? Have you perhaps forgotten how I infiltrated the Spirit Hall?" This was followed by another fit of raucous laughter. Before Lin Mo could respond, the master of the little extreme palace seemed to be reassuring Lin Mo, saying, "Friend Lin, there is no need to concern yourself with this matter. Even if this demon were to destroy the teleportation array, as long as you and I join forces, we could spend some time breaking the restrictions and exit through the main entrance of this hall." However, Lin Mo's brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating between shadow and light. Had he not eradicated the 3 supreme cold flame practitioners of the little extreme palace within the Xian Jade Cave? Partnering with the master of the little extreme palace to eliminate the horde of demons would have been feasible. Chapter 300. Entering the teleportation array. Entering the teleportation array. Then, devising a method to break free from the restrictions would not be impossible. Yet now, should they delay, it was likely that the practitioners of the little extreme palace would soon discover the anomalies within the Xian Jade Cave. And Lin Mo could not afford such a protracted delay. Observing Lin Mo's silence and the gravity of his expression, the master of the little extreme palace was taken aback, suddenly recalling something that made her heart race. Lin Mo was assisting the celestial Master Hanli in breaking the mirror at the Xuanyu Cave. However, only Lin Mo had appeared, while the other nascent soul cultivators who had entered the cave were nowhere to be seen. In truth, the master of the Xiaojigong had long harbored foreboding suspicions. Yet, confronted with a formidable adversary, the master feigned ignorance. Nevertheless, her expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and her lips moved slightly, as if she were conveying a silent message. The Huangquan ghost mother, standing behind her, flickered amidst the green mist, her form becoming indistinct. Then, a slender green thread shot silently from the fog, vanishing in an instant. This green thread concealed itself with utmost stealth, prompting the 10th level Ice Phoenix to sense something amiss. It let out a furious cry, questioning audaciously, "How dare you?" Following this, the Ice Phoenix unleashed a furious barrage of energy at another small teleportation array, 5 fingers striking in rapid succession, releasing 5 streams of white sword energy that howled through the air. Meanwhile, a 4-winged centipede, which had been spiraling above, suddenly lowered its head and unleashed a torrent of blinding cold energy, enveloping the teleportation array entirely. Lin Mo's expression shifted, and with a resounding clap of thunder, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from sight. As the assault on the teleportation array unfolded, a flash of green light revealed a woman cloaked in verdant hues, the Huangquan ghost mother herself. As the 5 streams of sword energy and the chilling air surged forth, the silver-clad woman offered a chilling smile. With a single hand, she countered the oncoming energies, causing the 5 streams of sword energy to shatter and disperse into nothingness at a mere distance of 10 feet. The cold air, encountering an unseen force, was abruptly repelled, leaving the 4-winged centipede in disarray. In a sudden burst of silver light, Lin Mo materialized within the remaining small teleportation array. Without hesitation, he raised a hand, unleashing a spell that struck the edge of the formation. With his other hand, he swiftly formed an intricate seal, uttering an arcane incantation. In an instant, a humanoid puppet emerged beside him, brandishing a crimson bow, unleashing a storm of fiery arrows toward the silver-clad woman. Simultaneously, a colossal skeleton, fiercely assaulting a child, flashed its blood-red eyes and suddenly transformed into 5 ghostly heads, vanishing in an instant. Above Lin Mo's head, 5 wisps of gray-white energy erupted, coalescing into 5 wheel-like ghostly visages. The 5 hearts of unity had been forcibly recalled by Lin Mo, and at that moment, the entire teleportation array began to shimmer with white light, as if awakened. Standing within the array, Lin Mo fixed his gaze intently on the silver-clad woman, his expression grave. Lin Mo's actions startled both the master of Ziyagong and the silver-clad woman, exceeding all expectations due to their rapid and unforeseen nature. The master of Ziyagong's countenance darkened considerably. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a silver streak, darting forth while commanding, "Destroy the teleportation array. Do not let him escape." Though the target of her command was unspecified, it was clear to all that she intended for Lin Mo, standing within the array, to be prevented from fleeing. Regardless of whether Lin Mo truly harbors any issues, should he choose to vanish without a trace, the Lord of the Little Extreme Palace, even with the assistance of the Mother of Yellow Springs, would undoubtedly lack the capability to contend simultaneously with the transformation of the old demon Che and the 10th level Ice Phoenix. Upon hearing this, the Mother of Yellow Springs, hovering low above the teleportation array, let out a harsh, unpleasant laugh. She raised her arm towards the magical formation below, seemingly poised to unleash some form of sorcery. Observing this, Lin Mo smirked coldly. He patted the storage pouch at his waist, suddenly lifting his hand, revealing a verdant wooden ruler that appeared to be blossoming into a silver lotus, its petals unfurling slowly. Instantly, a cascade of 7-colored Buddhist light surged upwards to meet it. The once nonchalant Mother of Yellow Springs emitted a piercing scream, exclaiming in alarm, and with remarkable speed, transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the entire teleportation array radiated a blinding white light. Although the Lord of the Little Extreme Palace moved swiftly, it was evidently too late. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Mo's face, but before he could fully express his elation, his countenance abruptly shifted, as a barrier of light materialized before him. Lin Mo, possessing remarkable speed, moved his lips slightly, summoning the 3-flame fan, infusing it with spiritual power. He refrained from unleashing its full might, knowing that such an action would ensnare him within its own devastating force. As he waved the fan, a layer of tricolored flames appeared upon its surface, resembling a fiery blade that struck the barrier of light. With a resounding crack, the formidable power of the 3-flame fan should not be underestimated. As the seemingly impenetrable barrier was cleaved open, a fissure no larger than a foot in width, yet ample enough for Lin Mo to escape through. To his astonishment, the silver-robed woman, transformed from the 10th level Ice Phoenix, had imposed spatial restrictions upon him. Lin Mo felt an urgent panic. Although he longed to depart from this locale, he was equally unwilling to fall under the control of the 10th level Ice Phoenix, just as he contemplated delivering a devastating blow with the 3-flame fan. His expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly retracted the fan, revealing a radiant blue token, the Great Transference Order. As Lin Mo brandished this token, the ancient teleportation array erupted with resplendent light, dazzlingly bright, while simultaneously, the azure barrier shattered into fragments. Once the teleportation light subsided, Lin Mo and all his companions, including the 5 hearts of Unity Demon, vanished without a trace, along with the silver-robed woman who had formerly stood at the edge of the magical formation, seemingly transported away by the array. The Lord of the Little Extreme Palace, witnessing this, was initially taken aback, followed by a peculiar expression of mixed joy and anger. The joy stemmed from the sudden elimination of a formidable foe, while the anger arose from the fact that he had just glimpsed the spiritual treasure of the Sect's founding ancestor, the Ice Spirit Fairy, only to see it vanish in an instant. Meanwhile, the child transformed from the old demon Che wore an exceptionally grim expression, but soon a fierce glare flashed across his face as he fixed his eyes on the Lord of the Little Extreme Palace and let out a soul-piercing howl. He then pointed at the myriad demon banner suspended in midair, which spewed forth dark, malevolent energy. This energy surged exponentially, and soon, A cacophony of spectral beasts, both large and small, erupted forth, nearly saturating half the sky above the hall of the ethereal spirit palace. As those phantoms of demonic creatures descended upon the lord of the little extreme palace with relentless ferocity, the master of the Xiaoji palace's expression shifted dramatically. However, a flash of green light appeared before her, as the Yellow Spring's ghost mother, shrouded in an aura of darkness, stood protectively in front of her. Gazing at the endless phantoms swirling in the sky, a cold smile crept across her face. With a swift motion, she transformed, and torrents of green mist surged forth from all directions. In an instant, the ground was filled with the anguished cries of spirits. As the air and earth became entwined in a chaotic dance of black shadows and green mist, which soon escalated into a colossal wave, crashing upwards into the skies. The Yellow Spring's ghost mother, embodying a ghostly figure, stood firm, resembling the fierce transformation of an ancient demon, unperturbed by the tempest surrounding her. The master of the Xiaoji palace, witnessing this spectacle, felt elated, momentarily forgetting about Lin Mo. With hands deftly forming seals, she raised one hand, unleashing a barrage of crimson lightning that struck fiercely at the demonic energy hovering in the air. The entire great hall reverberated with thunderous roars. As the trio of one human, one demon, and one ghost vanished into the swirling mists of chaos, within a stone chamber measuring 30 feet, a formation resembling that of the transmission array in the Void Spirit Palace encased Lin Mo, who, with a stoic expression, held the Void Heaven Cauldron in one hand, facing off against an enchanting beauty. Behind Lin Mo, his human puppet remained eerily still, while the wheel-shaped ghost, transformed from the heart of 5 children demon, fixated its bloodthirsty gaze upon the beautiful figure before them, emitting low growls as if awaiting Lin Mo's command. The mesmerizing woman was none other than the 10th tier Ice Phoenix, a formidable sea beast ensnared within the transmission array. The Ice Phoenix found herself in a precarious situation as the azure light screens shattered. The silver fur woman sensed something amiss and attempted to tear through the fabric of space to escape the formation. However, the conflicting forces of spatial power inadvertently pulled her into the transmission. Remarkably, this transmission was of long distance. Had it not been for the Ice Phoenix's innate spatial abilities, she might have been torn to shreds during the process. Now, outside the stone chamber, the Ice Phoenix's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Mo. The silver fur woman contemplated how to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the human cultivator opposite her, estimating her chances of victory to be around 40%. What frustrated her, however, was that the higher odds, 60%, seemed to favor the human cultivator Lin Mo rather than herself, the 10th tier Ice Phoenix. The 10th tier Ice Phoenix had long suppressed her cultivation, standing on the brink of the transformation stage, and could have ascended to that realm at any moment had she so desired. Yet, the human cultivator before her was one of the most troublesome opponents she had encountered in millennia. Despite being merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, Lin Mo wielded the powers of a great cultivator, complemented by the heart of 5 children demon and a silent, stealthy humanoid puppet, effectively rendering him as formidable as 2 late-stage great cultivators. Thus, even the self-assured Ice Phoenix could not delude herself into believing she held a decisive advantage over Lin Mo in direct confrontation. Nevertheless, the 10th tier Ice Phoenix was unafraid. After all, while she could not easily subdue the human cultivator, he would also find it impossible to directly overpower her. Furthermore, equipped with spatial abilities, even if she were to flee with all her might, who could possibly hinder her escape? Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the silver fur woman opposite him, his heart tumultuous with uncertainty. After a brief moment, he let out a cold snort and abruptly lifted a leg, slowly soaring out of the magical formation, heading directly towards one of the azure stone walls. This stone chamber was exceedingly peculiar, devoid of any doors, with the stone walls appearing seamlessly smooth, without a single crevice. In such an unfamiliar environment, not knowing what the next moment might bring, Lin Mo had no desire to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the 10th level Ice Phoenix. As long as the silver fur woman refrained from initiating an attack, he was reluctant to expend his magical energy in a confrontation. After all, he was wary of the Ice Phoenix's ability to tear through space. The opponent's innate divine powers were indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Noticing Lin Mo's demeanor, the silver fur woman's expression shifted, and she inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lin Mo had meticulously scanned the stone wall with his spiritual sense, only to furrow his brow in dismay. Upon penetrating the wall with his spiritual energy, he was immediately met with a powerful force that rebounded back. This indicated that a formidable restriction was placed upon the wall, rendering it impervious to his spiritual perception, a most vexing predicament for Lin Mo at present. His expression darkened, and he suddenly extended a finger, gently piercing towards the stone wall. Instantly, a flash of azure light flickered at his fingertip, as a half-foot-long icy radiance pierced into the wall. A hissing sound echoed as the cold light was rebuffed and bounced back. Unfazed, Lin Mo flicked his finger casually, and 3 additional streams of azure sword energy emerged, striking the other 3 stone walls, yielding the same result. After a moment's contemplation, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the stone wall in silence, infusing his gaze with spiritual energy, as a faint blue glow flickered deep within his pupils. Suddenly, the silver fur woman let out a cold snort and waved her hand in the air before her, and in an instant, a pale white fissure appeared and vanished, after which she disappeared completely. Lin Mo paid little heed to her actions, acknowledging her use of spatial divine powers to escape the stone chamber. Instead, he continued to silently observe the stone wall for a spell. Abruptly, the humanoid puppet behind him raised a hand, launching a black dagger that zipped through the air and struck an inconspicuous spot on the wall. A resounding thud reverberated, akin to muffled thunder. The azure stone wall crumbled in fragments, and Lin Mo's surroundings brightened as he found himself in a spacious hall, yet the silver fur woman was nowhere to be seen. After a brief inspection, Lin Mo's lips quivered slightly, and an expression of disbelief flickered in his eyes. For directly opposite him stood a stone door intricately carved with bizarre runes, measuring over 10 feet in width and perfectly square, emanating a faint white glow indicative of some enchantment placed upon it. Strangely familiar, Lin Mo recognized the door at a glance, causing his heart to feel as though it had been struck with a heavy blow, leaving him utterly astonished. Taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully towards the stone door. As golden light flickered in his hand, a flying sword of about a foot in length materialized, and with a slight flourish, a radiant blade of sword energy cleaved through the air. A resounding boom echoed as the previously illuminated stone door shimmered briefly before being severed by the golden sword energy, splitting it in two and revealing a cobblestone crossroads beyond. Chapter 301. The control array. Lin Mo paid no heed to the 10th level Ice Phoenix. Instead, he shifted his form to the center of the intersection. A sense of familiarity enveloped him, leaving Lin Mo at a loss for words. The intricately woven cobblestone passages branched out in 4 directions: east, west, south, and north, flanked by towering, robust stone walls that seemed as though they had been replicated with precision. With a deep sigh, Lin Mo mused in melancholy. Indeed, this is the place. There can be no mistake. In modern times, one might have told him he was caught between 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news was that he had finally escaped the spirit palace as he had wished. The bad news was that he had been transported by the array into the inner sanctum of the 5-story stone tower in the Void Heaven Palace. Despite the mere difference of a single character in their names, the Spirit Palace and the Void Heaven Palace were worlds apart. The Spirit Palace resided in the far north of the Great Gene, while the Void Heaven Palace lay amidst the chaotic sea of stars. Confirming his suspicions, Lin Mo began to survey his surroundings. From the cobblestone passages, it was evident that he was indeed within the stone tower, though he was uncertain of his exact level. He could not help but exhale another sigh, muttering to himself, the Void Heaven Palace and the Spirit Palace, they truly share a profound connection. Yet, a sense of frustration lingered within him. Why was it so arduous to exit the palace? Although Lin Mo's current prowess rendered the chaotic sea of stars manageable, he wished to refrain from dwelling on that. If he could restore the teleportation array that had brought him to the chaotic sea, he would be able to return to Tiannan, where others awaited him. Thus, Lin Mo transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring toward the designated cobblestone path. After a brief period of flight, he encountered an issue. The puppet sentinels that had previously guarded the stone tower were nowhere to be found. He surmised that it was still premature for the Void Heaven Palace to be activated. The puppet sentinels had likely been retracted or restrained by the palace's enchantments. It appeared that the restrictions and mechanisms of the palace only activated during its opening. Otherwise, the entire tower seemed lifeless. He recalled that his prior entrance was fraught with perilous traps and mechanisms. However, what Lin Mo failed to notice was that, while the puppet sentinels were invisible, The restrictions on his spiritual sense were indeed in effect. The intricate cobblestone path of the Void Heaven Palace, coupled with the limitations on his consciousness, led Lin Mo astray time and again. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered countless illusions using his Mingqing spirit eye. Just as Lin Mo felt he was on the brink of obliterating every illusion within the tower, he finally discovered the teleportation array leading to the next level. It was no wonder that on that fateful day, even the formidable barbarian bearded one, who had overwhelmed the collective of cultivators, had been compelled to humbly trail behind the extreme ancestor and his companion, momentarily tempering his previously indomitable arrogance. Upon arriving here, Lin Mo had already stored away the 5 sons of Unity Demon and the humanoid puppet. He then wielded a golden giant sword to cleave through several unactivated stone doors of the treasure chambers. However, the outcome was rather disappointing. Within the unsealed treasure chambers, there was naught but emptiness. Naturally, there were no treasures, nor any prohibitions or teleportation arrays. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the lack of the residual map to activate the stone doors, or whether it was simply not the appointed day for the opening of the Void Heaven Temple. These treasures seemed to have been separately sealed away, rendering the time-space shifting prohibitions ineffective as well. Reluctantly, Lin Mo searched nearly every treasure chamber, meticulously scouring each one. He also revisited the previously restricted areas, yet found nothing of merit. Despite his unwillingness, he had to retreat in resignation. The aspiration to seize all the treasures of the Void Heaven Temple had become nothing more than a distant dream, unattainable. Lin Mo recalled that the core of the controlling formation was located on the 5th level of the Azure Stone Giant Tower. He remembered how the extreme ancestor and others feared the prohibitions of the 5th level and coveted the Void Heaven Cauldron, yet dared not to search that level thoroughly. It was uncertain whether this constituted luck or misfortune. Undoubtedly, it was Lin Mo's fortune, for with his current cultivation and the clarity of his spiritual vision, he might uncover something of significance. However, the 10th level Ice Phoenix had vanished, its whereabouts unknown. Nevertheless, despite the formidable nature of a 10th level demonic beast, Lin Mo felt no immediate concern that the Ice Phoenix could simply escape from the giant tower or the Void Heaven Temple. He had scrutinized the tower walls in detail, discovering over a dozen types of prohibitions affixed to them, most of which he could not decipher due to his limited mastery of prohibitive arts. Yet among the few he recognized, there were several specifically designed to isolate spatial energies. Unless the 10th level Ice Phoenix could locate a unique teleportation array within the Void Heaven Temple and knew how to activate it. Attempting to employ a similar spatial shifting technique to leave this tower would be merely wishful thinking. With Lin Mo's current cultivation, he could sense the unfathomable depths of the other prohibitions on the tower walls. If he could not perceive them clearly, there was little chance the Ice Phoenix could either. Otherwise, Lin Mo would not have needed to seek out the controlling formation. He could have simply used his grand powers to breach the tower walls and depart. After traversing through 2 layers of teleportation, Lin Mo finally arrived at the 5th level of the giant tower. Within the Azure Stone Giant Tower, he beheld the high platform in the hall of the Void Spirit Temple where the Coldly Master resided. It now appeared that the successive Grand Elders of the Little Extreme Palace were all bestowed with the title of Coldly Master, suggesting that this was not merely a personal name, but rather a designation of some sort. It seemed that the Little Extreme Palace of Bay was intricately linked to the Void Heaven Temple. However, the steps where the Void Heaven Cauldron had once been taken had become incomplete, entirely preserving the traces left by the battle between the extreme ancestor and Wan Tianming. Unexpectedly, a figure who ought not to have been there appeared atop the high platform. The Silver Fur Woman was at the altar, her expression contemplative. It appears that the Silver Fur Woman arrived here first, and upon noticing Lin Mo's presence, she seemed to feel disturbed. Casting a fleeting glance his way before turning her back coldly and refusing to look at him again. Suddenly, the Silver Fur Woman flickered and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the stone platform's edge and swiftly vanishing into the numerous azure stone passages. Lin Mo silently observed her departure, showing no intention of obstructing her. Only after her luminous form completely disappeared did he leisurely depart from the altar. Lin Mo glanced into the Void Heaven Cauldron's cavern, then began to search the entire stone platform for clues regarding the control array. After approximately a stick of incense's worth of time, he concluded that there was no control array atop the high platform, prompting him to expand his search in all directions from the center of the platform. Regrettably, he found nothing. Days turned into weeks, and Lin Mo meticulously scoured every corner of the 5th level of the Azure Stone Tower, yet to no avail. After more than half a month, with his desired findings still elusive, his expression grew increasingly grim, as if the control array had vanished into thin air, leaving him in despair. One day, after emerging from yet another corner with nothing to show for his efforts, he leaned against a nearby stone pillar, crossing his arms in contemplation. He began to wonder if his predictions had been flawed, questioning whether the core of the Azure Stone Tower might lie on the 4th level instead. Was it possible that he had simply gone astray? As Lin Mo pondered, a sudden flash of light interrupted his thoughts, followed by a sound reminiscent of space being torn asunder. From the radiant glow emerged the silver fur woman, clad in her distinctive attire. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon her, remaining silent. In the span of over half a month within the Void Heaven Palace, aside from an initial mutual disdain upon their first encounter, they had exchanged glances atop the high platform without further interaction. Now, with the silver fur woman's appearance, Lin Mo found it hard to believe that she would seek him out without reason. He was curious to discern her intentions. The silver fur woman, her bright eyes shimmering, spoke softly. I have surveyed this area thoroughly. To forcefully break the seal, at least 2 or 3 transformation stage cultivators must join forces. Currently, it is just the 2 of us, which leaves us without options. Lin Mo maintained his impassive demeanor, though inwardly he acknowledged that he was aware of this fact. Suddenly, the silver fur woman appeared slightly taken aback, her tone impatient as she exclaimed, "Aren't you searching for the control array?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, yet remained composed, responding, "Indeed, I am in search of the control array. Does the Phoenix Fairy have any insights to share?" Even if he did not admit it, it mattered little. The silver fur woman was somewhat surprised that this human cultivator had readily acknowledged it. Her expression then darkened as she stated, "Well, since you admit it, I have already located the control array. However, leaving will not be so simple. I can guide you to the control array, but I require answers to 2 questions from you." Lin Mo remained silent, gazing intently at the 10th level Ice Phoenix, contemplating the veracity of the enchantress's words. As for the inquiries posed, he would respond if he wished, or remain silent if he chose. In the realm of humanity, no being yet to reach the transformation stage could truly annihilate him, especially with only this singular enchantress present. The silver-clad woman inhaled deeply, her expression darkening as she questioned the connection between the Void Heaven Palace and the Ice Spirit Fairy. "Is the small cauldron in your possession the Void Heaven Cauldron?" After speaking, she did not urge him, but instead fixed her gaze firmly upon Lin Mo. Lin Mo refrained from answering, his mind occupied with the quest to locate the controlling formation. He had been searching for the 5th layer. Could it possibly reside in another tier of the Azure Stone Giant Tower? Observing Lin Mo's continued silence, the silver-clad woman persisted, inquiring whether Lin Daoyu had indeed discovered a means of escape. It was both an inquiry and a veiled threat. Lin Mo cast a glance at her, his expression impassive, yet his voice remained remarkably calm, as though their previous tensions had never existed. "If I had found a way out, why would I still linger here?" he remarked. "It seems you may have made a discovery based on the tone of the Phoenix Fairy. First, answer my question." The silver-clad woman's voice turned icy. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback before asking, "The Ice Spirit Fairy? Who is she?" If the Phoenix Fairy claimed that the small cauldron was indeed the Void Heaven Cauldron, then it must be so. Although he feigned innocence, a tremor of surprise coursed through him. The silver-clad woman's eyes flickered as she replied, "The Ice Spirit Fairy is an ancient practitioner who established the Qianlan Ice Flame, the progenitor of the Bay Minor Extreme Palace. How could you, who cultivates the Qianlan Ice Flame, be unaware of the founding ancestor? If the cauldron you possess is the Void Heaven Cauldron, then clarify immediately. The initiation of the controlling formation necessitates the Void Heaven Cauldron. If it is not, then your presence is of no consequence, and informing you serves no purpose." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pondered for a moment and replied, "Since the Phoenix Fairy has stated this, I have nothing to conceal. Indeed, my treasured artifact is the Void Heaven Cauldron, though I am unaware of the current location of the controlling formation." The silver-clad woman, unperturbed by Lin Mo's acknowledgement, wasted no time and, without surprise at his candidness, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards a passage of azure stone. Lin Mo followed closely, hearing the silver-clad woman say, "Come along. This time, we must leave this place together. Before we depart, let us set aside our grievances, for otherwise, neither of us can escape alone." As Lin Mo kept pace, he discerned that their destination was the elevated platform where the Void Heaven Cauldron was housed. Yet, despite countless searches, he had found nothing. After a short while, the streak of light circled above the platform before descending upon the altar, where the silver-clad woman stood resolutely. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Mo inquired, "Are you certain this is the place, Taoist friend? Is the formation truly located here?" The silver-clad woman scoffed. "I could find the controlling formation with my eyes closed. How could I possibly be mistaken?" She then gestured casually towards the altar, and with a series of cracking sounds, it seemed as if something in the void shattered. Suddenly, several points of white light appeared, emanating a blinding radiance. The white light quivered slightly before rapidly expanding, swiftly growing to the size of a wheel. As several points began to operate rapidly, their speed seemingly merged into a dazzling white halo. Lin Mo stood in awe, gazing at the spectacle before him, while the silver-fur lady, noticing the astonishment etched on Lin Mo's face, remained expressionless. Her fingers danced deftly as she swiftly cast a series of incantations toward the halo. Following a thunderous explosion, the massive white halo abruptly transformed into a dozen pristine array flags. These white flags spun and morphed into piercing beams of light that shot outwards, vanishing into the ground in an instant. Soon after, the platform resonated with a booming sound, and a colossal magical array materialized at the center of the altar, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At the moment the array appeared, both individuals found themselves floating in mid-air, observing from above. Lin Mo scrutinized the array, confidently recognizing it as the control array of the Void Heaven Palace. At its center, he discerned a pattern identical to that of the Void Heaven Cauldron, just as he had witnessed during the activation of the Mystic Jade Cave. It seemed that the sealing array for the Mystic Jade Cave employed a similar restriction, albeit the current array was far more extensive and appeared significantly more intricate and profound. Chapter 302. Trapped. The silver-fur lady, observing Lin Mo's expression, turned to him and inquired, "Have you encountered this array before?" Lin Mo did not withhold his thoughts. He nodded and replied, "I have seen something similar within the North Night Small Extreme Palace. But what?" The silver-fur lady seemed unhurried. While Lin Mo failed to grasp her intent, he elaborated, "It was considerably smaller than this one." The silver-fur lady did not press further, only regarding Lin Mo with a knowing look, as if to say, "I see. How do we manipulate this control array? You must have some insight, having seen it before, right? You could give it a try and see if the Void Heaven Cauldron is the key to the array." Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He then patted the storage pouch at his waist, raising his palm to reveal a swirling azure glow. The small cauldron began to spin in response. With both hands forming intricate seals, he silently recited an esoteric incantation. The small cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light, darting toward the center of the array. While manipulating the Void Heaven Cauldron, Lin Mo focused intently on it, though he maintained a sliver of awareness directed towards the silver-fur lady. After all, one should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. The Void Heaven Cauldron glided into the midst of the array, aligning perfectly with the immense cauldron pattern below. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the center, and an azure beam shot forth, striking the Void Heaven Cauldron. At that moment, Lin Mo felt an abrupt jolt in his consciousness, severing his connection with the Void Heaven Palace. His expression shifted dramatically, and he glanced sideways. The silver-fur lady appeared to make no move, which momentarily alleviated his concerns. Had she displayed even the faintest inclination to seize the Void Heaven Palace, Lin Mo would have retracted the cauldron immediately. Observing that the woman from Insan remained motionless, he redirected his attention to the Su Tian Ding. He scrutinized the Su Tian Ding and the evolving patterns of the colossal ding beneath it. Under the illumination of a cerulean light, the Su Tian Ding began to emit a resonant hum, and soon its body began to swell uncontrollably. In an instant, the Su Tian Ding expanded to the size of the immense ding pattern below, causing the flowers, birds, fish, and insects depicted on it to slowly levitate. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then he sensed his consciousness re-establishing contact with the Su Tian giant ding. In but a fleeting moment, he felt his magical energy being voraciously absorbed by the Su Tian giant ding. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically, just as the woman from Insan suddenly formed hand seals and pointed towards the center of the colossal array. A brilliant beam of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly merging within the giant ding pattern. Lin Mo immediately felt the draining of his magical power ease, returning to a more tolerable level, and his demeanor began to stabilize. The Sutian Ding spun nimbly atop the giant Ding pattern, resembling an insatiable abyss that relentlessly devoured both his and the woman's magical energy. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, Lin Mo realized that half of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and his countenance grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the array erupted with a thunderous roar, and faint runes began to materialize, albeit with dim radiance. As Lin Mo pondered how to resolve the current predicament, the woman from Insan remarked that their combined efforts were insufficient to activate the control array. Having spoken, she dissipated the azure beam of light with a single motion of her hand. Hearing this, Lin Mo formed hand seals, beckoning the giant Ding from afar. Instantly, the Sutian Ding flickered and shot out from the beam of light, spinning rapidly as it diminished to its original size, before swiftly vanishing into Lin Mo's sleeve. Lin Mo's complexion paled slightly, his brows furrowed tightly, and he spoke with cautious gravity, questioning how their magical energy could be deemed inadequate. As the control array was originally intended to be operated by a cultivator at the transformation stage, both he and the woman were merely at the mid-infant soul and late-infant soul stages, respectively. How could two practitioners at the infant soul stage possibly control such an array? Just as Lin Mo struggled to devise a solution, he noticed that after the Sutian Ding returned to his sleeve, the azure beam of light it had expelled vanished in an instant. The control array continued to rumble, while the surrounding spiritual light gradually receded, ultimately dissipating into the previous state of a bottleneck. The array atop the high platform lost its luminescence instantaneously, as if it had never shone at all. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the woman from Insan furrowed her brow slightly and replied that it was not strictly necessary for a cultivator at the transformation stage to operate the array. A coalition of several late-stage practitioners could suffice to control it. Initially taken aback, Lin Mo soon expressed disbelief, questioning whether the Phoenix Fairy was jesting. For it was no laughing matter. Although the difference between a transformation stage cultivator and a late-stage infant soul practitioner might seem slight in theory, the practical disparity was monumental. The gulf between the two was far from trivial. Although the late stage of the nascent soul realm leads to the early stage of the transformation god realm, the gap between the two is significant. Hence, even 4 practitioners at the late stage of the nascent soul cannot compare to a single practitioner of the transformation god realm. Thus, the words of Lady Foam are not but a pipe dream. The Yu Lady, noticing Lin Mo's skepticism, remarked that in terms of divine abilities, a practitioner of the transformation god realm, capable of harnessing the primal energies of heaven and earth, is far beyond the reach of those at the late stage of the nascent soul. Lin Mo was aware that the level 10 Ice Phoenix still had more to offer. It appeared that Lady Foam possessed a method. Then, the Yu Lady disclosed that she had a certain secret technique that could temporarily merge the powers of several practitioners into one, allowing them to manipulate the void heavenly cauldron and potentially activate the control array. Such a secret technique exists? Lin Mo pondered aloud. Are you, my friend Foam, interested in my 5-child heart demon and that humanoid puppet? The Yu Lady chuckled softly. Indeed, I must say, Lin, you possess a heart as sharp as a needle. Grasping my meaning with but a hint. With the 5-child heart demon combined with the humanoid puppet, along with my involvement, we should have a fair chance. Lin Mo remained silent, gazing intently at the Yu Lady. He could not shake the feeling that she was no longer the frigid level 10 Ice Phoenix, but rather a gentle maiden. Yet, this impression only deepened the sense of strangeness he felt. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo inquired. There is one point I would appreciate you clarifying, dear Foam. Earlier, you mentioned that I was not included in your plan. Is it because I cannot perform this secret technique? The Yu Lady replied, that may not be feasible. This technique necessitates practitioners of equal cultivation to cooperate, and only the one with the highest cultivation among them can control the mixed powers. Although your cultivation is far superior to that of an ordinary mid-stage practitioner, you still fall short compared to those in the late stage. Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing it was indeed a matter of cultivation level. The ease on his face vanished, replaced by a frigid expression as he remarked, Lady Feng should know that to command the void heavenly cauldron, one must cultivate the Tongbao Sutra. Are you suggesting I relinquish the cauldron? The level 10 Ice Phoenix seemed to revert to her former demeanor from the Zhaijigong, calm and unhurried, stating, if you wish to leave, this is the sole method. Although spiritual treasures are immensely valuable, what good are they if one cannot escape? Lin Mo found the lady's indifference maddening, as if she held all the cards. He turned to her coldly. Do not even think about it. I shall never agree. The lady, surprised by Lin Mo's unwavering refusal, was taken aback. Just as Lin Mo was about to retort, he suddenly interjected with an icy tone. Have you forgotten something, my friend Feng? Even if you have, I am aware of one fact. The void heavenly palace opens of its own accord every 300 years. Even if we do nothing, we will merely be trapped here for a time, and in the end, we can still depart unscathed. The silver fur woman did not anticipate Lin Mo's words. She then heard Lin Mo declare that he was no longer in a hurry to leave this place. He had changed his mind. It would not be unwise to cultivate diligently within the hall of void heavens. Perhaps once he fortuitously broke through to the late stage of the Yuaning realm, he could seek out his friend Feng and together delve into the secret arts that Feng had mentioned. What do you think? After Lin Mo finished speaking, a flash of azure light emanated from his body, and that azure luminescence suddenly shot towards the stone platform before vanishing into the azure stone path. The silver fur woman, pondering Lin Mo's words, softly murmured, once every 300 years? Meanwhile, the 10th level ice phoenix felt a surge of mixed emotions. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed back. Although she had lost an opportunity to seize the other party's spiritual treasure, the realization that she need not remain trapped here forever extinguished any other thoughts. Despite having no direct connection with Lin Mo, the silver fur woman was confident that he would not deceive her with empty words. After all, 200 or 300 years was but a fleeting moment for a 10th level demon beast, whose lifespan often spanned tens of thousands of years. The silver fur woman indeed possessed knowledge of a certain secret art, yet its implementation would inflict severe damage upon her body and cultivation, reaching a level of self-harm. This art could temporarily grant her the formidable power of the god transformation stage, allowing her to easily vanquish Lin Mo and seize the Hall of Void Heavens. However, it would be a case of wounding the enemy 1,000 times while inflicting 800 wounds upon herself, an endeavor not worth the cost. Such an art would severely deplete her fundamental source, rendering any further progress in cultivation impossible, and she would be entirely deprived of the chance to advance to the god transformation stage. Even for someone like her, who had long met the conditions for a breakthrough, the consequences would be dire. At this point, the silver fur woman felt a sense of frustration. The 10th level Ice Phoenix's lifespan had already encountered issues, and she had initially intended to ascend to the god transformation stage in the near future. However, spurred by the news of a spatial node brought by that old demon's avatar, she had hastily engaged in the siege of the minor extreme palace, forgetting her primary objective. Yet, it was merely a matter of momentarily neglecting her affairs, and thus she remained trapped in the late stage of her cultivation. As Lin Mo suggested, directly advancing to the god transformation stage within the Hall of Void Heavens was indeed a viable option, should she succeed in her advancement. Not only could she defeat Lin Mo, but also seize the spiritual treasure, the Hall of Void Heavens, and depart. However, considering the unique attributes of the Ice Phoenix clan, there were certain special rites that must be conducted at the sacred site of the Ice Phoenix clan, Ice Abyss Island, without which advancing to the god transformation stage would be impossible. Even if she were to fortuitously succeed in her advancement, her cultivation would not achieve significant progress. Thus, the 10th level Ice Phoenix dared not truly attempt a breakthrough here, feeling it unnecessary to take such a risk, especially concerning her own cultivation. All of the silver fur woman's thoughts and plans were unbeknownst to Lin Mo, yet he remained vigilant. That was why he mentioned the Hall of Void Heavens opening once every 300 years. Lin Mo understood that as long as the silver fur woman held on to a glimmer of hope, she would not easily engage in a life-and-death struggle with him. Of course, Lin Mo's final remarks about his potential breakthrough were merely spoken in passing. The silver fur woman did not concern herself with whether Lin Mo genuinely intended to advance to the late stage of the Yuaning realm. In the heart of the silver-clad maiden, she believed that transcending to the late stage of the nascent soul was no trivial endeavor. It may not rival the challenge of shattering the mirror, yet it was undoubtedly far from an easy feat in her mind. Countless mid-nascent soul cultivators had faltered at this juncture, remaining trapped in this realm for eternity, especially among human cultivators. After contemplating atop the stone platform for an extended period, she murmured to herself that it would be better this way. After all, she had been practicing several secret arts for quite some time, and could seize this opportunity to refine her skills further. Moreover, there were still a few secret techniques she had yet to master, making this a perfect occasion for diligent cultivation. Should she succeed, she would undoubtedly gain a greater advantage when facing that individual again. With this resolution, the silver-clad maiden opted not to linger atop the high platform any longer. She lightly touched the surface and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing in the opposite direction of Lin Mo, escaping through another passage of blue stone. She intended to find a suitable stone chamber for an intensive retreat. Within less than a day, Lin Mo found himself seated cross-legged in a secluded chamber measuring approximately 40 feet. Before him lay a milk-white pool, its ethereal vapor swirling and exuding a fragrant essence. This was indeed the second level of the secret chamber where Lin Mo had previously encountered Yuan Yao. It was not his first visit to the Void Sky Palace, a location shrouded in secrecy, boasting such an expansive spirit spring, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. However, to err on the side of caution, Lin Mo sealed off the teleportation array, rendering it temporarily inactive, and utilized several formation flags to obscure the entire chamber. The Void Sky Palace enforced restrictions on divine consciousness, a condition that applied to the entire towering edifice. Although he harbored concerns regarding a potential ambush from the 10th level Ice Phoenix, he also understood that, since his divine consciousness was restricted, the same limitation would apply to the Ice Phoenix. Chapter 303, 80 Years for Lin Mo. Being able to cultivate in this place was indeed a rare opportunity. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly abundant, particularly the milk-white spiritual mist. Should he manage to absorb it all, a breakthrough to the transformation stage would not be out of reach. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze towards the Ice Phoenix. If they could engage in dual cultivation, it would undoubtedly expedite his progress significantly, making a breakthrough to the transformation stage a mere formality. With this in mind, Lin Mo approached the Ice Phoenix, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Fellow cultivator, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the Ice Phoenix raised an eyebrow, her delicate features furrowing slightly in inquiry. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" As he spoke, Lin Mo's internal spiritual energy surged, a torrent of frigid power enveloping him. What a rich aura of ice energy! The Ice Phoenix exclaimed in astonishment, her attention firmly fixed on Lin Mo. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lin Mo proposed, "What if we cultivate together?" As he spoke, his spiritual energy continued to flow, creating powerful waves of energy that caught the Ice Phoenix's attention repeatedly. Unlike humans, the Ice Phoenix belonged to the realm of beasts. As long as it could enhance its strength, the means were of little consequence. "Can you help me achieve a breakthrough?" Ice Phoenix remained remarkably composed, responding with a retort. Naturally, Lin Mo smiled gently. "It should not be difficult for you to break through to the transformation stage." Upon hearing this, Ice Phoenix's eyes flickered, and then she laughed. "If you deceive me, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Do try." As he spoke, Lin Mo unleashed the entirety of his spiritual power. The formidable wave of energy enveloped Ice Phoenix completely. Feeling the surge of this potent energy, Ice Phoenix hesitated not for a moment, swiftly closing her eyes and swallowing the torrent of frigid energy. Simultaneously, a surge of energy erupted from within Ice Phoenix. The two powers intertwined, causing Lin Mo's cultivation to steadily ascend. Concurrently, a powerful attractive force descended beneath him. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy swirled like a tornado, continuously flowing into Lin Mo's body. As time passed, 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, moments trickled by, and pearlescent spiritual fog gradually gathered by the edge of the pool. Yet, the white mist orb remained motionless, showing no signs of change, as if it had existed in this place since the dawn of creation. Without the passage of time and cultivation, a blink of an eye saw a full 80 years elapse. Meanwhile, at a port on an island in the chaotic Star Sea, a modest vessel was busy coming and going. Ships of various sizes entered and exited, while accomplished cultivators soared through the air. Apart from this solitary exit, the island was shrouded by barriers on all sides, contributing to the bustling scene at the port. Along the inner shoreline, several small hills stood sparsely, with the tallest one featuring a pale white pavilion. It was not particularly exquisite or elegant, constructed entirely of massive stones, exuding a rugged charm. Concurrently, at the top of a 3-story pavilion, A Taoist clad in blue robes, and a scholar in a white robe wearing a scholar's cap gazed down at the port. Engaged in discussion. Senior Brother Ming, I heard that the Reverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace are battling once more on Falling Star Island. It is said that a cultivator of the Reversed Star Alliance at the core formation stage has fallen this time. It seems the Reverse Star Alliance has suffered a significant loss. At this, the scholar shook his head languidly. After all, watching the spectacle, it was not their own faction that perished. What significance did it hold? Cough, cough. At that moment, the blue-robed cultivator suddenly cleared his throat and sighed. One cannot deny that in recent years, conflicts between the Star Palace and the Reverse Star Alliance have become increasingly frequent. If you ask me, the next great war is not far off. As he continued, his gaze flickered. Strangely enough, in terms of power, the Reverse Star Alliance clearly holds the upper hand, especially with over 20 of the 36 islands in the inner sea under their control. Yet, in terms of victories, it is the Star Palace that has triumphed more often. The scholar-like monk broke into a smile, then gently waved his hand, remarking, "What is there to be curious about? Is it not the case that the twin saints of the celestial star cultivate the primal magnetic divine light? As long as one remains not far from Celestial Star Island, they are virtually invincible." As he spoke, the scholar waved his paper fan and added, "Have you not heard of the last great battle? Even the combined forces of the Sixth Path Supreme and the venerable Wan Sang-gu were vanquished by those twin saints." He paused for a moment, sighed, and continued, "However, the twin saints dare not stray too far from Celestial Star Island for an extended period, lest their powers diminish significantly. This mutual restraint allows us, the smaller sects, to suffer greatly." The monk in the blue robe scoffed softly and replied coldly, "Indeed, it would be one thing to be conscripted by these two factions. We could easily placate some weaker disciples to appease them. Yet previously, we only needed to pay tribute to one faction, and now we must pay double. How are we to survive under such circumstances?" Meanwhile, the scholar's eyes glinted with a hint of pride as he chuckled. "Brother Ming, you are being overly sentimental. Such matters are not for us humble foundation-building practitioners to fret over. There are still our esteemed elders above us. As long as they are present, they will not be excessively oppressive. We merely need to endure these next 2 years, and then return to focus on our cultivation." Upon further reflection, the scholar's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "In truth, during these years of seclusion, I have felt an impending breakthrough." At this point, he appeared especially enthusiastic, eagerly proclaiming, "Perhaps I shall soon ascend to the mid-foundation stage." "What?" Upon hearing this, the blue-robed monk stood frozen in place, his face quickly transforming into one of envy. To reach the mid-stage in merely a century is indeed a testament to extraordinary talent. I have been trapped at the early foundation stage for several decades without making any progress. Brother Ming is jesting. Who does not know that the bottleneck between the early and mid-stages is like the chasm between heaven and earth? Once I enter the mid-stage, I am likely to be no better than you." The scholar waved his hands dismissively. The blue-robed monk sighed ruefully, about to speak again when a sound akin to the thunder of the heavens erupted, followed by a violent tremor that shook the entire pavilion. Both men were startled, exchanging worried glances as they hastily gazed towards the harbor. In the distance, over 10 miles from the port, a vast expanse of vibrant clouds, reminiscent of a sunset glow, churned ominously. Accompanying this spectacle was a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a stampede of countless horses. As this deafening cacophony resonated, the distant sea suddenly surged with towering waves. A silver-white streak surged toward the harbor. In an instant, the vessels of all sizes at the port descended into chaos, desperately trying to maneuver towards the dock. Countless mortals leaped from their ships in a panic, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to a tragic demise. Amidst such tumultuous waves, even the two individuals who had attained the foundation stage dared not act carelessly. The blue-robed monk and the scholar regarded the rare and formidable tempest with utmost seriousness, their expressions tense as they fixated on the roiling clouds in the distance. Before long, both men were drenched in sweat. Not only the two of them, but also the cultivators coming in and out of the port were struck with astonishment, their faces pale. Some of the less skilled cultivators were unable to summon their magical artifacts to escape, hastily descending from the sky in a disoriented manner. The spiritual pressure emanating from that resplendent mist was simply overwhelming, a force far beyond their comprehension. Even at such a distance, they were all shaken by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, as if some ancient monstrous beast were about to descend upon the world. At that moment, Not only did the buildings near the port tremble, but the entire massive island seemed to quiver gently. The blue-robed Taoist and the scholar could not help but swallow hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, 3 astonishing beams of light shot from within the island, swiftly reaching the space above the pavilion. After a brief swirl, they plunged into the uppermost level. As the brilliance subsided, a woman and 2 men emerged, a burly man clad in yellow robes, a troubled-looking elder in a green gown, and an enchanting woman. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Upon seeing the trio, the Taoist and the scholar finally regained their composure and hurriedly paid their respects. What is happening? The burly man in yellow asked, his expression grave. We too are unaware of the situation. That celestial phenomenon appeared suddenly in the sky, and we were just about to send a communication talisman to you. The blue-robed Taoist replied respectfully and swiftly. In truth, the 3 newly arrived golden core cultivators had already been fixated on the distant sky, remaining silent. What is that? Could there be a high-level beast in the sky, shrouding the clouds and exhaling mist? The enchanting woman inquired, her brow furrowed. Not at all. There is no demonic aura within the mist. It is not a beast. Furthermore, a creature of such might would at least be at the transformation stage, and such beings cannot appear in the inner sea, the elder in green replied, narrowing his eyes and shaking his head. Could it be an elder of the nascent soul stage performing some magic? The burly man queried, filled with suspicion. That seems unlikely. As far as I know, aside from a few old demons adept in dark arts, I have not heard of any skilled in the esoteric arts of cloud manipulation. The elder inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, if this is indeed the case, such a formidable omen signifies that this treasure must be extraordinary, and our sect cannot afford to let it slip away. Upon hearing this, the enchanting woman's eyes sparkled with interest, while the burly man exhibited a restless expression. What treasure could possibly emerge? I think you all are simply courting danger. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed throughout the room. Startled by the voice, the 3 elders immediately stood at attention. At that moment, a blue light suddenly manifested within the pavilion, followed by a dazzling brilliance. And a gaunt middle-aged man appeared in the room. Greetings, esteemed uncle. The 3 exclaimed in unison. The blue-robed Taoist and the scholar, taken aback, reverently called out, Great uncle. It was then that they could discern the middle-aged man's waxy complexion and grayish-white eyes, revealing him to be an almost blind existence. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Such a treasure has emerged, and it is certainly beyond our reach. Even if we were fortunate enough to obtain it, it would undoubtedly invite our demise. As far as I am aware, the infamous demon of chaos is also nearby. He would not miss such a celestial phenomenon. Upon mentioning this, the middle-aged man with a waxy complexion cast a grave glance into the distance. His pair of grayish-white eyes twitched slightly, and a solemn expression adorned his face. The others, upon hearing the name of the demon of chaos, immediately paled, their visages marred by unease. A captivating woman beside them, unable to suppress her reluctance, urged, Even if we cannot procure this treasure, do you not desire it, Master Uncle? The middle-aged man smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. If it is indeed a treasure, I would not relinquish it to another. The mere demon of chaos is of no concern to me. While others may tremble, I remain unfazed. At this juncture, the middle-aged man abruptly altered his tone. However, it is regrettable that this is most likely not a portent of a treasure's emergence. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. At that moment, a blinding white light pierced the sky, instantly dissipating the colorful clouds. Those within the loft, save for the middle-aged man, involuntarily closed their eyes. In that fleeting instant, a distortion of space engulfed a significant portion of the sky. Following this, an even more overwhelming pressure descended. A palace, as white as jade, materialized in midair, its immaculate form exuding a faint glow. This spectacle left the previously awestruck men in the loft utterly speechless upon reopening their eyes. The seemingly blind middle-aged man, upon witnessing this scene, twitched his facial muscles and exclaimed in disbelief, "The Hall of Void. Impossible. It has not yet been 300 years since its last opening." This individual instantly recognized the origin of the palace suspended in the sky. Upon hearing the name of the Hall of Void, the blue-robed Taoist and the scholar remained relatively composed, yet the trio of elders garbed in green were suddenly taken aback. And the burly man's voice trembled. The Hall of Void. That is the secret place harboring ancient treasures. Simultaneously, a crimson fire cloud appeared in the distance, rolling forth with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the palace, poised as though to investigate. Observing this, the middle-aged cultivator with grayish-white eyes felt a surge of urgency within. Such a treasure must not fall into another's hands. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The white palace suddenly radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors. Alongside it, a colossal white light beam surged forth. This beam emanated an icy chill that blanketed the surroundings, freezing the very air it traversed. The sea immediately revealed an unfathomable dark abyss, as the waters parted in response to the beam, forming a sizable whirlpool. Chapter 304. Breakthrough. Simultaneously, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Within that beam of light, energy surged forth. A pristine white formation materialized out of thin air. As the brilliance flickered, a man, a woman, and a colossal white cauldron also manifested abruptly. The two individuals stood within the luminous veil, utterly motionless, as though ensnared by the radiant column. The scene was profoundly eerie. Meanwhile, the fiery cloud drew ever closer, and it seemed as if the very air had thickened in response to the unfolding spectacle. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, reverberating with earth-shattering intensity. In an instant, the colossal palace began to tremble violently, as if the fabric of space itself were on the verge of rupture. Bright light surged forth, illuminating the scene, and the white edifice gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. The white beam of light wavered slightly before also vanishing. In this vast expanse, only a man and a woman, along with the massive cauldron, remained. The entity within the fiery cloud, sensing impending doom, wasted no time in turning and fleeing back the way it had come, moving with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, the woman furrowed her delicate brows and gently waved her sleeve. Instantly, hundreds of crystalline flying swords soared into the air, slicing through the atmosphere and completely obscuring the sky. It was a sight to behold, as they surged forth toward the fiery cloud. In a swift motion, she flicked her sleeve again, unleashing a torrent of luminous sword light that filled the air with an ominous chill, all aimed at the approaching fire. From a distance, one could see the incredible speed of the flying swords, which soon caught up with the fiery cloud. Without hesitation, they plunged fiercely into the cloud. Simultaneously, furious shouts erupted from within the fiery cloud, followed by tumultuous roiling. A closer inspection revealed flickering glimmers of cold light, indicating an attempt to utilize magical artifacts for survival. Alas, despite the practitioner's considerable strength, he was no match for the Ice Phoenix. As the two forces collided, the fiery cloud swiftly disintegrated in the blinding crystalline light, and the enchanted treasures shattered upon contact, falling from the sky in fragments. Witnessing the collapse of their magical artifacts, the cultivator within the fiery cloud was seized by terror and desperately sought to escape, but alas, there was no opportunity for reprieve. As the shimmering flying swords descended, they were followed by anguished cries, and soon the cultivator was mercilessly cut down by the barrage of blades, with even their primordial spirit unable to flee. Thus, a practitioner at the nascent soul stage was utterly annihilated in mere moments. This scene left the nearby golden-robed elder and other core formation cultivators pale and trembling with dread, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Even the usually composed middle-aged man displayed signs of fear. The burly man stammered, "Master, could it be that the one within the fiery cloud is a disciple of the old demon of chaos?" The middle-aged man inhaled a deep breath, not turning back, but instead asserting, "What disciple? That is the old demon of chaos himself." No ordinary practitioner could wield the burning fire technique with such ferocity. As the words escaped the lips of the middle-aged man, the three core formation cultivators involuntarily gasped in shock. How could the mixed old demon, akin to their master uncle, a Yuan-ing level cultivator, be so easily vanquished? It appeared that even the Yuan-ing had not managed to escape. The enchanting woman exclaimed in horror. The elderly man in the green robe and the burly man wore equally incredulous expressions. Meanwhile, the middle-aged master uncle remained silent, his gaze fixated on the distance, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, it seemed that the couple hovering in midair exchanged a few words. The woman swayed slightly, sheathed her long sword, and transformed into a radiant arc of light, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the horizon. The man shook his head, casting his gaze toward the nearby harbor. With a flicker, he morphed into a pale white silhouette and sped away. Witnessing this scene, The middle-aged man of the Gon family in the loft changed his expression slightly and urged, "You three stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly." No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure shimmered, transforming into a green shadow. After circling low for a moment, he darted straight toward the approaching white figure. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with apprehension. They had witnessed a cultivator of their master uncle's caliber being effortlessly obliterated by the woman. Since she was undoubtedly his companion, her strength would be on par. If the master uncle were to provoke that individual, the consequences could be dire. Naturally, they felt a surge of anxiety. Not only them, but the middle-aged man of the Gon family, rushing toward the azure rainbow, also felt a similar unease. The instant he saw the woman strike, he immediately understood that she was akin to the twin saints of Tianqing and the 6 Dao extreme saints, possessing the terrifying strength of a late-stage yuan incultivator. If she intended to act, he would have no chance of survival. After all, he was merely a nascent yuan incultivator in the early stages, his power significantly inferior. Thus, the best course of action was to approach her proactively, in order to avoid any rash movements that might provoke her wrath. In such circumstances, the early-stage yuan incultivator steeled himself and approached. The two streaks of light converged, and in mere moments they were face to face. As the white light gradually dissipated, a carefree young man, standing on an ice-cold flying sword, halted his retreat about 10 paces away from the Gon man, who then focused intently on the figure before him. He soon realized that the individual opposite him was, in fact, a young man clad in white. A mental scan revealed a sudden change in the Gon man's expression as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. This formidable sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered. In light of this realization, the middle-aged man dared not display any carelessness. He promptly composed himself and cupped his fists, saying, "I am Gon Lin, an elder of the Huangsha sect. May I inquire your esteemed name, fellow cultivator? Is there any service I can provide for you?" Though addressing him as an equal, his tone was exceedingly respectful. Listening to Gon Lin's words, Lin Mo offered a slight smile, responding nonchalantly, "I am Lin Mo. I have indeed heard a few things about the Huangsha sect in the past. Merely, the passage of time has dulled my memory." This, indeed, is an honest admission from Lin Mo. A sect with only a solitary early-stage nascent soul cultivator hardly captures Lin Mo's attention. At this juncture, Lin Mo cast a glance at Gon Lin and inquired, "Is the Huangsha sect under your control?" Despite Lin Mo's nonchalant remark, Gon Lin did not dare to be careless. He responded, "Our sect is but a minor establishment in the Chaos Star Sea. It is no surprise that you have not heard of us. If Lin brother does not mind, may I invite you to our humble abode for a brief visit?" Observing the amiable tone of the middle-aged man, Gon Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained ever respectful in his speech. Lin Mo merely nodded slightly, glanced at Gon Lin, and refrained from replying. Instead, he reflected upon the fruits of his 80 years of cultivation. It must be said that with the aid of the Spirit Ice Spring and the Ice Phoenix, Lin Mo had transcended to the pinnacle of the late-stage nascent soul in merely 6 decades, leaving him but a step away from the God transformation stage. In the following decades, Lin Mo and the Ice Phoenix devoted themselves to dual cultivation, significantly accelerating the growth of his power. Currently, his strength had ascended to the early stage of God transformation. At this moment, he could also sense the oppressive weight of the heavens and the earth. Host, Lin Mo, strength, early stage God transformation, physique, dragon's cry body, spiritual root, ice spiritual root, cultivation techniques, 10,000 swords spiritual connection technique. True demonic art of the holy venerable, first layer of the dragon transformation technique, spells, water light escape, fourth layer of the great transformation technique, advanced puppet technique, intermediate talisman technique, sword control technique, breath concealment technique, thunder escape technique, secret techniques, yin-yang attraction technique, body refinement technique in the chamber, yin-yang complementation technique, spirit beast seal, mysterious moon absorption technique, second nascent soul, divine abilities, 9 transformations of reincarnation technique, Qian blue sword flame, magical treasures, yin-yang 2 instruments bottle, demon refining jar, Qian blue wind and thunder wings, void celestial cauldron. Gazing upon his attributes, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Although he could not fully exhibit his power in this realm, the presence of his 5 elements avatar allowed him to handle minor threats with ease. corpse demon guardian, strength, pinnacle of nascent soul, physique, mysterious heaven 5 elements, spiritual root, gold, wood, water, fire, earth spiritual roots, cultivation techniques, ajar origin sword technique, 100 refinements technique, mysterious nether technique, earth yellow technique, blazing flame technique, spells, corpse poison, withered wood spring, wood spirit escape, divine abilities, corpse demon true form, body reconstruction, limb rebirth, wood spirit, corpse sha chi, life treasure, azure bamboo bee cloud sword, xian yellow bee cloud sword, xian ming bee cloud sword, gold magnetic bee cloud sword, corpse king pearl. The strength of the corpse demon guardian had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Those who dared to challenge him would find themselves swiftly dealt with. To elaborate, that unfortunate demonic cultivator amidst the fiery clouds was indeed ill-fated. The Ice Phoenix, having been trapped within the void celestial palace for so long, vented its frustration upon him before departing to seek a way back to the Great Gene. Despite Lin Mo's substantial advancement in cultivation, he still harbored no confidence in confronting this female entity and thus allowed her to depart. Naturally, he would divulge not a whisper of the ancient teleportation array that could return one to the southern heavens, to the Ice Phoenix. After parting ways with the Ice Phoenix, Lin Mo stowed away the void sky cauldron and soared towards the island. At this moment, Lin Mo harbored no desire to trouble anyone. Rather, he sought to comprehend the geography of this place and the fortunate circumstances of the chaotic Star Sea. The most prudent course of action was to first head to Coaching Island in search of the ancient teleportation array. A middle-aged man approached him directly, extending a warm invitation that caught Lin Mo somewhat off guard, yet it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He readily accepted without further hesitation. With his current prowess, he no longer feared any ulterior motives from ordinary cultivators. The middle-aged man, surnamed Gon, was taken aback yet elated by Lin Mo's swift agreement. He hastily sent a sound transmission to 3 younger disciples before courteously leading Lin Mo towards the interior of the island. As Lin Mo inquired about the surrounding maritime conditions, he learned that the island ahead was known as Kuming Island, a substantial landmass boasting several cities inhabited by mortals, all monopolized by the Huangsha sect. To the north, several 100,000 miles away, lay Coaching Island, one of the 12-star islands. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's thoughts stirred. His exceptional memory allowed him to vividly recall the maritime map of the chaotic Star Sea from years past. If he was not mistaken, he was relatively close to Tianqing City, albeit farther from Coaching Island, with a path that conveniently passed by Tianqing City. The chaotic Star Sea was notorious for its plethora of demon beasts, far surpassing those of Tiannan and Dajin. However, Lin Mo held no interest in the demon cores of low-tier beasts. Beasts of level 8 and above possessed intelligence, rendering them impervious to the allure of rainbow grass. Otherwise, he would not have minded making another excursion into the outer Star Sea. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Mo was escorted by the middle-aged cultivator over the harbor and deep into the island, traversing over 10,000 miles until they arrived above a mountain teeming with spiritual energy, picturesque as a painting. At the summit, a magnificent array of palaces sprawled, resplendent and adorned with pavilions, while several unknown, vibrant spiritual birds danced in the air, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Friend Gon, your sect is indeed thriving remarkably, Lin Mo remarked with a slight smile, taking in the grandeur. Haha, please forgive my brother Lin for such a sight. It is merely the capricious antics of some younger disciples, Gon replied with a wry smile. Having attained the nascent soul stage, he could see through the superficiality of the spectacle before him. It was nothing more than trivial tricks. Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, enchanting celestial melodies echoed from the mountaintop, accompanied by 2 groups of beautiful women clad in colorful palace attire, gracefully making their way from the lower palaces. Leading them were 3 cultivators at the core formation stage. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the Ice Phoenix and the reverence displayed by the ancestral master, the trio dared not show any disrespect, their demeanor interlaced with profound awe. Lin Mo chuckled softly, descending without ceremony. He was ushered into a grand hall atop the peak, which, in contrast to the exterior's ostentation, was rather serene and unassuming in its decor. The middle-aged man with the surname Gon and Lin Mo took their seats, while the other 3 were left standing nearby. Lin Mo, with no pretense, immediately inquired about the recent developments in the chaotic star sea. Although taken aback, the middle-aged man regarded Lin Mo as a reclusive expert of many years, and thus spoke candidly. Upon learning that the chaotic star sea was even more tumultuous than when he had departed, Lin Mo fell into a contemplative silence. Brother Lin, did you just emerge from the legendary Void Heaven Palace? How did you manage to come out? After pondering for a considerable time, the middle-aged man could no longer restrain his curiosity. After all, he had witnessed Lin Mo being transmitted from that grand palace firsthand. At this inquiry, Lin Mo's expression shifted, returning from his reverie. Indeed, my dear friend Gon, you possess a discerning eye to recognize the Void Heaven Palace. It is nothing remarkable. I was merely trapped inside for a time due to unforeseen circumstances and have only just escaped, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Although he could easily obliterate any threat, Lin Mo was not one to relish violence and thus had no intention of making things difficult for him. Chapter 305. Exchange gazing at Lin Mo. Gon Lin's lips twitched as he could not help but ask, might I inquire about the identity of the celestial maiden who accompanied you? His tone shifted as he mentioned the Ice Phoenix. Lin Mo glanced at Gon Lin but chose not to disclose the truth, responding instead with indifference. She is a fellow cultivator who was trapped with me in the palace. She had pressing matters to attend to and left ahead of me. His words were rather curt, leaving Gon Lin momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, the middle-aged man continued, I see. Could it be that this celestial maiden, like Brother Lin, is a late-stage great cultivator? Upon hearing Gon Lin's somewhat probing remark, Lin Mo simply smiled lightly. She is far beyond merely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. After stating this, Lin Mo fell silent once more. Gon Lin, drenched in sweat upon hearing this, grasped the implication. She had surpassed the late-stage nascent soul realm. Could it possibly be? As this thought crossed his mind, countless speculations flooded Gon Lin's thoughts as he pondered which woman could possibly be associated with the silver-clad maiden. Meanwhile, Lin Mo bore no recollection of her, as if this figure had materialized from thin air, and such high cultivation was indeed rare, occurring perhaps only once in several centuries. Observing Gon Lin's demeanor, Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone, My friend Gon, I am in need of some spirit stones and materials. Fortunately, I possess a few treasures that I can offer in exchange. With a flick of his wrist, a cascade of radiant light filled the air, revealing two treasures, one golden and one silver, upon the table. Gon Lin's eyes widened at the sight of these treasures. Even as a nascent soul cultivator in the early stage, he could not help but glance aside in awe. It must be said that these artifacts were mere trifles to Lin Mo. Yet in the desolate expanse of the chaotic star sea, they were objects of immense desire. Furthermore, the spiritual energy emanating from the two treasures suggested that they were exceedingly rare ancient artifacts. You are too modest, Brother Lin. Gon Lin, realizing the importance of the moment, promptly clasped his hands towards Lin Mo and smiled. We possess quite a number of mid-tier spirit stones and materials. As for high-tier spirit stones, our island is fortunate enough to have 7 or 8. As he spoke, a glimmer of fervor and yearning flickered in Gon Lin's gaze upon the two ancient treasures. Yet, an undercurrent of trepidation stirred within him, for such rare and precious artifacts were indeed exceedingly scarce for someone of his standing. The ease with which the individual before him summoned them left him both astonished and apprehensive. However, contemplating Lin Mo's formidable prowess, he soon comprehended the reality of the situation. 7 or 8 spirit stones, you say? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, for he was well aware that he had previously claimed an entire spirit stone mine for himself. How could someone as modest as Gon Lin possibly possess such wealth? The scarcity of spirit stones was notorious, especially in the chaotic starry sea, which was far more impoverished than both the Great Jin and Tian Nan. It was inconceivable that a small sect like the Yellow Sand Sect could amass such a collection of high-tier spirit stones. Noticing Lin Mo's astonishment, Gon Lin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly offered an explanation. This can be traced back over 300 years, when an extensive spirit stone mine was discovered beneath the sea, rich in high-tier spirit stones. This is why our humble Yellow Sand Sect has managed to acquire 7 or 8 high-tier spirit stones. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he murmured, Another spirit stone mine has been discovered? Observing Gon Lin's proud demeanor, it was not difficult to deduce that this mine was likely a high-tier spirit stone mine as well. The memory of his previous breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, which had consumed an entire high-tier spirit stone mine, stirred a hint of greed within him. If he could once again utilize the spirit-seizing array to devour another spirit stone mine, it might propel his strength to new heights. Given that advancing further after reaching the early stages of the transformation god phase would prove increasingly arduous, the most prudent choice for Lin Mo lay in harnessing the power of the spirit-seizing array to absorb the boundless spiritual energy from the mine. This would significantly enhance his cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo flicked his wrist and produced a pristine jade slip, gently pressing it against his forehead. A surge of powerful consciousness flooded into the slip, accompanied by a series of resonant hums. "This contains the materials I require," he declared, tossing the jade slip lightly before Ganlin. Suspended in midair by a surge of potent spiritual energy, the slip hovered before Ganlin, who wasted no time in glancing backward. A flash of yellow light approached, revealing a burly man in a yellow robe, who deftly caught the jade slip. Utilizing his consciousness to glean the information contained within, he promptly offered a respectful salute to Lin Mo before turning to depart, evidently tasked with procuring the materials Lin Mo sought. In the ensuing period, Ganlin was exceedingly obsequious, eagerly accommodating Lin Mo's every word. Clearly, a figure of at least late nascent soul cultivation held immense significance for someone of Ganlin's early nascent soul status. Thus, with a beaming smile, he incessantly inquired about various aspects of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, Lin Mo delved deeply into its mysteries, possessing considerable knowledge of both the righteous and demonic paths. In just a few brief exchanges, he imparted invaluable insights. The listener, filled with reverence, attentively absorbed Lin Mo's words. The elder in the blue robe and the enchanting woman accompanying Ganlin also dared not slacken their efforts, eager to seize such a monumental opportunity. As time flowed by, mere hours later, a faint yellow apparition emerged in the distance. In a flash, the previously departed strongman returned, bearing a plump storage bag. "Senior, the materials you requested have been gathered, except for a few that are not available on this island. The high-tier spirit stones have also been included," he declared, stepping forward with purpose and presenting the storage bag to Lin Mo, gazing at the imposing figure before him. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his right hand, accepting the storage bag. Instantly, his consciousness surged, enveloping the items within the bag, allowing him to perceive their contents with clarity. A satisfied smile graced his face. "Then I shall take my leave," Lin Mo said softly, waving his hand as he tucked the storage bag into his sleeve. He then nodded slightly to Ganlin before transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. Lin Mo's speed was astonishing, akin to a specter, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Once Lin Mo departed, the enchanting woman let out a sigh of relief, gently patting her chest, exclaiming, "Thank goodness the senior left. I would have been terrified if he hadn't." The immense pressure exerted by Lin Mo had rendered her nearly speechless. Hearing her words, Ganlin's expression shifted, and he shot a fierce glare at the young woman, his lips moving as he admonished, "Speak not such foolishness. This individual is a late-stage cultivator, and his divine sense extends far beyond your imagination. Should you utter another word, he may very well perceive it." Upon hearing this, the enchanting woman's face paled, clearly startled, as she recoiled slightly, appearing quite frightened. The strong man and the elder in the blue robe behind her exchanged wry smiles, remaining silent. The overwhelming power of Lin Mo exceeded their considerations, necessitating utmost caution. Meanwhile, Ganlin's gaze flickered, his thoughts seemingly racing. In the brief span of time it took to brew a cup of tea, he appeared to have come to a realization. He must have flown 1,000 miles away. He should no longer sense our presence here. With this thought in mind, Ganlin flicked his wrist, and in an instant, a set of formation flags soared from the storage bag. As he infused his inner spiritual energy into them, the flags burst forth with radiant light, enveloping the surroundings in a brilliant glow. With a resounding rumble, the temple pillars glowed with a faint green luminescence. The nearby pillars joined in, producing a harmonious hum, and soon a verdant mist enveloped a small area around them. "Now we can converse freely." Upon uttering these words, Ganlin turned his gaze to those nearby, feeling a sense of security. "My master truly is quite prudent." Observing Ganlin, the enchanting woman could not help but let out a wry smile. "Huh," Ganlin scoffed. "In the presence of such formidable beings, one should indeed exercise caution." He continued, "You are right, master. Cultivators of such power likely possess eccentric temperaments. The robust man in the yellow robe, still shaken, remarked, "To my mind, that individual does not resemble a renowned nascent soul cultivator from our chaotic star sea. Rather, he seems like an outsider." At the mention of an outsider, the elderly man in the blue robe furrowed his brow and fell silent. "Xian, what are you pondering?" The middle-aged man noticed the elder's unusual demeanor and inquired. "I was just reflecting. That person seems somewhat familiar, as if I have encountered him before," the elder replied slowly, raising his head. "You have seen him?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the others were taken aback, all eyes turning towards the elder. "His appearance is rather ordinary." "Could you be mistaken, brother?" the enchanting woman interjected. "Though his visage is commonplace, I am certain I have met him before. It merely feels like a long time ago." As he spoke, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. "I recall now. He is the one who was targeted by the Anti-Star Alliance. The extermination order? To hunt down a nascent soul-level cultivator? How am I unaware of this?" Gan Lin raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. "No." The elder shook his head repeatedly and clarified. "The directive was clear. The target was a core formation cultivator, not a nascent soul one. At that time, my master was in seclusion, so I did not inform him." Realizing this, the elder retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it over. "This is a jade slip from 200 years ago." Gan Lin clearly doubted this assertion. In a mere 200 years, how could one possibly advance from the core formation stage to the late nascent soul stage? It is implausible. Despite his verbal skepticism, Gan Lin nevertheless accepted the jade slip. Upon merely glancing at it, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing an expression of disbelief. An apparition emerged from the jade slip, clad in a green robe, wearing a gentle smile. It was none other than Lin Mo, who had just departed. Their expressions were strikingly similar, ruling out the possibility of mere resemblance. The turmoil within Gan Lin surged like a tempest, and after thoroughly examining the contents of the jade slip, he withdrew his consciousness, remaining pensive and silent for a considerable time, observing the middle-aged cultivator's grave demeanor. Not only the elder in blue and the robust man in yellow, but even the enchanting woman fell silent, as if awaiting the elder's decision. "It seems I have indeed misjudged my nephew. The one pursued by the Anti-Star Alliance is undoubtedly the very person who has just left. However, heed my words. This matter must not be divulged in the slightest. Though the Reverse Star Alliance is undeniably powerful, this individual is no longer the golden core cultivator of your. I have no desire for our sect to become entangled in their disputes. Neither faction is one we can afford to offend. Should we provoke them, it would lead to our demise." At this juncture, the elder's face bore an expression of resolute determination as he fixed his gaze upon the three individuals before him. Recognizing the gravity with which their master regarded the situation, the trio dared not speak further and lowered their heads in acquiescence. "Indeed, you three are to remain within our sect for the next decade, diligently cultivating in your respective chambers. I have an unsettling premonition." With the sudden emergence of two grand cultivators, one of whom has ties to the Reverse Star Alliance, the chaotic star sea shall surely descend into greater turmoil. The remaining disciples must also be restrained. Unless absolutely necessary, they are to refrain from leaving the island. Our sect shall quietly seal the mountain gates for a period of time. The middle-aged man appeared to have contemplated this thoroughly, issuing a series of commands that left the other three astonished, though they could only respond affirmatively. Subsequently, the trio took their leave from the Grand Hall to carry out the mountain-sealing edict issued by the elder. Only the middle-aged man remained seated at the head of the hall, his expression shifting between light and shadow under the faint luminescence, as if grappling with an indecisive matter. Never mind. Even if this individual were indeed the one who once obtained the Void Heaven Cauldron, what relevance does that hold for me? While it may be possible for someone to seize treasures from grand cultivators, I am certainly not that person. Should this information leak, I would only invite disaster upon myself. Time passed without measure, and finally, the middle-aged cultivator let out a sigh, his face a mask of self-mockery as he rose to his feet. With a flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly departing from the location, his destination unknown. The Grand Hall returned to its desolate emptiness, an atmosphere of chilling solitude enveloping the space. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, who had long since left the island, remained oblivious to the fact that a mere yellow sand sect had pieced together much of his former identity, even deducing the connection to the Void Heaven Cauldron. This was hardly surprising. The tale of the Void Heaven Cauldron had already become a legend, the details of which were scarcely known among ordinary cultivators, but had circulated widely among those at the nascent soul stage. Had Lin Mo not fortuitously been transported into the ghost mist and consequently returned to the southern heavens, lingering in the chaotic star sea, he would inevitably have been discovered by those nascent soul elders eventually. Chapter 306. Exposure. So many years have passed, and the story of the Void Heaven Cauldron has transformed into mere folklore. Although the order to hunt Lin Mo has yet to be rescinded, cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths have largely forgotten the matter. Consequently, the news of the Void Heaven Temple reappearing in the world swiftly spread throughout the surrounding seas. As this information disseminated, it came to light that those who had witnessed the event on Bittergate Island, although primarily low-ranking cultivators, included 2 fortunate Golden Core cultivators. These few Golden Core cultivators fortuitously possessed knowledge of the Void Heaven Temple. Therefore, they proclaimed this incident as a wondrous event. Thus, through word of mouth, the tale of Ice Phoenix effortlessly slaying nascent soul cultivators became the subject of a series of rumors. In the end, it culminated in a fierce battle between the old demon and Lin Mo alongside the Ice Phoenix, ultimately resulting in their joint effort to vanquish him. This outcome, while somewhat shocking, nevertheless aligned with the perceptions of the onlookers, rendering it more believable. Correspondingly, on that day, Lin Mo emerged from the Void Heaven Cauldron, demonstrating his ability to manipulate it into a colossal vessel. This revelation led many to draw parallels between him and a certain figure from the past, particularly given the significance of the Void Heaven Cauldron. It evoked memories in numerous ancient beings, prompting a stir among several nascent soul cultivators who were eager to act, as the matter pertained to the esteemed cauldron, and none could afford to be complacent. At that moment, however, Lin Mo was indifferent to these developments. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him, for his prowess had ascended to the divine transformation stage, rendering the few nascent soul cultivators insignificant in his eyes. Lin Mo's next ambition was to travel to the Holy City to cultivate the primordial magnetism divine light, to facilitate the breakthrough of his corpse guardian to the divine transformation stage, leaving him no time to squander. With remarkable speed, Lin Mo transformed into a streak of light, racing through the sky, stirring up gusts of wind in his wake. From Gonlin, he had procured a map of the nearby sea regions, which guided him on his unimpeded journey towards Starry Sky City. Along the way, he traversed several islands and chose to pause at various markets, exchanging superfluous materials for mid to high-grade spirit stones. For Lin Mo, the acquisition of a substantial amount of spirit stones was essential for his continued advancement, while the materials had long lost their value. Fortune smiled upon him during this journey, as he amassed over 20 spirit stones in one go, filling him with immense joy. Standing atop his ice sword, Lin Mo stroked his chin, often reminiscing about his moments with the Ice Phoenix. Indeed, the time spent with her was deeply nostalgic. Unlike any other, Ice Phoenix imparted a uniquely refreshing sensation, cool and soothing. Throughout his travels, Lin Mo encountered numerous cultivators, mostly of lower tiers. With his current mastery of divine arts, he refrained from entangling with them, employing a concealment technique to swiftly bypass. Among these cultivators, a few possessed higher cultivation levels, casting puzzled glances toward the sky. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that they had brushed shoulders with a divine transformation cultivator. After nearly half a month of flight, a small dark had emerged on the boundless sea surface. Another hour of flight brought Lin Mo once more to the towering sacred mountain of Starry Sky City. Simultaneously, a sudden burst of dazzling escape lights appeared in the distance, indicating that a group of cultivators was swiftly approaching. Observing this scene, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. His divine sense surged, instantly focusing on the approaching figures. The strength of this group of cultivators is indeed formidable. With no fewer than 4 or 5 at the core formation stage, and even 1 at the early nascent soul stage. This revelation caused Lin Mo to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Moreover, the attire worn by these cultivators clearly identified them as disciples of the Star Palace, suggesting they had just emerged from the celestial city of Tianqing. Lin Mo did not conceal himself, and thus caught the attention of the group. Upon seeing him, several members of the party exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. Accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced through the air, the group swiftly appeared before Lin Mo. By now, Lin Mo had mastered the art of concealing his aura, and though he displayed a flicker of curiosity, He remained motionless, refraining from employing any techniques to evade detection. Consequently, whether from the foundation establishment stage or the core formation stage, their spiritual senses merely perceived him as a nebulous figure, incapable of discerning his true cultivation level. Just then, a gasp arose from the opposing team. Lin Mo, intrigued, turned his gaze towards a cultivator adorned in a resplendent white cloak. This individual was entirely shrouded beneath a large cloak, rendering it impossible to ascertain their gender. Even as Lin Mo directed his formidable spiritual sense towards the figure, he could not penetrate the veil of the cloak. Astonished, Lin Mo felt a familiar aura emanating from the cloaked figure. As the sole nascent soul cultivator among them, he could not let this opportunity slip away. With a flash of azure light, he prepared to employ his Mingqing Lingmu technique to pierce through the cloak. To his surprise, he heard a voice, rich with magnetism, echo from within the cloak. "Is that you, Lin Daoyu? It has been many years. How have you fared, my brother?" At that moment, the cloaked figure suddenly discarded the large garment, revealing a visage as radiant as white jade. A smile that danced on the lips, a captivating face that was both enchanting and elusive. Ling Yuling. Lin Mo gasped, recognizing her instantly. She was none other than the sole daughter of the celestial saints of Tianqing, whom he had inadvertently rescued outside the Tianqing city. Ling Yuling was as beautiful as a blossoming peach, her charm irresistible. As Lin Mo regarded her, he nodded, surprised that after so many years, he was still able to recognize her at a glance. "I am truly honored. Allow me to extend my congratulations on your successful condensation of the nascent soul." Hearing Lin Mo's acknowledgement, a faint blush crept onto Ling Yuling's cheeks as she giggled lightly. Simultaneously, her keen gaze swept over Lin Mo, revealing a hint of astonishment. Although her techniques concealed her from discerning the exact depths of Lin Mo's cultivation, the aura he exuded suggested he was certainly not inferior to her. This realization only intensified the warmth of her smile, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. "Lin Daoyu is too kind," Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand lightly. "Have you not also achieved the nascent soul?" In response, Ling Yuling smiled brightly and turned to the few individuals behind her, commanding coolly, "You may proceed ahead. I wish to catch up with an old friend. I shall join you shortly." "Yes, Elder Ling." Upon hearing these words, the cultivators of the foundation establishment stage immediately bowed in deference, their faces reflecting an unmistakable reverence for Elder Ling. Lin Mo observed this scene, his gaze flickering momentarily. Yet his countenance betrayed no surprise. The cultivators, under the guidance of another elder from the late foundation establishment stage, continued their journey, and in the blink of an eye, several streaks of escaping light vanished into the horizon. "Forgive my brother for the interruption. My junior has been dispatched to assist at an island under siege by the Reverse Star Alliance, and it seems I shall not be able to spend much time with you," Ling Yuling remarked, turning with a sigh. "Indeed, I have heard that your esteemed palace has once again clashed with the Reverse Star Alliance on my way here. No wonder my friend finds himself constrained," Lin Mo replied languidly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuling could only respond with a bittersweet smile, yet he soon regarded Lin Mo with renewed scrutiny, a peculiar expression crossing his features. "Brother Lin, you are not merely at the initial stage anymore, are you?" Ling Yuling inquired, hesitating for a moment before asking. Lin Mo cast a glance at Ling Yuling, noting that his cultivation was merely at the early nascent soul stage. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo chuckled heartily. "I suppose my cultivation is slightly superior to that of my friend Ling, but with your innate talent, surpassing me is only a matter of time." Although Lin Mo's words were enveloped in ambiguity, they astonished Ling Yuling nonetheless, stirring a sense of incredulity within him. He was acutely aware of his own aptitude, and with his parents at the late nascent soul stage aiding him, he had managed to break through to the early nascent soul stage over the past few centuries. However, upon encountering his former benefactor once more, he found his progress laughably inadequate. As this realization dawned upon him, his expression fell into a daze, his mind swirling in turmoil. It was essential to note that he and Lin Mo had parted ways merely 2 centuries prior, and now Lin Mo had evidently advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Such a leap in cultivation was indeed astonishing. His complexion shifted several times before he gradually regained his composure. Unconsciously, a tinge of envy seeped into his words. "It seems Brother Lin is indeed a rare prodigy in cultivation. I am truly envious. By no means do I consider myself a prodigy, merely fortunate in my opportunities," Lin Mo replied with a half-truthful laugh, deliberately avoiding any direct clarification. Now that Brother Lin is here, do you have any pressing matters? I, lacking in talent, might be of some assistance, Ling Yuling remarked with a smile, suddenly shifting the conversation to inquire about Lin Mo's purpose for visiting. Lin Mo maintained his usual demeanor, gently waving his hand as he responded nonchalantly. There is nothing of great import. I merely wish to make a trip to the outer seas and seek to utilize your palace's teleportation array. If that is the case, then Brother Lin has indeed come to the right place. Recently, to prevent infiltrations by the Reversed Star Alliance into our palace, most of the teleportation arrays to the outer seas have been closed. Currently, only 2 remain operational. I shall provide you with an identity token, which will grant you access to the teleportation array. As he spoke, Ling Yuling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and though he donned a male guise, there was an undeniable charm about him, further accentuated by the absence of any makeup, lending him an inexplicable allure. With Lin Mo's current state of mind and cultivation, he would naturally not be captivated by the other's appearance. However, conversely speaking, although Lin Mo could rely on his cultivation to directly infiltrate Tianqing City, evading the restrictions and guards unnoticed, it seemed more prudent to proceed openly rather than create unnecessary trouble for himself. This, in itself, could be considered a fortunate circumstance. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Mo graciously accepted the token, offering a slight bow to Ling Yuling before turning to depart. Ling Yuling, on the other hand, stood there, gazing vacantly in the direction Lin Mo had taken, her smile gradually fading. After a moment of contemplation, she gently patted the storage pouch at her waist. Accompanied by a flash of light, a faint silver sound transmission talisman materialized in her hand. She murmured a few words to the talisman. Then with a flick of her wrist, it transformed into a burst of flames and shot into the void, vanishing without a trace. Following this, a hint of helplessness crossed her face as she sighed softly, donned her cloak once more, and transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the direction Lin Mo had taken. Once Ling Yuling's light had also receded, Lin Mo's figure flickered and suddenly manifested in midair. His gaze lingered on the departing sound transmission talisman, a slight smirk playing upon his lips as he chose not to intervene. After all, one of his purposes for coming here was related to the Yuan magnetic sacred mountain. If he could not attract the attention of the dual saints of the heavenly palace, then his journey would have been in vain. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo pointed a finger, and a piercing cold light instantly descended upon the talisman not far away. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the icy frost swiftly enveloped the talisman, encasing it in a block of ice that then darted away into the distance. Deep within a dim underground cavern of the sacred mountain of Tianqing, a faint silhouette sitting cross-legged suddenly stirred. The sound transmission talisman, which Lin Mo had encased in azure ice flames, had now fallen into the figure's hand. The figure silently scanned the information within the fireball with their spiritual sense, then flipped it over, causing the azure ice flames to dissipate instantly. What is happening? Why would Ling use the sound transmission talisman we provided him? Such talismans are exceedingly rare. He should not utilize them lightly. Has something occurred? He must have just left the Star City not long ago. At that moment, another woman's voice resonated nearby, clear and melodious, drawing particular attention. He is fine. He merely encountered someone intriguing nearby and wished to inform us, hoping we could invite this person into our Star Palace as an ally. The first figure spoke, clearly a man, though his voice was slow and somewhat stiff, suggesting he was not accustomed to speaking. Oh, who is this person that Yuling deems worthy of our personal involvement? Upon hearing that Ling Yuling was unscathed, the woman visibly relaxed, yet her form shifted in the shadows. Curiosity piqued. Do you remember the matter of the Void Sky Cauldron from over a century ago? Of course. How could I forget? What does it have to do with this treasure? The woman inquired, her surprise evident. The individual who snatched food from the jaws of Wan Tianming, a fierce figure, is indeed the same cultivator who once saved the child Yuling. The man pondered for a moment, choosing not to conceal the truth, and stated plainly, he has now returned to the outskirts of our Tianqing city, seeking to utilize the teleportation array to venture into the outer seas, and coincidentally encountered Yuling. At this juncture, the man intriguingly toyed with the communication talisman in his hand. Chapter 307, Nightfall. If my memory serves me right, that person bears the surname Lin, does he not? Back then, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Why would he warn our attention? The woman appeared quite perplexed, unable to suppress a frown. Observing the scene before him, The man broke into a grin and shook his head. What you do not realize is that Yuling has already suspected he has reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. If that is the case, he is indeed a prodigy. In less than 2 centuries, he has cultivated to such a level. This individual should not be underestimated. The woman beside him could not help but interject. After the Shu Tianding escaped from the Shu Tian Palace, I specifically dispatched someone to investigate his background. Was it not said that he is not a cultivator from this region, but rather an outsider? He should have returned to the Great Gene by now. She could not believe that Lin Mo was merely a wandering cultivator. If he were truly a wandering cultivator, without the support of a sect, how could he possibly have advanced to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in such a brief period? Listening to her words, the man nodded slightly, coming to a realization. After all, his wife's statement held a measure of truth. However, regardless of whether he is a cultivator from the Great Gene, the fact that he could acquire the Shu Tianding indicates that he possesses significant fortune. Had it not been for our cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light, which repels other elemental treasures, and the fact that we in the late nascent soul stage cannot enter the Shu Tian Palace, how could such treasures fall into another's hands? At this point, a look of regret flickered across the man's face. The woman smiled faintly, her lips curling slightly. Our Yuan magnetic divine light is not weak either. Once cultivated to perfection, it can transform the power of the 5 elements for our own use. It is unfortunate that our luck has been poor, leading us to fail in our efforts. Upon hearing this, the woman displayed a wry smile. Indeed, had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have involved you in the rudimentary practice of the Yuan magnetic divine light. The man remained silent for a while, his voice tinged with regret as he spoke. It is not your fault. If we do not seek alternative paths, we shall never ascend to the transformation stage. The truth is, had there not been a final mishap, you and I would likely have successfully advanced to the transformation stage, and at the very least, we would have gained an additional millennium of lifespan. In contrast, the woman remained remarkably calm. The man sighed softly and murmured, "Who could have anticipated that in order to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light to its final stage, one must possess the 5 elemental spiritual roots? Yet, if one truly possesses such mixed spiritual roots, not only is it difficult to cultivate the nascent soul, but even foundational establishment and core formation would be fraught with challenges. How could one then qualify to practice the Yuan magnetic divine light? It is indeed unfortunate that this technique was created long ago, yet no one has succeeded in its cultivation. I, Ling Tianlei, ponder upon the fact that I ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul within a mere 5 centuries. In terms of cultivation talent, I am undoubtedly on par with the esteemed masters of the Star Palace throughout history. Moreover, I single-handedly overcame the so-called 3 insurmountable challenges of the primordial magnetic divine light. Yet, I could never have anticipated that I would ultimately meet such a fate. The woman beside me let out a soft scoff. In my opinion, the ancient cultivator who established the primordial magnetic divine light did so with malicious intent. He set traps for us, the descendants, to fall into. I cannot fathom his ulterior motives for failing to issue a warning in advance. Regardless of whether this technique was merely a jest from an ancient practitioner, one must acknowledge that one's spiritual roots cannot be altered so easily. Fortuitously, we discovered the anomaly early and ceased our cultivation. Otherwise, had we continued on that magnetic mountain, the 5 elemental forces within us might have erupted, leading to our untimely demise. As she spoke, the woman shook her head slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. If that is the case, we ought to express our gratitude to the 6 paths and Wan Sangyu. Had they not compelled us to exit early, we might have remained oblivious to the changes within us. The man snorted derisively. The 6 paths and Wan Sangyu are merely defeated foes. Were it not for the constraints of the magnetic divine mountain, I would have stormed their lair long ago. Furthermore, this issue is not entirely insurmountable. After his huff, his tone took on an unusual quality. Upon hearing this, the woman's demeanor shifted instantly as she eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by that? Have you truly discovered a way to alter our spiritual roots?" He nodded, speaking in a low voice. "Ever since I identified this issue, I have spent the last century poring over various texts in search of a solution. I have indeed uncovered a secret method. By utilizing this technique, one can employ purely elemental treasures, refined through blood sacrifice, to substitute for the spiritual roots and channel the 5 elemental forces. It is as simple as that." This revelation left the woman astonished. Of course, The ritual and the choice of treasures require careful consideration, but for us, it poses no significant problem. The crux of the matter is that this method can at most grant us mastery over an additional elemental force. We cannot perform a blood sacrifice on a second treasure, for the nascent soul would not endure it, and our physical bodies would similarly suffer a backlash. Unless we originally possessed 4 spiritual roots, this method remains futile. Now I understand, she said, her heart sinking as the flicker of hope she had just felt was extinguished once more. Perhaps it is best to abandon this notion. The woman shook her head. Let us not entertain the fantasy of resolving the issues surrounding the primordial magnetic divine light. With less than a century of lifespan remaining, we should focus our thoughts on Yuling. He has just broken through to the nascent soul stage during this retreat. Once his realm is stabilized, we can employ the enlightenment method to assist him in advancing to the mid-nascent soul stage. If he reaches that level, he may barely be able to take charge of the Star Palace. As she spoke, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes as she coldly declared, however, before that, we must eliminate the scourge that is the 6 paths in one Sangyu. The man's expression remained unchanged, yet his words were laced with a chilling resolve. As long as the 2 of us are willing to sacrifice our lives, disposing of these 2 will not be a formidable task. The woman nodded slightly, in complete agreement. However, it soon appeared that a thought had struck her, and she retorted, what about the cultivator surnamed Lin? Since he possesses the Void Heaven Cauldron and is likely a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, should anything happen to us, he could very well become a significant upheaval in the Chaos Star Sea. The woman's gaze flickered, and she murmured softly, yet, judging by the tone of Yuling's transmission, it seems she does not harbor a negative impression of him. Indeed, he is merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The man continued, his cultivation talent is not to be underestimated. He is worth our effort to recruit. However, it ultimately depends on whether he is willing to join our Star Palace. If he consents, that would be splendid. If he refuses, we shall have no choice but to eliminate him. After hearing the man's words, the woman sighed softly, then nodded slightly, showing no signs of dissent. The man acknowledged her with a nod and glanced at the woman beside him, saying, since the communication talisman has been destroyed, he must have sensed something amiss. An ordinary cultivator should pose no threat to him. We must intervene ourselves. In contrast, the woman exuded confidence, smiling as she replied, even if he possesses a spiritual treasure, he is still just a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. There's no need for us to act together. Moreover, being within the confines of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, even a late-stage nascent soul practitioner would not stand a chance against us. Very well then, just be cautious. That Void Heaven Cauldron has traversed the Chaos Star Sea for so long. Its power should not be underestimated, the man advised, offering a word of caution without further opposition. As long as it is a treasure of the 5 elements, its might will diminish significantly beneath the Yuan magnetic divine mountain. What is there to fear? The woman chuckled lightly. This time, the man in the cave remained silent, evidently acquiescing to her words. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already arrived in Star City. One must admit that this city truly deserved its reputation as the largest in the Chaos Star Sea. Even for the current Lin Mo, he discovered numerous useful materials. At this moment, he was already within Star City, having traded several useless magical artifacts for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Subsequently, he sought refuge in an inn to rest. Now, all that remained was to await the dual saints of the Star Palace to take action. The cautious Lin Mo deliberately showcased his core formation cultivation to avoid drawing attention. As midnight approached, he prepared to utilize his escape technique, vanishing from the inn without a trace. The location of the Star Palace remained vividly etched in his memory as he stealthily flew towards it atop the towering mountain. Along the way, he encountered patrolling cultivators, most of whom were at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages, with only a few late-stage core formation practitioners. To Lin Mo, they posed little threat. Employing his concealment technique, he darted past them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 50th level of the sacred mountain, where the grand palace stood before him. Time had left no mark upon this edifice. Everything remained as it once was. Gazing upon this scene, Lin Mo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air in the distance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his form shifting as he concealed himself. Concurrently, several indistinct figures emerged in the low sky, appearing and disappearing like shadows, silent and elusive. It seemed as though they had melded into the night itself. Had it not been for the probing of his spiritual awareness, one might have easily overlooked their presence. Such furtiveness. Could they possibly be members of the Counterstar Alliance? Observing them, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. A sense of astonishment filling his heart as he curiously scrutinized their every movement. The cultivation levels of these individuals were formidable even by ordinary standards. Among them were 4 at the foundation establishment stage and 2 at the core formation stage. Yet there was also a lower-tier cultivator, at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refinement. Each person's face was obscured by a layer of gray mist, as if they were fearful of being recognized. However, the 2 leading core formation cultivators were evidently a man and a woman. Upon noting the absence of any nascent soul cultivators among them, Lin Mo's interest waned significantly, and he found little inclination to use his spiritual sense to unveil their true identities, choosing instead to remain motionless in the air with his arms crossed. In the blink of an eye, they approached the gates of the Starry Sky Hall and came to an abrupt halt. One tall core formation cultivator suddenly flipped his palm, revealing a palm-sized verdant array disc. With a subtle incantation, the disc shimmered with ethereal light, emitting a faint white glow. Meanwhile, a slender core formation woman produced a hazy yellow flag from her hand. With a swift shake, a cloud of yellow mist surged forth, quickly enveloping those nearby. And in an instant, both the mist and its occupants vanished without a trace. Lin Mo, upon seeing the hazy yellow array flag, paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. This artifact bore a resemblance to one he had encountered in his past, though it had been gifted to another. Nevertheless, such mundane treasures were hardly rare. As long as one understood the crafting techniques, replicating them was no extraordinary feat. With this realization, Lin Mo's curiosity towards the core formation woman was piqued. Although these individuals appeared to have vanished into thin air, such rudimentary concealment techniques were nearly ineffective against Lin Mo's spiritual awareness. Instantly, a flash of blue light ignited in his pupils, piercing through the gray mist enveloping the woman's face. Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. At that moment, a dual-hued azure and yellow radiance flickered outside the Starry Sky Hall, indicating that some restriction had been lifted. Following this, footsteps echoed from within the hall, and a white-clad cultivator emerged slowly from the entrance. This man, in his 40s, was tall and slender, with a somewhat stern countenance, marking him as an early-stage core formation cultivator. Clearly, he was one of the guardians of this hall. Upon stepping outside, he glanced around, yet found no trace of anyone, his expression darkening with displeasure. With a flash of yellow light, the core formation man revealed himself, the gray mist dissipating to unveil a refined, middle-aged visage. "Brother Zhang, I trust there have been no unforeseen circumstances? Will my wife and I be able to teleport tonight?" he inquired with a courteous clasp of his hands. "Friend Tian, as long as you possess an adequate supply of spirit stones, facilitating the passage for just a few individuals is a trivial matter. Each of the stewards stationed at the teleportation array has undertaken such tasks during their rotations. Would I jeopardize my own reputation, after all?" Upon the sighting of the man, the starry monk's expression softened, yet his words remained unyielding. "It is not that I harbor disbelief towards my elder brother. Rather, my beloved daughter is gravely ill, necessitating a journey to the distant seas in search of the white egret fish demon's inner core for her salvation. Time is of the essence." The refined gentleman responded with a courteous smile. He then gestured towards the rear, and with a soft puff, a cloud of yellow mist dispersed, revealing the remaining figures. The other foundation-building cultivators unveiled their true forms, while only the core formation female cultivator and a slender chi-refining woman remained shrouded in gray mist. "Oh, so this is the esteemed lady. I have long heard of the illustrious moon fairy," the sinister man remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the foundation-building cultivators, his gaze lingering on the core formation woman, whereupon a rare smile graced his face. "This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Zhang Daoist. I am profoundly appreciative." The female cultivator's voice was gentle and melodious, yet her tone held a dignified assertiveness. "I must admit my disappointment at your reluctance to reveal your true visage, Moon Fairy. Kindly follow me, esteemed friends." The sinister man chuckled, a hint of regret crossing his features before he turned to walk into the hall. Chapter 308. Emergence. Simultaneously, the refined gentleman cast a glance at the core formation woman beside him, hesitating momentarily before unhesitatingly embracing the woman in his arms. With a swift motion, he vanished into the distance. The 4 disciples, evidently of only foundation-building strength, hurriedly followed suit, oblivious to the unfolding events. In the distance, a sudden flash of azure and yellow light illuminated the palace, followed by the reactivation of certain barriers. An ethereal shadow, imperceptible to those of their current cultivation level, trailed closely behind. Silent and elusive, like a wisp of azure smoke, it went unnoticed. Continuing forward, they traversed a winding corridor, emerging into a grand hall adorned with several teleportation arrays. An elderly man, appearing as innocent as a child, awaited them there. As he beheld the gathering, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared, as if it had never existed. "These 7 will suffice," the elder murmured softly. The sinister man nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, these are my companions for this journey. However, I am curious where Taoist Tian intends to venture next." "Precisely, they are indeed the companions for this endeavor." "Taoist Tian, to which outer island do you plan to travel?" The sinister man reiterated, "Let us proceed to Golden Spirit Island. It is rumored that high-grade ore veins have been discovered there, drawing most cultivators venturing into the seas. Perhaps we may directly acquire the inner core of the white egret demon fish," the gentleman stated, momentarily hesitating before fixing his gaze on one of the clearly marked teleportation arrays. "Huang, disable the barrier on that teleportation array." "Taoist Tian, you must settle all spirit stones at once," the expressionless Zhang remarked to the refined gentleman. Of course, the elderly man executed several arcane gestures, causing the white luminescence surrounding the teleportation array to abruptly vanish. The refined gentleman felt a surge of joy within and promptly removed a storage pouch from his waist, tossing it directly to his counterpart. Observing the pouch before him, the gentleman flicked his wrist, employing his mystical arts to draw it into his grasp. His consciousness then surged forth, meticulously inspecting its contents. Moments later, a faint smile crept upon his lips, revealing his satisfaction. The quantity was just right. "And you may depart now." With that, he swiftly stowed the sack away and produced a series of talismans emanating waves of spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, the gentleman of the Tian surname accepted the talismans and turned to depart. He naturally distributed one to each of his companions, and at the signal from the lunar gentleman, they strode purposefully toward the observed teleportation array. Meanwhile, the array not far away began to emanate a soft white glow, and everything else remained as it was. Suddenly, a cold scoff pierced the air. "Your audacity knows no bounds, daring to turn your back on me while secretly releasing individuals to the outer sea. Are you not afraid that the law enforcement hall will subject you to the punishment of lightning whips?" Upon hearing this voice, all present felt as if struck by thunder, their hearts gripped by fear. The lunar gentleman and the elder turned ashen, their mouths agape in astonishment. The refined gentleman and the female cultivator in the core formation stage reacted even more swiftly, channeling their spiritual energy into a radiant flash, soaring toward the nearby teleportation array. Clearly, they understood that fleeing while the array was still active was their best option. A cold snort resounded. In a corner of the hall, a magnificent burst of light suddenly shot forth, appearing before the array in a flash, effortlessly repelling the vibrant red-blue streak of light, accompanied by a muffled groan. The escaping light dissipated instantaneously. As it vanished, the refined gentleman of the Tian surname and the female cultivator in the core formation stage staggered into view, their faces pale as ashes. They simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of vital blood. Yet the young woman in the chi refinement stage, whom they had shielded, remained unharmed. At this moment, the pallor on the faces of the 2 women lifted, revealing their true countenance. The 2 female cultivators in the core formation stage appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years old, their faces resembling warm jade, their skin exquisitely fair. Judging solely by their appearance, they were indeed stunning. Beside them stood the chi refinement girl, a mere 15 or 16 years of age, whose visage was sallow and emaciated. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance between her and the beautiful women. Moreover, her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to water, and in such dire circumstances, she maintained an impressive composure. "Greetings, Palace Master." The 2 stewards of the Star Palace, upon seeing the Palace Master, were so terrified that their souls seemed to flee, and without a moment's thought, they fell to their knees, fervently beseeching for their lives to be spared. The core formation couple exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking in horror. What they had thought could be a chance for survival had vanished in an instant. After all, this was the palace master of the Star Palace. And the two women stood frozen, even the thought of escape having long abandoned them. At that moment, a flicker of light emerged from the corner, revealing a graceful figure that slowly drifted toward the center of the hall. It was a woman clad in a white garment, her face partially obscured by a delicate white scarf. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars, and her finely arched brows suggested she was yet another breathtaking beauty. However, as she approached the teleportation array, she did not cast a glance at the gathered cultivators. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the entrance of the hall. She then spoke softly, "Friend Lin, since you have already arrived, why hide in the shadows before the younger generation? Might you reveal yourself and converse with me?" Upon hearing her words, the onlookers, including the menacing figure, were taken aback once more, instinctively following her gaze towards the entrance. Yet, to their astonishment, it was empty. There was not a soul in sight. Just as doubt began to fill their minds, a light chuckle echoed from the void. "I truly did not expect to encounter one of the illustrious twin saints here. Surely, you did not come solely for my sake." As he spoke, a flash of white light appeared, revealing Lin Mo, suspended gracefully in midair. Of course, this was a deliberate act by Lin Mo, intended to draw the attention of the twin saints. With his cultivation at the divine transformation stage, even if he were to approach them closely, they would not perceive any anomaly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded the woman with keen interest, a faint smile adorning his lips. It was indeed Lin Mo, in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The masked woman swept her divine sense over him, and her expression shifted dramatically. The formerly bright gleam in her eyes was replaced by disbelief as she exclaimed in astonishment. This woman was none other than the one who had conversed with him in the cave of the Holy Mountain not long ago. The other individuals in the hall, upon hearing the mention of the late nascent soul stage, were left utterly speechless. Although many among them were at the core formation stage and had encountered several nascent soul practitioners, witnessing someone in the late nascent soul stage was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The reality of encountering a late-stage nascent soul sovereign was already astonishing enough, and to think they would see another was truly surreal. Among the crowd, the most taken aback was undoubtedly the Moon Fairy. Upon seeing Lin Mo, her shock was palpable. Under normal circumstances, her reactions would have drawn attention. But the sudden appearance of two late-stage nascent soul cultivators had left everyone stunned, hardly daring to breathe. Thus, no one noticed her unusual demeanor. Conversely, the most astonished was a young girl at the chi refinement stage, for her cultivation was the lowest. To her, both the core formation and nascent soul stages felt like distant realms, with little distinction between them. Instead, she scrutinized Lin Mo with a mix of curiosity and awe. "Is your surname truly Lin?" The masked woman, one of the twin saints, now bore a serious expression, her earlier composure dissipating. "Since you have been waiting here specifically for me, do you not fear waiting for the wrong individual?" Lin Mo did not respond directly, but instead smiled at the masked woman, his gaze unwavering. The masked woman gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes unwavering. Yet her heart was tumultuous. What she initially perceived as an easily subdued opponent had unexpectedly revealed a strength far beyond her expectations, leaving her astonished and hesitant. Although she believed that with the aid of the Yuan magnetic divine light and the Yuan magnetic mountain, she had a probability of more than 70% to win, the prospect of capturing or killing him single-handedly now seemed implausible. Should she attempt such a feat, if he were to escape, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to the Star Palace. Even as one of the twin saints of the celestial star, she dared not act recklessly. Both Lin Mo and the masked woman lapsed into silence, the vast hall enveloped in a thick stillness, the atmosphere so tense it was almost suffocating. Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression darkened. He raised his hand and with a delicate motion, reached to the side. Instantly, a shimmering light appeared, and a large green hand materialized, swiftly descending to seize a flicker of flame from the void, imprisoning it tightly within its grasp. Witnessing this, the masked woman's brows furrowed slightly, a glimmer of surprise crossing her eyes. "Dear friend, it would be prudent to refrain from sending sound transmission talismans. I would prefer not to face the joint assault of two practitioners of the same realm. I do not believe I have offended the Star Palace in any way. As the master of the Star Palace, why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Lin Mo remarked coldly, as the azure hand emitted a layer of blue flames, which in an instant reduced the captured flame to nothingness. "Dear Lin, you have misunderstood. I harbor no intentions of causing you distress. Rather, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance to my daughter in her time of need. The masked woman replied after a moment of silence, suddenly smiling. The previously tense atmosphere in the hall seemed to ease the moment those words were spoken. Your daughter? Lin Mo feigned surprise, momentarily taken aback. Although he understood that her earlier demeanor was not one of gratitude, he seized this opportunity to de-escalate the situation. He felt confident in dealing with a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, having previously bested such opponents. Now that he had advanced to the late stage, his abilities were incomparable to before. However, he had no desire to cultivate enmity indiscriminately. Furthermore, being within the Star City and aware of the reputation of the Yuan magnetic divine light, he was naturally cautious. Indeed, you have surmised correctly. Yuling is the offspring of my husband and me. Had it not been for your timely intervention, she may have fallen victim to sinister forces. My husband and I have always held you in deep appreciation, the masked woman said gently. Friend Lin, your talents are extraordinary, and it is no wonder you are a descendant of the twin saints. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. Brother Lin, you jest. If we speak of cultivation talent, you have ascended from the core formation stage to the late nascent soul stage in less than 200 years, truly unparalleled. How could my daughter Yuling possibly compare to you? The masked woman laughed lightly, shaking her head. Yet she could not suppress her astonishment at Lin Mo's rapid advancement and felt compelled to probe further. Upon hearing the probing remarks of the other party, Lin Mo merely smiled without offering a definitive response, signaling his disinterest in prolonging the conversation. I have long been acquainted with the esteemed names of the dual saints and should ideally engage in a thorough discussion with you. However, pressing matters compel me to depart. I would like to request the use of your esteemed palace's teleportation array. I hope that you do not mind. After speaking, he cast a glance at the deactivated teleportation array, then turned to the masked woman and continued, such a trivial matter is of no concern. I possess a guest token here. Should you not find it bothersome, please feel free to take it. Given your capabilities, it is unlikely you would wish to serve as a guest of any particular sect. Consider this token as a courtesy from my spouse and me. With this token in hand, you may access all resources and personnel under my domain in the outer sea. At this point, a smile graced the masked woman's face as she deftly flicked her wrist, revealing a token in her hand. Golden rays of light began to entwine around the token. With a gentle toss, it ascended towards Lin Mo. Observing the token, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, deftly catching it in his grasp. After a brief appraisal, he remarked, Your generosity is overwhelming. I shall not be overly modest. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the token and placed it into his storage pouch. Noticing Lin Mo's acceptance of the guest token, a glimmer of delight flashed in the eyes of the masked woman, who then smiled and suggested, Upon your return from overseas, my spouse and I cordially invite you to our humble abode to share insights on cultivation techniques. Would you be willing to join us? Listening to their exchange, Lin Mo chuckled lightly. As a perceptive individual, he was well aware of their underlying intentions. However, rather than exposing their motives, he simply shook his head and politely declined. Insights on transcending the divine transformation? I have only recently advanced to the late stage, and while I am eager to seek guidance from fellow cultivators of the same tier, my primary focus must be on solidifying my current realm. Nevertheless, should time permit, I would certainly make a point to visit you both. Feigning a sense of regret, Lin Mo understood that the unfolding narrative required the corpse puppet to enter the forbidden area of the Yuan magnetic divine mountain to cultivate the enigmatic technique and acquire it. If he were to agree without caution, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Chapter 309. The plan. Observing that the woman before him intended to visit his abode, he naturally could not acquiesce in the slightest. Meanwhile, the masked woman, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, exhibited a flicker of disappointment in her gaze, accompanied by an inward sigh of resignation. It must be said that this cultivator who had reached the late stage of the nascent soul was indeed excessively cautious. However, one might wonder if Lin Mo had entertained ulterior motives had he readily agreed to visit their dwelling. Even she could not ascertain, as Lin Mo declined. The dual saints were relieved from further consideration of the matter. Thus, with no sign of anger, she exchanged a few polite remarks with Lin Mo before taking her leave. The masked woman smiled faintly, her form shimmering before transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantly relocating beside the teleportation array. She gracefully drifted down to a nearby spot, gesturing with her hands to indicate her intent not to interfere in the slightest. Nearby, the lunar calendar man and the elder, both individuals of the Star Palace, were acutely aware of the respect the palace master afforded Lin Mo. Thus, they dared not act carelessly and promptly stepped aside. Lin Mo cast a glance at the masked woman, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, and inquired, "By the way, may I ask how the esteemed lady is addressed?" As he spoke, Lin Mo executed a spell that landed upon the formation. Subsequently, he produced a grand teleportation decree, and wisps of white light cascaded upon him. At that moment, the masked woman smiled gently and replied, "I am Wenqing." With the sound of her voice, a surge of white light enveloped Lin Mo, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. As Wenqing's smile faded, she shifted her gaze towards the individuals from the Star Palace and coldly commanded, "You may arrange for their transportation. Afterwards, each of them shall go to the law enforcement hall to receive 20 lashes of the thunder whip as punishment. Should there be a next time, the consequences from this palace will not be so lenient. Thank you for your mercy, Palace Master. The younger generation shall never err again." The lunar calendar man and the elder, who had been anxiously anticipating their fate, felt a mix of apprehension and relief upon hearing her sentence. They were relieved that the punishment was far less severe than anticipated, yet fearful that even 20 lashes would leave them bedridden for a month. Without a glance at Wenqing and the others, the masked woman shimmered with radiant light and vanished into thin air. As Wenqing departed, the lunar calendar man exhaled deeply, standing up with a lingering sense of dread. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Palace, a man mused, "This individual possesses quite a remarkable ability. Otherwise, why would a newly advanced late-stage nascent soul cultivator be so composed in my presence?" As he spoke, Wenqing's gaze flickered, seemingly reflecting on Lin Mo's demeanor at that moment. This could prove to be quite troublesome. If we cannot easily eliminate him, we might have to make an effort to recruit him. With his prowess, if he were to join the Star Palace, how could Ling possibly suppress him? It is likely that in our demise, he would turn the tables, and the entire Star Palace could fall into his hands. A glint of coldness flashed in the man's eyes as he spoke with a chilling tone. "Are you suggesting we still need to eliminate him?" Wenqing's eyes shifted slightly as she murmured, "Yet if this person possesses extraordinary strength, and we fail to strike effectively, would we not unwittingly provide Ling with a formidable adversary?" "Humph." The man, evidently more ruthless than Wenqing, replied coldly, "In my view, this person has already emerged in the Chaos Star Sea. If we do not resolve this, our path to greatness is bleak, and we cannot allow the legacy of the Star Palace to perish at our hands. If this person cannot be eliminated, we must take some risks to expel him, even if it comes at a considerable cost." Wenqing pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards the man, nodding slightly. "You may indeed have a point. However, this matter is of great significance, and in my opinion, we should deliberate further. Should we join forces and employ the Yuan magnetic mountain, we would have a substantial chance, perhaps 70 to 80%, of annihilating our adversary. Yet, this individual is exceedingly cautious. He is unlikely to approach us at the summit of our sacred mountain, while the Yuan magnetic mountain is unparalleled as a defensive weapon. Mobilizing it to pursue the enemy would be rather clumsy." Wenqing shook his head slightly, his eyes glimmering with thought. "If we truly wish to catch him off guard, it would be best to envelop the entire Starry Palace with the Yuan magnetic mountain at the very moment he teleports back from the outer sea, thus leaving him with no avenue of escape. Otherwise, as soon as he employs his movement techniques, he will avoid a direct confrontation with us. The task of eliminating him would become exceedingly arduous." Listening to Wenqing's words, the man nodded in agreement. "This I certainly understand. I have heard that you entrusted one of our palace's guest tokens to this individual. This is a wise move. Should he utilize the token, we can trace his whereabouts and estimate his return time. Thus, laying an ambush in the Starry Palace would not be impossible." Upon reaching this point, the man spoke ominously. Wenqing furrowed his brows, refraining from responding to this comment, yet suddenly shifted the topic to utter words that astonished the man. In the past, the rulers of the Star Abode were typically a husband and wife. Ling, petite and graceful, has cultivated to the early stage of the nascent soul. Yet she has yet to find a partner for joint cultivation. Only our palace possesses a unique dual cultivation method that enhances the success rate in the latter stages of nascent soul cultivation. And it suffices for one partner to reach the later stage to intimidate all minor beings. We had thus solidified our position as rulers of the Star Abode. Yet now there are few cultivators in the palace of similar age to Yu Ling. Seemingly none have captured her interest. This is indeed quite troublesome. What do you think of that, Lin lad? If he agrees to marry Yu Ling, we could simply entrust the Star Palace to his management. In that case, it would make little difference whether Yu Ling is the actual master. Given his astonishing rate of cultivation, he might not lack the opportunity to advance to the divine transformation stage. Under his protection, Yu Ling may even have the chance to attain the Great Way. Wen Qing's expression shifted as he considered this, articulating a strategy he had contemplated for some time. To have him unite with Yu Ling as a partner? That indeed seems a mutually beneficial solution. However, given that he has already become a late-stage cultivator at such a young age, he likely has a dual cultivation partner. Perhaps even a harem of concubines. The man hesitated momentarily, his demeanor reflecting a hint of softening. Even if he does, what of it? How could they possibly compare to Yu Ling? We would be offering him a vast family estate in the form of the Star Palace as a dowry. He should be fully aware of how to choose wisely. At worst, he could simply dismiss his previous partner and take on concubines instead. Such occurrences are not uncommon in our cultivation realm. Wen Qing remarked with a faint smile. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. You may first test this approach. And if he refuses, we shall join forces to eliminate him. The man nodded solemnly in agreement. Even if he is different, there is no need for us to resort to confrontation. I possess a plan that will compel him to weave his own web, leaving him no opportunity to interfere with the dominion of the Star Palace, gradually leading to his own downfall. A peculiar expression flickered in Wen Qing's bright eyes as he coldly chuckled. Is there such a method? You must be cautious not to overreach. The opponent has advanced to the later stages and is not easily deceived, the man responded, somewhat taken aback. Wen Qing, upon hearing this, let out a soft laugh, then began to communicate silently, his lips moving discreetly. We must proceed this way. No, I cannot agree to this. The man suddenly gasped, his expression darkening after merely hearing a few words. However, Wen Qing remained unconcerned, continuing his silent transmission. As the man listened further, his irritation gradually faded, and he fell into silence. After Wen Qing concluded his communication, the man squinted, deep in thought. After a moment, his brows furrowed in determination. Let us follow your suggestion. If it fails, we shall explore other avenues. In any case, before we turn to ashes, he must be eliminated. The 6 paths and Wan Sangu cannot be allowed to let Yu Ling gain control over the chaotic Star Sea, lest we leave ourselves with future troubles. Of course, we have over 100 years of life left, ample time to resolve these issues. There is no need for haste. As long as he is solely focused on breaking through to the divine realm, he will inevitably fall into our trap, the woman murmured confidently as she concluded her thoughts. Lin Mo, upon hearing the howl of a beast, opened his eyes in astonishment, his face reflecting surprise. His current spiritual awareness was immensely powerful, even without intentionally releasing it. He could command everything within several hundred meters. Furthermore, when he had previously descended upon this island, he had scanned the surrounding sea for 100 miles and found no trace of any demonic beasts. Now, faced with an unexpected situation, Lin Mo could not remain indifferent. He promptly released his spiritual consciousness to investigate the seabed beneath the small island. The beast's roar was emanating from below. In an instant, Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he surged upward in a brilliant blue light, soaring to several hundred meters above, where he hovered, laden with gravity, gazing intently downward. Simultaneously, a fetid sea breeze began to whip around, stirring the nearby waters into a frenzy of swirling vortices of varying sizes. Towering waves, over 10 meters high, crashed against one another with a thunderous roar, splattering countless droplets of seawater into the lower atmosphere. In that moment, the entire area seemed to convulse as if the heavens were collapsing, instilling a profound sense of dread. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings and suddenly realized that the sea within 100 miles was embroiled in the same tumultuous turmoil. Just moments prior, when his spiritual consciousness had probed the seabed, it had only delved slightly over 1,000 meters before being forcibly drawn by some unseen force. Despite his quick reflexes in retracting his consciousness, a portion had been drawn away by that alluring power, resulting in a minor setback. Thus, he hastened into the air, treating the emerging anomalies at the seabed with heightened caution. Could there be a formidable beast lurking below? Even the emergence of a 10th-tier demon beast would hardly provoke such a terrifying uproar. Or perhaps it is a legendary transformation stage demon beast. yet it does not appear to resemble one. He could not be mistaken. Once a demon beast surpasses the 10th tier, it too is constrained by the thinness of the world's spiritual energy. So how could it dare to create such tumult? This would be tantamount to squandering its own vital essence. A flicker of doubt surged within Lin Mo's mind. He pondered to himself. It is said that once a demon beast exceeds the 10th tier, it adopts a classification akin to that of human cultivators. Of course, one could continue to delineate tiers such as 11th and 12th, but human cultivators typically refrain from employing such terminologies. After all, a demon beast that transcends the 10th tier is a pinnacle existence in the human realm. How could human cultivators dare to regard such a formidable entity as an ordinary beast? However, the intensity of the aura below seemed excessively overwhelming, causing Lin Mo, despite his extensive experience as a late-stage cultivator, to feel a twinge of unease. Yet beneath the sea, rather than rising, a tempest began to brew, even conjuring waves that soared over 100 feet high. Lin Mo's expression shifted, but he ultimately resolved within himself that regardless of what transpired below, it would be prudent to depart swiftly, no need to court danger. He intended to turn and transform into light, soaring over the island's heights. At that moment, a piercing shriek shattered the air. Before Lin Mo could halt his movement, a deafening buzz filled his mind, spinning the world around him and causing him to plummet from the sky. Astonishingly, the blue protective barrier offered no respite from the shrill sound. Yet, mere moments later, a cacophony erupted around him, as purple flames soared several feet high, and a golden arc darted through the flames, providing him with complete protection. At that instant, the dizziness in Lin Mo's mind dissipated, his body ceased its rapid descent, and he floated once more in the air. Nevertheless, his countenance was anything but ordinary. He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, where the shrill sound evidently emanated from above. The originally overcast sky had been obscured by a shadow, the extent of which was boundless yet indistinct and peculiar, evoking an image akin to the moon reflected upon water, strange and surreal. Amidst the darkness, a sharp wail echoed. Lin Mo's eyes fixated on the clouds looming above, his expression darkening. Yet he failed to recognize the bizarre phenomenon unfolding in the sky, which in itself was quite peculiar. Just as he was about to make contact with the shadow, a rebounding force separated him, rendering penetration impossible. This chilling realization sent a deeper chill through his heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo transformed into a vibrant green rainbow, soaring towards the distant firmament. Though unaware of the events transpiring beneath the earth, he decided it was best to flee at once. However, despite exerting his utmost abilities, the emerald rainbow only carried him a mere 10 miles. At that moment, the shrieks in the sky abruptly ceased, and a violent distortion of space materialized above the island where Lin Mo had been hiding. With a foreboding sound, a vast shadow in a certain area was illuminated by a brilliant white light, suddenly revealing a dazzling rift in the fabric of space. Subsequently, a colossal entity slowly emerged from the radiance, pressing down towards the surface of the sea. Chapter 310. Asking for directions. Lin Mo did not intend to drift from a distance. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he gradually closed his eyes. An immense consciousness was instantaneously unleashed, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. There were no abnormal phenomena in the air, yet the enormous and astonishing giant bird had vanished without a trace. No longer hesitating, Lin Mo, with a sense of concern, descended directly to the seabed for investigation. After half a day, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a look of skepticism crossing his face. After contemplating for a moment, he abruptly tapped his waist storage pouch with one hand. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, a pale blue figure materialized before him. A blue humanoid puppet appeared. With a flick of his sleeve, Lin Mo sent the puppet forth, coldly uttering a command. As the puppet moved, it instantly transformed into a magnificent arc of light, soaring towards the distant surface of the sea with remarkable speed, disappearing from sight after only a few flashes. After a while, the arc of light reached the location where the ghostly mist had previously appeared, unhesitatingly descending. Suddenly, it shone brightly as it sank beneath the surface, plunging directly into the depths of the sea. At that moment, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in the air, linking his consciousness with the puppet, manipulating it as if it were an extension of himself. The seabed in the vicinity was considerably deeper than ordinary areas. The puppet descended a staggering 4,000 to 5,000 fathoms before reaching the bottom. Yet, This place was utterly barren, devoid of any traces of monstrous creatures. The surrounding area was excessively clean, with no corals or seaweeds in sight, appearing flat with gentle undulations. The puppet circled around, then suddenly darted in a particular direction. After a while, several miles away, it spotted a cluster of blue light drifting to and fro. This luminous entity oscillated between rising and sinking, seemingly ethereal. The humanoid puppet's eyes erupted with a strange purple radiance, doubling its speed, flashing several times before catching up with the luminous mass and a dozen other glowing fragments. One could observe that a new feather shimmered in the darkness, radiating a faint glow akin to that of a living organism. The puppet reappeared under the silver light, unhesitatingly seizing the feather. However, an unexpected event occurred. The puppet's fingertips flickered and touched the blue light, which suddenly pulsed erratically, becoming hazy before vanishing entirely. As if concealed within the air, the puppet grasped at thin air. For a moment, the humanoid puppet stood still, seemingly taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, 30 feet away, a flash of azure light manifested, and the spiritual entity floated into view, as if the previous momentary disappearance had not been its doing at all. This time, the puppet coldly fixed its gaze upon the azure feather, refraining from making any rash moves, while the spiritual entity drifted further away once more. However, the puppet's observation did not last long. When the azure mass floated over 100 feet away, it sprang into action. In a brilliant flash of silver light, the puppet transformed into a silver arc, appearing above the feather. On this occasion, he did not grasp with his palm directly, but rather waved his hand downward into the void. Instantly, a dazzling silver manifestation of his bare hand emerged, seizing downward with great force. The feather vanished once more beneath the verdant glow. Yet this time, as it reappeared in a nearby location, a cacophony of thunder resounded above, and a golden electric barrier enveloped the fishing net. The feather flickered repeatedly and moved instantaneously. However, with each disappearance, it collided with the golden net, momentarily exerting complete control over its power, causing a radiant burst of light. At that moment, a peculiar silhouette appeared above the golden electric barrier, none other than Lin Mo himself. Having ascended from the ocean depths, Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the green feather ensnared within the golden net. This object appeared remarkably distinct. The silk was exceptionally emerald, and upon closer inspection, the surface patterns revealed an array of mysterious symbols, subtly shimmering. The tip of the feather, singed by fire, bore traces of blood, while his pant legs glimmered. Upon witnessing the green feather, Lin Mo's expression brightened with the realization of its preciousness. With a swift motion, he patted his waist, causing several talismans to materialize upon his palm. The palace, also referred to as the palace, shimmered with blue light as the feather glided past like a specter. Lin Mo, momentarily dazed yet unperturbed, found himself filled with joy. This object possessed extraordinary spirituality, rendering it even more remarkable. He swiftly made a decisive gesture with both hands, murmuring incantations. The golden electric net shrank dramatically in response to his chant, ultimately diminishing to the size of a medicine cabinet, trapping the green feather within its confines. Subsequently, as he spoke, the talismans scattered within the palace he held, while a cascade of intricate legal patterns surged forth, all of which were buried within the palace, causing its inhabitants to vanish. After donning the talisman, despite the blue banner of Jean lay fluttering, it remained steadfastly affixed. Observing the deeper hue of blue, he suddenly lifted his gaze and gently examined with his finger, revealing an astonishing scene. The blue feather shimmered faintly, rapidly diminishing in size until it transformed into a ruler. The talisman affixed to its surface simultaneously altered and shrank, an extraordinary spectacle. Lin Mo grasped the base of the object with one hand and gave it a gentle shake. The feather suddenly glowed with a green luminescence, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The purity of this spiritual energy could not mask the joy on Lin Mo's face. True spirit blood. He licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement dancing in his eyes. With this drop of blood, he could refine it within himself. Of course, given his current strength, he was not yet capable of such refinement. With this thought, Lin Mo flicked his wrist, and an exquisite jade box materialized in his hand. After promptly placing it into his storage pouch, he turned his gaze towards the nearby puppet. Go and search the surroundings. The puppet nodded slightly, then transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Lin Mo expressed his satisfaction with this development. They did not linger in this maritime expanse, but instead transformed it into a refuge for the puppet. As they journeyed towards the island, Lin Mo began to ponder deeply about the great bird and the ghostly mist. He had witnessed a battle that no human cultivator could hope to control. This colossal beast may well be a terrifying entity from the spiritual realm or another interface. Yet, the mist remains alive, exuding an aura even more majestic than that of the great beast. Lin Mo was taken aback. In the human realm, such an incredible and supernatural life form was only seen in legendary accounts of demons, later believed to be associated with Rahu. Only such a semi-demonic entity possesses the astonishing ability to effortlessly traverse dimensions and weave through the spaces between realms. This extraordinary avian spirit evidently wields formidable powers, for it could not forcibly assault the ghostly mist otherwise. Lin Mo's current experiences, coupled with the many ancient battles he had witnessed, allowed him to surmise the truth of the situation, albeit in a complex manner. Regardless of his speculations, a being as formidable as Rahu certainly could not be influenced by him. It was merely a matter of having an extraordinary experience. One day, 2 months later, as Lin Mo fled across the sea, he abruptly changed course, launching toward a sudden explosion. He had flown only a few miles when the sounds of intense combat reached his ears. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, focused intently, straining his eyes to discern the distant scene. A number of core formation cultivators came into view, followed closely by a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured much of his face. He appeared dark and commanding, wielding a soil-hued flying sword, displaying remarkable skill. It seemed that most of the beast's attacks were being countered by him. Among the other 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators, one was a white-haired elder, while the other was a young woman of 17 or 18. Each wielded a flying sword and a crimson spear, respectively, both exuding a certain degree of power. As for the opposing 6th-level demon beast, it was enveloped in swirling white mist, emitting the wailing cries of an infant, from which bursts of blue lightning shot forth. This was unmistakably the first high-ranking demon beast, the infant carp beast, that Lin Mo had encountered in the Sea of Chaos. Reflecting on that day, Lin Mo had employed some strategies to deal with this infant carp beast. However, this creature was now significantly larger than the one he had previously faced, with 4 delicate arms grasping 4 extraordinary treasures: a knife, a sword, a drum, and a banner. Among these treasures, the knife, sword, and banner were merely rare top-tier artifacts. Yet the small, yellowish drum was a genuine ancient treasure, unleashing rippling silver waves with each movement, suggesting considerable power. Lin Mo's arrival evidently drew the attention of both parties simultaneously. Upon recognizing Lin Mo's human visage, the man beneath the hat, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed with joy, "I am Chun Jing from Thundervoid Island. If you are willing to assist, I shall ensure ample gratitude afterward." Due to the relentless pursuit of the demon beast, the man had no opportunity to probe Lin Mo's cultivation level with his spiritual sense, merely perceiving him as a passing core formation cultivator. This misunderstanding was not entirely Chun Jing's fault. Lin Mo's earlier display of escape light was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary core formation cultivator, lacking any dazzling brilliance. After all, Lin Mo's previous escape light intensity had indeed aligned closely with that of typical core formation practitioners, without exhibiting any remarkable radiance. The infant koi beast, having ascended to the 6th level, had already begun to awaken a semblance of sentience. Concealed within the mist, it scanned Lin Mo's cultivation with its divine sense, and the expression on its youthful face instantly transformed into one of sheer terror, evidently sensing the unfathomable depths of Lin Mo's power. Observing this scene, Lin Mo offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond to the nearby cultivator, as the koi beast within the fog had already taken action. With a sorrowful cry, it conjured over 100 lightning orbs from the mist, simultaneously launching them towards the 3 confronting cultivators, while it itself shot forth from the water vapor, plummeting toward the sea's surface like a meteor. The 3 cultivators, besieged by such a multitude of lightning orbs, were thrown into disarray, utterly incapable of reacting to the koi beast's escape. However, Lin Mo's expression darkened upon witnessing this. With a flick of his sleeve, he directed his robe toward the creature's fleeing direction. A flying sword, approximately a foot in length, erupted from his sleeve, quivering before transforming into a streak of golden light that surged forth. The speed of this sword was so astonishing that the coy beast barely registered the flash of gold before it was engulfed in excruciating pain, losing consciousness in an instant. The golden light merely circled the beast a few times before a torrent of blood mist rained down from the sky, as the creature was severed into several pieces. Its primordial spirit, unable to escape, annihilated within the sword's radiance. The remnants of its body plummeted downward. At this moment, Lin Mo reached out with one hand towards the distant void, causing a segment of the beast's remains to bizarrely explode. A blue orb shot forth amid the scattering of flesh and blood, transforming into a streak of azure light. With a swift motion of his fingers, Lin Mo effortlessly grasped the coy beast's demon core within his hand. He cast a casual glance at the core, his eyes devoid of any particular interest. Such a low-tier demon core was hardly worthy of his attention. As the demon perished, the hundreds of lightning orbs besieging the three cultivators dissipated in an instant. The trio let out a collective sigh of relief, their gazes toward Lin Mo now tinged with reverence. Although Lin Mo appeared to be merely a golden core cultivator passing through, they had not anticipated that he was, in fact, a nascent soul cultivator. However, given that this was already a relatively deep area of the outer sea, high-level cultivators like Lin Mo, while still rare, were not entirely unheard of. Thus, their astonishment did not lead to panic. Hastily, the three gathered their magical artifacts and floated over. Before they could approach, the leader, a man clad in a conical hat, bowed deeply and introduced himself. I am Chen Jing, a disciple of the Qingyang Sect. I extend my gratitude for your assistance, esteemed senior. Had it not been for your intervention, my companions and I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape this demonesque clutches. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Upon hearing the mention of the Qingyang Sect, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and responded with a question. Isn't the Qingyang Sect long since destroyed? He distinctly remembered annihilating the sect a century ago. How curious it was to encounter a disciple of the Qingyang Sect in the present day. Noticing Lin Mo's expression, the burly man quickly clasped his hands together. My master is indeed the one you know. Do you recognize my master, esteemed senior? The consciousness of the man in the straw hat swept over Lin Mo, and although he discerned that the other's cultivation was unfathomably deep, likely that of a high-ranking Yuanying stage expert, he could not accurately ascertain Lin Mo's exact realm. Curiosity piqued, he naturally regarded Lin Mo as a novice Yuanying cultivator. After all, practitioners at the mid to late Yuanying stage were well known throughout the chaotic sea of stars. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a sudden clarity. It seemed that this Qingyang sect was not the same one he had annihilated. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo promptly inquired, by the way, you three must have some understanding of the nearby waters. Are you aware of any regions in proximity that harbor spirit stone mines? Despite the detailed sea chart in his possession, locating such a region amidst the boundless ocean was no trivial task. Encountering these three cultivators was a rare opportunity he would not let slip away easily. Upon hearing the question, the Qingyang sect cultivator's expression shifted, and he could not help but chuckle. Senior, are you perhaps intending to scour for some high-grade spirit stones? If that is the case, you need not venture far, as several nearby markets could yield spirit stones as well. Of course, if you happen to be acquainted with the miners of the Reverse Star Alliance or the Heavenly Star Palace, the prices would be considerably lower. Markets? Are there many high-grade spirit stones in these markets? I require more than just a handful, Lin Mo replied noncommittally. Chapter 311. No concerns. The cultivator chuckled again. Senior is indeed jesting. High-grade spirit stones are worth a fortune, equivalent to tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, the actual selling price is often much higher. That is indeed true. The value of high-grade spirit stones is extraordinary, and their exchange is not merely a straightforward ratio. If the number of spirit stones you require does not exceed 40, I believe these markets can certainly accommodate you. As he spoke, a smile graced Chen Jing's lips, and he offered a flattering expression. For a powerful figure like Lin Mo, Chen Jing could only resort to flattery and smiles. Glancing at Chen Jing, Lin Mo maintained his composure and gently waved his right hand. In an instant, a streak of flowing light flashed by, and tendrils of ethereal blue spiritual energy entwined around the demon core. The demon core soared into the air, transforming into a phantom that hovered steadily before Chen Jing. As he beheld the inner core, Chen Jing's eyes brightened, and he eagerly accepted it, exclaiming with delight, "Rest assured, Senior, I have lingered in these nearby waters for over a decade, and am exceedingly familiar with the markets here. You may entrust the matter to me. I will not disappoint you." At this moment, Chen Jing appeared particularly elated. Clearly, he was overjoyed to have gained Lin Mo's approval. After all, this was a formidable expert at the yuanying stage, and even a mere token of generosity from him represented immense wealth. Furthermore, the level 6 demon beast's inner core was also a great treasure for any Jiedon cultivator. The cost incurred was merely to act as a guide. So he readily agreed with a heart full of joy. The elder and the young woman, possessing far inferior cultivation, had no voice in the matter. They could only gaze at Lin Mo, their eyes filled with trepidation. The disparity in strength between the foundation establishment and yuanying stages was indeed vast. Lin Mo then leisurely followed behind Chen Jing. Transformed into streaks of flowing light, they dashed towards the horizon. According to Chen Jing, the distance to the underwater spirit stone mine was merely a fortnight away, conveniently passing through the island where they resided. As a result, their journey was almost uninterrupted. After traversing for over 10 days, an unnamed island gradually emerged before their eyes. This island was quite substantial, characterized by undulating mountains and towering ancient trees, lush and verdant. This place was known as Thunder Void Island, where the younger generation had established a modest resting spot that would surely not disappoint the elder. Observing Chen Jing's confident demeanor, Lin Mo remained unfazed, instead casting his gaze over the nearby island. He noticed faint streaks of lightning traversing the skies above. No wonder it was called Thunder Void Island. The place was indeed infused with a potent essence of thunder. Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured softly. He then turned to Chen Jing, remarking casually, "The spiritual veins on this island are quite impressive. It's no surprise that so many cultivators are drawn here." With a knowing smile, Chen Jing nodded, pride evident in his expression. Thunder Void Island not only boasts the finest spiritual veins among the nearby islands, but it is also abundant in various rare spiritual herbs. Both the Reverse Star Alliance and the Star Palace have once coveted this island. However, their mutual caution allowed other factions to band together and seize control. Lin Mo smiled faintly, showing little interest. At this moment, Chen Jing took the initiative to introduce Lin Mo to the various factions on the island, as well as several nascent soul cultivators residing there. Master Miaohua, the one from the Beyond Sect? He is also on this island? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name. Noticing Lin Mo's reaction, Chen Jing inquired, "Elder, you are familiar with Master Miaohua?" Although he suffered significant injuries in the past, he managed to restore his cultivation with the aid of the Beyond Sect. "Ah, I see," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, leaving Chen Jing unable to discern his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished into the skies above the island, heading straight for its center. Moments later, amidst several towering hills, a small city suddenly appeared before them. This city was modest in size, spanning merely a dozen miles. All its structures were constructed from gray-white stones, appearing remarkably new. Surrounding the city were gates facilitating the entrance and exit of those cultivators at the Qi refining stage. Meanwhile, those at the Qi refining level flew in on their flying artifacts, contributing to the city's bustling atmosphere. "Are all the cultivators on this island residing within this city?" Lin Mo inquired, narrowing his eyes at the scene. Chen Jing raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "This junior is uncertain, but if we count those at the Qi refining stage, they likely all reside within the city, while others may be scattered elsewhere on the island. Some cultivators, considering their profound strength, have even established their own caves." After listening to Chen Jing, Lin Mo merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The trio moved with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above the town. Lin Mo's consciousness surged with intensity, instantly encompassing the entirety of the city within his perception. His attention was drawn to the faintly brown stone pillars surrounding the town. These stone towers were oval in shape, towering at an impressive height of 50 to 60 zhang. Their surfaces were uneven, etched with numerous intricate and arcane runes that shimmered in a dazzling array of colors. Even Lin Mo found himself captivated, stealing several glances. Beside him, Chen Jing, perceptive as ever, quickly whispered an explanation. "These stone towers can activate the town's array, designed by the most renowned array master of our Chaos Star Sea. When unleashed, their power is certainly comparable to that of the Great Sect's formations. Moreover, these towers are guarded by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage." Lin Mo paid little heed to Chen Jing's words, his gaze fixed intently upon the pillars, which sent a chill down Chen Jing's spine. After all, The oppressive aura emanating from a nascent soul cultivator was palpable. I wish for no one else to learn of my affairs on the island. You understand what must be done, do you not? Lin Mo shot a cold glance at the three, his voice chillingly resolute. Rest assured, senior. I will not speak a word. Chun Jing replied, startled, yet maintaining an outward demeanor of utmost respect. Huh. I hope your words ring true. Lin Mo chuckled heartily. Yet a finger hidden within his sleeve flicked slightly, and in a blink, his figure vanished amidst a surge of azure light. The expressions of Chun Jing and the others shifted dramatically as they hurriedly scanned their surroundings, but Lin Mo's presence had completely dissipated. Master Chun, let us be silent and return. The young woman could not contain herself, but was abruptly silenced by Chun Jing's stern expression. He beckoned the others, and they swiftly altered their course, racing towards the outskirts of the town. Though the two Foundation establishment cultivators harbored doubts, they had no choice but to follow closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they soared over 100 miles, descending beneath an unassuming hill where a concealed small cave abode lay hidden at its base. Upon entering this refuge, Chun Jing deactivated all the protective barriers and then sat in silence, closing his eyes in meditation. The young woman and the elderly man exchanged glances, yet neither dared to voice their thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Chun Jing finally opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. It was now certain that the individual's consciousness was no longer surveilling their location. Even if he could easily infiltrate this place with his mind, he could not do so without triggering the cave's defenses. Disciple Yen, you may now speak your mind regarding what you wished to say earlier. Chun Jing gently prompted the young woman. Nothing significant, she replied cautiously. However, this Lin Senior's origins are indeed suspicious. As a nascent soul cultivator, we have never heard of such a person before. This is quite unusual. Perhaps we should report this to the sect and investigate further. The ancestors might have knowledge of his background. The white-haired elder nodded in agreement, seemingly sharing the same sentiment. What does it matter to know the origins of this individual? Your esteemed ancestor is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the late stage of cultivation. Even if this person harbors issues, they pale in comparison to the gravity of this matter. If our master cannot intervene, why should we unnecessarily provoke this individual? Judging by their tone, they seem to possess a considerable understanding of the affairs in the chaotic Star Sea. They must be one of those diligent practitioners who have recently concluded their secluded meditation. Such occurrences are not uncommon in our chaotic Star Sea. Chun Jing snorted disdainfully, speaking without reservation. Upon hearing these words, the young woman felt a chill in her heart and could only meekly acquiesce. Moreover, should this matter be disclosed to other nascent soul stage cultivators, it might bode well if everything proceeds smoothly. However, if things take a turn for the worse. At this juncture, Chun Jing's gaze flickered, and he murmured, that would indeed pose a considerable danger to us. As Chun Jing continued his fervent admonishment, he remained oblivious to the faint glimmer of golden light at his feet, which quietly slipped away from the sole of his shoe and vanished into the stone floor of the hall, leaving no trace behind. In a brief moment, this speck of golden light delved deep into the earth, where it suddenly encountered a pale blue barrier that obstructed its path. This was the protective array of the cave abode. The golden light hesitated momentarily, then retracted, revealing a thumb-sized golden beetle, one of Lin Mo's gold-devouring insects. Upon revealing its true form, the insect immediately lunged at the barrier, voraciously consuming it. This barrier was not a high-level formation. Rather, it was quite rudimentary, and within moments, the insect infiltrated the barrier and emerged on the other side, all without triggering any defensive mechanisms or alarming the trio of Chun Jing above. With a flash, the insect vanished into the darkness of the underground. Meanwhile, in a nearby small town, on the streets, a slender man was strolling leisurely. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and he subtly waved his sleeve. A blinding flash of golden light swiftly disappeared into the old man's garment. Observing this scene, the old man maintained an expression of indifference, seemingly unaware. Yet, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. This individual was none other than Lin Mo in disguise. The glimmer of gold was indeed the gold-devouring insect he had just summoned back, which carried a fragment of his consciousness. Ever since he achieved great success in the late nascent soul stage, although his spiritual sense was vastly inferior to that of a transformation stage cultivator, it was considerably more potent than that of an ordinary late-stage cultivator. Thus, Relying on his formidable spiritual sense, he had reached the level of being able to temporarily attach a wisp of his consciousness to another entity. Of course, this attachment was not permanent. It could only last as long as his spiritual sense remained strong and could only be affixed to sentient beings, typically without interfering with their actions. However, if the creature were like the gold-devouring insect, which had been refined to resonate with its master's spiritual essence, he could directly command its movements with his consciousness. As Lin Mo parted ways with the three cultivators from Qinjing, he did not immediately resort to drastic measures. Yet he attached a thread of divine consciousness to the golden devouring bug, allowing it to stealthily infiltrate their company and follow them back to their cave dwelling. With Lin Mo's formidable supernatural powers combined with the prowess of the golden devouring bug, it was inconceivable that a mere nascent soul cultivator could detect their presence. Lin Mo mused that if these three were discerning, he would refrain from any undue actions. However, should they indulge in underhanded schemes, they would have only themselves to blame for his ruthless tactics. He promptly dispersed his focus to urge the creature onward, intent on eliminating them one by one. The immature golden devouring bug might prove ineffective against the nascent soul cultivator, yet its innate disposition, lacking any weaponry and incapable of consuming anything, rendered it quite manageable against the early-stage core formation practitioners. He swirled his flowing sleeves, clearing the path alongside the pavilions. It was evident that he was in a so-called domestic market, where numerous cultivators flitted along the stone pathways, entering and exiting the pavilions. However, each individual remained exceedingly vigilant, fearful of being discovered. As Lin Mo advanced a few steps, he suddenly gestured, his gaze fixating on several pavilions, his countenance betraying astonishment. There stood a slender magical artifact adorned with intricate patterns of a blue monster, a golden sword, and blue insignias among 6 others. The 6 linked halls. Lin Mo was taken aback. His assumption was correct. Numerous factions from the chaotic Star Sea had aligned with the Reversal Alliance, establishing their presence boldly among other powers on the island. It appeared that even the influence of the Reversal Alliance was considerable. Although they could not claim dominion over this azure spirit island, the local forces dared not refuse the establishment of the Alliance's shops within the city. Lin Mo, having entangled relationships with several nascent soul elders within the Reversal Alliance, would not seek them out voluntarily. He immediately shook his head, intending to turn towards another establishment ahead. However, before he could lift his foot to depart, several cultivators unexpectedly emerged from a pavilion of the 6 linked halls, and upon recognizing the 2 foremost figures, Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted. One was an elder clad in yellow, appearing to be in his 50s, while the other was a young Taoist in a crane robe, barely in his 20s. Both were nascent soul cultivators. Following them were 4 core formation practitioners and a middle-aged shopkeeper adorned in 6 linked halls attire, whose face was a mask of servility and incessant smiles. Chapter 312. Assassination. Such a scenario was not unusual. After all, these were nascent soul cultivators, figures revered in any setting. Moreover, the presence of 2 nascent soul practitioners was particularly formidable. What caused Lin Mo's complexion to alter was the young Taoist in the crane robe. His astonishing youth bore a striking resemblance to the elusive Miao Hezhinren, who had once hunted him down. It was evident that this individual had undergone a soul transfer and rebirth. While his appearance remained unchanged, Lin Mo was not overly surprised. Within the realm of cultivation, techniques to permanently alter one's visage and form were commonplace. Furthermore, cultivators who had undergone soul transfer typically subconsciously reverted to their original appearance to avoid detection of their past actions. Though the act of possession is not prohibited among advanced practitioners, it inevitably casts a shadow on one's reputation. The Master Miaohua, despite resembling her former self, appears rejuvenated, evidently having employed a technique to preserve her youthful visage. As radiant purple lights flicker across the inky night sky, Lin Mo maintains a composed demeanor, his figure momentarily swaying before vanishing from sight. When he reappears, he finds himself outside the 6. Nearby, Master Miaohua and another robed practitioner cast curious glances at Lin Mo, evidently intrigued by his appearance, particularly his formidable prowess. Despite their curiosity, they remain unperturbed, leading a few foundation-building practitioners towards the heart of the city, as if merely passing by the shops of 6. Meanwhile, Master Miaohua and the elderly figure in yellow robes exchange hushed words, their lips moving silently. clearly communicating through a secretive transmission technique. Lin Mo, perceptive as ever, raises an eyebrow and casts a glance at the departing Master Miaohua, chuckling softly. Before long, a grand pavilion comes into view. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo enters the establishment, exchanging various unnecessary magical materials for spirit stones. For Lin Mo, amassing spirit stones is the most effective means of enhancing his strength at this juncture. Upon exiting the fifth shop, Lin Mo has amassed a collection of magical artifacts, precious treasures, and over 100 high-grade spirit stones obtained through careful trade. However, as he steps back into the bustling streets, he becomes aware of numerous enigmatic figures observing him, their gazes tinged with curiosity despite their nonchalant facades. With a wry smile, Lin Mo promptly abandons his original plan and strides confidently down the road, ultimately exiting the Stone City. The practitioners, mostly concealed, follow him out of the city gates, only to exchange puzzled glances moments later. Subsequently, he proclaims, "I am your master," which plunges the gathered practitioners into disarray. They witness Lin Mo frequently entering and exiting various shops, each time respectfully seen off by the proprietors, prompting them to track his movements. Although Lin Mo is a late-stage practitioner of decisive rhetoric, these individuals are not inclined to ignore the allure of significant profit, and some may have even conspired to unite in pursuit. After Lin Mo mysteriously vanishes, the practitioners, bewildered, search the vicinity for some time, ultimately returning to the Stone City in frustration after yielding no results. Not long after their departure, in the high altitude where Lin Mo had disappeared, a shimmering azure light flickers, and a vague silhouette begins to take form. Soon, the light converges around him, solidifying the shadow into a recognizable figure. Remarkably, Lin Mo has reverted to his original visage. Gazing at the Stone City, a faint smile graces his lips. Should he have no other intentions, he would prefer to remain unaware of its existence until the opportune moment. He certainly will not let the practitioners who followed him slip away unscathed. Their inability to decipher his concealment technique is a stroke of fortune, yet these resolute investigators are unlikely to shy away from total annihilation. Lin Mo surveyed the sky, discerning a direction before transforming into a streak of azure light. After a brief interlude, the cerulean glow descended upon the flat expanse nestled between two mountains encircling the village. This locale was not only adorned with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, but also shrouded in dense, lingering mountain mist. Lin Mo glanced around, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As he raised his hand, a vibrant array of flags unfurled, emanating 10 beams of light that swiftly dissipated into the surroundings, leaving no trace behind. Wisps of white mist ascended from the ground, intertwining with the vapor over the flatland, becoming inseparable. Clouds lay buried within the fog. A hidden enchantment, truly profound, was cast by Lin Mo as he struck at a particular pocket containing a spirit beast amidst the haze. With a resonant hum, thousands of gold-devouring insects surged forth from the pocket, resembling a swarm of bees, coalescing into a billowing cloud of gold. Lin Mo sat cross-legged, murmuring softly to himself, his body aglow with a verdant luminescence. With a sudden thud, the insect cloud transformed into golden blossoms, scattering in all directions. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes. They flickered with a curious gleam before dimming into an enigmatic shadow. This was a grand technique he had executed during his descent into the Devil's Valley, a divine art he had comprehended with the assistance of the Great Transformation Decision. It allowed him to manifest a multitude of his consciousness, akin to thousands of eyes and ears emerging within a single hour. This innovative technique of the Huatian steel bore resemblance to the divine intent memory technique Lin Mo had previously employed. One aspect involved segmenting vast knowledge into numerous smaller entities, necessitating divine command for actions beyond the god's capabilities, constrained within specific limits. Otherwise, the deities could retract their essence. Alternatively, the technique enabled avatars to affix themselves to spiritual entities, directing them to operate flexibly according to preordained commands, with the original spirit remaining uninvolved, even orchestrating the sacrificial spirit insects or beasts to assault foes. To a certain extent, it possessed subtleties akin to the avatar technique. Furthermore, even with insufficient time or extended distance from the aggressor, it remained effective. The divine presence, in circumstances where the Huachuan deity was inconveniently situated, rendered the technique cumbersome, akin to a mere chicken rib. The technique of spiritual entity entrustment was a significant mastery seldom grasped by late-stage practitioners of yuanying, incomparable to contemporaneous skills. As the golden insects ascended from the white mist, some burrowed into the earth while others soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo, seated within the formation, closed his eyes once more, his expression stern and contemplative. The sun descended, plunging the entire island into darkness by nightfall. Meanwhile, the assailant, with a swift gesture, summoned a white thread that shot back from the distance. After a graceful spiral, it transformed into a slender, snow-white needle that landed in his grasp. He then spoke slowly. I am uncertain. It appears to be a type of spirit insect, but I cannot ascertain whether it is wild or domesticated. Despite its resilience, it did not succumb to my white sorrow needle. Retrieve the corpse of this insect. I wish to discern its true nature. The final command was directed at two cultivators behind him as he turned his gaze. Suddenly, the two individuals behind him responded respectfully, transforming into beams of light that shot towards the pitch-black underground, in search of the fallen golden spirit insect. However, after a full cup of tea's time, the two returned with gloomy expressions. Esteemed master, it appears that the spirit insect is not dead. We did not find its corpse over there. One of them replied, somewhat apprehensively. What? The cultivator's eyes widened in shock, unable to contain his disbelief. How could it possibly be alive? Do you think my white needle is merely a sewing needle? How could I have failed to eliminate such a trivial spirit insect? At that moment, another cloaked cultivator nearby suddenly grew serious and spoke. Brother Bai, it is possible that the creature truly remains unharmed. I too found no trace of its body. Let me see for myself. The cultivator who had deployed the fine needle artifact was taken aback, hastily extending his consciousness to search the distance meticulously. Meanwhile, within the stone city, the lights shone brightly. Each moonstone, infused with spiritual energy, radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire city with unparalleled clarity. Consequently, the area outside the stone city appeared even darker. Amidst this darkness, the sea wind howled, as if countless demons lurked within the shadows. For cultivators, although there is little distinction between night and day, even at night, they can utilize spiritual energy to perceive incoming threats. However, in terms of distance, their capabilities pale in comparison to daylight. Yet, in the alien sea, the situation differs. Those sea beasts conceal themselves within the waters, alongside beasts adept at stealthy techniques, lying in wait for ambushes in the dark. Even ordinary cultivators cannot continuously release their spiritual awareness. Thus, each year, an incalculable number of cultivators perish, far exceeding those who fall during the formal hunting of beasts. Therefore, unless faced with urgent matters or if one possesses considerable powers as a high-ranking cultivator, most practitioners increase their vigilance at night. Consequently, all cultivators who do not venture into the sea return to their sanctuaries. Within the stone city, enveloped by mountains, 8 stone towers simultaneously illuminated, surrounding the entire city with a faint blue barrier to prevent beasts from sneaking in and launching surprise attacks. Yet, on such a night, several cloaked figures stealthily approached a city gate. The gatekeeper, a core formation cultivator accompanied by several Foundation establishment practitioners, saw the lead figures slightly part their cloak, revealing their true visage. Upon recognizing him, the guard hurriedly opened a crack in the city's protective barrier, respectfully allowing the individuals to exit the stone city. As soon as these figures left the city, they transformed into beams of light that vanished into the dark night sky in an instant. Although they moved swiftly, not a single one spoke. They pressed onward in silence. However, after departing the stone city by 100 miles, a sudden exclamation of surprise broke the silence from one of the beams of light. The light hesitated, and a slender white thread shot forth from it, vanishing into the void behind them in the blink of an eye. The remaining cultivators were momentarily stunned and involuntarily halted their flight, turning to glance back. With a sudden sound, a dazzling golden light erupted from the distant black sky, as a white streak seemed to strike something, followed by a peculiar, eerie cry. A fist-sized orb of golden light plummeted from above. "What is that?" exclaimed another cultivator in astonishment. Moments later, his face, hidden beneath a cloak, turned ashen, for that area revealed no trace of the golden spirit insect. In shock, he murmured a few words through his lips, prompting another cultivator to raise his hand without hesitation, summoning a small green hammer, while another conjured countless delicate white threads. In an instant, the two treasures enveloped them in protective embrace. Someone seems to be following me. Stop playing games and show yourself, boomed a lion-hearted figure, exuding an overwhelming aura as he scanned the surroundings with ease. The area was eerily silent, devoid of any presence, as if it were completely empty. Suddenly, a drunken cultivator erupted in fury, snorting defiantly and employing some trick to force his opponent into a corner. Yet at that moment, the buzzing from all directions grew louder, as if drawing near with alarming speed. The cultivators felt a chill creep into their hearts, their eyes widening in fear. After a brief pause, a golden object emerged from the darkness, surrounded by a swarm of golden beetles. This sight incited a commotion among the masked cultivators, startling the two leaders as well. Particularly for those who had previously faced the same spirit insects, the challenge of such a sudden swarm was daunting. Consequently, the expression of the cloaked figure grew grim, as his followers frantically searched for the cultivator skilled in dispelling these insects. However, despite their efforts, they could not uncover his elusive whereabouts, causing a heavy weight to settle in his heart. This indicated that the opponent either possessed a secret for concealing their traces, or, even more troubling, wielded extraordinary powers. You have cornered us. Now grant me a reason. Why do you still refuse to reveal yourself? Are you a hidden one? The masked cultivator, brandishing a jade hammer, shouted, shaking the artifact to emit a green glow. Ah, it is quite easy to find me. I am almost there. Mr. Miao Shuadao, I have come for you. How could we not meet? A mocking voice emerged from the shadows, resonating with calmness, suggesting the speaker was still at a considerable distance. Lin, who are you, and when have I ever wronged you? As the man spoke, the masked cultivator trembled, tearing away his disguise to reveal a youthful face, adorned in a Taoist robe, unmistakably displaying shock. It was none other than the reincarnated Master Miao He. Meanwhile, the cultivator refining the white threads also cast aside his cloak, revealing himself as the companion who had been with Master Miao He during the day. Clad in a yellow Taoist robe, his countenance dark and his gaze continuously surveying the surrounding gloom. As for the few cultivators behind, they were naturally the disciples of the two nascent soul practitioners. However, the reason for their clandestine departure from Bailan Island at this late hour remained a mystery. Upon hearing Miao Hua's inquiry, a burst of maniacal laughter erupted from all directions, only to abruptly cease, revealing no intention of response. This left the group exchanging bewildered glances. Miao Hua, is this individual your enemy? The elder in yellow robe asked the Taoist, his brow furrowing. Chapter 313, Annihilation. Listening to the words of the other party, it appeared as though the confrontation was aimed directly at Miao Hua, instilling a sense of dread within him. Miao Hua shook his feather duster and murmured, "Is this person named Lin? Why do I have no recollection of him?" The evident prowess displayed indicated he was a formidable adversary. Humph. The elder in yellow robe interjected with a cold snort, unable to refrain from cautioning. Regardless of his origins, anyone bold enough to seek us out surely harbors ill intentions. I am well aware of that. Miao Hua nodded in agreement. However, since this individual has come seeking vengeance, he must also be a nascent soul practitioner, an adversary of this caliber named Lin. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black night sky, Lin Mo soared through the air, propelled by azure light, swiftly approaching from the horizon. Within mere moments, he had plunged into the swarm of insects. As the brilliance dimmed, a youth clad in white robes floated gracefully in midair. Lin Mo cast a glance at Miao Hua, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, it seems I've kept you waiting. Will you surrender your spirit stones and treasures willingly? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Lin Mo's demeanor was casual, entirely disregarding the two nascent soul practitioners, Miao Hua and the elder in yellow robe. Observing Lin Mo's nonchalance, Miao Hua could not help but scan him with his spiritual sense, only to find his expression shift dramatically, a hint of trepidation crossing his features. It was alarming to realize that their divine consciousness could not discern the depths of the newcomer's cultivation. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him suggested that he far surpassed both of them, likely a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. What astounded them further was that this individual effortlessly revealed their secrets, leaving them in a state of shock. Esteemed Taoist, I am Huang Kuan from Long Island. What do you mean by high-grade spirit stones? The elder in yellow, cunning and shrewd, quickly donned a smile, attempting to placate. Please do not heed the rumors of others and misunderstand us. Listening to their words, Lin Mo maintained an unperturbed expression, instead chuckling softly. Misunderstand? I distinctly heard your voices. There is no room for doubt. Blame yourselves for seeking out Miaohua and for allowing me to cross paths with you. As he spoke, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, a powerful aura enveloping him. Miaohua, do you recognize Lin? His gaze shifted to Miaohua, the chill in his expression palpable. Upon hearing Lin Mo's unabashed words, the elder in yellow felt his smile falter. You are Lin Mo? You have actually condensed your nascent soul. As Lin Mo responded to the elder in the yellow robe, Master Miaohua felt a flicker of familiarity in the stranger's visage. A sudden epiphany led him to recall events from years past, and he finally recognized Lin Mo, his countenance reflecting disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Master Miaohua, do you recognize this individual? What is his true background? The elder in the yellow robe, filled with a mix of astonishment and anger, inquired as he noticed Miaohua's recognition of the newcomer. Given that the situation left no room for retreat, understanding the adversary's origins seemed prudent. Although the stranger was a practitioner from the Zhongji sect, two early-stage cultivators joining forces need not fear each other. Lin Mo hovered in the air, crossing his arms, casting a cold smile in their direction. Huang Daoyu, this man was the one who received Su Tianjing's orders back then. I never anticipated that after several years of absence, he would emerge as a Yuaning. Miao Shuizhenren furrowed his brow and spoke. What? That man was the one who received the deadly assassination command. I had mentioned that he looked somewhat familiar, but isn't he one of the decisive subordinates? How has he progressed to the mid-stage of infancy in just a few years? The elder in yellow exclaimed in fear. The frequency was uncertain. However, Su Tianzhong was dubbed the first harbinger of disaster from the Star Sea, possibly possessing unimaginable spirit medicines that facilitated such rapid advancement. No one had ever uncovered them, making it plausible. Miao mused, observing the avarice in the elder's eyes. If this is indeed true, we shall face a significant dilemma. Two of us together cannot hope to conquer him. The elder in yellow suddenly fixated on Lin Mo and, utilizing a technique of sound transmission, whispered to Miaohua. I am well aware of that. But do you truly believe you can restrain us should we desire to flee? Miao Shuizhenren's lips twitched into a sinister smile, revealing a robust demeanor. Naturally, decisive individuals would not hesitate when confronted with peril. Indeed, upon hearing this, the elder in the yellow robe appeared dazed, a vacant smile gracing his face. Well, have you concluded your discussion? Once you are finished, I shall escort you both. Dream on if you think you can escape. Lin Mo retorted with a cold, mocking tone. No, we overlooked the fact that he can eavesdrop on our conversation. The expression of the elder in yellow shifted dramatically. The words of the wise or the enlightened are often foolish. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind Lin Mo, reminiscent of tempestuous winds. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, accompanied by a crack of thunder. Be cautious, his magic is peculiar and may utilize blunt instruments. Miao Shuizhenren urged the elder in yellow, his voice tinged with urgency. As if struck by a moment of clarity, Yukiyu simultaneously conjured a radiant shield, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating the air, while the other hand produced a crimson barrier that enveloped him entirely in a mere blink. Meanwhile, the elder in yellow, after casting judgment with both hands, summoned a blinding white light that pierced the heavens. In the ensuing tumult, he enshrouded himself in a dense web of iron. As their magic concluded, Lin Mo materialized in the distance, shimmering with silvery light. Observing the duo's defenses, Lin Mo's face broke into a derisive smirk, yet he offered no response. As he raised his arm, a sharp crack echoed, and violet sparks erupted from his body. The old man, witnessing Lin Mo's ferocity, felt a surge of dread. He gasped, his mouth agape, and suddenly lunged towards the fireball across the white sand. It was as if Lin Mo, enveloped in violet flames, pierced through the disbelief of the myriad deities. On the other side, Hao Zhenren's eyes gleamed with malice. His fingers danced over the jade hammer before him. And at that moment, the painted rainbow emitted a thunderous roar, hurtling straight towards Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo remained indifferent to both assaults, standing resolute amidst the intricate glimmers and violet sparks, a hint of derision playing on his features. An odd scene unfolded. A white thread brushed against the violet sparks and instantly halted as if struck by a tremendous force, revealing a needle as fine as a strand of white hair. Lin Mo waved his arm, drawing the needle, now radiating violet sparks, into himself. The needle shimmered with violet light, and several pieces encased in purple ice fell, lifelessly cascading down. The jade hammer, too, struck lightly against Lin Mo's sleeve, glimmering with purple light, rolling towards him as if propelled by an immense force. However, it bore no effect. Instead, it sparkled momentarily before crystallizing in violet ice. The Taoist's expression turned grave. At that moment, the elder clad in yellow fabric could scarcely believe his eyes, having effortlessly shattered what was typically considered invaluable. The violet flames engulfed Lin Mo, and in fright, the elder's robe fluttered, a silver wheel of law shooting forth. Yet, Lin Mo moved like the wind. The violet flames cascaded downward as he approached the elder in yellow. The foot ring flickered twice, shimmering with golden light, and silently split in two, falling to the ground. The elder, draped in a yellow robe, felt his pupils constrict, his mouth glimmering with yellow and violet light, as he prepared to unleash his prized possession. But in that fleeting moment, Lin Mo's sinister smile emerged, and one hand suddenly became indistinct, vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, the elder in the yellow robe felt a tightening around his neck, an eerie, cold hand resting upon him. Before his eyes, violet light flickered as the treasure he was about to unleash severed its connection. The elder's soul nearly left his body, and with a shriek, he found himself ensnared in violet ice that erupted from his neck, rendering him immobile. Hong Qingyuan's face, set against the icy crystal, bore the weight of astonishment and fear. Lin Mo smirked coldly, one hand holding the frozen figure of the elder, as he glanced at the other individuals present. The four cultivators in the decisive period recognized they could not interfere in the conflict involving the Yuan cultivator, activating their protective treasures and anxiously observing from a distance. Lu Xinzong and Yi Hua exchanged glances as they witnessed the elder in yellow being swiftly captured by Lin Mo, and they shouted in unison before scattering in pursuit of treasure. However, Lin Mo's primary target, Miao Shuizhenren, was quicker to turn and flee than the four cultivators could react. The moment the elder was seized, Miao Shui realized the extent of his shock. Lin Mo's prowess surpassed all imagination. Alone and devoid of any hope of victory, he decisively soared towards the green rainbow. Angry Tide initially feared that the splattering golden beetles might swoop down upon him. Yet these ethereal insects remained motionless in the air, akin to puppets, allowing the beetle to dart away unencumbered. A blend of astonishment and delight flickered momentarily as the radiant light appeared over 100 yards away. Observing this scene, Lin Mo instinctively extended his long arm toward your decisive search. The air was filled with cries of despair. The four engaged in a desperate battle. Treasures glimmered like gold, while torrential rain poured down, sending corpses and the remnants of shattered treasures plummeting from the sky. At that moment, Lin Mo cast another glance at the almost vanishing figure of Miao Shuizhen, smirking coldly, choosing not to pursue. Instead, he grasped the ice sculpture with a hand, and as thunder rumbled, several thick arcs of gold surged forth, enveloping the ice figure in a net. As lightning struck, the ice sculpture shattered amidst the golden collapse, revealing a diminutive yellow infant, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to an elderly man clad in yellow. The infant was startled, swiftly engaging in a duel with both hands, emitting a sharp crack before vanishing instantaneously. Yet, in that fleeting moment, with the rumble of the gold mine, the infant's spirit materialized, manifesting a golden lake that could not be repelled by the thunderous sound. Lin Mo remained silent, one hand weaving the golden net to capture the air, which suddenly constricted into a golden sphere, imprisoning the infant within. Raising his hand, he released several talismans that adhered to the infant. As the spiritual energy within the baby solidified, it became immobile in an instant. With both hands behind him, Lin Mo squinted towards the place where Miao he had disappeared. The real person was already several hundred feet away, his power surging within him, almost as swift as lightning. However, during the initial investigation of the infant, he occasionally glanced around, concerned that Lin Mo might follow. Noticing the perpetual darkness behind him, aesthetics relaxed slightly, though the tension remained unabated. Unbeknownst to aesthetics, in the moment he turned, a faint silver gleam, devoid of brilliance, flickered, and a blue shadow emerged like a specter. This shadow seemed to sway gently, closely trailing behind the blunt weapon, not faltering in the slightest. It was, of course, a puppet that Lin Mo had stealthily released long ago. With a whoosh, the puppet raised its hand blankly, a silver fist silently lunging forward. With a swift motion, The red shield enveloping Angry Tide disintegrated like paper as the silver fist penetrated through, striking directly against Angry Tide's back, causing the shield to disperse entirely. Following this, a signal detected an anomaly behind, startling him, yet he remained unresponsive. With a creak, the fist appeared stained with bright red blood on Angry Tide's chest. And with another fierce strike, a gaping wound emerged. Miao Shuezhen emitted a thunderous scream, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. The puppet rubbed its cold hands together, shrouded in a silver light net around its head. After finishing a cup of tea, it leisurely descended upon the misty mountaintop, where a silver rainbow appeared, darting away with a smile upon its face. With a resounding crash, various apprentices of the floating palace plummeted from above, landing at Lin Mo's feet, obscured by a shimmering silver net. Shortly thereafter, a puppet emerged, standing behind Lin. Lin Mo took a moment to observe, bloodied and barely alive. The crane's face bore a peculiar semblance of a smile. 2 hours later, a blue rainbow vanished from Thunder God Island, soaring into the distance before disappearing entirely. Lin Mo's expression turned perilous as he toyed with 2 verdant storage pouches, each containing over 100 high-grade spirit stones, belonging to an elderly man clad in Miao crane fabric and yellow cloth. It seemed the intention was to discreetly return to Bailing Island. The aesthetics appeared to have allied with other factions on the island, seeking to rely on the anti-sacred alliance to seize control of the nearby Bailing Island. Months later, Lin Mo returned safely. However, upon entering the nearby waters, he noticed an oddity. There were no signs of search personnel along his route, which was rather peculiar. Simultaneously, blue light screens began to rise above the island, alongside a massive array of light. A fleeting shadow passed, revealing that the surrounding sea was deserted, as though all cultivators had concealed themselves on the island. Lin Mo lingered for a moment, then ventured to the nearby seabed to investigate. Confirming the absence of any anomalies before his surprise led him to soar towards the island's entrance. The fluctuations here were notably gentle, suggesting it was a designated entry point for controlling the array. Chapter 314. The transaction in the distance. The blue rainbow flickered, eventually settling upon the light screen ahead. As brilliance danced, Lin Mo's figure materialized in the air. With a slight shift of his gaze towards the distant light screen, he gently raised his right hand. In an instant, a faint light screen gradually dissipated. "Who goes there?" A voice of anger resonated from within the array. Suspended in midair, Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. "Humph. Is my name something you juniors can casually inquire about? Release the restrictions. I have urgent matters to attend to on the island." Sensing Lin Mo's formidable strength, the cultivators within the array were filled with trepidation, hastily explaining, "It is an honor to have a Yuanying stage senior among us. Please forgive our rudeness." They could not be blamed. These were indeed extraordinary times, with a multitude of demonic beasts appearing upon the sea. Just 2 days prior, they had assaulted the island. Had it not been for this, their fear would not have been so palpable. "You must still prove your identity before entry is granted." The voice from within the island continued. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, retorting, "Is that so? How do you propose I prove my identity? Could the senior please disclose your name and origin, or present an item that validates your identity?" The cultivators, having witnessed Lin Mo's formidable prowess, exchanged cautious smiles. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo flicked his wrist. A strand of golden light shot forth, revealing a token that sped through the air, vanishing into the light screen. This was the guest token bestowed upon Lin Mo by the twin saints of the celestial star. "Ah, it is indeed Senior Lin. Please forgive our offense. I shall grant you immediate access." A voice of astonishment echoed from beyond the light screen. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo felt a stir in his heart, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, standing there in silence. After but a brief moment, the azure light screen before him trembled, and after a flash of brilliance, a fissure split open. Lin Mo's figure swayed, transforming into a dazzling streak as he soared into the rift. The fissure then began to hum and gradually sealed itself, returning to its original form. As he emerged from the light screen, Lin Mo was greeted by a sudden illumination, revealing over a dozen cultivators of the Star Palace, clad in white robes, standing in 2 neat rows. With a graceful swirl, Lin Mo materialized before these practitioners. "Are you a disciple of Elder Lin?" A middle-aged cultivator rushed forth, bowing respectfully, his voice trembling slightly, and his complexion appeared a tad pale. indicating he had yet to fully recover from the recent encounter. Are you safeguarding this place? Lin Mo inquired, his brows arching in surprise. The other cultivators of the city palace seemed only to be engaged in rudimentary construction, their defenses too feeble. The monsters had fiercely assaulted the small island, compelling the other Taoist sects to retreat to the village for respite. They were merely taking turns to await the arrival of students. But please rest assured, Elder Lin. The nearest village is merely over 100 miles away, the man continued, explaining earnestly. Refer to me as Elder Lin, Lin Mo interjected, his expression suddenly darkening as an aura of formidable dominance erupted from his being, causing the man to stagger back in fear. Elder Lin. The palace had reported your appearance and identity to the disciples on the island months ago, the man stammered, regaining his composure as if startled. Indeed. I had not anticipated such concern from the two princesses, Lin Mo replied, casting a sidelong glance before unexpectedly bursting into laughter, his imposing aura vanishing without a trace. The man exhaled a sigh of relief, chuckling in response. At that moment, Lin Mo lifted his gaze towards the interior of the island, his eyes flickering momentarily before he asked nonchalantly, Have you informed the others? Yes, as soon as the disciples received news of your presence. They would immediately notify the elders on the island to receive you, the man replied, speaking animatedly. Lin Mo's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any joy or sorrow, causing the man to tremble inwardly. Just then, a flash of white light illuminated the distant sky, followed by a voice descending from above, the light shooting forth towards them. Elder Lin is being welcomed by Elder Zhao, the man hastily remarked. Lin Mo merely nodded, his demeanor stiffening as he stood immobile with his arms crossed. Observing Lin Mo's panicked countenance, the man felt a surge of alarm. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo was a formidable practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Yet he sensed that Lin Mo was poised to leap into action, making him hesitant to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Suspecting he was perhaps a newly acquired master of the city palace. In a flash of light, a white rainbow arced downward, and as the brilliance receded, an elderly man with graying hair emerged, clad in ornate robes and adorned with a jade belt. His elongated brows instilled a sense of awe. This elder was indeed a cultivator at the initial stage of the nascent soul. The other party quickly spotted Lin Mo standing at the front of the crowd, their eyes lighting up as they stepped forward with a clasped fist and said, Is it Brother Lin? I, Zhao, apologize for not welcoming you properly and hope for your understanding. The elderly man wore a broad smile, as if he and Lin Mo were longtime friends. Lin Mo's eyebrows twitched slightly, yet he responded composedly, You are too kind, my friend. I have heard that Silver Shark Island has not been very peaceful in recent days. What is the current situation? Is it you, Taoist Zhao, who oversees matters on the island? Haha. Although a horde of demon beasts has come to disturb our island, not a single transformation beast has appeared, merely a case of alarm without danger. However, the one in charge on the island is not I, but Elder Ning. He is currently outside, investigating the reasons for the assault by these beasts. My reason for coming here is specifically to await your arrival, Brother Lin, the smiling elder replied. Awaiting me? Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, this is a direct instruction from two revered saints of our palace. They wish to meet you when you return to the inner sea. To be honest, I have been waiting on the island for several months now. The elder continued with a grin. Oh, what matter could warrant such effort on your part? Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an undercurrent of significant trouble. Haha. This matter requires careful discussion, and this is not the place for it. How about we move to a more secluded area nearby? The elder suggested with a mysterious smile. Very well. Let us speak further at that small hill over there. Lin Mo pondered briefly, his gaze sweeping around before pointing at an unnamed hill some 10 miles away. Agreed. As you wish, Brother Lin. The elder readily accepted after glancing at the hill. Nodding, Lin Mo watched as the elder instructed several disciples of the sacred palace, and then they both transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly departing. In an instant, they reached the summit of the hill. If Taoist Zhao has something to convey on behalf of your palace master, please feel free to speak directly, Lin Mo inquired curiously as he landed. Haha, Lin Mo. There is no need for such caution, the elder chuckled, stroking his few chin hairs. What do you think of our palace, Taoist Lin? What of it? Lin Mo felt a peculiar sense of unease, yet maintained his composure and continued to watch intently. Indeed, she is the beloved daughter of our palace's saint. She has reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age due to her innate talent. The elder nodded repeatedly. However, what do you mean by your counter-question? Lin Mo displayed a look of confusion. Elder Ling possesses commendable aptitude, but naturally falls short compared to you, Brother Lin. Yet both of you are prodigies. If the two could support each other hand in hand, perhaps there lies a slim chance of success on the path of immortality. Would you be willing to be paired with Elder Ling? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately understood the elder's intentions. It seemed he wished for him to become a dual cultivation partner with Ling Yuling. While Lin Mo was not averse to the concept of such a partnership, he would never agree to remain in this chaotic starry sea. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. The elder gazed at Lin Mo's expression, his astonishment evident as he murmured to himself, "Such an extraordinary opportunity. Could it truly be that the other party was unwilling?" The celestial realm spirit maidens were originally akin to the horns of a qilin or the feathers of a phoenix. Moreover, when the age difference is minimal, such circumstances are rare to encounter. Consequently, while it is well known that the dual cultivation technique offers numerous benefits for cultivation, most practitioners in the realm of Yuan-ing can only be accepted by a select few, such as the resolute or blessing altar nuns. In truth, genuine couples practicing this technique are nearly non-existent. Occasionally, there might be one spirit maiden, followed by 7 or 8 nuns. As the elder initially surmised, Ling Yuling was a Yuan-ing practitioner of remarkable beauty, the beloved daughter of a renowned sovereign of the Holy Palace. Was this not a matter of fated connection? Yet the other party appeared remarkably indifferent, displaying a reluctance that far exceeded the elder's expectations. Nevertheless, as a late-stage Yuan-ing master, the other party concealed any dissatisfaction, maintaining a courteous demeanor while curiously and warmly stating, "If you and Elder Ling's auspicious union is successful, you shall enter our city." Observing Brother Lin's cultivation, it is only natural that you would become the protagonist of the next generation in the Holy Palace. In such a case, Lin Mo would unwittingly ascend to the position of the Palace Lord of the Star Palace. The elder elaborated enthusiastically on the benefits promised by the celestial stars, inadvertently revealing an envious tone. Lin Mo remained silent, yet as the other continued to speak at length without pause, he sighed deeply and finally spoke. While he expressed gratitude for the master's grace, he felt compelled to decline this matter. "What? Brother Lin is quite astute in his considerations," Zhao Lao remarked. After several days of contemplation, he would not rush to respond. Zhao was unperturbed, waving at Lin Mo with a smile. "Take your time to ponder. If matters were mishandled, it would be difficult for him to deal with the twin stars upon his return." It was not that Lin Mo harbored disinterest in the esteemed Yu Ling or held any bias against their palace. Rather, he had already committed to a partner who was also a Yuan-ing practitioner, Lin Mo stated slowly. "In that case, there is no recourse. It seems that Elder Ling and you share a fated connection," Zhao expressed, "yet it will still leave a sense of regret." Upon hearing Lin Mo's reasoning, the elderly Zhao's expression suddenly shifted. With a justifiable excuse to take his leave, it became considerably easier to explain. However, there was a peculiar sensation in his heart. As if for the past century, apart from Ling Yuling, no other new Yuan-ing female practitioners had emerged in the Lan Saint Sea. Was the other party's partner also of high rank, thus gaining widespread renown? The twin stars had never mentioned to others that Lin Mo was an outsider. He was certainly regarded as a devoted practitioner immersed in arduous cultivation. As for Elder Ling's situation, it was not something he could insist upon. However, the two holy sovereigns had instructed Zhao upon his arrival that if the friend was unwilling to agree to the matter of dual cultivation, he should convey a message on their behalf, wondering if Brother Lin might be interested in hearing a word or two. With a sigh, Elder Zhao shifted the topic. "Naturally, I would be interested in hearing it," Lin Mo replied without hesitation, his eyes glinting momentarily. Since the Star Palace had failed to entice him, he was not surprised that further schemes would follow. "It is nothing significant, merely that the two holy sovereigns wish to meet with you formally one last time. Certainly, the meeting location may be chosen by the Taoist friend, as long as it remains within the coastal waters near Star City. The Holy One has instructed me to convey that the subject of this negotiation pertains to breaking through the bottleneck of the transformation into deity stage. I sincerely hope Brother Lin will agree to this matter." The elder with the surname Zhao's expression turned grave. "Related to the breakthrough of transformation into deity?" Lin Mo pondered, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Had it not been for the last remark added by the other party, he would have outright declined without a second thought. However, Given the significance of the matter, he could not afford to dismiss it lightly. After all, he had no leads on the breakthrough to transformation into deity. Even if it involved some risks, he did not wish to miss this opportunity. If the esteemed Holy Palace does not mind, I shall await your esteemed presence on a small island 3,000 miles north of Star City in 3 days, Lin Mo stated calmly after a moment of contemplation. With his current abilities, as long as he was not trapped in a desperate situation or besieged by too many nascent soul cultivators, he had nothing to fear from any ambush. Thus, negotiating with the dual saints of the Star Palace seemed most appropriate. Very well, I shall faithfully report this to the Holy One, the Elder Zhao replied, a look of joy appearing on his face as Lin Mo readily agreed. After exchanging a few more words with him, Lin Mo took his leave. The elder seemed to sense Lin Mo's disinterest in lingering and did not attempt to persuade him to stay. Lin Mo required no company and headed directly to the teleportation array located on the island. With Lin Mo's current flying speed, he arrived at the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. A dazzling azure rainbow flashed, and Lin Mo mysteriously appeared before several individuals. Greetings, Senior Lin. The long-haired cultivator recognized Lin Mo at once and hurriedly stepped forward to bow and smile in greeting. I wish to return to the inner sea. Is there any issue with the teleportation array? Lin Mo inquired nonchalantly. Of course, there is no problem, Senior. The Star Palace cultivator replied swiftly, promptly handing Lin Mo a teleportation talisman without him needing to ask. Although Lin Mo possessed a grand relocation order, he accepted the talisman without hesitation and stepped into the array. A moment later, the stone chamber was illuminated by the white light of teleportation, and Lin Mo vanished without a trace. Upon Lin Mo's arrival, the other cultivators, who had initially displayed expressions of reverence, finally relaxed, their demeanor returning to normal. One of the core formation cultivators, familiar with the long-haired cultivator, could not help but ask, Brother Yu, is that elder from your esteemed palace? He seems rather unfamiliar. Chapter 315. The long-haired cultivator chuckled, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. With a flicker of his form, he replied, Not quite. I have indeed seen that elder once. He possesses our Star Palace's guest elder token, although it has yet to be officially announced, in my opinion. It is only a matter of time before he becomes an elder of our Star Palace. I see. The core formation cultivator's eyes sparkled with envy. So, it seems your Star Palace's influence will significantly increase. That elder appears to possess techniques for maintaining youth. I wonder if he is in the early or mid-nascent soul stage. The long-haired cultivator shook his head, appearing somewhat hesitant. After all, this matter is not something that a mere core formation cultivator can comprehend. I am not entirely certain. But this elder seems to possess some protective treasures, making it impossible to ascertain his exact cultivation level. However, if I were to conjecture, I would estimate he is likely at the early stage of nascent soul. If he were a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, how could he remain so inconspicuous? After all, mid-stage nascent soul cultivators are bound to be renowned. Even if they choose seclusion, they would not be entirely devoid of news. Nearby, a cultivator with a sword on his back nodded in agreement, then sighed. I too believe this to be the case. Yet even so, I cannot hope to compare. TSK. The sword cultivator clicked his tongue, unable to suppress a sigh. This is a lifespan of over 1,000 years. I wonder if we will ever have the chance to condense our nascent souls. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the desolation in one another's eyes. The difficulty of a core formation cultivator breaking through to the nascent soul stage is self-evident. Without a significant opportunity, the chance of breakthrough is utterly non-existent. As time flowed by, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over 3,000 miles north of the Star Palace lies a small island, merely a few miles in size, adorned with flourishing corals. A young man with long hair, clad in a white robe, sat serenely upon a red reef. His eyes tightly shut, he immersed himself in silent cultivation. Alas, according to the normal progression of cultivation, my corpse guardian still cannot break through to the spirit transformation stage. Lin Mo sighed softly, shaking his head gently. However, this is to be expected. Breaking through to the spirit transformation stage is no simple feat. Even with the exceptional aptitude of the corpse guardian, it seems that utilizing the Yuan Magnet Mountain is a necessity. With this thought, Lin Mo slowly rose, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes, revealing a sense of helplessness. A few days prior, upon returning to the inner sea through a teleportation array, Lin Mo had not hesitated for a moment and immediately departed from the giant island. His plan was quite straightforward: to linger in this sea for several days before preparing to meet the dual-colored star at any moment. Even after breaking through to the spirit transformation stage, Lin Mo remained exceedingly cautious. Seated cross-legged, a powerful consciousness surged forth from within him. As his awareness spread, it enveloped a radius of several hundred miles completely. Even the pitch-black depths of the ocean, thousands of feet below, and the towering sky above, were under Lin Mo's vigilant observation. As time passed, noon arrived in an instant. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its radiance downwards. The blinding sunlight caused Lin Mo to squint slightly, but soon his expression shifted as he suddenly gazed to his right. A glimmer of clarity sparkled in his eyes. At the horizon before him, a flash of white light flickered, followed by two streaks of escaping light appearing side by side, hurtling towards the small island. Lin Mo did not immediately rise. Instead, he lifted his gaze, his face betraying no emotion. The two cultivators, having obviously spotted Lin Mo on the island, hastened their escape light, the sound of rushing air echoing as the white light descended upon the island, revealing a man and a woman. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, her skin as white as snow, with hair flowing like clouds. Clad in an exquisite green palace gown, she exuded an air of grandeur and elegance. In contrast, the man, a scholarly figure in his 40s dressed in white robes, bore an ordinary visage, yet his thick, sword-like brows and an ominous aura emanating from him painted a stark picture, his countenance as cold as ice. The two hovered over 30 feet above the ground, both scrutinizing Lin Mo. Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet, his body floating upwards as if moved by an unseen force. Moments later, he ascended to the same height as the pair. The illustrious names of the twin saints of the Star Sea were well known to Lin Mo, and he felt immensely fortunate to encounter both of them simultaneously. He chuckled lightly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither overly respectful nor dismissive. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's composed expression, the woman in palace attire, known as Wenqing, smiled radiantly, her presence seemingly blossoming like a garden in full bloom. There are but a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the Star Sea. Since Lin Daoist has kindly agreed to meet with my husband and me, how could we ever let this opportunity slip away? This is my husband, Ling Xiaofeng. Though we possess some renown, few truly know our names, she stated, her crimson lips parting slightly. Lin Mo offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond, yet his gaze meticulously examined the man for a moment, inadvertently locking eyes with the latter's cold stare. Both felt a sudden chill in their hearts, a mutual understanding that the other was not to be underestimated. I heard from Elder Zhao that Lin has already taken a dual cultivation partner, a female cultivator of the nascent soul stage. What a pity. However, among all the female cultivators advancing to the nascent soul in the Star Sea, even the most dedicated practitioners would surely be known to our Star Palace, Ling Xiaofeng remarked, his words causing Lin Mo's expression to subtly shift. You are not originally from our Star Sea, are you? You hail from the Great Gene. Lin Mo exhaled softly, his mind racing. He neither confirmed nor denied the statement, yet his tone naturally led the twin saints to solidify their assumptions. The man's expression shifted to one of recognition, as if to say, indeed, it must be said that the Great Gene is renowned as a sacred land for cultivating immortality. My spouse and I have certainly undertaken a journey there. However, there exists but one ancient teleportation array leading from the Chaos Star Sea to the Great Gene. Its location shrouded in mystery. Even for us, venturing there carries inherent risks, which is why few nascent soul cultivators have made the journey. Aside from the past leaders of the Star Palace, it is common knowledge that very few cultivators are aware of this ancient teleportation array. Yet, our Star Palace maintains a dedicated elder station nearby, always on watch. If you arrived in the Star Sea via this teleportation array, we would undoubtedly be aware of your arrival. Furthermore, if someone were to invest over a decade traversing through various other seas, they might reach the Great Gene. However, the journey is fraught with peril, as one could easily be devoured by unknown beasts. Rarely would anyone undertake such folly. May I inquire how you arrived in our Star Sea, Lin brother? Wenqing asked, her gaze flickering with curiosity, her tone unguarded and straightforward. Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted as he cast a glance at the two, stating with an air of indifference, I also arrived here by mere coincidence, not by design. And the method of my arrival is not easily replicated. He slightly shook his head, his words a blend of truth and falsehood, leaving the two uncertain of how to respond. Ling Xiaofeng and Wen Qing exchanged glances. Though their hearts were filled with suspicion, they refrained from probing further. The man spoke again. Did Elder Zhao mention the purpose of my wife and I seeking your esteemed presence? A bit, Lin Mo replied. It is said that you two aim to discuss matters related to the breakthrough to the transformation stage with me. How could I not be compelled to attend? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo chuckled lightly. Indeed, my husband and I have been trapped in the late nascent soul stage for several centuries. Yet we believe we can guide you, fellow cultivators, to avoid some detours and provide several effective secret techniques for achieving the transformation stage. Of course, whether these methods will yield success ultimately depends on your own fortunes. The elegantly dressed woman maintained her smile, her voice melodious as she replied, "Oh, such a delightful opportunity. You wouldn't share these secrets without some form of compensation, would you?" Lin Mo did not display overt joy. Instead, a hint of seriousness flickered in his gaze. If you agree to unite with Yu Ling as her husband, we would, of course, impose no conditions. However, if you do not hold such intentions, my husband and I will have to consider a transaction with you. Wen Qing spoke leisurely. What kind of transaction? Do share, Wen Daoist. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the woman's delicate features, his expression remaining composed. Quite simply, I wish to exchange these secret techniques and insights for your assistance in ensuring that my daughter masters the Star Palace until she can firmly occupy the position of its leader. Wen Qing stated, her demeanor now serious. Assist you, Ling? Lin Mo surveyed the two, recognizing that this was not an insurmountable task, given that Ling Yuling possessed considerable talent. Even without his aid, she could eventually break through to the transformation stage and ascend to the spirit realm. Agreeing to this would merely be a matter of going with the flow. Before him, the Heavenly Star duo remained patient, quietly observing Lin Mo as if awaiting his response. Daoist Ling, you are currently merely in the early nascent soul stage, correct? Lin Mo inquired solemnly. Indeed, the elegantly dressed woman replied, her eyebrows arching in a smile, seemingly anticipating Lin Mo's next question. How confident are you in your ability to facilitate Yu Ling's advancement to the late stage? 100 years, 200 years, or perhaps even longer? Lin Mo asked gradually. We possess a means to help her reach the mid-stage within a century. But advancing to the late stage is no simple matter. It ultimately depends on her own fortuity, Ling Xiaofeng replied coldly. Do you believe that someone without late nascent soul cultivation can secure a stable position as the leader of the Star Palace? Surely you wouldn't want me to squander several hundred years on this endeavor? Lin Mo remarked, stroking his chin with a cold smile. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Wen Qing's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. If you find this condition excessive, we can certainly negotiate alternative terms. You must also harbor a disdain for those clowns from the Reverse Star Alliance. If you agree to assist us in eliminating the 6 paths and Wansangu, it would be most beneficial. We too can offer the secret art of cultivation with both hands. The woman smiled charmingly. Lin Mo cast a glance at the two, his expression frosty, and shook his head. A gentleman does not stand before a precarious wall. Those of the 6 paths and the renowned Wansangu have been established cultivators for quite some time, even with the 3 of us joining forces. It may not suffice to subdue them. Pausing for a moment, Lin Mo continued, I have matters to attend to as well. Once this affair is settled, I shall retreat into seclusion immediately. Upon hearing these words, the woman in the palace attire reigned in her smile, and though she remained silent, her dissatisfaction was palpable. However, the man beside her, Ling Xiaofeng, spoke up. Brother Lin may be unaware, but the breakthrough technique we provide for transcending to the divine transformation stage is the result of countless years of research by numerous masters of the Star Palace. Its value is immeasurable to us late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Surely, you do not expect to receive such a treasure without any cost. The man, bearing a menacing demeanor, adopted a less cordial tone. I would not presume such a thing, for although the past masters of the Star Palace were predominantly late-stage nascent soul cultivators, few have managed to break through to the divine transformation stage. While these methods and techniques for transcending are indeed exceedingly rare, I harbor some doubts regarding their efficacy for myself, Lin Mo expressed. Naturally, I cannot acquiesce to your terms. They seem rather simplistic. Fully aware of the unfolding scenario, Lin Mo chose not to respond directly. Instead, he feigned dissatisfaction with the proposal of the celestial twin saints, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold gaze upon the two. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the couple across from him wore expressions of discomfort. Yet, they ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Instead, after exchanging glances, they began to communicate silently, their lips moving subtly before Lin Mo. Observing this, Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, but he remained indifferent, gazing skyward. After a brief interval, the couple, seemingly having concluded their discussion, Ling Xiaofeng stated impassively, "My wife and I shall trade these items in exchange for your assistance to our daughter on 3 future occasions. As long as you lend your help 3 times, this transaction will be settled. I can agree to this, but only under circumstances where Daoist Yu Ling's life is at risk and within the limits of my capabilities." Lin Mo pondered briefly before consenting. "Very well. There is no need for you to make any oaths. Given your esteemed status as a great cultivator, I trust you will honor your word. I possess 3 ancient talismans crafted by exceptional cultivators using unique methods. Even across vast distances, inscribing on one jade talisman will instantly reveal the inscription on the other." With a slight flick of his sleeve, 3 shimmering white jade talismans materialized before him. He then waved his finger through the air, and a slender golden thread flickered. The talismans split in 2, transforming into 6. With a sweep of his robe, 3 of the talismans vanished without a trace. The remaining 3, upon a breath from the man, shot forth as 3 beams of white light. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, reaching out to grasp the 3 half-talisman pieces. Glancing at them carelessly, the intricate inscriptions on the surface of the jade talismans were undeniably complex. Despite being fractured, they still emanated a radiant glow, unmistakably hinting at their extraordinary nature. Without uttering a word, Lin Mo deftly turned his palm and stowed them away in his storage bag. Chapter 316. Each with their own thoughts. The insights regarding our breakthrough into the transformation god stage are encapsulated within this jade slip. With your experience, you can surely discern its authenticity. A faint smile graced Wenqing's lips as he slowly extended his right hand. A flicker of green radiance swiftly hovered before Lin Mo. Gazing at the jade slip before him, Lin Mo's eyes shimmered with a glint of brilliance. He possessed ample methods to transcend the transformation god stage. After 9 transformations, his cultivation faced no hindrance, soaring to new heights. Naturally, he would not be confined by any so-called barriers of rank. However, in plotting for the Yuan magnetic divine mountain, Lin Mo had to proceed with caution. With determination, he reached out his right hand toward the jade slip. A subtle stream of light entwined itself around the slip in an instant. Simultaneously, the red glow upon the jade slip began to dissipate at a visible pace. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Mo nodded slightly, his mind swirling with thoughts as he delved into the slip. 7 distinct secret techniques flooded into Lin Mo's consciousness. Though he remained silent, a contemplative air enveloped him. Meanwhile, Wenqing cast a glance at Ling Xiaofeng beside him, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Clearly, everything transpired according to his design. After the passage of half a stick of incense, Lin Mo gradually lowered the jade slip, then lifted his gaze towards Wenqing, stating calmly, "Indeed, this is of significant benefit to me. Since you, Taoist Lin, are convinced of the jade slip's authenticity, our transaction is thus concluded. My spouse and I have other pressing matters to attend to, so we shall not linger any longer." Ling Xiaofeng's eyes glimmered as he spoke softly. "Huh." Lin Mo chuckled lightly, responding to the two. "This place is the territory of the Star Palace. If we are to take our leave, it is I who shall depart." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo's figure shimmered and transformed into an ethereal silhouette, vanishing from sight. As the white light surged, the very spot where Lin Mo had stood crystallized into ice. Such a profound mastery of ice magic was indeed rare. Even the twin saints of the heavenly stars could not hide their astonishment. No wonder this individual exuded such pride, with such formidable abilities. Even we may not stand as his equal. Wenqing's eyes flickered as she turned to her husband, expressing her concern. But with this turn of events, will he truly fall for our ruse? Humph. Ling Xiaofeng scoffed, exuding confidence. If he desires to break through to the transformation god stage, he will undoubtedly be deceived. Moreover, the secret techniques we provided are genuine, albeit their effects are minimal and nearly unattainable. Yet, the method to utilize the powers of the 5 elements to reach the transformation god stage is the most practical. This youth is still so young. Now is indeed the perfect time for him to cultivate the Yuan magnetic divine light. If all goes smoothly, He could very well master it before the impending deadline. Do you think he would forsake such an ostensibly accessible shortcut? At this point, a slight smile crept upon Ling Xiaofeng's lips. Indeed, while we have merely touched upon the characteristics of the Yuan magnetic divine light and its profound abilities upon mastery, it is evident that even if one does not aspire to transcend to the divine transformation stage, the allure of this formidable technique would render relinquishment unlikely. Furthermore, should he pursue the cultivation of the Yuan magnetic divine light, he would inevitably have to draw upon the power of the Yuan magnetic mountain, dutifully retracing our established path. In the end, trapped within the Star Palace, he would find little else to occupy his time. It is only when the final hour arrives that he may come to recognize the stringent requirements of cultivating the Yuan magnetic divine light, though by then, an unmeasurable time may have elapsed. Wen Qing smiled faintly, yet her words sent a chill through the heart. By that time, we, Yu Ling, shall have successfully advanced, and thus we shall not fear his retribution. However, should Yu Ling fail to ascend to the later stage, what then? Ling Xiaofeng's gaze flickered. Clearly troubled by the prospect of being avenged by Lin Mo, Wen Qing gently shook her head, murmuring, "We have already afforded him ample time. If he cannot progress to the later stage, it can only be said that this child's fate is thus, and he should promptly relinquish any ambition of controlling the Star Palace and content himself as a loose cultivator." Indeed, Ling Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Without the cultivation of the later stage, it would indeed be challenging to instill fear in the elders of the palace. Even with a backup plan, it would not endure for long. Nevertheless, the pressing matter remains to return and impart the ritual methods of the Yuan magnetic mountain to Yu Ling. Only in this way will that lad heed Yu Ling's commands. Ling Xiaofeng's eyes shimmered as he suddenly remarked, "In my opinion, should Yu Ling harness the power of dual cultivation along with a plethora of elixirs, he may stand a decent chance of ascending to the later stage. Only thus can we resolve this young man's predicament. With over a century remaining, we must also address the 6 paths and Wan Sangu. Yet, it seems that disturbances have arisen among the demon cultivators in the outer seas, and it appears we must temporarily cease hostilities with the Anti-Star Alliance, prioritizing the resolution of the Wan High Demon beasts first." The woman in palace attire furrowed her brows, expressing her helplessness. Ling Xiaofeng snorted. These demon cultivators are truly courting their demise. Do they suppose we have not seen a divine transformation cultivator emerge from the inner sea for many years? They wish to tear apart the agreements of Ur. Yet the inner sea has long been fortified by our cultivators, as impenetrable as a copper wall or iron bastion. At this juncture, Ling Xiaofeng hesitated briefly before continuing. Moreover, to my knowledge, the outer sea cultivators are not a united front. Are you referring to the conflict between the dragon and the swan and eye clans? Wen Qing inquired, her expression shifting. Indeed, it is precisely the matters between these two great demon clans. Ling Xiaofeng nodded, speaking candidly. 300 years ago, a 10th-level elder of the Swan and Eye clan passed away, and naturally, the Dragon clan is unwilling to remain subordinate. As long as we orchestrate the strife between the two clans, our inner sea shall rest easy. At this point, Ling Xiaofeng appeared quite pleased with himself. Wen Qing smiled gently, her gaze toward Ling Xiaofeng filled with affection. "My husband is so astute, it shall surely pose no issue." Ling Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. "At present, I believe it wise for the outer sea to temporarily withdraw, consolidating all our forces to the inner sea. Until Yu Ling takes command of the Star Palace, we must prioritize stability. Indeed, my grievances with the Elder of the 6 Paths shall also find resolution in due course." Wen Qing's voice chilling as she spoke. "How is it that you still cannot let go of matters from years past?" Ling Xiaofeng paused momentarily at the words, his brow furrowing in inquiry. "How could I easily forget this? Had it not been for our encounter, I would have long since turned to dust. During the last great battle, had it not been for the constraints of the Yuan magnetic divine light, I would never have allowed him to slip away." The woman in palace attire suddenly contorted her beautiful visage with rage. Ling Xiaofeng, witnessing this scene, fell silent for a moment before finally exhaling a sigh. "Very well. In that case, when we next annihilate them, I shall leave the 6 paths for you to personally handle." As soon as he uttered these words, Ling Xiaofeng transformed into a streak of white light, shooting back along the path. The woman, Wen Qing, remained behind, her expression shifting between uncertainty and determination for a while, before she stamped her foot and also propelled herself forward in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already departed. Magic Lake Island, a nondescript isle situated near the fringe of the Interstar Sea, is known only to a handful of wandering cultivators residing on the nearby islands. The island's peculiar name is derived from the presence of a material known as green copper, found within several lakes scattered across its terrain. Although this material is not particularly rare, it is essential for crafting certain unique magical artifacts, prompting low-tier cultivators to occasionally venture forth to harvest it. The lakes themselves, possibly owing to the abundance of green copper, glisten with an emerald hue far surpassing that of ordinary waters. Remarkably, mortals who accidentally fall into the lakes find themselves buoyed to the surface, unable to sink. Thus, the fame of Magic Lake gradually spread among the neighboring islands. However, the island is largely devoid of trees and lacks spiritual veins, resulting in a scarcity of visitors. On this particular day, a gathering of 50 to 60 low-tier cultivators assembled by one of the lakes, hurriedly setting up several intricate temporary magical formations. Among them were primarily Chi refinement stage cultivators, with only 6 or 7 at the foundation establishment stage. In the low skies above the lake, 3 core formation stage cultivators huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. This time, we cannot afford failure. My senior brother and I have nearly invested all our resources to break the prohibition, totaling over 200,000 spirit stones. If we fail again, we shall be left with nothing, said an elderly man clad in gray, his face etched with wrinkles, as he gazed intently at the other 2 individuals. Humph, Senior Wu. You are rather boastful. Among the 3 of us, it appears you possess the most resources. The Golden Ming Tower you established is quite renowned in the surrounding seas. Surely, you must have ample spirit stones, retorted a handsome young man in blue with a scoff. Little did you know, Lei, that while the Golden Ming Tower may seem grand, it is currently being squeezed out of business by larger establishments like the Huayan Pavilion. It is barely hanging on, sighed the elderly man in gray, adopting a look of resignation. Why, brother your Golden Ming Tower has been in operation for more than a year. If there were no tangible benefits, how could it have endured this long? The final speaker, a strikingly beautiful woman in a crimson blouse, with a curvaceous figure and captivating, peach blossom-like eyes, remarked. Indeed, the Golden Ming Tower did earn a fair number of spirit stones a few years ago. Over a century ago, after the sudden disappearance of our patriarch, the nascent soul cultivators found themselves adrift, and my Golden Ming Tower was swiftly besieged by rival establishments. A few years prior, our situation was relatively stable, as the might of the barbarians kept them at bay. However, following the grievous injuries sustained by our master at the hands of the 6 Paths, which ultimately led to his demise 20 years ago, our fortunes dwindled. Were it not for the guidance of our esteemed predecessors, and had I not been resolute in my investigative pursuits, our vast inheritance would have likely been devoured by others. Where would the junior disciples find the liberty to traverse in such a manner? The elder's gray visage was etched with a bittersweet smile. The younger generation remains oblivious to the truths behind the words of Senior Wu. The spirit stones I presented were no fewer than those offered by my elders. There are many who have endured hardship since our master's disappearance. It is well known that countless cultivators, irked by our master's fiery temper, have sought to retaliate since his absence. I have been their target for decades, only recently managing to extricate myself from their pursuit. Nevertheless, Senior Wu must establish his own influence and forge connections with kin to find peace of mind. The man in the azure robe emanated a palpable aura of menace, tinged with the scent of blood. What you say, junior brother, is misplaced. Were it not for the multitude of disciples under my wing, I would have long since vanished into obscurity. Why endure such hardship? The elder in gray could not suppress a sigh, reflecting on the exorbitant annual expenses, compounded by the necessity to pay substantial amounts of spirit stones to appease the bloodthirsty factions. Our lives are not without hardship either. At this juncture, the gray-robed elder cast a furtive glance at the young man in blue, his eyes flickering with intrigue. I have heard whispers. The name of the Bloodhand Demon has become renowned among our core formation cultivators. Your martial arts, junior brother, are designed to accelerate advancement through bloodshed. And have you not transitioned from the initial to the intermediate stage? The young man in blue frowned, clearly displeased and on the verge of retort, when a radiant woman interjected with a lilting laugh. Brother Wu, Brother Lei, must you continue this debate? Regardless, our lives become increasingly untenable without our master. That much is certain. However, If we can uncover the treasures hidden within the secret cave, I am confident that what our master, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, has concealed will suffice for us to share equally. At that juncture, we may retreat into seclusion for arduous cultivation or seek refuge with other factions, as we see fit. Upon hearing her words, the elder and the young man exchanged glances, their dispute ceasing, as if they held a certain respect for the woman. The trio silently observed the lower-tier cultivators arranging their formations by the lakeside, when the young man in blue spoke once more, addressing the enchanting woman, Sister Kai. Is the concealed cave truly our master's treasure trove? You wouldn't be mistaken, would you? While the formations indeed bear our master's mark, he has always favored establishing temporary lairs on remote islands. Do you doubt your sister's words, Brother Lei? The enchanting woman's expression soured at this insinuation. The young man in blue licked his lips, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he continued. Sister, you found me and Brother Wu, claiming to possess a map to our master's treasures. However, we sought this place months ago, yet we remain unaware of its exact location. I know Master dotes on you, and must have informed you. Upon hearing this, the elder in gray robes exhibited a flicker of hesitation and promptly interjected. Indeed, indeed. My junior brother speaks with wisdom. Furthermore, it is rather peculiar that my junior sister, who has been absent for years, suddenly appears to lead me and my junior brother to treasure. Are you two so eager to act against me? A mere girl in the initial stages of the Golden Core, without clarifying this matter? The beautiful woman's expression darkened as she raised a hand to delicately tuck a strand of azure hair behind her ear, her countenance transforming into one of icy severity. Yet, upon her snow-white wrist, a faintly purple bracelet shimmered with enigmatic runes. Chapter 317. This is a conspiracy. The elder and the young man's faces paled at the sight of the bracelet. They were astonished to discover that Master had gifted his purple ice bracelet to their senior sister. Merely possessing this ancient artifact, even my senior brother and I combined would not stand a chance against you. With these words, the youth in blue exhaled deeply, a flash of anger and jealousy crossing his gaze. After all, this treasure was renowned in its day. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment towards his master. Why was such a precious item bestowed solely upon his senior sister and not him? The gray-robed elder's expression shifted through various emotions, and after a moment of contemplation, he burst into hearty laughter. The elder in black nearby, his expression slightly altered, suddenly recalled something and chuckled, saying, My junior sister, you jest. How could we harbor such intentions? However, in our endeavor to dismantle this restriction, my junior brother and I have exhausted our resources, while you have not contributed even a single morsel, so our caution is not without reason. Since I have led you to the treasure cavern and will only take 1/3 of the treasures, why should I further expend spirit stones? Moreover, my senior brother and junior brother have doubts about this location, which I can elucidate. The enchanting woman pondered for a moment, her expression softening slightly, and spoke slowly, prompting a flicker of joy in the gray-robed elder's demeanor. The youthful scion's countenance also relaxed considerably, and he stood silently by. The captivating woman cast a glance at the two before maintaining her composure, stating, I claim to be Master's female disciple, yet in truth, I am merely his concubine. As both of you well understand, I shall not elaborate further. I inadvertently gleaned knowledge of this place during a moment of intimacy, having overheard Master's dreams. With my lifespan drawing to a close, it seems he intends to transcend within this cavern alongside these treasure bags. The beautiful woman remarked, her expression unwavering. It is as simple as that. The elder and the young man exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Did you think it was more complicated than this? I have stated my truth, whether you believe it is your choice. Moreover, this location is not the treasure site. Do you think Master would lay such intricate restrictions outside a temporary cavern? With our combined strength, months have passed without fully dismantling it. Is there any other explanation besides the treasure cavern? The beautiful woman scoffed. My junior sister makes a valid point. It appears my junior brother and I have been overly cautious. Fortunately, only the final layer of the restriction remains. Once we breach it, our efforts over these past months will not have been in vain. I shall first take a look at how they have arranged the forbidden law formation. The elder in the gray robe, after a moment of contemplation with a flicker in his gaze, clasped his fists towards the two and cleared his throat, saying, How complex do you both believe it to be? I have already stated my thoughts previously, yet perhaps you did not trust them. Furthermore, This is not a treasure location below. Do you think the master would establish such a grand restriction outside a temporary cave? With the three of us unable to dismantle it for so long, can there be any explanation other than a treasure cave? The enchanting woman scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the two. The elder in gray pondered for a moment, his eyes glimmering with insight, and then he bowed to the two, saying, "Junior sister, you make a valid point. It seems my junior and I have overthought this. However, there remains only the final layer beneath, and our months of toil shall not be in vain. I shall investigate." With that, he transformed into a beam of yellow light and vanished instantly. The blue-robed youth, after a moment's thought and glancing at the enchanting woman, declared, "Then I shall also descend to observe the restriction." A flash of blood light enveloped him, and with a slight motion, he too disappeared from sight. The enchanting woman, witnessing their departures, subtly smiled, for she had her own ulterior motives. When the elder arrived and instructed his disciples to rest, he soared towards the center of the lake. Meanwhile, the blue-robed youth surged from the water's surface, and in the blink of an eye, the three had gathered together. The elder smiled at the two, about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed. He gazed ahead, and the radiant woman and blue-robed youth mirrored his alarm. In the distance, a flickering white light caught their attention, heading straight towards them. "Trouble. Another high-ranking cultivator is approaching." The elder's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing his agitation. The woman outside also paled, prompting the elder to inquire how such a remote location could attract high-ranking practitioners. Questioning if any of his subordinates had leaked information. Shaking his head, the elder replied, "I have not disclosed the purpose of our journey to anyone. There is no chance of information leaking." The blue-robed youth, maintaining his composure, interjected, "Do not panic. It is possible this person is merely passing through. We should observe the situation and act accordingly." Hearing this, the enchanting woman and the elder nodded, striving to remain calm. The distant white light seemed to have detected something, and a strikingly handsome young man swiftly descended before the trio. What incredible speed! The three displayed astonishment, and soon a young man clad in white appeared before them. Indeed, this is the island of the Demon Lake. The youth merely swept his gaze across the three, his expression devoid of emotion, yet tinged with an air of command. The elder and his companions felt a chill in their hearts. After scanning the young man with their spiritual senses, they were horrified. The spiritual power emanating from the young man far surpassed their own, indicating he was a practitioner above the nascent soul stage, an almost disastrous scenario. "Here we are on the island of the Demon Lake. May I inquire what commands you have, esteemed senior? We are willing to offer our humble services." The elderly man in the gray robe concealed his unease and hastily bowed, offering a forced smile as he inquired, "Is this the Isle of the Demon Lake? Then we have not come to the wrong place." The young man surveyed the individuals before him, speaking in a low voice, his lips curling into a faint, ambiguous smile. "We require a substantial amount of verdant copper to forge several unique magical artifacts. Hence we brought our disciples here to collect some." The gray-robed elder's expression shifted slightly, but he steeled himself and replied. After all, the strength of the newcomers was formidable, leaving the elder with no choice but to comply. Moreover, the infant soul cultivator before him was evidently anything but ordinary. No matter how he scanned with his spiritual awareness, he could not discern the young man's cultivation level. This was an unprecedented experience for him, a golden core cultivator. Even a mid-stage infant soul practitioner would not escape his perception. "Burn copper? Do you intend to use these rudimentary arrays designed to break seals to gather this material?" The young man's lips curled upward as he glanced at the trio, and then at the emerald surface of the lake below, letting out a chuckle that conveyed his disbelief. The gray-robed elder, sensing the situation, began to perspire. He had never anticipated that the individual before him not only possessed profound power, but was also well-versed in the art of formations. Typically, those adept in formations do not have particularly high cultivation levels, while powerful cultivators seldom waste time delving into the intricacies of formations. The few arrays he had set up, although not grand, were exceedingly rare, and he could recognize them at a glance. The skill displayed in these formations was truly remarkable. The enchanting woman and the young man in blue instantly adopted a demeanor of submissiveness, bowing their heads and aligning themselves with the elder. This left the elder to confront the young man alone, silently lamenting his fate while harboring resentment towards his companions. After all, few infant soul practitioners possessed a temperament that could be described as agreeable. Now, The elder bore the burden of conversation, and the associated peril was palpable. Please, do not misunderstand, esteemed senior. I possess a keen interest in the art of formations. The arrangement of these arrays was merely a means to test their effectiveness. The elder hastily offered a seemingly plausible explanation. The young man's expression remained unchanged as he scrutinized the three of them, only to utter a statement that startled them all. What connection do you three have with the barbarian bearded one? What do you mean, esteemed senior? I find myself somewhat perplexed, the beautiful woman interjected, raising her hand. I can see that each of you bears the mark of the barbarian bearded one's celestial demon arts. While others might overlook it, I happen to recognize it. The young man smiled faintly. Do you know my master? Faced with the impossibility of deception, the blue-robed youth inhaled deeply, ultimately conceding. However, upon hearing this question, the elder and the alluring woman exchanged glances filled with unease. It is merely a fleeting acquaintance. However, you wish to delve into the lake's depths for treasure. Do you not? The barbarian bearded one claims to be the sole guardian of the treasure cave. However, now that a few of you have emerged, it appears that he did not deceive me. You three must have learned about the location of the treasure cave through other means. The young man muttered the last few sentences to himself. Yet, upon hearing this, the three below were struck as if by a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly dumbfounded, even with a foreboding sense of unease. The fact that the other party could so readily disclose the secret of the cave left them at a loss. Had it been a core formation cultivator, the three might have acted immediately to eliminate him. However, since he was a nascent soul cultivator, they dared not act recklessly. Furthermore, the implication that he had been informed directly by their master left them even more bewildered. Could it be that their master had not perished after all? The mere thought of this caused their expressions to fluctuate between hope and despair. Indeed, we are all disciples of Master Man. Yet we are unaware of how our esteemed elder and our master refer to one another. The alluring woman was the first to regain her composure, forcing a smile as she spoke. Naturally, he is referred to as Master Man. Who would have thought this small island would be so lively? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly and cast a glance into the distant void. Come out. As he spoke, Lin Mo casually waved his right hand, and a cold light burst forth, coalescing into a sword of white radiance. Everything in its path was cleaved apart. Upon witnessing this scene, the alluring woman's countenance paled dramatically. With a series of thunderous sounds, several thick beams of azure light flashed and seemingly cleaved away a significant portion of the hillock. Even more astonishing to the young man and the gray-robed elder was the revelation that within the hill there lay a bald, muscular man. His face was rugged, yet his entire body gleamed with a golden luster, as if his attire and robe were fashioned from pure gold. At that moment, the man raised a massive golden shield with one hand, unleashing a semicircular golden barrier that deflected the sword lights. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Mo, golden flower ancestor. Upon seeing the golden-clad man, the gray-robed elder exclaimed in shock. Just then, a flash of red light darted towards the man, spiraling twice before landing behind the brocaded figure, revealing a graceful silhouette. It was none other than the alluring woman. Sister Kai, you have conspired with golden flower ancestor. The gray-robed elder, seasoned by many tribulations, upon witnessing this scene, quickly turned his thoughts and shouted in a mix of shock and anger. The blue-robed young man beside him also darkened his expression immediately. Clearly, the alluring woman intended to join forces with the golden-robed man the moment the cave was opened, in order to eliminate them and seize all the treasures for herself. Humph, what qualifications do you two have to criticize me? Brother Wu, did you not secretly inform the Bloodlight Sect, preparing to ambush me along the way? As for Brother Lei, you have also joined the Wooden Sword Pavilion of Chaos Island, intending to marry the daughter of the Pavilion Master, with the treasures of this cave serving as your bridal gift? At this point, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the woman's eyes. If I had not been sufficiently vigilant, the day the cave's defenses were breached would have been the day I met my demise. However, from my perspective, you should not rely on reinforcements from either of your factions, as the elder has long since dispatched individuals to intercept them en route. I have accompanied the barbarian for many years, and all that he has left behind rightfully belongs to me. Moreover, the elder has already promised to formally take me as his wife. At this juncture, the beautiful woman let out a proud, delicate laugh and affectionately stood side by side with the man in the golden robe. Given this, Sister Kai, why did you initially seek out both me and Brother Wu? You could have claimed the treasure all on your own. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's revelation of his scheme, the young man in the blue robe momentarily displayed a flash of panic, but quickly regained his composure, instead asking darkly, "Were it not for the profound and intricate restrictions at the bottom of the lake, which are difficult to unlock, and considering that only the two of you have received some authentic teachings from the barbarian regarding the formation, I would not have divulged the matter of the treasure to you. It seems the beautiful woman intends to sever ties with the two elders entirely," as she coldly remarked without restraint. The expressions of the gray-robed elder and the young man turned exceedingly grim. "Well then, we shall discuss your matters later. I would like to converse with this fellow Taoist for a moment." The man in the brocade robe furrowed his brow and interrupted the beautiful woman before she could continue. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman obediently fell silent. "Is this fellow Taoist also here for the treasure cave of the barbarian?" The golden flower elder scrutinized Lin Mo with keen interest and inquired slowly. As a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul, he too could not discern the depths of Lin Mo's cultivation, which filled him with considerable apprehension. "Indeed, I shall take what lies at the bottom of the lake. If you have no further business, you may leave."